Welcome to the intro to MS Word. Now, before getting into our whole course, we have to learn a bit about what MS Word is and how it functions. So, MS Word is a word processing software developed by Microsoft. MS is Microsoft. It is a part of the Microsoft Office suite, which also includes applications like Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook. Word is one of the most widely used word processing software in the world, known for its user-friendly interface and powerful features. Now, let's see what are the key features of Microsoft Word. One is going to be creating documents. Creating the document is very simple. The next one is editing text. Just like it says, it is very user-friendly. So editing text is very simple. Formatting text. Now, after editing, if you want to format your text however you want, Microsoft Word has all the features and all of the tools so that you can format your text however you want. The next one is inserting objects. Whatever type of objects, either it be graphics, either it be photos or videos, you can apply anything. The next one is page layout. There are multiple types of page layouts which you'll be able to use on your specific document so that you get your desired result. The sixth is spell check and grammar check. It also has the feature in the newer versions of checking out your spellings and also your grammars. And the seventh one is going to be the reviewing and collaboration. Reviewing is very simple, but it is very vital. So after you're done with every document, you can review it however you want so that you can see how it is. And also collaboration helps you so that you can bring up more people and connect with more people so that you can work together simultaneously. And the eighth is saving and sharing. Saving is the most important part. After you've done all of your documents, you have to save it up so that you can save the progress. And sharing is one of the most important things. So obviously you want to share it to someone who is going to be the audience. And Microsoft Word has all the features for that. The last ones are going to be templates and themes. Now, templates and themes play a very vital role in this modern age. Obviously, you're not going to present any document just plain. You try to make it better or make it look better. So templates and themes help you to either save your time or make your work or let's say your document to look a lot more attractive. And the last one is automation and customization. Now, automation and customization starts from, let's say, the interface up to your work in Microsoft Word. Either it be your customized platforms or it either be your work. You get all the features in Microsoft Word. Now, overall, Microsoft Word is an essential tool for everyone needing to create and manage documents, whether for personal, academic, and professional purposes. Its intuitive interface, robust features, and integration with other software or let's say Microsoft Office applications make it a versatile and indispensable tool in modern workspace. So, thank you, and now let's get started with our course introduction with getting started with Microsoft Word. Welcome to our first lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can get started by opening up Microsoft Word on your device. If you've seen my intro, you already know what Microsoft Word is. And obviously by this time, you are somehow familiar to Microsoft Word. And even if you are not, so stay tuned with this video. Make sure not to skip so that you don't miss any specific parts. So let's head right into our lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. So, when you open up Microsoft Word, you will see an interface like this will appear up on your device. Now, I'm using 2021, which is Microsoft Word 2021. Now, I'm going to suggest you to use the newest version of Microsoft or Microsoft Suite whenever you're using it, because the newer versions have a lot more updates than the older ones. Okay, you can see that this interface also looks really different from the older ones, such as 2016 or let's say 365. You can see that these are really updated. So you can see all of them. And I would suggest you to use this version too, because, or let's say you I would suggest you to use the latest version because you're going to get the new tools and you can stay along with the tour, or you can stay along with the lessons which I'm giving you. Now, so as this is the interface when you open up Microsoft Word, now there are a couple of things you have to learn. Now, when you open up, how are you going to start off with? So let's just get started with the interface. Now, first off, the first ribbon which we have on Microsoft Word is called the file. Now, in this file option, there are a couple of things and couple of sections we're going to go step by step. Now, the first section which we have over here is called the home. Now, there are a couple of things. Now, at the top, we have blank documents and couple of templates. Now, you can go off to more templates from over here. We have the search bar to search any of the word which you've worked on recently, or if you have any of them on your device. You have the recent, the pinned, and also shared with me. So the recently worked documents will be over here on this section. Now, it's going to show you a couple of them, not all of them, because all of them cannot be showed over here. So you can get a couple of them which you've opened up recently. Then on the pinned one, if you want to pin any specific one so that you can find it easily, you can pin it up. Let's say I'm going to do is show it to you. Let's say I'm going to do is pin this up. I'm going to click on pin and you'll be able to find it on pinned. And if you want to remove the pin, just click on this pin option again and it will be removed. And the last one is called shared with me. So this is the newer version, or let's say the newer update of Microsoft Word. Now it comes out with sharing and collaboration. So make sure that you're connected to the internet and make sure that you are using the latest version so that you get this functionality. And whatever anyone is sharing with you, it will appear over on this section. Now, so let's go off to the next one where we have is the new section. Now in this new section, you'll be able to find out templates and also open up a blank document. Now you can see that there are a couple of these templates over here. Well, all of them are pre-built. So make sure that you're connected to the internet so that you can download them and use them to save your time. But if you want a blank document, just click on it and you'll be able to open them up. Then we have is the open section. Now, if you want to open up any document from your device or even from your OneDrive, so you'll be able to do that over here. You can see the recent ones. You can go off the folders and find it, whichever folder you have. You can go off to shared with me. You can go off to your OneDrive and find it out. You can see the PC, which you'll be able to use. You also have add a place, which is going to be a bit different because it's going to be related to, is it either for business or is it either from your personal OneDrive? So make sure to use them. And the last one we have is browse. So make sure to use the browse and, use them however you want. Okay. It will help you go through different drives of your device and also find it out from different folders. Or let's say it just gives you access to your whole PC. Okay. And you'll be able to open up from this section. Now, the next one is called Get Add-ins. Now, this is a newer update of Microsoft Word, which appears on the File section, or let's say the File ribbon. Well, this is basically extensions, which I'm going to show you later on. So it just helps you to increase the functionality of Microsoft Word. Now, let's say you want to use different type of software. Let's say I want to use Microsoft Word and I want to use Wikipedia at the same time. So how do you do that? Most people just open up Wikipedia on their, let's say, on their web browser and use it. But what if Microsoft Word gives you the functionality or that option to use Wikipedia directly on Microsoft Word? So if you want to do that, increase your functionality, you can just do that by clicking on Add-ins. Okay, let's go off the file again. And then from here, what we're going to do is click on Info. Now, it is the info about your document, whichever document you have opened it up. Now, let's say I have the document which is named New Microsoft Word Document. It is giving me the name. It is giving me upload, share, copy path, and a lot of these options. Now, it is giving me the size, the number of pages it contains, the number of words it contains, total editing time, title, tag, comment, like related dates, all of them. Okay, you can match them up, protect them, inspect, version check, and also manage the document however you want. So you have to just go through them. Then we have a save. If you want to save up your progress, just click on save. It will save it up on your device however you want it. But if you want it to be a different format and save it up on a different, let's say, in a different drive, in a different folder, in a different format, just click on File, click on Save As, and then you'll be able to save it up anywhere on your device with a different format instead of docx. So docx is basically the default format of documents or Word documents. Now here is the print section. Now every printing type of settings, if you want to customize, you have to go through these settings. So here you'll be able to fix up the number of copies, the printer, the settings of the page, the layout, and basically everything. You can select the page size, the margins, the page per sheet, everything. You can go through these sections and even print on one side or two sides. It's up to you. So use it however you want. And then we have is the share section. Now the share section is going to be basically the sharing and collaboration. Now if you want to work together, or if you want to, let's say, work faster on your, let's say, whatever document you're working on, and you want more people to work on it so that it just gets finished easily. So you can just share it on, or let's say upload it to OneDrive and share it to anyone you want so that you can work all together at the same time, which is simultaneously, okay? Now let's go to File again. The next one which we have over here is called Export. Now you can export it up as a PDF, an XPS, or you can also change it to, let's say, we have different type of formats, templates, 2003, Word document text, plain text, web page, and all of them, okay? And you can also see that on the newest version, we have this send documents to Kindle, which is also, let's say, it is like a series of e-readers designed and marketed by Amazon. And by now, you should already know that, or if you don't know, it's basically very popular nowadays, okay? So you can save it up, export it however you want. And the next one, which we have, is close. If you want to close off this file tab, or let's say this file ribbon, you can close it up. Just click on it and it will close up the whole document at the same time too. So you have to open it up again, okay? Then we have is account, the feedbacks, and also the option. Now, if you want to customize your workspace, or if you want to customize how your workspace or interface works, or if you want to, go through advanced settings, so you have to go through these Word options. So we have general, then we have is the display settings, the proofing settings, the saving settings, the language settings, accessibility, advanced, customizing ribbons, and then we have is this quick access toolbar, which you can also access to, and then we have is the add-ins, which is the extensions which you'll be able to use, and the last one is just the trust center. So basically now you know almost every interface, or everything which we have in the file ribbon, which is one of the main thing. And the next ones which we have are these ribbons, such as the home ribbon, insert, draw, design, layout, reference, mailing, review, help, and view. Okay, so we're gonna go through them one by one, step by step. So there's no rush. Okay, so if you are new to this, I'm going to make it very beginner friendly, so don't worry. So just make sure to not skip any part because you might miss out on something. And if you have any question or if you have any confusion, feel free to ask me and I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson by learning how we can open up or create a new Word document. Welcome to our second lesson of Microsoft Word document. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to make a new Word document in different ways. I'm going to show you all of them, so stay tuned and let's just get to the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. Now, the first method of opening up a Word document is directly from your device, or let's say directly from your desktop or from any folder. First thing you're going to do is right-click on your mouse and go off to New, and you'll find Add Microsoft Word document. Just click on it, and it will open up a new Word document for you. Now, do it a couple of times, and you can see that more of it will be created. So after you have created your new Word document, now you might ask that how will you be able to open up a new Word document if you're already in Word document? First off, we're going to open up Word document or Microsoft Word on our device. So you can see that it has been turned on. Now, the next step is going to be in two different methods. It's either going to be using your shortcut key, or it could either be directly from your file. Now, how do you do that? First thing first, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to open up from your files. First off, go to File, then go off to New, or even on the Home platform or the Home section, you have seen this blank document or these templates. You can use these templates to make your new Word document. I'm going to show you in our next lesson, but I'm just going to show you, let's say, an example. If you just click on any of these templates, click on Create, it will open up your Word document, but in a template form. But what if you want a blank document, if you want to start from scratch? So click on File again, go off to New, or you can see this New over here, which is basically the same. Just click on this blank document, and it will open up a new Word document for you so that you can work from scratch. Now, the second method of opening up a new Word document is using your shortcut key. Well, make sure to keep in mind because this is very simple. Just press Control and N on your keyboard and it will make up your, let's say, new Word document on your device. Let's try it. You can see this is document 2. Press Control N. You can see this is document 3. And even though on our file we did not make a document 3, but it has made up a document 3 for us right now. Let's press it again and you will see it will make up another document which is going to be document 4. Control N. You can see document 4. And we can cut them. You can see document 3, cut them, and document 4. Now let's say I'm going to type something, GHH. Okay, I'm going to press on Control N again. And you can see this is document 5. Press G, or let's say I'm going to do is just type in anything. And if you want to remove it, I'm going to do cut this off. I'm going to do not save. And your document 2 is still intact. So this is basically how you'll be able to make new Word documents just by using the platform and also by using your device directly by going through the desktop and opening up or from any folder. So now you know how you'll be able to make up or open up a new Word document for your Microsoft Word and keep those in track with the progress. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to our third lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can add and edit a template. Well, this is going to be very simple, but I would still suggest you not to skip any part because you might miss out on something. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now, if you've seen my previous lesson or the introduction and also getting started with Microsoft Word, you already know where you can find out the templates. So we're going to go off to File. Now on the File section, on the Home, we have a couple of them, but we want more. Now there is this option called More Templates. Just click on that and it will take you to this new section. You can also directly go to New Section, but I just try to, find different methods of opening it up. Now from here, you can see that we have 3 of them. Well, these are the default ones, which are already downloaded, and you can use them whenever you want, even if you don't have internet connection. Now, the first thing you have to keep in mind is make sure that you are connected to the internet, and also make sure that you are connected with Microsoft account on your device. So from here, when you go down, you can see that there are a couple of these templates which you'll be able to use, and all of them are basically pre-built. So all of the edits which you see inside of these templates are already made. So what happens when you use a template? It basically saves you up a lot of time from editing. Now, you're not going to use it just the way it is. Obviously, you're going to edit it and then use it, right? So what happens is that when you open it up, it saves you a lot of time from the editing. So let's try one of them from here. So you might think that why is it so limited? It's basically not. If you want to get access from a lot of them or to a lot of them, first off, you have to make sure that you are connected to the internet. Now, let's try opening it up one of them from this section. Let's say I'm going to do is use this. I'm going to click on it. I'm going to do is press on Create. It will download your template and use it directly on Microsoft Word. You can see now all of the edits are basically done or it is already there. So what happens is that you just have to change the text, change the context, change the graphics or whatever you want to do, and it will just make you up a professional grade, let's say, document however you want it. But let's say you want it a bit different. Now, there are a couple of templates which you'll be able to use. As Microsoft Word is the mostly used word, let's say, processing software, there are a couple of things which you will be able to make. Let's say you want to make a letter cover. You want to make a brochure. Okay, so you'll be able to get access to all of them. Let's try it. Let's go off the files. Let's go off the new. Now, to get access to all of them, you have this option over here, or this bar over here, which is going to be search for online templates. Now, there are also suggested searches because these are the mostly used ones. If you want to make a card, there's this card section. If you want it for business, then we have flyers, letters, educational based, resumes and cover letters, and also even holidays. So first off, I'm going to do is use two of these. Let's see how the cards look like on the templates online, which Microsoft Word offers you. You can see that these are the types of cards which you'll be able to use. Just wait for a bit until all of them loads up on your device or on your screen, and you'll be able to use them however you want. And I'm going to open one from each and every category which I'm going to show. So let's say I'm going to do is find out the one which I want to use. Let's say I want to use this card. So I'm going to click on this, which is baptism invitation. I'm going to use press on create. It will download up your template and use it directly on your work. And you can see that the page is not the same because the format is a bit different. And we're using a letter or even, let's say, an invitation, which is going to be a card. So just change the name, or let's say customize it just the way you want it, and you'll get your result. So I'm going to do is go off the file again, go off the new, and let's say this time I want maybe a resume or a cover letter, or maybe let's say I'm going to do search for business because a lot of people use Word for business. So I'm going to do is click on business, and you can see tons of these, let's say tons of these templates are based on your business. So you'll be able to use them however you want. What I'm going to do is use this. Or you can go down and find out the one which, fills up your criteria because there are a lot of them. And even though if you can't find it over here, you can go off to the web browser and go off to Microsoft Store or maybe Microsoft templates, and you'll be able to use or download them however you want. What I'm going to do is go down and you can see a couple of them available over here. So let's say I'm going to do is use this or maybe this. Let's say I'm going to do is just use this. I'm going to do is press on create. It will take a bit of time to download your template, and it's going to just apply it directly on your workspace in Microsoft Word. And you might see that a couple of them, the space or the size of them are different. So it also gives you a preview of it and also the size of it. So from here, you'll be able to change it, change everything, basically even the background of it. So now you know how you'll be able to open up a template. Now, the part is going to be a bit different, or this part is going to be a bit different because there is only a couple of these categories which you'll be able to use from over here. What if you want a bit different? Let's say I want something green. I want a green template because sometimes your categories or what you're making like describes or expresses a specific color. Okay, so let's say I want something green. So I'm going to do is type in green, hit on enter, and you will basically see all type of green templates will appear over here. So you can see green, and even though if it's not green, some of them, you will basically see that the word is basically green in format, or somehow it is related to green. Okay, and even if you want, let's say I want to maybe yellow. So I'm going to do is type in yellow, hit on enter, and it will show me the yellow type of, let's say templates. Now, what if you want something based on a birthday card? So I'm going to do is type in birthday, hit on enter, and it will show you all the templates based on your birthday. So now you know how you'll be able to use this search bar on this template or this pre-built template section in Microsoft Word. Now, about how we can add a template and use them. Now let's come to the part where we are going to edit them. Now, editing is basically the very simple part. Now, I'm going to do is just show you how you'll be able to do it. Now, from here, I'm going to do is just select any of the category over here. I'm going to do is open it up, and I'm going to do is start editing it up for you. So what I'm going to do is going to be search for something which also has a bit of graphic in it. So I'm going to do is just use this or maybe this. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to do is just click on create. Or another method of opening it up is just double click on it. Double click, and it will also download it and use it on your device. Now you can see that this is basically green, but it was showing it was blue. So sometimes there is a bit of difference when you open it up or open up a template. So now how do you edit it? Just click on the parts which you want to edit. Let's say I want to change this. I'm going to click on it. Let's say I'm going to do is type in green. There we go. Edit. Now, if you want to use or change this, let's say I'm going to do is, you can see that this is now whole selected. I'm going to do is type in welcome to college. There we go. Welcome to college. Now, what if I want to change the theme? So what I'm going to do is just click on this. You can see it over here. I'm going to do is just select this. I'm going to do is just click on this right, and then you'll be able to change the color if it allows you, if it's not a graphic. But if it is a shape, you'll be able to change it up just the way you want to. You can just go off the shape format, and you'll be able to change the fill. What I'm going to do is just use this. There we go. You can see this is how it will look like. You can see this is the shape. I want to use it on the right side. So I'm going to just keep it on the right. And on this one, I'm going to just select this. I'm going to do is just go off the shape format, and you can see that this is how it basically looks like. And now if it doesn't allow me to change it, that means it is basically a graphic, which is not editable. But this one is editable. So you can see this is how it works. You'll be able to change the shape outline. You can see this is how it works. I'm going to do is change it to maybe, okay, this is editable. So I'm going to do is just change this to this color. There we go. I'm going to do is put it. Okay, I'm going to do is first off ungroup them, and you'll be able to use it up or double click on it. There we go. Perfectly changed. I'm going to do is change this color too. Let's just go off the table or layout design. I'm going to do is just go off the home. I'm going to do is change the color to maybe blue. There we go. This is blue now. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to do is double click on it. Do is change the shape fill. There we go. Perfect. So we have changed the whole thing over here, and you'll be able to change it over here too. Now I'm going to do is change the photo. Let me just use something else. Or I can delete it, and I can also go off insert, go off the pictures, and apply whichever photo I want. Well, I'm going to show you later on how you'll be able to use graphics on Microsoft Word, but now you already know how you'll be able to edit it or edit any template basically. So, hope you understood everything about this lesson. If you have any confusion about any parts of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you and get you through it. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about navigation and selection of text, which is one of the most important things which you have to learn when you are working in a software like Microsoft Word, which is a word processing software. So, without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Word document, Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now, the first thing which we have to learn is navigation, because if you want to work, you have to learn navigation. Because if you put in your text, obviously you need to know how you have to go from left to right, bottom to the upper part. So, let's type in the text first. What I'm going to do is type in the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. There we go. Now, what if I want the over the lazy dog to be at the next line? Now, how do you do that? Obviously, some people who are basically new to it, some people might just do the space and then get it to the next line. But what if I say that this is easier when you just press on enter? So I'm going to do is first off, take it back to the line where it was over here. I'm going to do is just hit on enter. There we go. We have it on our next line. Now, what if you want to navigate on the cursor? So you have to go from the right to the left. Now, there are a couple of methods and a couple of shortcuts which you'll be able to use. Now, first things first. First off, you have to do is use your arrow keys on your keyboard. So if I go or hit on my right arrow key, it's going to go right. You can see the cursor is now going right. If I press on the left one, it will go left. And you can see that it's just jumped off to the next line, or let's say our previous line. Now, if you want to go up, just press on up, and then the bottom one is for going down. So this is basically very simple. But One of the most easier method which people use most of the time these days is the mouse. So obviously if you want to use your mouse, you can put it wherever you want. Okay, now there are also a couple of different methods of doing so. Now it could be the end, which is going to page down, and page up, which is going to take you right at the bottom and right at the lowest. So what could be that? So I'm going to do is just press on Control down, and it will take you up and down, or let's say at the bottom. And if you want to skip any specific, let's say word, just press on Control and then go off to the side you want to go. You can see this is basically how it works. Let's say I'm going to do is make more of them. Let's say more lines so that you can see how it works. Press on Control and you can see at the bottom. See, this is basically how it works. And you can also press Shift so that it will select it. Well, selection is also quite easy, but I have a specific lesson for it. So you can press on Home, or let's say even End, so that you can go right at the bottom. Okay, so that is basically how it works. And if you press on this tab, what happens is that it will adjust itself to a specific place, or let's say a specific part. You can see space. It is also now skipping a couple of parts, but it also works like Enter, but only on, let's say, the horizontal scale. If you press End or Page Down, it will just take you directly at the bottom. But you can see that at the bottom, we don't have any text, so it just takes us at the bottom when you press End, or let's say the page down. Now when you press Page Up from here at the bottom, it will take you right at the top again. So this is basically how you'll be able to navigate in Microsoft Word. And there are also a couple of other methods which you'll be able to use. Now, there is also like a couple of shortcut keys, which I'm going to show you later on. But there is also this Alt. You can see by using the Alt, you'll also be able to navigate through the whole thing. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on navigation in Microsoft Word. So as we've learned about navigation in Microsoft Word, now the last thing which we have to learn is going to be the selection of text, okay, which is what this title holds. So how are you going to select a specific text? So obviously, if you want to learn how to modify a text, the first method is going to be navigation and the selection of text. Because if you can't select it, it will not customize anything. Let me just give you an example. Now, I want this whole thing to turn red. But what if I just click on here and change it? It will not do anything because the text which you want to change or modify is not selected. So how do you do that? You can use your shortcut keys, which is going to be from your keyboard or either with your mouse. Well, the mouse is one of the most used features nowadays. So let me just show you both of the methods. So first thing, just take this cursor on any part of the mouse, or let's say any part of the text. Now let's say I want to use the dog. So just hold on to your left mouse key and just drag it over the text. And you can see it has been selected. Now you can change it however you want. But I'm going to change it or show you the methods later on after this lesson, or let's say in our next lesson. Now the next method of selecting a text is going to be using your keyboard, which is going to be Shift. So press on Shift, make sure that you are on the left or on the right side. If your cursor is on the right side of the word or of the text, what you're going to do is hold on to Shift and make sure to press on the left. It will select one alphabet at a time. If you keep holding it, it will just keep selecting the whole thing. So this is basically how it works. Let me just show you how you'll be able to do that. I'm going to just cut this off. There we go. Now, what if you want to take or select the whole thing altogether? Press Shift and Control, and you'll basically see that it will select the whole thing. Why? Because Control helps you to skip a whole text. You can see this is how it works when you press on Control and use your navigation key. But if you press on just the arrow key, it will go one alphabet at a time. So press Shift Control. There we go. And you'll be able to select the whole thing all together with specific, let's say, the whole thing. Or let's say even specific words. Now, what if you want to use or select it easier? Now, there are two methods of doing so. Now, one is going to be, which is called the selection per line by using the end of the, let's say, word or sentence, or let's say the beginning of the sentence. Now, if you select it like this, Shift, or let's say Control, and you can see that this is being selected like this on each line. But what if I say it is going to be easier if you just drag it up? So I'm going to do is just Control Shift and then just click on your upper keyboard. There we go. All of them selected instead of going like this. See? Now you can also deselect it just by clicking that or by going down from where your cursor started. Now the easier method of doing that is going to be your mouse. Just drag it over the whole thing and all of them selected. Now, the more easier is called the select all. Now, how do you select all of them at once? You've seen selecting alphabets one by one. You've seen selecting, let's say, which is words one by one. And now you also seen how you can use the mouse to select whichever part you want. You can also select it like this, okay? But what if I say you can select all of it at once by using a shortcut key, which is going to be Control A on your keyboard. Just press Control A and it will select all of the elements which you have on your page. Even if you have graphics, even if you have a table, even if you have a mesh. Everything will be selected when you press Control and A. Now, the other method is going to be a bit different. Now, there are also different methods of selecting so by using your mouse. Now, you can see that when you use the mouse, you drag it over the text. But what if I say I want to select the whole thing or I want to select the whole word? Now, how do you do that? But just by using your mouse. Just double click on any word and you can see the specific word or only one word which you've selected or the cursor is in which word will be selected. You can see I'm going to select this part only. You can see over has been selected. Let me just show you by using these on quick. I want to select only quick, so I'm double click on it and there we go. Quick has been selected. But what if I want to select the whole thing all at once? You just have to triple click on the specific line or on a specific paragraph. It will select up the whole thing. You can see triple click. There we go. Triple click. Just triple click on this. The whole thing will be selected. So these are the couple of methods of navigation and also how you'll be able to select text in different ways. Make sure to try it out and it's not that hard. So still, if you have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson on navigation and also selection of text, feel free to ask me and I'm always there to help you. So just try to use them, even use page up and down so you'll be able to use them too. Let's try it again. Shift down. You can see page down. I used it and all of them has been selected at once. I'm going to press page up and you can see this is how it works. I can also press shift and also end. You can see it will only select the end of that word or even works on a paragraph. So, but if you press on page down again, it will select up the whole thing. So that is basically how it works. And when you press on home, it will take you home. See the first line. You could also go off to the end. Home, which is this one, and end is at the end. So, hope you understood everything. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can modify a text just by using Microsoft Word. So, without any further ado, let's just hop on to the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now, in this lesson, I'm going to show you a couple of methods of how you'll be able to customize your text, or let's say modify your text. Now, there are a couple of modifications which you can apply on a specific text. It could be either the color, the shape, the title, or even the font. So I'm going to go through them step by step, one by one. So the first thing we're going to do is going to be applying a text. I'm going to put the same thing, quick brown fox jumps over a lazy dog. There we go. We have the text ready. Now what we're going to do is customize it just the way I want to. If you've seen my previous lesson, you already know how you can navigate and select the text. So the easier method is either I press Ctrl A or I can just triple click on it. It will select up the whole thing. There we go. The whole thing has been selected. Now I'm going to do is modify it. But first off, getting into the lesson, we have to learn a bit about the clipboard and how it works. So as we already know about navigation, now we're going to learn about the cut, copy, and paste, and also one of the most important part, or one of the most, let's say, very easy tool to use and somehow gets all the work done, which is called the format painter. Okay, so first things first, what we're going to do is learn how to cut, copy, and paste. First off, select the whole thing, just like this, or triple click. Then we're going to do is copy it up. So you can click on this copy option over here. It will copy it. Now let's go to the next line just by pressing on enter, and you can paste it up just by clicking on paste. Now we can also cut it, select the whole thing, click on cut, and you can paste the whole thing again just by clicking on paste. Now what if I say that there is a shortcut key for all of them? So first off, if you want to copy, let's say, any specific text or any specific part, let's say I'm going to do is cut this part first. So I'm going to do select it up till jumps over the lazy dog. I'm going to do is cut it, but I'm not going to use this option over here. I'm going to press Control X on my keyboard, Control X. There we go. It has been cut, but it is still on our clipboard. I'm going to press on enter, and I'm going to do is paste it up. But I'm going to do is also use the shortcut key, which is Control and V on my keyboard, and you can see that it has been pasted. Now there are a couple of methods of also pasting it up. Let's say I can also merge the formatting from where it was. I can also put the picture if there was any picture over there. And we also have keep text only. So there we go. We have it. So this is basically how you'll be able to use the cut and copy. And the copy, or let's say the shortcut key of copy, is Control and C. So what I'm going to do is just select the whole thing. I'm going to press on Control C. It has been copied. I'm going to hit on enter. I'm going to paste it. There we go. It has been pasted just the way it was copied. So now you know how you'll be able to cut, copy, and paste. Now, as we already know about cut, copy, and paste, now let's go off to a bit of formatting our text. I'm going to do is select the whole thing. Now, let's say I want to do is change the font. So how do I do that? You have this option over here. You can also go through this section. So select wherever part you want. When you select it directly like this, it will open up over here. Let's say I'm going to use this. Or you can also change it from over here. Select whichever one you want. It will apply the font which you have selected. And it will also give you a preview. Let's say I'm going to do is show you like this. Just drag it over these fonts and it will give you a preview on your page. So you can see how it will look like and how it will give you your result. Now, so I'm going to do select it again. And then we have is the size. If you want to change the size of the text, you can select on this option over here. Or you can also use, let's say, Control Shift and P to change the size. So you can select on this, change it to how it was, but it's not giving me a preview or a good preview. So you can go off over here and change it just the way you want to. And obviously it will also work kind of like the same way. It will give you the preview. Now, one thing you can see over here is that there is not all the size which you desire. You can see it is 12 to 14, 14 to 16, then 18, 20, 22, 24, and the gap is just increasing 26, 28, 36, 48, 72. But what if I want 55? Now, how to do that? So first thing you're going to do is just click on this box over here, cut it off, and type in 55. There we go. The 55 size has been added or also applied. So that is basically how you'll be able to change the font, and also you'll be able to change the size of that specific text. Now, the next one which we have over here is called uppercase and lowercase, or let's say our increase font and decrease font. This is the uppercase and lowercase. So if you want it to increase by one size, or let's say the size 1 by 1 according to this chart over here. So you can just click on this over here. It will increase 1 by 1. You can see 90, 80, 72, 48, 36, 28, 26, and then so on. So make sure to find out your size. And there's also a shortcut key for increasing the font, which is Control Shift and then bracket. So press on Control Shift and then use it. Let's try it out. Select it. There we go, increasing, and use the opposite to decrease. There we go. So most of the commands or, tools, whichever one you use, there is somehow a shortcut key to it. Not all of them, but most of them has the shortcut key. So try using the shortcut key because it just saves up a lot of time instead of just, going over to the tools. And even if you are on a different ribbon, you have to go home and then change it. So try using shortcut keys. It will make your work a lot more easier. Then we have is the uppercase and lowercase, which is going to be the change case option. So if you want to change the case, let's say I want sentence case, which is going to be the capital at the beginning. So that is basically most of the time applied. Now, if I want lowercase on all of it, I can press on lowercase. You can see all of them are now lowercase. Now, if I want uppercase on all of them, just click on uppercase. All of them will turn into uppercase. Then we have is capitalize each word. So each word, the beginning of the word will be capitalized. You can see this is how it works. Then we have is the toggle case. Now it's going to be the opposite. You can see the T is capital, but now the HE will be capital and the T will be small letter. So will be all of them. The UICK will be capital and the Q will be small letter or lowercase. So I'm going to do is change it. You can see this is how it looks like. So you'll be able to change the case however you want. Now, the next one is called the clear all formatting, which is also quite simple, but I'm going to do is show it to you at the end because I'm going to apply more features or more tools over here. I'm going to just select the whole thing again, and then we have is bold. The shortcut key for bold is Control and B. Press on Control and B. There we go. It has been sent to normal, and you can see it over here too. Now, when you select it, it will also appear over here the same stuff. So I'm going to do select it, Control B. There we go. It has been turned bold again. Then the next one is italic. So you can change it to italic from over here, and you can change it to italic from over here too. Select the one which you want. There we go. Italic and also bold. And you can press on Control I again, and it will change back. So what happens is that if you apply one thing for the first time and then do it back the second time, it will just revert back to how it was. So I'm going to press on Control I, or I'm going to press on this one. It will just get to italic. Then we have is the underline, which is Control and U. You can press it from over here, or you can also press from your keyboard Control U. There we go. The underline has been added. Now, I'm going to do is just change it to a sentence case so that it just looks better. So I'm going to do is just change it to sentence case. There we go. Now, I'm going to do is apply a bit more effect on the underline. Now, what if I want, let's say, 2 lines or maybe more lines, thicker lines, dot lines? You can apply whichever type of line, underline which you want and see how it works. You can see a preview and you can also apply none, but there is going to be an underline. So there we have is more underlines and underline color. You can change it up. Let's say I want maybe orange, maybe I want yellow, maybe I want green. And if you want more color, just click on more color, select it from over here, and you can also use hex codes or even, octacodes, whichever one you want. And you can also select it from the panel, whichever color you want to use. There we go. The color has been applied. Now, what if you want different type of underlines? Click on this bottom again, click on more underlines, and you'll be able to use whichever style you want. And sometimes you can also even use, let's say, photos. Okay, you can apply strike throughs and everything. But we're going to go through that later on. We're going to do is press on OK. There we go. We have all of the effects. Now I'm going to do is keep it like bold, italic, and also underline. Now, there we have a strike through. Now, there is no shortcut key for this strike through. You have to press on this, and you can see that there is a line in the middle of this text. The next ones are kind of mathematical based, which is going to be the superscript and the subscript. You can see this one over here, which is the subscript, which is at the bottom. And the one which works like a square or a cube is called the superscript. Okay, so subscript will just give you, let's say I'm going to do is just maybe put on a text over here. I'm going to do is type in H2O. But obviously the 2 is most of the time under, right? So I'm going to do is type in H2O. There we go. I'm going to do is just change the 2, or I'm going to do select the 2. I'm going to do is change it to subscript. There we go. I'm going to do is just change it to this one first off. I'm going to do select on 2 and type in subscript. There we go, H2O. Now, I'm going to do is put in another one. Let's say 2 square. Now it looks like 22, right? But I'm going to do is put in 2 square. So I'm going to do select the last one, which is going to be at the top. So I'm going to do select that text or whatever that is. And I'm going to do is click on the superscript and you can see 2 square and also H2O. So it works in mathematical cases most of the time, but obviously as this is a word processing software, it needs to have these features to use them. Okay, then we are basically done with these options. Now the next ones which we have is called the text effects and typography. Well, there are a couple type of typography which you will be able to use in Microsoft Word. So what I'm going to do is select on this again. I'm going to do is just click on this option and you'll be able to apply whichever effect you want. Let's say I'm going to do is apply this one or maybe this one. Let's say I'm going to do is apply this. There we go. Looks quite good, right? Orange all the way. And you can also change the color. You can see you can also paste whichever one you want. You can also change the gradients. You can see this is how it works. You can also have more colors if you want to. So customize it just the way you want to until you get your result. Then we have is this highlight. If you want to highlight your text, just click on that and you'll be able to highlight it just the way you want to. But sometimes it doesn't look that good. So I'm going to do is just keep it on no text. Or let's just say I'm going to do is just put in yellow. I'm going to do is just select the whole thing. There we go. We have a yellow highlight. Select on it again so that it just returns back to the cursor. Now the last one which we have is going to be the text color. So select on it and change your text color however you want. So let's say I'm going to do is use red. There we go. Now our text is red. Now what I'm going to do is going to be select the whole thing. I'm going to do is copy. I'm going to do is paste it up. I'm going to do is just remove this. I'm going to do is if you paste it, it will be the same. But what if I want no formatting? Click on this option and just put it only, keep text only. There we go. Text only, but all the effects are like there. So I'm going to do is just remove them. I'm going to do is remove all of these. There we go. I'm just going to do is keep it to like this. Now, what if I want the same effect on the same text? All I'm going to do is just remove this. I'm going to put in another text over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in the lazy shark. Now I want the same effect on this one. Now how do you do it? Now this option or this tool called the Format Painter comes in handy. Now how do you do that? First off, select the text which you want to take the effect from. I'm going to select this text, click on the Format Painter, and your cursor will turn into this brush. Now apply the effect on the part where you want the same effect to be applied. You can see the same effect has been applied to it. We can do the same thing on these ones. Click on Format Painter. There we go. So this is how it works. So I hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to modify your text however you want. And there are also other options. You can see there is no spacing heading. And these are basically like pre-built, styles which you'll be able to use. We're going to go through them later on. But first things first, make sure to use these font sections so that you'll be able to modify it just the way you want to. Okay, so if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me and I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we are going to learn about finding and replacing text. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now the first thing you have to keep one thing in mind is that how and what is the find and replace. So the find and replace, what it does is basically finds out any specific word or a sentence and you can replace it up directly. Now let's say there is a ton of text. I'm going to do is just copy some text from the web and I'm going to do is just apply it over here. Now from that sample text, we're going to do is find out for certain things which we want to change it up. What it basically does is that it saves a lot of time by selecting or changing a specific text or a specific keyword. Let's say in a text, I'm just going to open up a sample word example. Now, as we have a couple of these texts over here, now what I'm going to do is going to be use and show you how this find and replace text works. So as we here have is the sakura. So this is basically a flower, but let's not get into that. The thing which we're going to do is going to be using the find and replace text tool or the option. Now where are you going to find it?
When you go off to home and on the right corner, you can see find and replace. Now there are two of these options. Now when you click on find, it will just show you this navigation option. Well, this navigation doesn't mean that you will be able to navigate it from the top to bottom, but this navigate is going to be how you'll be able to find out text. Now this opens up on a newer version of Microsoft Word or on Microsoft Suite softwares. So this is not basically the same thing, or not basically the thing which opens up on the older versions, because in the older versions it just opens up a new tab on your screen where you'll be able to find them up. But here, what I'm going to do is just search it over here. I'm going to just type in Sakura. There we go. Now you can see that the Sakura has been used 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the whole, let's say, the whole thing. Now you can go through them one by one. You can see this Sakura is used here, Sakura is used here, Sakura is used here, and also used here. So what if I want to change the whole thing at once? Well, most of the people, what they do is that they select the text and then change it one by one. But if you have this option of finding out all of them together and then changing them all together, if you have it, obviously it's going to be more convenient, right? So that is basically what the find and replace tool does in Microsoft Word or even on Microsoft Suite softwares. Well, you have this feature on almost all the Microsoft Suite softwares, so you don't have to worry. So basically what you're going to do is just search for it, and then we have this option called replace. Just click on it again, and there we go. This is basically what opens up when you are using an older version of Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft Suite softwares. So when you click on find, it will open up something like this if you are using an older version. But obviously I'm not going to suggest you to use an older version. Try to use the latest version or the newer version, even 19, 365. 365 is basically quite similar to 2023. So I would suggest you to use that. And even if you don't have it, make sure to try to use 19, which is also quite similar. But do not go under that or beneath that version, okay? So as you can see, this is how I will be able to search, and I already have that text Sakura. Now I want to change it to maybe Marigold. Now if I click on replace, I'm going to do first off find next. You can see the next one is over here. You can go through next ones. I'm going to use replace. You can see Marigold. I'm going to replace. Okay, replace, replace, replace. There we go. There is basically no more Sakura in any of these. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use just Control X. I'm going to do is put it over here, and I want maybe tulip. There we go. I'm going to do is what if I want to change all of them at once? So you can find next. Obviously, you can change specific ones just the way you want to. But what if I want the whole thing? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just replace all. So you made or maybe 4 of them all together. So you can see all of them, which were marigold, which is basically Sakura at the beginning, have now turned into tulip all at once. See, it saves up basically a lot of time, because if you have to find it individually, you have to go through all the text, find them, cut them, and then type it. Instead, you can just use this find and replace tool to change all of them at once in basically just a second. So I would suggest you to use it. Try to use it, because it is very beginner friendly, and it is not even that hard to find. Now, what I'm going to do next is going to be a bit different. So you have this go to option. Now, if you want to go to a specific page, just type in number 2, go to, there we go. It is on the second page. Now, it is also on the find and replace, because if you want to find any specific word from any specific, page or line or section or bookmark, you'll be able to find it by clicking on this go to option. Now, in this find and replace option, there is this option called more. Now, what happens is that, let's say I have one tulip over here, which is capital, but I don't want any capital ones. So I'm going to do is match the cases. I'm going to do is press on Control X. I'm going to do is paste it over here. I'm going to do is maybe change it to, let's say, Hana. There we go. I'm going to do is replace all. You can see we've made replace. 2 replacements. Why? It's because it doesn't match the case. I only used lowercase over here, but here it is an uppercase. So if you use this match case, it will match it up. Then we have is find whole words only. So if there are not whole words, what I'm going to do is type in send. There we go. I'm going to do is find next. There we go, send. You can see that, just or I'm going to do is just cut this off first. Now you can see that all of the words or all of the text which has this send is now being found. You can see this send over here. Okay. What if I want the whole word? I'm going to use find whole word and see that there. But when you deselect it, it will find out everything even inside of a word. So you can select them. Make sure to use whole words. You can use wildcards too. You can sound like English if you want to. But I'm going to use most of the time, I try to use match case and keep all of them deselected. But it's going to be up to you whichever type of text you want to change and what type of changes you want to show to. Because even if you press A and you can find A, there you will see that there are a lot of A's in it. But obviously you don't want to change something inside of a whole thing, or let's say something inside of a word. So obviously if you are doing something like that, try to find the whole word. Just find next. You can see now only the A which is in the document is being selected instead of some things which are already in the word. So try to customize it, or try to just go through these tools or go through these settings, find out the one which you want, and it will also give you this fine format from where you want, let's say font, paragraph, tab, language, what type of you want. You can see this over here. I'm going to do is just, let's say you want maybe a paragraph change, so you'll be able to change the paragraph too. Okay, so make sure to go through these settings, and if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson or any part of these tools, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And make sure not to skip any part, because you might miss out on some things which are quite important. And there is this last tool which is called select. You'll be able to select them however you want, and the rest of the tools I'm going to show you in my next lesson. Okay, so make sure to stay tuned and not skip any part, and thank you for watching this video up till the end. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word, and hope you understood everything about find and the replace tool in Microsoft Word. And one thing, or one advantage, is that you'll be able to use the same thing or the same method in almost all the Microsoft Suite softwares there is. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can format our text and also paragraph. In our previous lesson, we already shown you how you can modify your text, but in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can format them just the way you want to, according to the paragraphs too. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson, opening up Microsoft Word on our device. So as we are on our Microsoft Word, we're going to do is customize or modify our text and also our paragraphs. Now, we already shown you how you'll be able to use these tools, right? But there are also a couple of other tools to customize or modify your text as a paragraph. Now, first things first, I'm going to do is type in a couple of texts. The quick brown fox jumps. So I'm going to do is jumps over the lazy dog and eats his, let's say, I'm going to type in meal in the sunlight while he was away. The fox stole his meal. Okay, this is it. Okay, I'm going to do is just increase the size. I'm going to do is just select them. There we go. I'm going to do is keep it on 48. Now, we want to customize it just the way we want to, right? So what I'm going to do is make sure that this is on a different paragraph. So we have two paragraphs right here, or not even a paragraph. It's basically something like, two sentences. But this is looking like a paragraph, right? And this is looking like another one. So what we're going to do is customize it just the way I want to. Now, there are a couple of tools which are going to show you so that you can format it the way you want to. So if you've see in our previous lesson, you already know how to use these font tools, but I'm going to show you about this paragraph tool so that you can format it just the way you want to. So the first thing which I'm going to show you is going to be, let's say, the alignment. So the alignments are over on this paragraph section at the bottom. So the first paragraph setting, which is already enabled most of the time, is called the left align. The shortcut key for left align is Control+L. Then we have the center align, which is Control+E. The right align, Control+R. And the justification is Control+J. So let's try to keep it on center so that it looks like it is starting from the center and is spreading out from the left to the right. Let's press Control and E. There we go. Now it is at the center. So you can change it whenever you want. So as I've used my shortcut key, you can also select on this, okay? So just like I said in my previous video, that if you apply something the second time, it will just revert back to how it was. So now this is center aligned. And if I want it to the left side, I'm going to press on Control-L on my keyboard. And now you can see that this is left aligned. Now, what if I want right aligned? The shortcut key is Control+R. So I'm going to press on Control-R. And I can see this on the right side. Now I'm going to just keep it on E. And I can change it back to the right side again. Okay, so that is basically how it works. And the last one is justified. You can either click on it, or you can also click on Control and J so that all of them are now justified. You can see the spaces are now a bit too gapped up because all of them are justified. So this is basically how it works, okay? So there's going to be same type of spacing and also looks gonna look a lot more, straight. You can see all of them are straight over here. So if I don't keep them justified, you can see that there are a couple of these texts which are not on the same pane or on the same line. Okay, so make sure to use it whichever one you want and try to, try to use these tools up till it meets up to your criteria. Now, the next tool which we're going to use is going to be the line spacing, or let's say the word spacing. So what I'm going to do is just use them. And there we have is this tool called the line and paragraph spacing. Click on it. And there we have a couple of these numbers. Well, these are basically spaces, 1.1 space, 1.15, 1.5, 2.0, then 2.5, and 3.0. So this is basically working on the lines. But what if I say I want the paragraph? So select on it, select specific paragraph or specific line, and then you'll be able to use it so that you can see that this is how it looks like. Okay, or we can also select it like this. Two of these lines, I want more space in between them. So I'm going to do is just, keep it changed like this. Okay, you can also just do this, but sometimes the spacing of each, let's say I'm going to do is just change the font, and let's show you an example. Let's say my font over here is somewhere around 26, and now the line spacing will not look the same on both of them. So that's the reason why when you use space, it doesn't look that good. That's why you use this line spacing option to keep it the same on all of them, even though if the fonts are, let's say different. Let me just show you another example. You can see this is how it looks like. You can see this is how it looks like. Okay, but let's say I'm going to use this. You can see that the space is more in between the ones which are, let's say bigger in size. So make sure to use this line spacing however you want to. Now there's also paragraph spacing. You can see line spacing options. You can go through these options and this type of panel will appear up. Then we have is alignment outline level. So alignment, you'll be able to fix it up on which level of alignment you want it. Then we have is the outline level, what type of outline level you want. Then we have is left and right in centimeter. You can put in an indent. What I'm going to do is make sure to, let's say, increase it up just a bit. There we go. And you'll be able to do the same thing on the right. I want to mirror indent. So I'm going to do is keep it on 1.5. There we go. And here over here. And you can also fix the spacing. What I'm going to do is before I want this, and after you can also put in a specific size. And after then just press on OK. And you can see the indent has been applied and there is also a spacing. So it doesn't look that good. So I'm going to do is just press on Control Z. So I'm going to show you a couple more shortcut keys later on. And then we have is add space before paragraph. You have this option, and also remove the space after a paragraph. So there we have is the paragraph over here. And then before and after. Make sure to use it whichever one you want so that you get your desired type of result. Now, what we're going to do is going to be showing you the next tools, which we have over here. It's called the decrease indent and also increase the indent. Okay, so I'm going to keep these, for later on or later purpose. Okay, because I'm going to show you them later on because it's going to be a bit, let's say not complex, but there's going to be a different lesson for listing. So now let's move on to the next ones, which we have is increase and decrease indent. So here, if you want to make sure that they are on a specific, let's say specific size, or maybe not even a size, on a specific, let's say, level. Okay, so if you want to do that, you have to just click on this. What I'm going to do is decrease or increase indent. So you can see all the text will start on over here. Now you cannot put any text over here, but you can put in a couple of graphics. It's up to you. So you can see this is how it works. You can also decrease the indents. You can see like this, and you can also increase it just the way you want to. So in some cases, you see that there are a couple of, on this section, people use a couple of graphics or maybe put, whatever type of more text, however they want. So you can use this indent option. It is quite, good to use. And, you can just find out your, exact size, whichever one you want. So make sure to use it if you want to. It's quite useful at most times. So now let's move on to the next one, which we have over here is called the sort. If you want to sort out anything, let's say a paragraph or maybe whatever type of text you have. Let's say I want headings first, and then I want something else, and then I want maybe a date number. So you can press on OK, and then you'll be able to use it. Okay, you can see now by paragraph, this is now at the bottom and this is at the top because the D is now at the beginning. The T is later on. So that is basically how it works. You can sort it out if you want to, even by numbers, even by text, even by alphabets. It's totally up to you. So make sure to use it the way you want to. You can select all of it and try. Let's say I want paragraphs. I want maybe text. Let's say I want headings. I'm going to press on OK. And you can see the dog is still at the beginning. So make sure to use it whenever you want to and try to find its use on your, let's say, on your work. Now let's move on to the next one, which we have over here is called the show and hide. So you can see that the text there, we have spaces, right? And then we have also a couple of quotations, which you are not able to see. So if you want to see them, just turn it on and you'll be able to see that here's a stop. Here's a stop. You can see the spaces. It's just looking like a dot in there, but obviously there is something which is making it, space up. So these are basically hidden. Okay, so if you want to see them, you can also turn it on and check how it works. Okay, so make sure to use it if you want to. And the next ones which we have is called the shading. If you want to apply any bit of shading on your text, just select the text, then click on any of it. It will work like a highlight, but it is basically a shading. Highlight basically makes it pop up your text, but the shading is going to make it look like, it's just a background back there, or it's like a box. So try using them, and it also works in just specific words. Let's say I'm going to select this. There we go. It also looks quite good. It's not that bright. So this is basically how it will look like when you apply shading and you will apply highlights. You'll basically see the difference. Okay. Now, the last one which we have over here is called the borders. So if you've used Microsoft Suite software such as Microsoft Excel, so you already know how these borders work. If you want to make any border out of, anything, let's say I'm going to just click on it. I want maybe an all border. So you can see that it kind of looks like, a box or maybe a table, but it actually is not. It's just kind of like a border. So I'm going to just hit on enter. And it will just make more borders like this because that is basically how it is. And, this is basically how it works. So try to use it. And there are a couple of these tools which you'll find out over here. No border. Then we have is only border at the bottom, inside border, outside border. Then we have is diagonal, horizontal line. So there are also a couple of tools which I'm going to show you right now. So here we have is horizontal line. If you want any horizontal line after all the text you have typed in is done, you'll be able to put this line on, and you can also customize it just the way you want to. Okay, you can take it up, you can take it at the bottom. It's like totally up to you. But it sometimes works when you are at the last page of your document and you just want to end it. So you can just put this line over there and you can also print it up. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. And the next one we have is the table. Well, I'm going to show you all of them later on in a specific lesson. Then we also have view grid lines. You can also apply or view the grid lines if you have a table. Then we have is border and shading settings. You'll be able to apply them however you want to. Let's say I want this border, I want this box, I want a bit of shadow. It's up to you. So you can also apply 3D border. You can also customize your border. You can also have page border, shading border. It's also up to you. Let's say I want a page border. I want it to look like this. What I'm going to do is just make sure that both of them are quite perfect. I want a bit of shadow. And I'm going to go down and make sure it is a bit thicker. So I'm going to press on OK. You can also change the color, the width, and the art if you want to. Just press on OK. And you can see that we have a border on our whole page. So try customizing or try going through these tools and fix out your border if you want to. You have page border, you have shading borders, shadings, the colors, everything basically. Press on OK. There we go. We have our shading, we have our line, we have our border, and basically everything. Okay. So however you want to customize it, you just have to fiddle through these tools over here. And we also have like draw table. We have a specific lesson for that. So I'm going to just skip this for this lesson and hope you understood everything about this lesson on knowing or learning about this formatting your text and also your paragraphs. In our next lesson, we're going to learn something new. So hope to see you guys in my next lesson. And if you have any question or any confusion about this lesson, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can display our text list items. So in our previous lesson, I've shown you how you can modify or format your text and your paragraph. So in those sections, we're going to use a couple of tools, which is going to be very simple. Make sure not to skip any part. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As we've opened up Microsoft Word, now we're going to do is going to put it up in a couple of texts and then show you how you'll be able to use it or, present it as a list item. So how do you do that? First off, let's put in a couple of texts which we're going to show. Let's say I'm going to do is type in orange, apple, let's say banana. I'm going to do is put in pineapple. And then I'm going to do is show you, let's say, rambutan. Okay, well, we have like a couple of text over here. Now let's show you how you'll be able to use it. Now, if you've already used Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or Excel, or even made a couple of, let's say, posters on your school days or college days, you already know about bullets, right? Or bulletins or something like bulletin board, right? There are a couple of things or a couple of texts which are presented in a listed manner. It could either be, let's say, numerals or alphabetical or maybe a couple of signs or in a listed way with some symbols. So basically, we're going to use those tools, and those tools are available in Microsoft Word. And to say that it is available on almost all Microsoft Suite softwares, which you'll be able to find out. So the first thing what you're going to do is going to be selecting all of these texts. Now, as you've selected all of these texts, you see this option over here called the bullets. Okay, so this is basically our bullets are in two ways, or let's say formats. One is countable and another one is non-countable. So if you've also used or also heard about HTML, you already know about listed order and unordered list and ordered list. Okay, so basically it's something like that, or let's not get it to be that complex. So let me just show you how these bullets work. So just click on it and you can see that it is already given me something like this. Now it is in a clean manner or in an arranged order. So let's just increase the size just a bit so that we can see the whole text. Okay, so there we go. We have our text over here. Now, what we're going to do is going to be, let's say I don't want these, let's say dots. So I'm going to change it. So click on this option over here, and you have a couple of these options to use from. Let's say I want this. I want square one. So you can put it up. Now, let's say I want maybe something like this. So you can apply it. Now you can change it up to maybe something like this or this or this or maybe disc. So you can just use whichever one you want. And another thing is that you can also change the color from however you are using it. So let's say I want to use this, I want to use this, I want to use this. So you can see the color has now changed. But if you want maybe to use a blue, or let's say you want to use a black one, you have to change it up. You have to go to like define and change list level. You can define the new bullet if you want to. It's like totally up to you. But it's like you have these options. All these are documents, bullet library, and also recently used bullets. Use whichever one you want according to your desire, and it just shows up. So this is basically how you'll be able to use an ordered list. Now, what if you want an ordered list? So if you want to do that, go off to the right side and you have this numbering option over here. Just click on it. And there we go. We have ordered list. So you'll be able to use whichever one you want. And it's not like you only have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like A, B, we have Roman numbers and basically everything. So you can just select them. Let's say I want this. You can see this is how it looks like. Now, what if I want to change the color? So you can have this define new numbering format or this option over here, and you'll be able to change the color of however it is. And you can also change it directly from over here. Let's say I want maybe something like this. It basically changed the fonts, but what if you want to change this bullet? You have to select this, you have to change the color, select on this, and you have to change it similar to this, or how you change the font or how you change the text. Okay, so now you can see now it has turned into black. So you're going to select the text again, and then you're going to do is go off and you can select it, or you can also deselect it however you want, and you can also change it to however you want. Let's say I want AB, or let's say all lower cases. So I have lower cases. If I want uppercase, I can also put uppercase. You can see I have to first off select the text, and then I have to change it to uppercase. If you do not select it, it will basically make another list for you. So you can put in more text in those lists. So it is up to you, you know. First off, you have to navigate. First, then you have to select the text, and then you'll be able to apply bullets or the list. Okay. Then the next ones, which we have over here, is called the change list level. If you want to make some indents on your list, you'll be able to do that. Let's say I want to make like this at a certain stage. Now I'm going to do is maybe change the list level to this one. You can see now it's just going to the right side over and over again. So you'll be able to fix in the list level however you want. And then we have is define new number format. You can also make your new number format however you want. Let's say I want it to start from maybe 5 or 6. You can also apply that. It's like totally up to you. So you have this numbering format. Now, where is it going to start from? You also have that. So make sure to fix it up. You can change the font of them too. Just click on font option and you have these fonts over here. Let's say I want this one. Okay. There we go. There we go. The font has now changed. Now I'm going to do is just take it back to the left side to the utmost left. So it is looking a lot more better and arranged. Now you can see this is basically how it will look. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to use this listing items. But what if you want more lists inside of another list? How do you do that? So we have this option over here called a multi-level list. It allows you to make more list items inside of a specific listed item which you already have. Now, first thing what you have to do is first off, which category you want to make it up. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do is make another list for orange. I'm going to do is hit on enter. Instead of that, I'm going to do is click on this option over here. And I'm going to do is make another list over here. Now you can also change it up to however you want. Let's say I can put 111. I can also put in different, formats. You can see one. So this is basically how it works on if you want multi-level lists on your specific listed items. So basically, now you know how you'll be able to make up these list items. And basically, there is no shortcut key for making bullets in Microsoft Word. So try to use them. And you can also make your new ones. You can define new style. And you can also save it up so that you can use it for later purpose. So make sure to, just fiddle through each and every one of these tools and also this listing levels. So you just don't have any hassle later on, and try to not skip any part of this lesson because you might miss out on something and you'll just, basically get confused later on. So thank you for watching this video up till the end and hope you understood everything about this lesson. If you have any question or if you have any confusion, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm there to help you out through the whole thing. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the additional font and paragraph tools of Microsoft Word. Well, if you've seen my previous lessons, the recent ones, so you already know that how we have used the fonts and also the paragraph tools, but there are also similar, or let's say extra tools, which we're going to cover up in this lesson. So do not miss any part so that you don't miss out on anything. And without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. Welcome back again to Microsoft Word lessons. So in this lesson, we're going to learn about, let's say, extra tools which we've used in this font and paragraph section. So what are the extra tools? So you can already see that we have covered up all of these tools over here on font and paragraph. But there are a couple of these tools missing over here, okay, which is on display. So to get access to all of them, what we have is these options. So you can see over here, there's this clipboard option. There we have is the fonts option. There we also have is the paragraph section. So we're going to cover up all of them, including the styles and the add-ins, and also on this editing section are all of these tools which we have on the home ribbon. So the first tool or the first section we're going to go through is going to be the clipboard. So in this clipboard, you have this option over here. So this is basically a panel where it's going to give you a preview of whatever you have copied or whatever you have cut and you want to paste it on your document. So it just allows you to, keep track of what you've copied up, what you've cut, whatever is on the keyboard or whatever is on the clipboard, basically, not the keyboard. So it just allows you to keep track of those tools, okay? Or keep track of those, whatever you have copied or whatever you have on your clipboard. The next is called the font section, which is the advanced section of the font settings. So if you go off over here, you can see all of them over here. We have hidden, all caps, small caps, subscript, superscript, double strike through, which is also not available over here. But you can apply it if you want to. You can see double strike through. Then we also have hidden. Then we also have like this strike through, small caps over here, all caps. It's like up to you, whichever one you want to use. But the main thing is on the advanced settings. So in the advanced settings, we have the character spacing, which we can adjust it to up to 200% over here, starting from 33%. So make sure to scale it up. Make sure to scale your alphabets, whatever you have. Then we have is the spacing. Now, what type of spacing do you want on your fonts? If you want normal, you can apply it. If you want maybe expanded, you can also expand it. If you want condensed, you can also condense it up however you wish it to be. Okay, so try using it and, just fiddle through these tools to see how you want your text to be. Then we have is the position. If you want it a bit raised, a bit, lowered, you can also apply that. It's like totally up to you. So it's going to be a bit, like non-adjusted. It will look non-adjusted, but it's going to be how you are fixing the position to be. Then you can also fix it up by points over here. You can fix it up by points on the position, the spacing. It's totally up to you. Okay. Then we have is the open features, which is the ligatures, number spacing, number form, and also the styling or the stylist sets. It is basically allowing you to make your own type of, let's say positioning or let's say the style. So you'll be able to use them however you want, see how it looks like. Now I have put in 2, use contextual alternates, like customize however you want. And if you want any text effects, you can also apply it. We have the text fill. Then we have is the text outline. You'll be able to customize it just the way you want to. You can go through these tools. And then we also have set as default if you want to, but I would suggest you not to use it as default because it's going to make your work a bit of a hassle because it will not look professional. Okay. So try using it only for some cases, however you want. and then just press on OK, and those text will be applied directly over here. You can see now all of the text are very congested or condensed. Okay, so if I increase the size, you can still see that all of them are really condensed. Okay, so you can customize it just the way you want to, and if you want to like undo the process, just press on Control Z, and all of those cases, or let's say all of the effects, will be undone. And even if it's not working, just go off to the advanced settings again and keep it on, like cancel it up, and you have this text, or you have the same format or the default format back again. Now let's go off to the paragraph section, or the paragraph settings, or more settings on the paragraph. Click on this paragraph settings, and it will give you something like the same panel on the font settings. So here we have alignment and also the outline level. I've already shown you these. Now the next ones which we have is called indentation. You already seen how it works. Then we have is the spacings. You'll be able to fix in the spacing however you want to. Then you can also like click on it, which is going to not add any space between paragraphs of the same style. But if it is of the same, like different style, then it will apply a space. Then we have is line and page breaks. If you have a couple of page breaks, you'll be able to customize it from over here. We have pagination. You can see it over here, window, orphan control. Keep with next, then keep lines together. Page break before or after, you can apply it up. Then we have a suppressed line numbers, don't hyphenate, and also this tight wrap. Okay, customize it however you want to, and you can also go off the tabs and you'll be able to fix it up. Tab stop position, you have to put in the centimeters so that there is a tab stop like spot. Okay, so you can just press on tab and it will go to a specific type of spot or a specific stop you'll be able to use. If you've seen our lesson of navigation and selection of text, you already know how the tab works. Well, I'm also going to be showing you in our next lesson how this tab, or how to use tab, to, align text. So you can just use these tools, okay? So, and after you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. So we are basically done with our fonts and paragraph, and also our clipboard extra settings in our home ribbon, okay? Now the next tools, or the additional tools which we have over here, is the styles. Now let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of text. Let's say I'm going to do is type in green arrow, okay? I'm going to do is increase the size of these. You can also use shortcut keys, but I'm just going to show you it like this, so it just looks a bit better and you can keep track of which font we're on. So as I've increased the text, now I want to apply these styles. So I'm going to do is first off, click on this option, and you have a couple of these styles. Let's say I want this. You can see this is how it looks like. Now, what if I want maybe something like this, or maybe something like a title, or maybe something emphasis, okay? So this is basically like those pre-built templates, but these are like pre-built styles, which you'll be able to apply whenever you want, okay? And you can also make up your own style, create a style. You can format the style, and you can also apply styles directly over here. Now, there are also a couple of styles which you will find out online. You can download them and use it on your Microsoft Word, but make sure you're connected to the internet. And also make sure that you are connected to Microsoft account so that you get full access and full functionality of Microsoft Word. Okay. And also make sure to use the latest version of Microsoft Word so that you get the full features, new features, and also a lot of bug fixes. Okay. Now the next tools which we have is the find option over here. I've already shown you the find option, but we also have the advanced find option. So in this advanced find option, it is basically quite the same, but what it does is just finds out, just click on more and you'll be able to fix it up just the way you want to. So there is nothing new to show over here. Just make sure to, just fiddle through each and every one of those tools and try keep on the practice so that you don't forget where these tools are. Then we have a select all, select object, select all with similar formatting, no data. And then we have is one of the most important feature, which is the selection pane. Well, the selection pane is most of the time used on cases where it is layers over here. But as we did not start anything with graphics, so I'm going to show it to you in a later lesson on how the selection pane works. And this is also something very similar to layers and how you'll be able to position them however you want. So if you've used Canva or maybe even PowerPoint or even Photoshop, you've worked with layers, okay? And even if you didn't, it's totally fine. I'm going to show you how it works. So basically, it's kind of like layers, whichever one you want at the top or at the bottom, you'll be able to fix it up
through the selection pane. It's not like any panel, but it's kind of like a pane, which is kind of like the same, but I will show it to you later on. Then the last one we have over here is called the add-ins, and you can also find the add-ins if you are using an older version. You'll find the add-ins on this insert ribbon. You will see it over here, but on the newest version of Microsoft Word, you have the add-ins or extensions at the beginning, or let's say on the home ribbon. And if you want to increase your extensions, what you have to do is just click on add-ins and then find out your add-ins, whichever one you want. So you can just put them over here. And if you can't find your add-in, which is basically an extension over here, I'm going to give you an example a bit later. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do is just click on more add-ins. It will open up this Office add-ins section or this panel over here. So first thing you have to do is find out what type of extension do you want to increase your functionality in Microsoft Word. Let's say, just like I said, what if you want to use Wikipedia and Microsoft Word at the same time? So what you have to do is just search on over here if you can't find it. But I have it over here. I'm going to click on add. I'm going to do is click on continue. And it will just take a bit of time for Wikipedia to be available on over here. And you can see that Wikipedia has opened up on Microsoft Word. I don't have to go to any of the web browser and search for Wikipedia. Now, let's say I want to do search for Sakura. I'm going to do is hit on enter and make sure you're connected to the internet. So you have this option over here. You can also take photos, upload it up directly over here. You can take the text. You can also do the research directly from Microsoft Word. It's not just Wikipedia, which you can use. Let's say we have a couple of them. So I'm going to do is just use something else. Let's say I want something based on a photo. So I'm going to do is type in Unsplash. So I'm going to type in Unsplash and let's see if there are. Okay, it's not here. So I'm going to do is just type in. Okay, I'm going to do is just best application of the year over here. Also, I'm going to do is apply on communication. Okay, I'm going to apply this emoji keyboard. I'm going to click on continue and it will take a bit of time to download it up and apply it directly to Microsoft Word. And you can see that over here, our insert, we have this emoji keyboard and you'll be able to put up whichever emoji you want. Now, it's going to take a bit of time to open it up and you have this over here. Just click on any one of them and it will apply it up just like a graphic. So I'm going to show you later on how you'll be able to use graphics and you'll be able to use a couple of extensions for that purpose because there are a lot of extensions which you'll find on the web, and even some of them are not on the Office Suite or Office Web. You have to download it up from a third party, which I do not suggest you doing because sometimes if there is a breach, there is, a risk of losing your work. Okay, so I would not suggest you to use those, but there are a couple of trusted sites where you can get your extensions from. So just fiddle through these tools on the add-ins. And another thing is that whichever add-ins you download or use, it will just get applied on your My Add-ins section of Microsoft Word. So try using them and fiddle through these tools to, just meet up your criteria, meet up your desire. So I hope you understood everything about this lesson on the additional tools of, paragraph fonts or this home ribbon. And if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can align text using tab. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. So as we've opened up Microsoft Word, now there are a couple of things which I'm going to add up, okay? So in our previous lesson, you already know that when you hit on enter, it goes down, right? But if you tap on shift and enter, it will go up, okay? So try using it. It will just go up like this. I'm pressing on shift and enter and it is going up, okay? So it just works as counterproductive, or let's say counter. It counters up whichever side you're going, okay? And if you want to go down or skip pages, what you have to do is hold onto Control and then click on your down arrow key. See? Now it is skipping up a couple of pages at the same time, okay? So what happens if you press on Tab? When you press on Tab, it will just go on sideways. And press on Shift and Tab, it will go to the left side, okay? So that is basically how it works. So you can also press on Control and try it, okay?
you can see it over here that it is now going sideways. Now, the thing is that we're going to use Shift to align text. Now, how do you do that? First off, make sure that you have your, let's say, rulers on. Now, where are you going to find it? Go off the view first, and then we have is rulers. So as you can see that as we have rulers right now we'll be able to use our tab to align text. First off, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say I'm going to put in Apple, enter. Okay, not enter. I'm going to do is put in spaces, orange, couple of spaces, and then berries, spaces, and then banana, right? But what if I do the same thing? I have to put in apple, put the same type of effort to align it perfectly, orange, and have to space again, and then type in berries, space again, and align it perfectly, and then banana. But what if I say there is an easier method to do it? So to do it, we're going to use tabs. Now, tab is of two ways, okay? And tab is basically on, let's say, there are two types of tabs. So basically, one is alignment tab, and one is, let's say, fill text tab, okay? So when you're typing something and it already shown you a result, you can put in tab, and it will fill up the text. But it works in other softwares, not mostly in Microsoft Word. So the tab in Microsoft Word is most of the time used for aligning text or aligning to a certain position. Now, to toggle the tabs, there are going to be a couple of different types of tabs. So we have left tab, center tab, right tab, and also dot tab. So you can use these, okay? So most of the time, people use this left tab for the left text. So I'm going to do is just keep on clicking until I have my left tab over here. Now, go off to this ruler section and put in, let's say I'm going to put in on one. So we have one tab over here on one, right? Now, if I press on tab, it will just align perfectly to this one. So I'm going to do is put in, let's say, apple again. I'm going to do is put in tab. You can see it over here. But if I do this space, it will take a bit of a time. Instead, I can do just click on tab, and it will align perfectly over here. Now, I'm going to do is put another one on 4, another one on 8, another one on 12. There we go. Now, as I've put in tab, let's say I'm going to put in orange, tab again, berries, tab again, banana. Now we have 4 of these tabs, right? So there's basically no space in between them, even though that there is a bit of it, okay? So you can see that even though there are spaces, it is being perfectly aligned over here on 4. But it's not looking quite well because we have a small space over here, a larger space over here, and a larger space over here. But what if I say that we have the toggle tabs for that purpose? So we have it over here, okay? So first off, I'm going to do is, instead of that, I'm going to do is take this down. If you want to remove it, just click on any one of these tabs and drag it out of the ruler. Then I'm going to do is put in center tab on 4. There we go. We have 4 over here. I'm going to remove this 8 over here. I'm going to put 1 on 8. I'm going to do is remove this one. Now you can see that I cannot put center tab over here. Still, I'm going to put in center tab. Yet, you can see that there is a big space also over here, even though this is center tab. Okay, this is a different type of spacing. Now, how do you fix that? Obviously, you're going to need the right tab. So to do that, toggle it one more time, remove it, and put it over here. You can see now this is ending on this, starting on over here and ending on over here. 1 to 4. I'm going to do is just keep it on 0. There we go. Now, all of the spaces are quite the same. Now, let's say I'm going to do is hit on enter. I'm going to do is type in tab, apple, tab. I'm going to do is type in orange, berries, tab, banana. There we go. Now you can see all of them are quite the same. Now I'm going to do is just change it to apple. There we go. Totally perfect. Now it works on all cases. Then we have is decimal tab. So the decimal tab is a bit different. It works in cases of, let's say, decimal numbers. So I'm going to do is hit on tab again. Just put in 1.0. You can see the decimal tab will work on this case over here. Put it over here. Just hit on this, and you can see this is now on the decimal wherever it is. So even if you put it, let's say I'm going to just put in more text, it will be on the left side because it's going to concentrate, or it's going to focus where the decimal is. So you can try using it because it will save up a lot of time to align your text and make it look a lot more organized. Now, there are also a couple more other tabs. We have this line tab. So I'm going to just hit on enter, and it will start off on over here. Just put it over here, and it will start off at the middle, or let's say it's going to start off on that corner over here. Okay. So try using it too, because it is also quite useful. And then we also have other ones, but the last ones which we have is basically kind of works like margins, where it's going to end and where it's going to start from. You can see it over here. You can see this over here. If I drag it over here, the margin is now going to be over here. Let's just hit on space, and you can see now it goes up over here and then ends to the next line. Okay. And still is just going on and on. Okay. So that is basically how it works. If you use the next one that we have is another one over here. You can also like fix it up according to your need, and you can change it to wherever you want to put it to. Okay, so try using them however it is, and you can also fix it up just the way you want to. And if you want to remove any of these, these tab options over here, just drag on it, take it out of this ruler, and there you go. You can see that it will just revert back to how it was. You can also fix up the tabs just by double clicking on any of these tools over here. I'm going to just take it over here. Just take it over here. There we go. Perfect. See? Now, if you click any one of them, you might see that sometimes the tab disappears. It's because it's assigned to any specific cases. So I'm going to do is remove them and select on any of these words which are already aligned. You can see it. Now we have no tab over here except for one. So now you can see that all of them are now back to this, this organized, manner. So try to use it. Try to make it more organized just by using tabs. And you'll be able to also put them on over here if you try it. But most of the time it works on the top cases. So if you're using landscape, then you'll be able to use, more because it's going to be like bigger or longer on width. The length is going to be a bit more. So try using it however you want, and, just get your type of result or as it meets up your criteria, however you want to. It's just going to save up a lot of time. Okay. Try practicing it. And obviously, if you're making something like organized like this and how to fix out certain, let's say positions or on different scales, try to use it because it will just, make your work look a lot more better when it's something like a listed manner. You can also put it up on tables, even though tables have certain boundaries, but still, in some cases, you need those tabs to make all of them aligned on the same pane. So I hope you understood everything about this lesson and also how you'll be able to use tabs. So keep one thing in mind before starting off with these tabs, make sure to turn on the ruler, or you can also apply grid lines if you want to. So grid lines also help you in some cases to, align, but I would prefer the tabs more than grid lines because, it's just more easier and it works on all cases instead of just pressing on space over and over again. And even though if you do not have tab, what you can do is I'm going to do is remove grid lines. I'm going to do is type in apple, double tab, orange, double tab. Then it's just going to go per centimeter or per point. So I'm going to do is just take it, double tab, berries, double tab, and then banana. Enter, apple. Instead of that, press on tab, orange, double tab, berries, double tab, and then banana. So even if you don't apply these, there is already a default tab which works in Microsoft Word, okay? So try using it. Get more free to it, get more friendly to it. It will save up a lot of time and make your work a lot more consistent and fast. So if you have any confusion or any question about this specific lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the table and also the modification of the table. We're going to do step by step. And if you've seen our previous lesson, you already know where we can find our table and how we can modify it. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto Microsoft Word and start our lesson. Welcome back to Microsoft Word. Now, in this lesson, we're going to open up a table. Now, where do you find it? So in this border section, you've already seen that we have this option called Draw Table. But there is also different methods of opening up or making a table. So the first thing we're going to do is go off to Insert. So we have completed almost all the tools and almost all the functionality which the Home ribbon offers us. So I'm going to go off to Insert, and then we have is this other section or a specific section just for table. So I'm going to do is click on Table, and there we go. The first method is going to be using these boxes. So these boxes are basically the cells. So how many cells you want, you'll be able to create it, and it will also give you a preview. You can see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and on. So make sure to use it up, and you can see that obviously still there is like the limitation up to 8, and you can see 8, 10 is to 8. But what if you want more? Let's just make something like 4 to 4, or maybe something like this. So we have created a table. Now, the different method is going to be, let's say, using numbers. So I'm going to do is click on Insert Table. Now, the number of rows and columns. So let's say I'm going to do is put a number of column. Let's say I want 8 columns, and I only want, let's say, 3 rows. And you can also fix the column width, the autofill the content, and also autofit to windows. So I'm going to do is just press on OK. There we go. We have 8 columns and 3 rows. So this is basically how it works. Now, if you want to apply more, you can also do that. You can also increase the size like this, holding on to over here. There we go. And you can also change the position on wherever you want on your working space. So the next method is going to be clicking on Insert and clicking on Draw Table. Now, if you want to draw any specific table, just draw one. Let's say I'm going to do is draw one over here. I'm going to draw another one over here. And you can see I can just keep making tables over here. There we go. Now you can see this is not aligned perfectly. So what I can do is click on Home. I'm going to do is click on Insert, click on this Draw Table again so that it turns out to be something like this. Make sure to keep it at the center and align it perfectly. There we go. Now it is looking a lot more better and aligned and also professional. So make sure even when you make a table, keep it supple, keep it aligned, because if you follow those principles, you will get a professional looking and also a decent work looking table. Okay, so now we have all of these tables. But what if I want to make more tables? So first thing I'm going to do is remove these, delete. I'm going to do is just delete entire column. There we go. We have deleted the entire column. I'm going to do is make a couple of them. Now, if I take my cursor over here and press on Enter, it will make up another table or another column and row for me. Okay, so this is basically how it works. You can just keep on making, just keeping your cursor at the end of the last column or last row and just hitting on Enter. Okay, so that is basically how it works. Now, if you go off to Insert again, click on Table, and then we have is Convert Text to Table. So I'm going to show that to you too. So first off, I'm going to do is just select the whole thing, delete. I'm going to do is type in Table of Life. Do is just life. Now I'm going to do is select all of them, and I want each of them at a specific cell. So I can go off the table. I'm going to do is Convert Text to Table. Okay, so you can see all of them are now inside the table, and it looks quite good. It just saves up a lot of time instead of, making up more, or let's say making a table, putting it inside of cells, even though sometimes it's kind of like hassle because it just puts it up in however it wants. But if you are making something one-lined, you can use this, method, and it will make up the table for you, including the text inside of the table. Okay. Then the next option is going to be the quick tables. In quick tables, there are a couple of these pre-built template-like tables, which already has a style on it. If you want to use them, just click on any one you want. Let's say I want this one, and you can see that it has made up the table and it also has a bit of modification in it. So you can also use it. You can also increase it, hit on enter, just like basic ones, and it will make up a new table for you. Okay, so you can also remove all of them. Just select all of it and press on delete or backspace, and it will delete it up. Now, just like the same one, we can also draw tables from over here. I want table over here, table over here, table over here. You can put in how many tables you want. See how simple it is. You can also make diagonals. It's like totally up to you. Now you can also make diagonals by clicking on home, click on this border. You can put in diagonal border down, diagonal up, and those are now different sections. Okay, so you'll be able to use it just the way you want to. Hit on delete. There we go. All of them has been deleted. Okay, so the next tools which we have over here on the table is the last one, which is the Excel spreadsheet. Click on Excel spreadsheet. It will open up Excel in a minimalistic form for you. You can see that it is basically the workspace of Excel, right? But we're still on Microsoft Word. You'll be able to put whatever data you want like this. There we go. And you'll be able to access to all of the tools of Excel just by using these. And you can also take the whole thing, just cut this off. I'm going to do is just cut this. And you can also press on escape so that you just get back to, Microsoft Word. And you can put in whichever data you want directly on over here. Let's say I want to put in a couple of data. Hit on escape. There we go. We have all the data inside of this spreadsheet. So now you know how you'll be able to use Excel spreadsheet, customize it, modify your table. Now, there are also different type of modification. It could be either appearance or it could be either whatever you want. Now, when you select on this table, let's make another table. So I'm going to do is just select on this over here, click on table, just remove it, delete, just click on table. Let me just put my text over here. There we go. We have 3 of them. Do is hit on enter. There we go. We have a couple of texts, or let's say a couple of, tables. Now, when you click on or select a table, 2 of these options appear up, or 2 of these ribbons appear up, table design and layout. So if you want to customize your table design, you have all of these tools over here. The pre-built styles, you'll be able to apply it. You can see that it is changing. Then you can also select all of them up, go to table design, apply it just the way you want to. Select all of it again. And then we have is header row, first column, fix in the style options. We're going to go through the advanced one or enhanced one later on, but I'm just going to show you how you'll be able to apply those effects. Then we have is shading. If you want any shading underneath the table, you'll be able to apply it. Then we have is border style. You can also make it double border. You can see we'll be able to apply it too. And you can also apply pen color on any of them. You can see the double border over here. Then you'll be able to paint the borders however you want. So you can see it like this. Just click on it and it will make up the border for you, or double border just for you. And you can also customize it. There we go. I want this over here, and I want this over here, and I want this over here, and also this. There we go. You can see how good it is looking. So I'm going to do is just put this over here. Now it looks a bit more aligned and perfect. So we also have borders over here. You can also view grid lines if you want to inside of it. And even you can align text just by using tabs inside of these tables. Now, if you want to change the layout, go up to the layout section on this table option. Now we have view grid lines and properties. So we're not going to show you these. I'm going to do is draw a table, and you can also erase them. If you want to erase them, just click on the tables you want to erase. It will erase it up for you. You can also delete them, delete the cells. You can see it. Let's say I'm going to do is just select this part over here. I'm going to do is delete it. Delete cell. There we go. It has been deleted. Then you can also select this over here, go out to layout, and then we have is insert. If you want more cells on your table, insert above. You can also insert below. You can insert left and also right at the same time. You can also merge cells. If you want to merge 2 of them together, select up the cells which you want to merge. Click on merge cells. It has been merged. You can see all of them will be on this one now. Now if you click on this one again, and you can also split the cells. Okay, 2. You can also make another one just by putting in the number. Then we have a split table. You cannot split the table. So I'm going to split the table over here. There we go. It has been split. And also autofill with content, autofill with width, and also whatever you want. You can customize it just the way you want to. Now, another method of, let's say, enabling or, making new cells is going to be selecting or taking a cursor in between them. There we go. You can see that there is this plus option. Just click on this plus and we'll just keep applying more cells and more same number of rows and columns for you. But it's going to go one by one at a time. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to use these tools to make your table, modify them however you want. And then we also have height. You can fix the heights, the widths. Then you can also distribute the rows and columns. So I want to distribute it. You can distribute the columns however you want. Distribute. And you can also fix in the alignments, the text direction, the cell margins. Press on OK. And you can also sort it up. You can repeat the header rows, convert it to text again if you have text inside of it. Let me just show it to you. I'm going to do is just delete all of these. Do is just select all of them. Delete. Go. All of them deleted. Let me just take it. Table of life. I'm going to do select it. I'm going to do first off turn into a table. Okay. And if you go off the layout, you can also convert it to text back again. See? So now you know how you'll be able to use these tools to make your own table and also modify it according to its basis, according to its size, and also its appearance. And you can also draw and remove it and also customize it just the way you want to. And hope you understood everything about this lesson on customizing and also creating your own table in Microsoft Word. And if you have any question or any confusion about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word.
Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can add graphical objects in your Word document. Well, this video is going to be a bit longer than the ones which you've already seen because there are a ton of graphics which you can apply in your Word document. Are a couple of alternate methods, and also we're going to access through the web how we can get those, graphical contents which we desire to add in our document. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. So just as you open up Microsoft Word on your device, the first thing which we have to do is go off to our insert ribbon. Now on our insert ribbon, we are going to get all of those tools, how we can apply our graphical content, our graphical additions, which we're going to apply on our document. Okay, so it all belongs on this illustration and media section. And there are also a couple of other things which we are going to show you later on after this lesson. And even though there are also a couple of extensions which you can use to add in graphical content on your Word document. And this is going to be very vast because first off, what you have to do is make sure that you're connected to the internet so that you get access to full functionality of Microsoft Word and also the graphical contents which you're going to use. Now, just as we've hopped on in Microsoft Word, the thing what we're going to do is going to be clicking on these options. So we're going to start off with our pictures or whatever we have over here. So when you click on pictures, we can apply 3 types of content from 3 different places. Now, it could either be from your device, the stock images of Microsoft Word, or let's say Microsoft Suite, and also the online pictures connected to Bing. So Bing is mostly optimized in Microsoft Word, so you can try each and every one of them. And obviously, I'm also going to show you how you can use photos or pictures from your device and how you are going to get them. Now, it could be either from your camera roll or maybe even you're saved from your VCIM folder. But I'm going to suggest you that if you are working, or let's say if you want to download some photos, I'm also going to show you a couple of websites from where you will be able to get quality royalty-free content or quality royalty-free photos and even videos. Okay. So the first thing we're going to be doing is going to be, first off, we have this device. So let's just skip this part for now. Let me just show you the other ones because I have to show you a couple of websites too. So first off, we have is the stock image. So it's going to be a couple of images which Microsoft Word has under their supervision. So you can click on stock images and this type of interface will open up. But one thing you have to keep in mind, that make sure that you're connected to the internet so that you get full functionality of it. You can see the stock images of Microsoft Word. There are a couple of photos which you will find over here. You also have the stock images search. You can also get the premium version if you want to, but I do not recommend using the premium version because still it would not be royalty free. But if you want to, use them, you can try getting the premium. Okay. So you can use them, whichever one you want. And you also have a couple of categories to select from. So there's like a vast amount of, graphical content, which lays over here. And then we also have icons, which you can use. I most of the time try using icons from the stock images or the stock of Microsoft Word because the icons are all of them SVG, which is scalable vector graphic. No matter how much you extend it, no matter how much you condense it, it will not lose any quality. So these are quite good. There's also like a couple of categories. There's like a vast amount of categories to select from, and this is quite good to use from. Okay. Then we have is the cutout of people. You can also use cutout of people, but most of the better ones which you see over here are going to be premium. So if you think of getting premium, you will be able to use the better ones, which you will find out on the stocks of Microsoft. Okay. Then we have stickers. There's also tons of stickers, which you will find over here. There's like a couple of categories which you can select from. But if you get the premium, you will basically see that there are a lot of stickers, which you'll be able to use in Microsoft Word. Not only in Microsoft Word, you will be able to use it. If you get the premium, you'll be able to use it on all Microsoft suites, which you have, such as Premiere, or let's say not Premiere Pro. It's going to be Presentation, Excel, and then so on. Okay, so you can just get them and see how it works. Then we have is illustrations. We have also a couple of illustrations which Microsoft stock offers you. You will be able to get a vast amount of these options which you will be able to select and use them just however you want. And then we also have the cartoon people. Well, this is mostly available on the premium version of Microsoft. You have to go premium and then you will get access to a lot of, entire catalog of premium cartoon people. So this is basically how it works. And another thing is that you will be also able to give feedback on which one you're using or even the functionality which you're using. If you like it, just send a smile. And then we also have send a frown. You'll be able to use however you want. And the next option which we have on the pictures is called the online pictures. So there we have is online pictures, and it will connect you directly to Bing. As you can see, this is powered by Bing. So basically this is kind of like, addition to another web browser. Okay, or a web engine. So basically whatever image you will be able to find on Bing, you'll be able to find it on Microsoft Word as an extension. It's not basically an extension, it is now powered, or Microsoft Word is now using it directly. Okay, so they have this collaboration, so you'll be able to use whichever photos you find over here, and you can also search for them. Let's say I'm going to do is search for holy. I'm going to do search in holy, hit on enter, and you can see that there are tons of photos which you'll be able to use on holy. And there also, let's say I'm going to type in Easter Sunday, hit on enter, and you also have Easter Sunday. So basically whatever photos you want to search, it needs connection to your internet. Okay, so make sure that you're connected to the internet and you'll be able to get access to all of the photos which you find on Bing. Okay, so same type of feature over here too, and the search bar, and there are also like a couple of categories to select from. Okay, now the last one which we have over here is called this device. Now this device is going to be a bit different because either you need to upload it from your device or even from your cloud. So when you click on this device, this type of interface opens up. But as I do not have any photos right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you where you can get your photos from on a web browser, or let's say a specific website. I'm going to show you two websites. So first off, open up your web browser on your device. Just as you have your web browser turned on, what you're going to do is just go off your web browser, and then what you're going to do is search in for pixels. Just type in pixels.com. Okay, hit on enter, and there you go. This is the site which you want to use. All of the photos which you see over here, and even the videos which you see over here, all of them are royalty free. So I'm going to do is just download a couple of them. I'm going to click on download. There we go. It will just download on my device, on my download file. There we go. Download it. I'm going to do is download a bit more. Let's say I'm going to download this one too. So we have two photos. Okay, I'm going to do is download a video. This time I'm going to do is check download. There we go. Two of them downloaded. And then I'm going to do is just go up, and then I'm going to do select on videos. And what I'm going to do is use this. There we go. It will take a bit of time to download it up, and it will just download. And then we're going to do is upload it up and see how it works on our Word document file. Okay, it takes a bit of time to download depending on your network speed. So as it has been downloaded, you can see it over here, almost downloaded. I'm going to do is just go off to Microsoft Word. There we go. I'm already in Microsoft Word right now. And then I'm going to do is just click on window, click on pictures, this device. And then I'm going to do is just go off to downloads. And there we have our photos. I'm going to do is just select on these. I'm going to do is use this, click on insert. And there we go. We have uploaded our photo directly on our Word documents. And what I'm going to do is just go off to our next page. There we go. I'm going to do is apply another one, insert pictures, this device. This one is supposed to be it. Okay, this is not the one. Let's use the second one. I'm going to do is just go off to insert again, this device. Second one, insert. There we go. We have two of the photos applied on our Word document. So you can see that this is basically very simple and very easy to use, or how you can apply photos in Microsoft Word. Okay. And this lesson is basically how you'll be able to apply those graphical contents. So in a later lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to edit them. And you have to just keep in mind that whenever you apply a photo, this picture format ribbon will open up and you'll be able to customize it. Okay, so I'll just show it to you later on. Now let's move on to our next ones. Now you already know how you'll be able to use your photos. Now you can also customize it. You can reshape it. You can also move it wherever you want. You just have to put it in a free form, and then it will just, you'll be able to use it wherever you basically want it to be. Okay, now the next options, or the next graphical content which you will be able to apply, are going to be the shapes. So the shapes are going to be very useful if you are using Microsoft Word. Okay, so there are like tons of shapes which you'll find over here. Select on any of the shapes you want. There is also a couple of categories such as recently used, lines, rectangles, basic shapes, block arrows, equations, flowchart, stars and banners, callouts. Well, these are almost available on all versions of Microsoft Word. But if you use a newer version of Microsoft Word, you have this new option called New Drawing Canvas. You can apply a new drawing canvas, and then you'll be able to apply, or whatever inside of this one. Okay, so try using this, and obviously if you want that feature, you have to upgrade or update your Microsoft Suite to the newest version, and you'll be able to work in that panel. Okay, so let's go off to the next one. Let's use a couple of shapes over here. Let's say I'm going to do is make some shape. As you click on any of the shape, you will basically see your cursor will turn into this pointer over here. Now what you're going to do is just drag your mouse holding on your left mouse key, and there we go. We have a shape. Now if you want to remove it, I'm going to do is just use undo. So one thing you have to keep in mind is that Control Z is for undo and Control Y is for redo. So try using them too. Okay, so as you click on any of the shapes, just make sure to apply a shape. And I have a hack for you, or let's say a tip. If you want a perfect shape you want to apply on your Microsoft Word document, hold on a shift and then make your shape. Okay, you can see it over here. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to do is click on another shape over here. Let's say I want a perfect circle. I'm going to do is hold on a shift, and there we go. If you let go of shift, you'll basically see that it will get back to its free form. But when you hold on a shift again, it will be a perfect circle, or not even a perfect circle. It will give you the perfect shape of basically everything. Okay, so basically now you know how you'll be able to apply shapes. and how you will be able to, also adjust them and also make a perfect shape. Now you can also see that there are a couple of these shapes which you'll be able to use, but when you hold on a shift, it will just make you a perfect shape. And you can see that in a couple of shapes, there are these yellow dots. So these dots are basically for adjusting it, but the yellow dots are basically for fixing the curvature. You can see now you'll be able to make your pie chart and make it however you basically want. You can apply another one, change the color, and also you can customize it just the way you want. But just like I said, this lesson is just for how you can apply those graphical content, not edit them. So in our next lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to edit those graphical content however you want. Okay, now let's go off the insert again. Now the next option which we have is called the icons. So you've already seen the icons panel where we've opened up our stock and you'll be able to use images. So the icons are basically the same from over here. You'll be able to use them. Let's say I want to do is use 2, click on enter, and there we go. We have our shape applied and you'll be able to use them wherever you want. You can increase the size. There we go. And you can also ungroup them if you want to. What you have to do is just right click on it and then you'll be able to group them up or yes, and able to see that now there are 3 elements which you are able to use, or even 4 or 5. See, now this is very simple to do, so make sure to use them however you want until you get your desired result. So this is basically how you'll be able to use these graphical content or graphical additions in your Microsoft Word document. Now the next option which you see over here is called the 3D models. So the 3D models are very simple. So you'll be able to download 3D models from online, but I would prefer using this from your stock because those are also quite professional. So first off, you can open up your 3D elements from this device, or which is going to be your device, and then you can also use the stock 3D models. Just click on it, and it will open up this panel. Make sure you're connected to the internet. You can see these are online 3D models. You'll be able to search for them too. So from here, you also have a couple of categories to use from. Let's say I'm going to do is use a ball. Hit on enter. And there are a couple of these 3D models which you'll be able to use. Let's say I'm going to do is maybe use this one or maybe this one. Let's say I'm going to do is use this. Click on insert. And then I have to wait for a bit until it is inserting our model over here. It will download it up. And it will put it up on our screen and you'll be able to rotate it and see it from all angles. Now you can also apply animated 3D model. So what I'm going to do is just go off to our next page. I'm going to do is just go off to our next page. I'm going to do is apply another one over here, 3D model, 3D stocks. And then you'll basically see that the couple of them has a specific icon, which means that they are animated. Something like this, okay? Like this. You can use them. What I'm going to do is use this, click on insert, and it will insert up the 3D model on my page. I just have to wait for a bit because it will take a bit of time because these are animated 3D models. Because if it's not, it will take less time. So I'm going to do is just increase the size, and there we go. You'll be able to rotate it and you'll be able to play it up and see it from all angles. So now you know how you'll be able to use these animated 3D models on your device in Microsoft Word. And you can also use the same features on almost all Microsoft suites. Okay, so try using them. And obviously, if you have a premium, you'll be able to get more 3D models on your device or on your Microsoft Word. Let's just remove them because we don't need it anymore. Okay, now let's move on to our next one, which we have is called a SmartArt. So if you want to apply any SmartArt lists, you'll be able to use them from over here. I'm also going to be showing you how you'll be able to use them and how you'll be able to make a perfect chart for you. So let's say I'm going to do is just apply any one of them, and you can see you'll be able to apply your text however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is just type in apple, and the next one is orange. The next one is going to be banana. Now let's say I'm going to do is just type in this one, berries. And the last one, let's say it's going to be, let's say, peach. See? And you'll be able to customize it just the way you want to. Okay, so and you'll be able to remove them. Another thing is that when you open up this panel and you go off to the next, or let's say the last one, if you hit on enter, it will make up another box for you, which is going to be working the same way as it works on a specific page. when you're using a bullet, when you press on the next one, it just makes you up another bullet. So that is how it works. So you'll be able to apply it. You'll be able to change the feature, and you'll be able to change the layout directly from here too. And you can also reset the graphic if you don't want to. Just click on reset graphic. And what we'll do is just, if you have any customizations applied, click on reset graphic and it will go back to its default self. Okay, so let's go after the insert, and we are done with our SmartArt, and there are also a couple of them able to use on your device. So I'm going to do is just delete this. Let's move on to the next one, which we have is chart. If you want to use any chart on your device, or let's say on your Word, you'll be able to use a couple of them, which you can find over here. Now, in our next lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to customize them. So don't worry. You just have to know where these tools are in this lesson, okay? So you don't have to worry. We're going to go step by step. So make sure not to skip any part, because in this lesson, I'm just showing you where you'll be able to and how you'll be able to do it. Let's try applying this one. You also have a preview over here. Press on OK, and it will make up the chart directly for you. And also this Excel panel will open up so that you can enter your data. And it is better to use on Excel instead of like, a chart, or let's say instead of like a SmartArt, because the data can be kind of, complex, and the chart can sometimes be very small and sometimes very unadjustable. So try using the Excel, which is a lot better. And the last one, which we have over here on this illustration panel or the illustration section, is called the screenshot. If you want to use any screenshot, first off, make sure that you have whatever you need on your background turned on. Let's say I have this panel over here. I'm going to do is just click on screenshot, and you have two of these panels. So I'm going to do is click on this. There we go. So as I have my Chrome open, so it has just directly taken that screenshot and used it directly over here. But in our older versions, sometimes what happens is that you get to snap your like screenshot. Okay, so if you're on a newer version of this, you'll be able to use screen clipping and also directly use your like panel which you already have on. You can also click on screen clipping, and you'll be able to see that your screen will turn white, and then you'll be able to take a screenshot of whichever part you want. So this is like very simple. Okay, so try using and fiddle through these tools, because these are quite important and also quite convenient in a couple of times. So go off to insert again, and the last option which we have over here is called the online videos or medias. Now you can use online videos if you want to. It will take you directly on on this section over here. Now what you have to basically do is that you have to copy and paste the address of your video. Now what I'm going to do is just go off to my web browser. Let's say I'm going to just click on this, and what you're going to do is just take this copy. What you're going to do is just click on share. I'm going to do is just copy the link, and you can see set a link, and I'm going to just go off the web, like my Microsoft Word, paste it up, and you can see it could not recognize, but sometimes what happens is that it can't. So make sure that it can. So try using a couple of them. Let's say I'm going to just use this, Control C, go back to Word, online videos, paste it up, and let's check if it can. Okay, it can't right now. So sometimes what happens is that it only recognizes a couple of websites or web browsers to get those videos from, such as going to be Bing, or sometimes going to be YouTube. But YouTube is not royalty free, so I would suggest you do not use it, because there are a couple of copyright claims and also laws, so I'm not going to suggest you to use them. So if you have any specific videos which you want to use and it's your own, so you'll be able to upload it directly from this online videos options and medias. And you can also open up videos if you want to on Microsoft Word in different ways, such as sharing, and then it's going to be applying and opening up a couple of contents. So try using those features and try using this graphical content, whichever you have over here in Microsoft Word. And one thing is that try to make sure that you do not skip any part, because all of these are quite important. And if you skip a couple of parts, you might miss out on something. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and hope you understood everything. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word, where we are going to learn about how we can edit those graphical content in Microsoft Word. Welcome to our new video of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can edit our graphical content in our document. So this is going to be a longer video and longer than the previous ones, just like I said in the previous lesson. So make sure not to skip any part because you might miss out on something. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As we've opened up Microsoft Word on our device, the first thing which we're going to do is going to be uploading or applying the graphical content and edit them however we want. So first off, let's start with our pictures. Click on Pictures, this device. I'm going to do is use one of these pictures over here. There we go. We have our photo. Now, first off, we're going to do is edit our photo. Now, how do you do that? Now, obviously, as this is going to be a Word and as this is a word processing software, you cannot expect much out of this on editing a video. So what will happen is that you can remove the background, which is the first functionality which it offers. So let's click on this remove background and let's see how this removes the background off our photo. You can see that Microsoft Word has still scanned it quite well, but not that well, okay? But still it has given us a background removal. So what I'm going to do is keep the change, and there we go. We have the change of the photo, which we have over here. Okay, so you can see that you can remove your background of your photo just by using Microsoft Word. And obviously it's not that good, but it's not that shabby either. So the next tool which we have to edit our photo. Now, first thing you have to keep in mind that when you add a photo, this new ribbon opens up to edit your photo. If you've seen our previous lesson, you already know about this. Okay, so the next tool which has been applied or which has been given by Microsoft Word to edit your photo is going to be the correction. Now you can fix in the sharpness and softness of the video by using these options. Now you will get a preview. You can see this is sharpen 25, then this is sharpen 50%. You will get a preview on your working space. Now you can also see the soften 25. You can see this has been softened, and you can see soften 50%, and now it is getting blurred. So I'm going to keep the sharpen on 0% and keep it however it is. Now you can also fix in the brightness and also the contrast. There's like a vast amount of selections which you'll be able to use. You have this from the darkest to the brightest. So basically you can use whichever one you want, and obviously you get a preview of each and every one. So I'm going to use one on the middle and looks quite good. So I'm going to do is just increase the size. There we go. Totally perfect. So as we have our photo, now the next option or the next edit which we're going to apply is going to be the color filters over here. So click on this color option, and there you have three types of recoloring option. It could be the color saturation, it could be the color tone, and it could be the recolor. You can apply new color tints on your specific photo. So let's say I'm going to start off with recolor. Over here, let's say I'm going to use, I need a bit of, this type of, sepia or a bit of orange type of tint. So I'm going to do is apply that. And next thing I'm going to do is going to be fixing the color tone. So I'm going to get a preview of each and every one. Let's say we have 5300, the 5900, and then we have a 7200. And there are a couple of them which I can choose from. So let's say I'm going to use first off fixing the color saturations. I'm going to do is reduce it a bit, 33%, or maybe saturation 0%. You can see it over here. Let's say 33% is quite better. I want it to be a bit darker. Now I'm going to do is change it to maybe, all I'm going to do is change this to this one. Okay, nothing too shabby. So you'll be able to fix in the color saturation, the color tone, and also recolor it. And if you want new colors or new color tints to be applied on your specific photo, what you can do is just click on more variation, then click on whichever tint you want to apply, and that tint will be applied on your photo. So just like I said, it's not too much of a photo editing software or photo editing functionality, but it's not too shabby either. You can recolor your photos and also make your color pop on your photos. Okay, then you can also apply in transparent color. You can apply that, and you can also picture color option. You can see it over here. This type of panel opens up, and you'll be able to fix in the saturation by using this option over here, this slider. You can fix in the temperature, you can recolor it, you can apply presets and also presets of your color saturation, just like you did over here. Now the next option which we have over here is called artistic effects. Now, there are a couple of artistic effects which you'll be able to use from over here. Now, there are a couple of them you'll be able to use, let's say marker, I have it over here. Then we also have a couple of them, pencil. Then we have is this pencil grayscale or pencil sketch. So try to use whichever one you want, and nothing's too shabby basically. So it will give you off something quite good, and the background which has been removed and the part which has stayed, it's not looking that bad either. So you can use whichever one you want. There we also have pop and a couple of them. Okay, so what I'm going to do is apply one of this. Okay, you can see now this is looking quite good. It will take a bit of time to load all those effects directly, and obviously you have a couple of effects, and you can also download these effects and also apply it. You can see artistic effect option. You have the shadow, reflection, glow, soft edges, 3D format, 3D rotation, artistic effects. You can apply whichever one you want basically and see that how it basically works. Okay, so make sure to use those features and get your result however you want. Okay, so now the next option which we have over here is called the transparency. Now you can fix in your transparency however you want. Let's say I have the darkest transparency, which is 100%, and then you can just go down and down until it just, disappears or something like this. So there are also a couple of percentages, and if you want more, you have this option over here on this transparency. You can fix in the transparency of the effect, but if you want transparency by using a slider, what you can do is just click on transparency, click on picture transparency option, and you have this transparency over here, and you'll be able to fix out the percentage and even put in the number. Okay, so make sure to use this transparency over here and just get it the way you want it to be. Okay, now as you fix in the transparency, the next things which you can apply over here are going to be the compress picture option and also the change picture option, and the last one which you will see is going to be the reset picture. Now all of them are going to belong on this adjust panel. So we also have a couple of other options which you can apply, and obviously just like I said in my previous videos, that you can use selection pane on when you're using a couple of graphical content, like it's going to be layers. Okay, so let's move on to our next tools which we have over here is going to be compress pictures. Now on the compressed picture, what happens is that if you have a photo which is exceeding the limit of the margin, now you want to make it fit to your screen or in your margin, what you can do is just compress the photo in such a way that it adjusts itself to the margin and keeps the photo intact without losing any of the resolution. Now the next option which we have over here is going to be the change picture option. Now if you want to change the picture without it, like removing it, you can change the picture directly. Just click on this option, change, just click on this, and it will open up a new platform for you, and you'll be able to select whichever photo you want. Just click on the photo which you want to replace it to and just click on insert, and it will replace the photo, removing the photo totally. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to change the picture. Now whatever effect you want to apply on a specific photo, just like I have over here, now I've undone the process. Now if you want to reset the photo to get back to its default self, what you can do is just click on reset picture, and it will get back to how it was on the default self. Okay, now there are also a couple of pre-built like templates which you'll be able to use as a style on photos too, just like you did on a couple of text. Now on home, we've learned about the styles on text. Now we can apply the styles on a specific photo if you go off the picture format and on the section of picture styles. So from here, you'll be able to use a couple of boundaries, or let's say a couple of borders, which will make your photo look sometimes a bit better, or maybe it will just fill up your criteria. So try using them, fiddle with these tools, and find out the ones which you need. So there are a couple of them. Let's try applying just one of these, and you can see this is how it basically looks like. And whenever you hover your mouse over those, the specifications or whichever type of borders you want to use, you will get a preview of how it looks like. So try using them and find out the ones, whichever one you need. And the next thing is that you'll be able to change the color of the border. You can change the picture effect, and you can also change the picture layout of each and every one of these boundaries. So let's try changing the color of, let's say, the picture border. Let's say I want a bit of black. You can see now the color is changing. You can see this is green, and if you don't find the color, whichever one you need, you'll be able to go off to the RGB panel and use whichever color you want. And you can also change the weight of the border, the type, and also the dashes. So try using them, and you can also use high contrast. Okay, so you have to enable it, and then you'll be able to get access to all of those features. Now, the next option which we have over here are kind of like the same graphical content edit, which I've done in my previous videos.
So it is going to give you something like maybe a couple of presets, something like shadows, reflection, glow, soft edges, bevels, and 3D rotation. Now, altogether, if you combine them, you will be able to make your own style. You'll be able to make your own effect, which you'll be able to apply on your photos or even on every graphical content which you are using. Then the next option which we have is called the picture layout. Now, this is most of the time used for smart art objects or maybe sometimes even like charts. So you'll be able to apply those effects, something like this, and you don't even have to change it or let's say make another shape and apply your photo inside of it and make something like a fill art out of it. So you can try fiddling through these options too. It will give you a text effect. It will give you a text space, and you don't even have to waste your time, making the boundaries, cropping the photos, and also applying more text inside of it. So you can use those picture layouts, and basically we're almost done with the picture edits. Now the next options which we have over here are going to be the wrap text. If you want to wrap your text around your photo and you want to, merge them together, you can just click on this wrap text, and there are a couple of these options which you have over here. You can put them behind the text, in front of the text, and you can also put in true, tight, or square, whichever, adjustment you want. Now, the next options which we have over here are basically the sizes. Now, first off, let's go for the rotate. If you want to rotate your photos, you have these options over here. You can rotate your photos however you want, and you can also flip them, and also it works on both scales, which is going to be vertical and horizontal scale. Okay, so the next option which we have over here is going to be the height and width, which is going to be the cropping of photos. If you want to crop your photos, you have this option over here. You can see now on the corner of the photo, you see this couple of handles you'll be able to use and adjust the size of whichever size you want to use. So this is basically kind of like very simple. You just have to fiddle through these tools and get your exact results or to fill up your criteria. So basically now you know almost all the features or almost all the effects or changes which edit, or let's say edits, which you can apply on your photo. Now let's move on to our next one, which is going to be our shapes. So let's apply a shapes. Okay, let's apply a couple of them. I'm going to do is just apply another one. So we have two of these shapes over here. Now, if you want to edit them, you can see for picture, we have picture format. And for shape, we have shape format. So go off the shape format, and from there, you'll be able to edit the shape. Let's say I want to edit the points. So you'll be able to edit the points however you want. You can draw a text box inside of that shape, and you'll be able to insert more shapes inside of that specific shape, which you've selected. Now you can also change the shape style however you want. So it's basically up to you however you want to use it. Now the same thing works over here. You'll be able to change the shape fill. Let's say I want maybe green. Now let's say I want the shape outline to be a different color, or maybe I want the shape effect to be a bit different. So you'll be able to apply whichever effect you want on any of these shapes which you are using on Microsoft Word. So let's move on to our next tool of the shape effect or this shape option. Next we have is the word art styles. If you are friendly or if you've used Microsoft Word or any of Microsoft Suite softwares, you already know how this word art works. So it's basically like a couple of styles which is kind of like pre-built. So you can use them whenever you want. Let's try to make a text box first and then put in our word art. Now you can also find the word art on our previous, or if you're using an older version of Microsoft Word, you will find your word art on the home ribbon. But if you're using a newer version, you can see the word art is also on the insert ribbon. So you can click on word art, and there are a couple of these effects which you will be able to apply. And whatever you apply, you can see the text has already been applied. Okay, so it is basically kind of like the default. Even if you reset the text or even if you reset the styles, it will still remain the same because this is how the word art works. Okay, so try using these word arts, and these are quite helpful and saves up a lot of time in a couple of cases. Okay, so let's move on to our next option as we are almost done with our shape format. You can align text, you can change the text fill, you can change the text outline and also the text effects which you apply on a specific shape in Microsoft Word. And another thing is that I'm going to be showing you about the layers over here is that let's say I want the shape now to be underneath this box. So how do you do that? You can just click on this bring forward or send backward. Just when you click on send backward, it will go back underneath this shape. Now, how do I get that back? So you have this option called selection pane. Now you can see the oval is this one, right? When you select it, it will be selected on over here too. So we have the text box underneath. So if I take it at the top, it will gain its position back at the beginning or at the front again. So this is basically like, Photoshop. If you've used layers already in our previous lesson, we've already shown you about the selection pane. So basically, you can fiddle through these tools, and these are quite helpful in a couple of cases, just like I said. So try using it, and you can also align it to the left, center, middle, top, bottom, horizontal, vertical. So try using them and fill up your criteria according to your work. Okay. So there we go. We have our shape editing. And now the next option, which we have over here, is going to be the icons. So icons is basically kind of like shapes. So you can apply any icon which you want. You can like see this, and you'll be able to, change it, convert it into a shape. And you can see now there will be a couple of these options which you'll be able to select individually and use them individually however you want. And you can also group them up together and remove them whenever you want. So let's move on to our next option, which is going to be our 3D model. Well, there's nothing to edit on our 3D model. So I'm going to move on to our SmartArt. So when you click on any of these SmartArts, just click on any of them, press on open, and there you go. It has opened up. Now, there are a couple of these styles which you will be able to apply, and you can also reset them later on. So try using them, fiddle through these tools and fiddle through these effects and find out the one which you want. And if you want to change the layout, just click on this option. It will change the layout without even removing it. And you can also move up and down. It's like totally up to you. You can see it over here. So then you can also demote it. And you can also move to the right, to the left. You can add in more bullets on your specific text or specific, parts of the whole art. And you'll be able to change the color to, there is like a couple of, color palettes which you'll be able to use. And there's also a couple of themes which you'll be able to apply. And you can obviously change the shape, and you'll be able to change the size of the whole thing. Okay. And you can also reset the graphic of however it was if you apply any effect. Okay. So let's move on to our last one, which is going to be our chart. So let's go off to insert again. And on our insert, we have the last one, which is going to be charts. Click on charts and find out the one which you want to use. Let's say I want to use this, press on open, and it will apply the chart on your Word. And then you can see that the document has opened this up, and you'll be able to change all of this content or all of the data through Microsoft Excel panel. And you can increase the size to see, and you can like increase more of it just by hitting on enter. And you can see when we increase this section, it will also increase the charts or increase the legends inside of this whole box. So what I'm going to do is insert one more. 12. I'm going to do is type in a couple of numbers. Okay, this is like too much. So I'm going to do is just remove it. Let's say I'm going to put in 2. There we go. I'm going to do is just decrease it just a bit. There we go, looking quite okay. And I can see that as we have all the contents, the chart will also, give you data according to it. And if it doesn't, what you have to do is just change it so that you can see which part of it is being expressed or which part you want it to express, okay? So you can customize the same things by going off the chart design. You can change your chart type. You can apply a couple of chart styles, which are basically pre-built, and you'll be able to set the data, edit the data. You can change the chart type directly. You can apply quick layouts, and you'll be able to apply chart elements such as axis, then chart title, data labels, errors, legends, lines, and all of them. And you can also go off the selection pane and also make sure to position them wherever you want on your document. So try using them wherever you want, and you can also change the vertical scale and also the horizontal scale. Let's say you want it to be horizontal, click on horizontal. And if you want it on the vertical scale, you can apply it and it will appear on the vertical or horizontal scale according to your need. And you can go off the format and change it just the way you change your shapes. So hope you basically understood everything about this lesson on Microsoft Word, on how you'll be able to, edit your graphical content in Microsoft Word. And if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And make sure to not skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on a couple of things which might cause a hassle later on. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word.
Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the additional tools in the insert ribbon of Microsoft Word. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson and start getting on the lesson step by step on each tools and also functionality which Microsoft Word has to offer. So let's hop on Microsoft Word. As we are back on Microsoft Word, the first thing we're going to do is go off to the insert ribbon. Now on the insert ribbon, what we're going to do is going to be showing you all of these tools step by step. Well, these are basically kind of like additional tools which you'll be able to use to make your work look a lot more better and to make it more organized. So let's start off with our first one, which is going to be the link. So what is this link option? So if you want to maybe make a paragraph, so let me just go off on home. And I'm going to go off to add-ins and let's open up Wikipedia and let's search for something. Let's say I'm going to do is search for maybe mango. Okay. Hit on enter and you can see that there are a couple of these texts which work as a hyperlink. Okay. So what if you want to apply the same kind of effect or the same type of feature on your own paragraph when you are working on your, let's say, document? So what you're going to do is going to be click on this hyperlink option. First off, what I'm going to do is type in the quick brown fox. So I have my text over here. Now I want to use brown and also fox, okay, to be a hyperlink. So I'm going to do is first off, increase the size. What I'm going to do is keep it 48. I'm going to do is cut off Wikipedia. Now I want to use the hyperlink on this one. First off, let's learn how to use the link. First off, when you click on link, you'll basically see that this type of interface opens up. Now, there are a couple of things which you'll be able to use when you are using this hyperlink option. Now, it could be either let's say it could be either a button to get access or get directed to any part of your web page, or it could be either from any part of the document. So you can see current folder, browse pages, and also recent files. Try to use it if you want to. So you can also use place in this document or even use create new document and also email address. So this is basically existing file or web page. Now, if you want to use hyperlink, first off, you have to put the hyperlink or the address to the link over here on this platform. So what you're going to do is open up any one of your browser which you have. As you can see that I have turned on my browser, I'm going to do search for brown, hit on enter. And then you can see that there are a couple of browns. So I'm going to go off to image and then I'm going to do is just take any one of these photos and I'm going to do is click on share. I'm going to do is just click to copy the link. Now, as I've copied the link, I'm going to go off to Microsoft Word. I'm going to do is put this over here. There we go. We have the photo link over here. Now I want it to be pasted on this brown as I've already selected it beforehand. So I'm going to press on OK. And now you can see that the brown text over here has turned into an hyperlink. Now, if you press on Control and select on it, it will take you directly to the web browser and open up that hyperlink for you on your workspace or on your device. Now, you might think that it only works if it only works on your device or not. Well, it will work on all platforms. Whoever opens up the document and whoever clicks that hyperlink, it will be directed over there. So make sure to use it, and it is quite helpful. Okay, so if you want the whole thing, just do the same thing and you'll be able to use it. Now I'm going to do is show you how you'll be able to use hyperlink for the same document. Click on link, and then we have is place in this document. Things over here. We have second page. You don't have to put anything specific. So I'm going to do is click on this Fox option over here. And then I'm going to do is click on link. And I'm going to do is place in this document. And you can see top or, heading which part you want, or you can also create a new document. And you can also see the, which folder you want to target it to, or which folder you want that person to be directed to. You can also do that. So what you're going to do is just place in this document. So let's say I'm going to do is click on target frame. You'll be able to put in target frame. Let's say I'm going to do is go off of the bookmarks or top of the document. Just press on that heading, whichever one you want. There we go. I'm going to do is just click on that and it will take you directly at the top. But one thing is that if I click on this, I'm going to go off to link and you can see place in the document. In this document means only on this one. So what you're going to do is select the top of the document, press on OK. When I click on this, it will take me to the top of this document just by clicking on over here. There we go. So now you know that you will be able to use this hyperlink or linking option for even
let's say getting directed to a web page, getting directed to a folder, and even getting directed to any part of your document which you already have turned on. So now you know how this link option works. Now the next tool which we are going to open up or show you is going to be the bookmark. Now, so just by hearing it, you already know what the bookmark will do. It will stay in a certain place so that you can find it easily. So click on bookmark. So let's say I'm going to do is bookmark Fox. Hit on add. There we go. Now the bookmark has been added over here. So you'll be able, let's say I'm going to do is just go off the bookmarks, click on Fox. What I'm going to do is go to, and that it has me right over here. So now you know that this is very simple, and you can use it whenever you want. And let's say I want to use this one as a bookmark. So click on bookmark. Let's say I'm going to do is add another one. You'll be able to add it up and use it whenever you want to. And you can just, make your own one, delete it, go to, just use it however you want. Okay. So the next option is called the cross reference. If you want to use a cross reference, let's say I want the reference type. Now you have this option called numbered item. Now let's say I want to use headings. Now insert reference to where. So I want the page number. So include above. So I'm going to do is use this. And you can see that there are a couple of these options you'll be able to use. You can see it, footnote, or maybe something like this, include above, and you'll be able to insert as hyperlink or choose for which footnote. So you'll be able to use the footnote, or let's say I want to use the heading. Now you can see this is the heading. I can select that part and I can use it and insert it, and you can separate the number if you want to as a cross reference, but you can also, let's say, such as linking up the same part, or let's say linking up to other parts of the same document. Now, example, you might use a cross-reference to link to a chart or graphic that appears elsewhere in the document, and the cross-reference appears as a link that takes the reader to the referenced item. Now, you can see that as we've used hyperlink over here, now you can use this heading up to a chart, or you can also insert a hyperlink if you want to. So what is going to be is that you have to put in a graphical content as a chart, and then you'll be able to use it. So try to fiddle through these tools and see how it works. So let's just try it, one of it. Okay. So let me just show to you how it works. Okay, you can see that we have this out over here. Now it works sometimes in cases when you are using, this cross-reference. So let me just show it to you. Let me say I'm going to do is use this fig option. I'm going to do is bookmark it. Okay. So let's say I'm going to do is type in FIG. Add it up. There we go. We have a bookmark. So first thing we're going to do is going to be typing it over here. I'm going to do is use the cross-reference option. So I'm going to use the bookmark fig. And then I'm going to do is use this bookmark text. I'm going to do is click on insert. And there we go. We have fig. So I'm going to do is just close it. Now you can see this is turned into a link. So you can click on it, and when you click on it, it will take you over here. So that is basically how you use cross-reference. Okay, so it basically works kind of like a hyperlink, but it basically is something like, some part of the same thing. It works in cases of, let's say, paragraphs or even a couple of figures which you can match up. Okay, so that is how it works on cross-reference. Then we have is this comment option. If you want to apply a comment on any specific part, let's say I want to start a conversation, whoever you want to deliver it to or collab with, let's say you want that person to edit a specific thing, so you can apply a comment that I want you to change this into red. I want you to change this into blue. So you can apply that comment and keep it over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in I want it red. Hit on this option, and this has been posted. So whenever you are delivering it to someone else, or let's say someone who's going to work on the same document, that person will open up and see the comments, and then you'll be able to see that the person who has applied the comment wants this part to be read, or whichever format they want it to be. So that is basically how this comments option works. Then we have is the header and footer, and then we have the page number. So we're going to go through them one by one. Let's just remove all of these because we are not going to be needing that. Delete. Then on the header and footer, you already know how this works. If you want a header, you'll be able to apply that. So let's say I want this, so you'll be able to apply the header text.
just on this header section. And on the footer one, you can just go off the insert again. Then we have footer. Now what type of footer you want, you'll be able to apply that. There we go. Now we also have header, and then we have is the footer. Okay, so basically this is how you'll be able to apply it. And if you want different type of header and footer, you can just toggle through each and every one. And then we also have header from office.com. Just make sure you're connected to the internet. Then we also have edit header and remove header. So try to use it whenever you want. Okay. So make sure you're connected to the internet and use whichever one you want. You can remove it and edit them whenever you want to. So let's say I want to remove the footer, and then you can also do the same thing, remove header, and you can see that only the section will be applied over here. Okay, so even after applying your header and footer, what if you want a page number? So if you want page numbers, what you can do is just click on this page number option. Now, wherever you want it, let's say I want the page margins, on the page margins, or maybe on the current position where you have your cursor, or maybe on the top of the page or the bottom of the page, you have all of these options over here. Try to use it. And if you want more, just make sure you're connected to the internet and go off to office.com, and you'll be able to use the online content, whatever there is. And you can also format the page number if you want to. Try just fiddling through it. It's just basically very simple. So, and then you also have this remove page number. Let's say on the top of the page, I'm going to apply one. And if you want to remove it, just go off the insert again, go off the page number, and remove page number from on this section. Okay, so basically this is how it works on when you are using this page number option in Microsoft Word. Okay, now let's move on to the next option over here. We have the text box, and this belongs to the text section of Microsoft Word. Insert ribbon. Now, if you want to apply a text box, what you're going to do is just click on this text box, and you'll be able to apply these options, but you can draw your own text box too. And it mainly works on, draw text box on Microsoft PowerPoint. So you can try using that. But if you want any specific style, you can use them from over here. Let's say I want this type of text box, and that specific style and also the specific text will also appear over here. So you don't have to edit it basically. So make sure you have your text over here and also your text box. Now, if you want to maybe make your own shape, what you can do is just click on this text box option, draw a text box, and then your cursor will turn into this pointer, just like when you make a shape. And obviously, when you click on shape, you also have this text bar or text box option. So you'll be able to make your own text box. So you'll be able to apply text wherever you want, even inside of a photo, or even if you're using a video. Okay. So make sure to use that. And it's quite useful in a couple of cases when you want a couple of text inside and outside of various parts of your documents where you can't put your text, but you can use the text box to apply text wherever you want, because that is basically a shape where you're going to put in your text box. Now, another thing which I'm going to show you is that I'm going to apply a shape. Let's say I want to apply this shape. Now, what if you want to put your text inside of the shape? Just double click on it, and you'll basically see that sometimes the cursor appears up. So what you're going to do is just click on this text, or, use your keyboard, type on your keyboard, and you will basically see the text will appear inside of that shape. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use a text box, and also how to use, the shapes as a text box too. So try using them, and these are basically a couple of these, fun tools which you will, spend a lot of time and, make your document look a lot better. Then we have is the quick parts. Okay, so we have auto text. Then we have is document property, the field, and then we have is the build. So basically what happens is that when you are using these, quick parts, it is going to use a couple of, data. It could be either personal, or it could be either the auto text. So you'll be able to use it. So now my name is appearing up because I have my account. Okay. And then we have the document property. Now it could be different type of properties. It could be an author. It could be an abstract. It could be category. It could be comment. It could be company. It's basically up to you. So you can use these options. It will just directly apply it over here, and you can put in your name, and you can also customize it just the way you want to. Okay, so make sure to, just fiddle through these tools, fiddle through these options, and these are quite fun. Then we also have building block organizer. If you want to use any built-in, features, building blocks, you'll be able to use that.
with the number, with the template, with the category, gallery, and also even the name. So try just fiddling through these tools. The next option is the word art. Well, we've already covered it up. So these are basically like, let's say pre-built text styles, which you'll be able to use. And these mostly work as, titles or, a couple of headings, which people use. So you can also use these options. Then we have is drop cap. We're going to skip that part. Then we have is signature line. So signature line is also very important when you are using or when you use it for official purposes. So you can use the signature option. Just click on this option, signature line. You can use Office signature line, or you can also add signature services. Now, these are going to be e-signature. It's not going to be some handwritten. So you have to make your own signature first, and then you'll be able to use that e-signature directly on your Word document. Then we have is date and time. Just like you are using the page number or even the time and all those, you'll be able to apply date and time just like you want. So you can apply those, press on OK, and that date and time will be put on your text, and you don't even have to type it in. It's going to update according to your CMOS battery on your device or on your PC. Okay. And then we also have a couple of date and time formats, which you'll be able to use. And if you want to update it automatically, let's say I want to update it automatically, you can press on this OK. And if you open it up tomorrow, you will basically see that it will just change up the time according to your CMOS battery. Then we have is the object. If you want to apply any object, just click on this object. And basically what happens is that it creates up a new format, or even sometimes it opens up maybe, let's say, a new file or a new format of another folder, or even sometimes a document. Now, it's not sometimes just the document. It could be a presentation. It could be a worksheet. It could be a slide. You can see that there are a couple of them. So let's say I want to use is, let's say I'm going to go down. I'm going to choose find add presentation, press on OK, and you will see that the presentation logo will open up, and you will basically be directed to PowerPoint presentation. And you can use all of the tools of Microsoft PowerPoint. So this is kind of like an extensions to use. You can use these objects to, open up a couple of other software. And also it basically just increases your functionality through just one device, or let's say one software. And there are a couple of, these softwares which you can get access to directly from Microsoft Word. So fiddle through these tools, and you also have text from file. You can also get the text from file if you want to. You can see it over here. Just upload it up directly from your, let's say, device. If you have, a couple of scripted, documents, you can just click on that, and all will be turned into text directly on your Word, or let's say on your document. So this is also quite helpful and handy in a couple of times. Let's say you don't have time to type all of that together or copy it, or you don't even have to copy it. What you have to do is just select the file, and it will already generate or analyze the data or scan the data inside of that document, and then put it up on your Word document, which you already have turned on. Okay. So the next option which we have over here is called the symbols section. In the symbols section, you will basically find out equation and symbols. Okay, so let's go off the equation. If you want to apply any equation, which is mathematical equation, you'll be able to apply it directly over here. There are a couple of, renowned, and also a couple of, most important ones, and, a couple of them which you'll be able to use. And if you want more equation, just make sure you're connected to the internet, and you'll be able to use tons of equations. And you can also insert new equation and also ink equation if you want. So you can insert it up on your own, and you can also ink it up if you want to. You can just use it like this. And this is basically kind of like, let's say, a pad where you'll be able to type in your equation, and it will turn it into, text in Microsoft Word. Okay. So fiddle through these options. And then the last one, which we have, is called the symbols. Now, if you are not familiar with symbols, sometimes you've used software such as, let's say glyphs. So if you've used Adobe software, those are there. It's called glyphs. So it is basically the same. So you'll be able to use tons of symbols or glyphs on this section. So you just select any one of them, and it will be applied into your Word document, just like, let's say, just like a text. So make sure to use it, and you'll be able to download it up on your device too if you don't have the specific font, just like you see. And you can see that the text in Arabic is being checked. Do you want to download proofing tool and future updates?
So you can see that if you're using the newer version of Microsoft Word, it analyzes everything and makes your work a lot more easier for you. And also it's going to give you troubleshooting option, bug fixing option, and also a couple of things which you want to use later on. And it's going to suggest you a couple of steps of how to use it without facing any hassle. So just like I said at the beginning of this course, make sure that you're connected to the internet and make sure that you are using the newest version of whatever software you are using, such as Microsoft Word, or let's say the Microsoft Suite softwares, okay? And if you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you, okay? And thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about themes and how the themes work and how you can customize the themes in Microsoft Word. And themes are only not for Microsoft Word. You can use the themes option in almost all Microsoft Suite softwares. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device and on my screen. Now, just like I said in this lesson, we are going to learn about themes. Now, basically, what are themes? So themes are basically the look and feel of the document. A template uses the theme look, but also adds text that you may want to use again and again. So basically, when you are using a template, it is not going to give you the same text over and over again. So you have to apply the same text, the same effect, or just, do the same process on and on. But when you're using a theme, you don't have to apply those effects, or you don't have to apply the things which you want on and on again. So that is basically the advantage and also the difference of a theme and also a template. So what we're going to do is, first off, we have this option called design. Okay. So on our design, we have the themes option, and there are a couple of the theme option which we'll be able to use and which we are going to cover up step by step in this lesson. So the first thing which opens up over here is called the themes, like this option or this section. So when you click on themes, there's going to be a couple of the themes which you'll be able to use, and these are the text options which you'll be able to use in the specific theme option. Now, first thing, just like I said, make sure that you're connected to the internet so you get most of the features. So first off, what you're going to do is going to be use any one of these themes which you find over here. Now you can see that there are a couple of them, so make sure to find your own one. Let's say I want to use this. When you click on that, and when you put in your data, you'll basically see that whatever type of shape you apply, even the shapes, they will have a specific color to it because it's now following the specific theme which you want to use. Now let's say I'm going to do is go off the design again. Now maybe I want, let's say, a droplet. So when I use this droplet option, we have a specific color scheme to it too. So when you go off the home, when you go off over here, you'll basically see that it is now following the same or the color palette according to our theme. So it just basically makes your workspace into a specific theme template, or maybe something, let's say, the look and the feel to it, which is going to be the same, and it's going to be an ongoing process. So go off the design, find out whichever theme you want, and then you'll basically see now it also applies a couple of font effects too, so try using it. And if you want different type of themes, you can also reset the theme from template. You can click on this theme template, reset on it, and you can see now it is back to how it was at the beginning. And there we also have a couple of these color palettes. We're going to go to that later on. Now the next option which we have over here is called the browse for themes. Now if you want to browse your PC for themes, just click on this option and you'll be able to get access to your drive, to your folders, wherever you have. One thing is that you can also download these themes and also use it directly on Microsoft Word. Now there are a couple of sites which you'll be able to use, which is going to be office.com, which is one of the most convenient one. So you can download that, apply it to Microsoft Word, or let's say just keep it on any folder, and you'll be able to open up just clicking on browse for a theme. Okay, and then you just click on the file and it will open up, or let's say it will be applied directly on your workspace or on your document. Okay, now the next one which we have is called the save current theme. Now if you have a specific theme applied and you want to save it up so that you can use it for later purpose too, so just click on the save current theme and it will save up that theme for you, and that is going to be basically it. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use this theme options over here and also all of the settings. Now, after you have selected your specific theme, obviously you want the text style to be different too, or the text style to synchronize with it. Okay, so if you want the text to be synchronized with it and have the same look and feel to it like a theme, then what you're going to do is use these options. Now there are a couple of these text options or built-in option which you'll be able to use. Now it contains of, let's say, a header, subheader, and also the body text. So all of them are basically kind of different, but even though what will happen is that it's going to follow the same step or the same type of effect and format on all pages. What I'm going to do is apply this. There we go. This is going to be our text. Hit on enter. There's going to be our text, and there's going to be our next text. Okay, so you can like follow the same thing. Let's say I'm going to put in a couple of text over here. I'm going to just select all of it and select on these options, and you'll basically see that it will have a difference on each and every one of them. Okay, and you can just extend its size and see how it basically works. You can see it, you can apply this. You'll be able to apply whichever one you want, and you can also see that this document has this specific style on it applied. So that is basically how it works when you are using themes and you want to synchronize it all together. So you can see this is basically how it works. You can also apply changes over here. Let's say I want to use this. You just have to select it first. You can change it over here, change all of it, and you can see now this one is also similar to the one which we have over here on design. Let's say I'm going to do is maybe use this one. Now if we go off to home, and you'll basically see that these are the type of styles which I'll be able to use, because on every specific, let's say, font, like a font theme or maybe any of the theme which you are using. So let's say I'm going to do select all of this again, and if I go off the design, let's say I want to do is change back to this one, and if I go home, and you'll basically see that it is now different. So it's also on the style, it will synchronize up with the theme which you are using. So each theme which you select, let's say I'm going to do is go off the design, and let's say I want to do is maybe use this one this time. And then if I go off on home, and you'll basically see now this is also a bit different. Okay, so whatever you do or whatever theme you apply, the styles are going to be synchronized with the whole thing. Okay, so now you know how this design basically works. Now, when you are using any specific theme, your specific theme is going to contain a color palette, or let's say a color, let's say, theme. So you can see that there are different color schemes which you'll be able to use. So you can see this is the red palette, we have the red orange palette, we have the yellow palette. Let's say I want the green palette, and if you go over on home and select on this, you can see all of the colors are now the green paletted. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do is use the specific color. I want this, or maybe this, or maybe this, but all of these colors are going to sync perfectly with it. So it just basically gives you off, or makes your workspace and also your work feel and the look to it to be the same. Okay, so it just kind of gives off the theme, or it just helps you to fix out the scheme of your work. Okay, so let's go off the design again, and the next option is the fonts. Now there is also a couple of theme-like fonts. If you're using this one, you have to use a couple of specific fonts. Okay, so let's say I'm going to use this, and the specific type of fonts will also appear up, which fonts you are supposed to use. You can see the theme fonts. So according to the theme, these two are the one which you're going to use. So on the headings, you're supposed to, or it's suggesting you to use Constania, and on the body, it is suggesting me to use Franklin Gothic. So you can use that. Let's say I'm going to use it. Let's try it out. Constania, I'm going to do is just increase the size. And on my body, I'm going to do is use
this theme font, which is going to be Franklin Gothic. So now you can see that it is now getting synced, and if I use any one of these, it will also look quite synced up with it. So try using it, and just fiddle through the tool so that you get your desired type of result. Let's go back to design again. And the next option which we have over here is called the paragraph spacing. So if you want paragraph spacing, you'll be able to apply it however you want. You can see that there are a couple of them. You have lines, no paragraph space, compact, tight, open, relaxed, and then double. So you'll be able to apply each and every one of them, also get a preview of it. And you also have custom paragraph spaces. You'll be able to see that this type of panel opens up, and you'll be able to fix out where you want your font to change on your heading, your body, abstract, goofy, or whichever one you can use Gothic, and you'll be able to fix in the size. Let's say I want 36, and then what we're gonna do is you can change the font color. You can fix in the paragraph position from the left to the right. You can fix it by specials and by which centimeter. You can fix it over here. You can fix the alignments where you want it, center, left, right, or justified. Then you'll be able to fix in the paragraph spacing before and after, and do the same thing on line spacing and also on which position. So after you're done, just press on OK, and then you'll basically see the effect which you've applied or customized just by using paragraph spacing will be applied over here. So you'll be able to customize them too, and also use the built-in ones. So I would suggest you to use, try using the built-in ones, but even if it's still not working out for you, you can go off to customizing, because customizing can sometimes be a bit complex to the new users. So I do not suggest using that. But if you are good with the measurements and you can fix it up, you'll be able to get a really good result. Now let's move on to the next one, which we have is effect. If you want to apply any effect on your theme, you can just, select them. Let's say I want to use this, and if I just go off the insert and I'm going to use a shape, it will have the same effect. You can just click on it, or you can see that it has the effect. If you go on design, then go off the effect, and you'll be able to change the effect over here. You can see the inset was already applied, and if I go over here, you can see this is how it will look like. And just go off the effect. So this is now looking a lot more visible. So you can see this is basically how it works. So you'll be able to apply effects on your text, even on your text, and also on your shapes. Okay, so fiddle through these options too, and you can also set it off as a default too, okay, so that you can use it again and again, just like a theme. So basically this option, or this design option, is basically all synchronized with the theme option. So you can apply the font, the color, the paragraph spacing, the effects, and also use it as a default. Now another thing is that if you are out of this document and you open up a new document, you will not have the same effects applied. It will just revert back to its default self, which is going to be Microsoft Word default, not your default. Okay, so fiddle through these tools and find out your own one whenever you want. Now the last tools which we have over here are the watermark, page break, and also, or let's say, the page color and also the page border. So watermark helps you to put in watermark however you want. You have a couple of the ones which you can see over here. Confidential, then confidential 2, do not copy, and do not copy over here, and also the urgent ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to use this. Let's say I want to use confidential 1, and you can see we have our watermark over here, and you'll be able to apply whichever one to. You can see this one, and you'll be able to apply whichever one you want. And if you want to customize your watermark, just click on that. You'll be able to fix in the color, the size, the font, the text, which language you want, the text watermark or no watermark. You can also put pictures as a watermark too. It's also up to you. You just have to upload the picture up. Let's say I want maybe this color, and you can just click on apply, and you have the color to be your watermark. Okay, and you have the other options too, such as more watermarks from office.com, and obviously sometimes it doesn't appear up because obviously you're going to need premium. And then we also have remove watermark. You can remove them whenever you want. Okay, then we have is the page color. If you want to change the page color, you'll be able to use that option from here. And one thing is that obviously it's going to have the same color scheme which you've selected to be your default color scheme or your theme of your work. So try using those options too. Let's say I have changed my color to this one. And the last one we have is the page border. If you want to apply any page border over here, select the one which you want. And if you've seen my previous lesson, you already know how this works. You'll be able to fix it from the left, from the right to the top, the bottom. Select on the page borders, and then you're good to go. You'll be able to apply shadow, the 3D effect, and also the box effect. And you have this different type of styles which you'll be able to apply. You'll be able to apply color, the width, the art, and also where you want your border to be. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the themes option, how you'll be able to customize it, and how you'll be able to use it to make your workspace a lot more easier and to follow the same things. So thank you for watching this video again up till the end. And if you have any question or any confusion about any part, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out through it. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the sharing and collaboration option and the feature in Microsoft Word. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft Word on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now the thing what we're going to do over here is going to be learning about the sharing and collaboration option. Okay, so if you are on the newest version of Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft suites, so you'll basically see on the top right corner, you have this option called Share. So when you click on that option, first off, you have to make sure that you're connected to the internet. Then you have this option called Share. So when you click on the Share option, it will show you this type of interface. So from here, you'll be able to upload your document to share it. Now there are a couple of methods. So it's not just this share option. There are also a couple of other options, okay? So basically what happens is that you'll be able to upload it to your OneDrive. So basically OneDrive is kind of like a cloud drive, just like Google Drive, but it's only powered by Microsoft Word, or let's say Microsoft. Okay, so what you can do is that you'll be able to upload it up and then share it as a link. Now you can either keep, or let's say the audience, or let's say whomever you want to share it to, or you want to collab with someone, you can give the access. Something like that person could either be an editor, that person could be an audience. So what you're going to do is make sure you're connected to the internet and also your Microsoft account so you can upload it to OneDrive. Now you can also attach a copy instead. Now you can also send it as a PDF or even a Word document directly. So select on it. Let's say I want to send it as a Word document. Click on it and you'll be able to. It only is available when you have already an email associated to your Microsoft Word. Now, you might ask that in our older version, you cannot associate an email directly. So just like I said, make sure that you're connected to internet and make sure that you have the newest version. If you're using the newest version, first off, you have to go to File, you have to go to Share, and then you'll be able to like share it however you want, either as a PDF, either as XPS, or maybe even as an attachment to an email. So make sure to do that and make sure to follow these options. And it is basically very easy on the newest versions of Microsoft Word, because if you're using the older versions, you have to go through a couple of options, and there's a bit of complexities too. So first off, what you're going to do is just go off the file, go off to your account, and enlist your name or enlist your email so that you can send it directly as an attachment. Either it could be a Word document or it could either be a PDF. Now, what happens if you share it, and you can also review it and also view it, okay? So now when you share it to someone else, you can also apply in comments if you want to. So what happens is that when you are working together, let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of things over here. I'm going to do is share it. Click on Share. You can also manage the access over here. Share it. Let's say I'm going to do is upload it to my OneDrive. Okay, now as it is being uploaded to my OneDrive, it will take a bit of time. And after taking a bit of time, this type of interface appears up. So from this interface, what you can do is send it to any person. And then you can send it, and you can also see anyone with the link and edit. You can also change the access, not anyone, but only specific person. Now, what can that person do? Now, if you want that person to collab with you, make sure you turn on the scan edit. But if you want that person to be just the audience and not edit anything, and you're only going to send it as a view only file, then you're going to do is change it to can view only, and that person will not be able to make any changes. And obviously you can add in the month and date. Now, one thing is that if you're using, premium, it will just give it on your own, which is going to be updated on its own. And you can also send it to a specific person or anyone. It's totally up to you. So I'm going to do is just for this lesson, I'm going to do is just keep it on anyone. And I'm going to do is going to be creating a shareable link. I'm going to do is copy it. And then you'll be able, as you've copied it, now you can send it to anyone, and that person will be able to get access to it. And when that person is working on any part of, this Word document, you'll be able to see what that person is doing. But make sure that you're connected to the internet, and also you have to make sure that the person you gave it to and whoever is editing has also the connection, or is connected to the internet, so that you'll be able to see it, and that person will also be able to see what you are doing. So this feature is very important, and this feature has made the work a lot more easier, because working simultaneously is going to save up a lot of time, and you can work up with different ideas. You can even put in comments that you don't like it or you like it. It's basically also comments works like a communication when you are working simultaneously, but obviously there's like a couple of other, medias, or a couple of, softwares to work and also communicate at the same time. So make sure to use these tools on sharing and collaboration, and obviously make sure to manage the access. You can see when I've made the, this link, now you can copy that link of this document. You can send it to anyone via, it could be social media, it could be your email, it could be your SMS, and you can also fax it up. Okay. And obviously, why would you even fax it up? Okay. So you can just give the link via, some medias. Okay. I would prefer doing that. Now you can also give access or manage your access. Just click on manage access. The same type of interface opens up. And from this interface, you'll be able to see your owner. You can see where, like, whom you are given the access to. Okay, so just send it to that specific person, and whoever is accessing it will be visible over here on this manage access platform. And then you'll be able to remove that person too, and you'll be able to give more access to more people. But you have to make sure that the person who are, or the people who are getting access to your file or getting access to your document is connected to the internet, and also has a Microsoft account connected when they are working. And one thing you have to keep in mind, that the person you are giving it to must also have a new version of Microsoft Word. Now, I'm using 2023, and the access which you can give to it would be given to 365 and also 19. And if it is lower than that version, it will not work. Okay. So make sure to follow these things, and hope to see you guys in my next lesson. And if you have any confusion about any part or any question about any part, then feel free to ask me, and obviously I will help you through the whole process. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. And just like I said, make sure to not skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on a couple of things. So thank you for watching this video up again, and now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the print and the print settings of Microsoft Word, and what type of features and functionality it has to provide. So to get into those lessons, without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson on Microsoft Word. As we've opened up Microsoft Word on our device, now the first thing we're going to do is going to be going off to our file ribbon, or we also have this option over here, okay, which is going to show you how you can print up those, those documents which you already have worked on. So if you have an older version of Microsoft Word, you have a printing option right over here. And also in the newest version, you have this print preview and print settings. So you can just click on this option over here and it will take you directly over here on this print section. Now there's going to be a shortcut key for this print settings too, and how you will be able to enable those. So you can just press on Control and P and it will take you directly to the print settings of Microsoft Word. Now you can see that the settings over here are very simple, but you can customize it just the way you want to. So let's say I'm going to do is just go off the Wikipedia, put in a couple of texts, and let's show you how it works. Let's go off the Wikipedia. What I do is just hit on got it. Make sure that you're connected to the internet. And obviously this is just an extension and this is just, an addition. Okay, so I'm going to do is just type in temple, hit on enter. What I'm going to do is copy all this text over here. Control C, paste it right over here. What I'm going to do is just get a couple more of these texts. Control C, Control V over here. And then I'm going to do is just select all of it. Control A. And then I'm going to do is just make sure that all of them are of the same color. There we go. So we have this option, or we have this filler text over here, right? So what we're going to do is going to be clicking on Control and P. There we go. Now, as it has turned on, or as this print section has now opened up, we're going to start off with the first one. We have the print button over here, and we have the number of copies. So you have this preview over here. Now, first thing, what you're going to do when you go off to the settings of, the print section of Microsoft Word, first off, select which printer to print it from. Okay, so select the printer first, click on this option. Now, if you have your printer installed on your device, select the printer and make sure to see which printer you are using. And if you don't see your printer over here, make sure that you have installed it properly and it is connected properly. And then you're going to do is just select the one which you want. And obviously you have this fax option too. So you can also use the fax if you want to, but obviously you want to use the printer. Nowadays, obviously no one uses the fax that much, but yeah, you can just use whichever one you want, whichever printer you have. Select that, and then you have the settings over here. Now you can also go off the printer properties, and then you'll be able to fix out which orientation you want it to be. Now orientation, you will be able to fix it up from over here too. Now from here, we have the main settings of the print section. Now the first option, or the first tool, or the first option and the settings which appears up is going to be print on how many pages or which pages you want to print it on. So click on that, and it will be on default print all pages of the document, but you'll be able to print your current page. You'll be able to print, customize it. You'll be able to, get the info, document info, list of markup, the styles, the auto text entries, key assignments. You'll be able to print out everything and get the info about the whole document. So make sure to see this and make sure to fiddle through each and every one. So just like I said, if you want to print a current page, let's say you can see this is the current page, and I don't have much pages over here, but if you want to print this specific page, just click on that page and just, click on this print current page, and that will print this specific page. Okay, and then if you want to print specific pages, just click on print selection and select the number of pages, and then you'll be able to do it. Let me just show it to you. What I'm going to do is make another copy of this. Control C. There we go. There we go. So we have 3 pages. What I'm going to do is just make sure that these are going to be in a different color so that we can see the difference. So I'm going to do is go up. There we go. So we have green and orange. I'm going to do is just press on Control P. And now I'm going to do is print on which page you want. You can print on selected pages. Let's say first off, you have to select the number of pages. Let's say I'm going to do is use these 2. So first off, what you're going to do is just click on this option and print selection. First off, you have to select up whichever pages you want. Now, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to select specific parts too. Now, if I'm selecting it like this, and then I want to select this part again, you can see that this part will not be selected anymore. Now, if you want to select something like this with an interval in between, first off, select up the parts, hold onto Control, and then select up the next parts, and you can keep the intervals in the middle. But one thing is that when you want to do this, you want to skip a page, and then you want to print it up just like this and select intervals. What you have to do is, first off, hold on to Control, scroll out, zoom out, and then you'll be able to use this option, because when you hold on to Control and use the scroll bar, it also selects up, or it also, uses its function to zoom out. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. And just like I said, press on Control. First off, make sure to select the parts which you want, and then hold on to Control. And you can also use this option over here, which is quite convenient. And you basically can see that both of these parts are selected. Now we keeping the middle one unselected. I'm going to do is just press on Control P, and you'll be able to print only selection of pages. Okay, so you can see it over here. And then the next, you can also see this over here, pages 1 and 2. Custom print, you'll be able to, specify the page, number of pages. But one thing is that you have to, just put the numberings over there so that, it is easier for Microsoft Word to scan up or, set up which pages to, use it for print. Now, there are also other options over here, print markup, only print odd pages and also even pages. So if the pages are 1 and 2, so it will select 1 and 3 if you are using odd pages. And if you want to use even pages, it's going to print 2 and 4. So make sure to use it however you like, and just get the result whichever one you want. Now let's move on to our next one. On here we have this option over here, print one side or twin side. Now it depends basically on your printer. Now, if your printer can print both sides at the same time, you can select manually print on both sides, or you can also use print both sides directly. Now, if you want to print one side, which is most of the time always on default, because obviously most people do not want both sides. But if you want it, you can also manually do it. And you can also use one side whenever you want. It just depends on your need, okay? Depends on your demand. Now, the next one we have collated. Now, how do you want it? Do you want uncollated or do you want collated? So you can see that if you're using collated, it's going to go 1, 2, and 3. But if you are using uncollated, it's going to be either 1, 1, 1 or 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, or it could be 1, 3, 2. It's going to be depending on how you want it to be. So try using them however you want, and you'll be able to get your result. Now, the next one which we have is going to be the orientation. It could either be portrait, it could either be a landscape. So make sure to select up your, let's say, orientation, whichever one you want, and get the desired results and get your desired print however you want. Now, the next one is one of the most important, which is going to be the size of the print. Now, let's say on your printer, you have A4, but you are working on A5. And now when you print it up, you can see that it is now exceeding the border or exceeding the margins. Obviously, it's going to happen because you have to select up your certain page which you want to use or which you have already worked on. Now, let's say you worked on A5 and then you worked on, or let's say you printed on A4, and you'll basically see that obviously on the horizontal scale or on the portrait scale, it is now crossing up the margin, or sometimes it doesn't even print up a couple of things. Okay. So because of that, first off, make sure that you have selected the certain or selected the specific, size of the page which you are using and whichever one you want to print. Okay. And if you don't find the one, or let's say you don't find the page size which you want to use, then you're going to go to this more paper size, and then you're going to do is fix in the width and height, and you can also fix in the layout, the margins, and basically everything. Okay, first off, fix in the size, the width, and the height, and then select up, or let's say customize the other ones. Now, the next one which we have over here is called the normal margins or the margin settings. Now, if you want to fix up margins, you can see most of the time on default it is set on normal margins. But if I want a different mode, say I want wide margin, now you can see now the text has changed and the text has gone to the next page. And you can also change it to moderate. You can see this is how it works. Now this is a bit more smaller. Now if you put a narrow, there's going to be more text inside of it because now it has more spaces. So make sure to fix in your margins. I'm going to do is just put it in middle. And if you do not find the margin which you want, just like the page or paper settings, customize the margin, fix in whichever orientation you want, fix in the margins, fix in the paper and the layout, and you'll be able to get a preview of it. And you can also apply it to the whole document or on the specific paper which you want to print. So after you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. And the last setting which we have over here is called the 1 page per sheet. Now, you can see that you will be able to, print 1 page per sheet, or how many papers or how many prints do you want and how many papers. So basically it's very simple. Now if you want 2 pages to appear or print on 1 page, you can select this 2 pages per sheet. Then we also have 4 pages per sheet. So it's just going to reduce the size. So if you've already seen, or if you've used, let's say Photoshop, you can see that you'll be able to select or print up a couple of sizes. It could be passport size, it could be thumbnail size, it could be, logo size. So it's basically like that. You'll be able to make a couple of pages on the same paper, on the same sheet. And the last option we have is called the page setup, which is basically the same option of margin, paper, and layout panel opens up. And now after you're done with all of it, now you have to fix in or once, and after you're done with that, just press on print and then you are good to go. So hope you understood everything about this print and print settings in Microsoft Word. And obviously if you have any confusion, any question about any part of this lesson, then feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you. And obviously, do not miss any part of the video and not skip any part of the video, because if you do, you might skip out on something which you might, just face a couple of hassle later on. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Word. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Word. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the view tools, or the view in the ribbon. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our lesson. And this is going to be our last lesson of this whole Microsoft Word course. So without any further ado, let's open up Microsoft Word. Let's start on with the lesson. As you can see that I have turned on Microsoft Word on my device. And we are also on our view tab, or let's say our view option over here. So as we've opened up our view tab or ribbon, now what we're going to do is going to be going through these tools over here. So the things which we see over here are the view section, the immersive section, the page movement, the show, zoom, windows, macros, and also the SharePoint. Let's start with our view tools. Now we have the reading mode, the print layout mode, and the web layout mode. So there are a couple of modes which you can change to. Now the thing which we've opened right now is called the print layout mode. Now we're going to do is zoom out. This is basically a normal paper you can see over here, and you can put in whichever, text or whichever document you want to make. Now, if you want to go off to read mode, you'll basically see that it might turn into 2 pages. Now, we cannot see any text over here. If you just hit on escape, you will get out of it and it will just take you back to the print layout. Now, what I'm going to do is put in a couple of texts. What I'm going to do is put all of these texts. I'm going to do is just copy it, Control C. I'm going to do is just keep on, let's say, there we go. We have 3 of these pages, right? But if you have read mode on, you'll be able to see through all of them. And it's just going to give you, the view of 2 pages at once. So this is very, useful at a couple of times. So I'm going to do is just undo the process because I don't need it right now. There we go. Now, the next one which we have over here is called the web layout. Now, how is it going to look like on a web? So these tools are available so that you can see that when you upload it or when you are printing it, how would it look like on a web, or how would it look like on a print, and how would it look like on a reading mode. So these are here for that purpose. Make sure to use them whenever you want. Now the next tool which we have over here is called the outline and draft. If you want to see the outline, you can see it like this. And if you just go back, just click on close outline view. Now what you're going to do is you can change it to the draft mode. If you click on draft, you'll basically see the draft mode has been enabled. You can do is just click on draft again, or just click on this print layout, and it will show you back to how it was. Now the next options which we have is called the immersive reading effect. Now you can see that there are a couple of people who try to, like get immersive with the whole thing. But if the brightness or the feel or the look is not good, it doesn't, or people cannot get immersive over it. Now, for that reason, we have this focus effect. Now you can see the background has turned black, and you can see that this is white. So you can like read it very easily when you have a black background and there is less brightness on your screen. Now the next option is called the immersive reader. Now it's going to read out the text for you. Now I don't have any specific text, but if you have, let's say you can just click on read, okay, it will read it. Okay, so you can also close it off. So people who have hard time reading, they can also turn on this immersive reading effect. So they, just Microsoft Word will actually, read it out to you. But make sure you are connected to the internet so that you get the full functionality out of it. Now, the next options which we have over here is called the page movement. Where do you want your page to move? Do you want it to go up and down? Do you want to go left to right? Do you want it to be like that? Okay. So if you use vertical, it's going to go down or keep going down. If you use side to side, it's going to go on from the left to the right and so on. So try using whichever one feels comfortable for you. And most of the time, and on default, it is kept on vertical. So let's move on to the next one, which is going to be the show section. In our show section, you'll be able to fix out a couple of things on your workspace. Now, it could either be your usefulness or convenience, or it could be, a couple of, things which is going to help you to align a couple of things. Let's say starting off with the ruler. In our previous lesson, I've already shown you where you can open up the ruler and how would it work when you're using tabs. Now, if you want grid lines, I've also shown you that you can see now how you can align up certain things by using the grid lines. And the last one we have is called the navigation pane. Now, you can also use the navigation pane to find out which part is being used where. So you can see that this is the heading. Then this is basically the body. So all this are like bodies, and you can also see the number of pages. You can also see the number of results, and you can see it over here. So this is basically like the newest updates of Microsoft Word or Microsoft Suite. It's not like the totally newest. Even if you're using Microsoft Word or Microsoft 365 or 2019, you will get this feature. So try using it. It's not that bad. Okay, then we have is the zoom section. If you want to zoom in and out, you have all of these options, 100% zoom and one page. Then we have multiple pages, page width. You'll be able to fix out all of these features. Okay, and if you want to go through shortcut methods, you have this scroller over here, or you can press on Control and use your scroll key on your mouse to zoom in and out. Okay, then we have is new windows, arrange all, and split at the same time. Now, if you want to make up a new window for you, just click on new window and it will make up a new window for you on Microsoft Word. Now you can see we have a couple of words opened up. Now you'll be able to use whichever one you want. Now, if you want to split up a couple of them, you're going to go to view, arrange all, and you can see all of them has been applied over here. Now use whichever one you want, but I'm going to do is just use one, and you can also split them up whenever you want to. So you'll be able to work on 2, 3, or even 4 and multiple, documents all at the same time. So let's move on to the next one. We have view side by side. You can also keep them side by side if you want to, but I used up and bottom. So that is more helpful for me. And you can also synchronize scrolling. You can also reset windows positions. Okay. So these are, kind of, Very useful when you are using multiple windows at the same time. You can also switch windows. You can see that there are a couple of them open. Let's say I want to do is get off to the next one. You can see now I have the next one. I'm going to do is just use one now. I'm going to do is just click on split. You'll be able to do that. And you can also cut it off if you want to. So it's basically up to you which one you're going to use. Now the next ones which we have is called the macros. Well, if you're new to it, I'm gonna suggest you to skip this because it's going to be a bit complex. So what the macros does is basically copy or imitate all of the process which you do, and it's going to help you to do the same thing or the same process over and over again. Not even the same thing, but the same methods. Let's say you want to copy a couple of things, you want to save it a macro, and whichever, let's say, whatever you want to copy next time without even copying, like, selecting it up, pressing on Control-C, or going on to copy and then paste it. You don't have to do anything. It's going to imitate the same things or the same methods which you did and apply the same process. And the last option over here is called the SharePoint properties. Now, if you have the SharePoint properties over here, you can see it over here. You'll be able to manage your document. You'll be able to slow and disable COM or COM add-ins. You can see the version history. You can inspect the document and protect the document however you want. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the view tools in Microsoft Word. And obviously, just like I said, make sure not to skip any part of this lesson because there are a couple of things which you might, skip out. And there you can see that we don't have any extra tools in the viewing, or let's say the view tab or the view tools over here on this section. The only thing which we see over here is the right display option. You can see it over here, and you'll be able to, just toggle through, the settings or this panel over here. So hope you understood everything again. And if you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And till next time, and hope to see you guys in my next course. But before that, we're going to start off our class projects of Microsoft Word. And just like that, don't skip any part, because at the end of the class project, I would suggest you to upload all of the class projects on our project panel so that we can see how you are progressing at work. And even though after that, if you are still confused or if you are facing any hassle, feel free to ask us anytime, and we're always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's hop on to our class projects of Microsoft Word. Welcome to class project 1 of Microsoft Word. So let's see what class project 1 is. The name of our class project is how to use offline videos in Microsoft Word. Now, I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So let's learn what there is in the description. Knowing how to use offline videos in MS Word helps you to present lots of video presentation in a documental form. As there are no tools to use offline videos in MS Word, the Developer tab comes in handy. So let's start by the steps, and let's later on know about the outcome. In step 1, we're going to open up MS Word document. In step 2, we're going to go to the File ribbon. And in step 3, we're going to go to Options. In step 4, we're going to click on Customize ribbon and turn on Developer. In step 5, we're going to use the Legacy tool on the workspace and find out Windows Media Player. In step 6, we're going to change the property and browse the file and disable design mode so that we can turn on or play the video. Now let's see what we have in our outcome. By learning how to use offline videos in MS Word helps you to present all types of videos on your device and also videos which you want to present on your document. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto Microsoft Word and let's see how we can use offline videos on Microsoft Word document. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Word on my device. Now the first thing or the first step has been done. Now let's move on to our second step of this class project. Now what we're going to do is going to be clicking on this File ribbon. So if you're on Home, just click on File and it will take you over on this panel. Now, the next step is going to be going off to options because that is where we will be able to find the customize ribbon. So click on options, which is going to be at the left bottom. If you're using an older version, it might be on this place or maybe on over here or maybe even on this section. So then what we're going to do is just click on option. And then from here, what we're going to do is just click on this customize ribbon right underneath it. Click on customize ribbon. And now not over here, we have the main tabs, which we are going to use. Now, these are basically the main tabs, but we don't see no developer here. So if you are the people who already have developer open, you don't have to follow this step. But those who are beginner, you're going to do is follow these steps. We're going to go down and you have this option over here called the developer tab. Click on that and you can still see it has not been applied. So to apply that, press on OK, and you can see on your ribbons, you have this developer tab turned on. Now, let's move on to our next step as we already have our developer tab. Now, click on this developer tab and go off to this control section. Now, what we're going to do is use this legacy tool to apply our Windows video player. Now, to do that, I'm going to do is click on legacy tool and then go off to more controls over here. You can use a couple of these, but I would suggest you to use more controls because there is no video, applying tool over here. So click on this more tool or more controls, click on that, and this type of panel will appear up on your screen. Now you're going to do is go down, keep going down until you find Windows Video Player, okay, or Media Player. Now, if you go down, just go off to W section and you can see Windows Media Player. So what you're going to do is click on this option, press on OK. And you can see that we have our Media Player opened up. Now you can resize it if you want to. I'm going to do is just keep it like this. And I'm going to do is just increase the size of this or magnify a bit. Now, what you're going to do is right click anywhere on this section, click on this property, which is our next step, click on properties, and this type of panel will appear up. Now on this custom section, you can see that there is this box. Click on that box and this 3-dot box will appear up again. Click on that option and another panel will open up. Make sure to not skip any part of this because if you do, you will not be able to use the video. Now what you're going to do is click on browse on this file name or URL. Click on browse and this section appears up or this panel appears up where you'll be able to use your folders or even your drives to find out which video you want to use. So click on the video. Let's say I'm going to do is use this, which I downloaded from pixels.com. I'm going to do is just click on open, and then you'll be able to fix out the volume, the balance, and basically everything. If you want to mute it, you can also do that. And you can also fix out the control layouts. After you're done, just click on apply, press on OK, and then you're good to go. Now the last step which we have is turn off this design mode. So click on design mode, and you can see is connecting the video. And now what you're going to do is just play it. You can see now the video is being played. I'm going to do zoom out. You can see now this is quite big. So I'm going to do is just the size just a bit. There we go. I'm going to do is click on design mode again. I'm going to do is reduce the size a bit more. Remove this. Now this is being connected again. And you can see that we have our video playing on our Microsoft Word document. So basically now you know how you will be able to use offline videos on Microsoft. Now, one thing is that just like I said from the beginning, make sure you're connected to internet because sometimes when you are using these tools, if you do not have net, you might not get the full functionality out of it, okay? It will take a bit of time to connect. Even if you want to use URLs or let's say hyperlinks, you'll be able to get those hyperlinks and apply it on the section of browse on the properties, which you can see over here. Click on properties and you'll be able to see the property of the video. And you can also remove it whenever you want. And the last step, which we're going to do, is going to be making recording or screen recording of this. And on the screen recording, what you're going to do is just upload it on our project panel so that we can see how you are progressing with work. So thank you for the video and hope to see you guys in my next
class project. Welcome to class project 2. The name of our class project is how to protect a document. Now I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So in our description, we can see that security is an important factor of ownership and privacy in the corporate life and even in regular life. So, or thus, MS Word also has its own measurement in protecting its users' data using protection. So let's move on to our steps. Open MS Word document. In step 2, we're going to go to the file ribbon. In step 3, we're going to go to info. In step 4, we're going to click on protect document. In step 5, we're going to use encrypt with password. And step 6, we're going to put up your own password and keep the security intact. Now, the last step, which is going to be additional, is going to be take a screenshot of it and upload it on our project panel. So let's move on to our outcome. By learning how to protect a document helps you from multiple ownership breaches or privacy breaches. So without any further ado, let's just move on to Microsoft Word and let's see how you'll be able to protect your own document. As you can see that I have my Word document already applied or already open on my screen. Now the first thing we're going to do is going to be going off to the file ribbon. Click on file ribbon. And then the next option is going to be going to the info section or the info panel. So click on this info panel. There we go. This is basically how the info panel looks like. It's going to give you the properties and everything over here. And on the left side, we have upload and all of them. So on this side, we have this protect document. So the step is going to be clicking on this protect document option, not over here on this box. Click on protect document, and what you will see is that there are a couple of these options. You can see mark as final, add a digital signature, restrict editing, encrypt with password, and also always open read only. So the main thing or the main purpose is that so nobody can edit your own document. So you can either use restrict editing or you can either use always open read only. So if you use always open read only, you'll be able to see that except you, no one will be able to use it or no one will be able to edit it. So I would suggest you to use this encrypt password or restrict editing, because what happens when you're using these two is that if you want to give it off to someone else and that person is trying to help you, or that person belongs to your team and that person has to work on it, you can just fix it or manage the access, and that person will be able to use that and edit it up too. So, and you can also see who is editing and what are they doing. So what you're going to do is use this option called encrypt with password, which I do most of the time. So click on this option according to the steps, encrypt with password. Now put in your own password. So I'm going to do is type in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hit on enter. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hit on enter. Okay. And you can see that I have my document, protected. Now, if I want to open it up back again, and if I try to use it, it will tell me to, use the password. So let's try it out. Now, as I've turned on this document again, and now you can see that I cannot use any of these options over here, even though I can put in a couple of text, but I will not be able to use any of these tools over here. Even I click on this, press on OK, and you can see that even though it has appeared up, I will not be able to put in any data inside of it. Okay, so this is basically how it works when you have your document to be protected. Now, how will you be able to stop it? Just click on stop protection and you can put in the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hit on enter and you can see now it has stopped protecting. Now, how will you open this up? So what you're going to do is make sure you go off the file again, go off the info, click on protect document and click on restrict editing. Click on that option and the same option appears up. Now you can limit formatting to selection of styles. You can see select what you want that person to not do.
You can select up what that person can do and what that person cannot do. Just press on OK. You can see that person will not be able to do anything. Allow only this type of editing in the document, not even that. And what you're going to do is just click on yes, start enforcing protection. Click on that, put in your password again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to put in mine, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hit on enter, and there we go. And you can see that all of the texts are over here, but you will not be able to change anything on this section or anything on your Word document. So basically now you know how you'll be able to protect your own document. Also, I'm going to do stop the protection, put in my password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, hit on enter, and then you'll be able to apply whatever, again, you want, and also use all of the tools in Microsoft Word. So now you know about everything, and what you're going to do is on the protected section or on the protected panel, make sure to take a screenshot and upload it on our project panel so that we can see how you are progressing with work in Microsoft Word. And thank you for watching this video up till the end, and also thank you for watching the videos up till the end of this course, and hope to see you guys in my next course. Up till then, stay well and stay healthy.
Hello everyone. Welcome to our class of Microsoft Excel for learning to analyzing and visualize data. So if you're planning to learn Microsoft Excel, then you are in the right place, because in this class, we'll cover everything to get you started with Microsoft Excel. So let's take a look what you will learn from this class. Getting started and introduction, opening new workbook, tabs and ribbons, saving data, logical functions, cell, row, and column functions, useful shortcut keys, data validation and drop-down list, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP function, errors, if and if-else, mathematical functions. Then 12 is going to be the filter function, date, now, and today function, edate, page settings, print and print settings, protecting workbook and worksheets, and the last of all, sharing and collab. After completing this class, you'll be able to enter and organize data accurately, perform basic calculations using formulas and function, format data for better presentation, create various charts and graphs, analyze data using sorting, filtering, and pivot table, apply conditional formatting to highlight important information, manage multiple worksheets and workbooks, and last is sharing and collaborate on Excel files effectively. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you have learned, you will be able to participate in class project, and you can practice while you're learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help. So let's start learning Microsoft Excel for analyzing and visualizing data together. Welcome to our course of Microsoft Excel. So before getting into our course or getting into our lessons, we have to know what Microsoft Excel is. Microsoft Excel is a powerful spreadsheet program developed by Microsoft, widely used for organizing, analyzing, and visualizing data. It's part of the Microsoft Office suite, offering a wide range of features suitable for both personal and professional use. Excel is renowned for its versatility, making it invaluable across various industries from finance and accounting to education and also even research. So why will you choose Microsoft Excel? And those are the part, or this is the part where the key features of Microsoft Excel comes in handy. One, it's going to be its interface. It has a very beginner-friendly interface, and obviously I'm going to show you everything, so you're going to see all about the interface. Then it's going to be about the workbook and worksheets, data entry, formulas and function. It contains a vast amount of formulas and functions which you'll be able to use both for education, profession, and even for research purpose. Formatting, it also has a professional grade formatting, let's say functionality, charts and graphs, data analysis, and one of the most important feature
in this modern age is sharing and collabing. So you also get those features in Microsoft Excel. So Excel's versatility makes it indispensable for tasks ranging from simple calculation to complex data analysis and reporting. With practice and exploration, you can unlock its full potential to manage and analyze data efficiently. So let's open up Microsoft Excel and start off our first lesson by opening it up on our device. Welcome to our first lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to get started and show you all about Microsoft Excel when you're starting off from the bat. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. When you open up Microsoft Excel on your device, this is how it will look like. So I'm going to show you and I'm going to tell you a couple of things before getting into our whole lesson or our whole course. Is that first off, make sure that you are using the genuine version of Microsoft Office Suite. And the second thing is make sure that you are connected to the internet. Make sure you are connected to your Microsoft account. And make sure that you are using the latest version of Microsoft Office Suite. It's because if you're using an older version, let's say before 2019, I'm not going to recommend any of those because you're not going to get any of the newer tools and the functionality which I'm going to be showing you. So in this lesson or in this course, I'm going to be using Microsoft Office 2023 and all of the newest tools are available on this one. Okay. And if you are even using an older version, I'm going to suggest you to use 365 or 2019. Do not go anywhere below those, okay, because those do not have all the features or the new features and any of the bug fixes. So make sure to use the newest ones if possible, and even not, just make sure to see the whole video and try not to skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So let's get started. So when you open up Microsoft Excel on your device, this is how the interface actually looks like, okay? You can see that we have this bar over here. We have our tabs, all of our tools, and then we have this section, which is called the formula bar. And there we go. We have our spreadsheet. So the whole thing together is called the spreadsheet or even a workbook. And now this is basically a spreadsheet, but even if you apply a lot of them, it's still going to belong to one document or one Excel file. And the whole thing together is going to be called the workbook. Okay? So make sure to keep that in mind. And even though I have kept a whole different lesson for all of those for you to learn, so don't worry, just stay tuned. We're going to go step by step. Okay? So this is the home tab. We're going to get a couple of tools. But before that, let's go off to the file tab and start off how you'll be able to open up Microsoft Excel and start working on it. So when you go off the home tab, you see a couple of things. If you've used Microsoft Word or Microsoft PowerPoint, you will basically see that it is kind of the same. We have the new section, we have the search bar, we have the recent, pinned, and shared with me, and also more templates. So let's go through them one by one. On the top of the screen or on this side, there we go. We have the blank workbook, and we also have, let's say a template. So the blank workbook allows you to make newer workbooks so that you can make more worksheets. Now you can also make more worksheets on your workbook. But if you want another file to work on, you can just open up a blank workbook so that you can work your, start your work from scratch. And if you want any templates, you have this template over here. And you can see this is basically, limited, but there are a lot more templates which you'll be able to use. You have this option over here called More Template. When you click on that, you'll be able to find out, more templates or Office templates. So first off, let's go over here. Then we have is the search bar. From the search bar, you'll be able to find out your files on your device which you've worked on. Let's say I want to search for class project 2 or 1. You can see this is how it basically works. Whichever, document, not even a document, it's basically an Excel worksheet. So if you want to open up any of those files, you'll be able to search for them from over here. Then we have is the recent section. Now these are also organized with the name or however you want. So you'll be able to open up your recently worked files over from this section.
So try to find out your own ones, and then you'll be able to open them up just by clicking on them once. Then we also have this option of sharing. You'll be able to share your, files which you have over here through OneDrive. We're going to go through that a bit later. Then we have is the pinned section. Now, if you want to pin any of your worksheet or even a workbook and you want to find it easily, like a bookmark, you can pin those files. Click on this option over here, pin this item to list, and then you're going to go off the pins and you will find out those pinned files over here. So it just basically works like a bookmark, just like I said. It will just allow you to, find your files a lot more easier. If you want to unpin any of your files, just go off the pinned and click on this icon over here, and it will be unpinned from this pinned section. The next option which we see over here is the shared with me. Now, we are kind of new, okay? Whoever is now new to Microsoft Excel, you don't have to worry about it. You don't need any experience. You're here to learn, okay? So you don't have to worry about it. So basically Microsoft or Microsoft Office suites, such as PowerPoint, Word, Excel, all of them are integrated all together. And they are integrated with a drive or a cloud drive called OneDrive. And they work together, okay? So if you want to share any files with any person so that you can collab together or motivate each other together and work together, okay? Save up a lot of time so that whenever someone is sharing one file with you, those will appear on this section. But you guys have to, let's say, stay connected to the internet. Make sure that you're connected to Microsoft account and even your OneDrive account. Okay, so this is basically how the Home tab works. Let's go off of the New section. So in this New section, you'll be able to use templates. Now you can see we have this bar over here. This is the same as the Home section, so you don't have to, worry about those. But here we go. We have the same thing, blank workbook. If you want to use any online templates, first make sure that you're connected to the internet. Okay. When you're connected to the internet, you will basically find out a lot of things over here. You'll be able to get access to a lot of templates, which you'll be able to open up and start working on. So don't worry. You can just go off on this search bar. Make sure that you're connected to the internet again. Now let's say I'm going to do search for something green. Hit on enter. And it will search up the green type of templates for you. If you can't find it, it's totally fine. Let's say you want maybe a business type of template. You'll be able to open a business type of templates. There you go. So we have a couple of categories which you'll be able to open up. And another thing about template is that it's going to save up a lot of time. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. Okay, so there we go. We have a couple of business type of templates which you can use. If you want to use maybe a budget type of template, there we go. All the online, templates which we have over here about budget, they will appear up. Now let's say I want something educational. So I'm going to do type in education, hit on enter, and it's going to search up for educational type of, templates for your worksheet or workbook. There we go. Now let's go back again and let's say I want calendars. And if I click on calendars, it's going to show me workbooks about calendars. Okay. So you'll be able to use, Microsoft Excel for a lot of stuff. So you'll be able to make lots of sheets. Okay. So you don't have to worry about it. And another thing is that when you want to use any of these workbooks, it's very simple. Basically, what you're going to do is just click on any one of them, hover through any one, click on this. Let's say I want to use this, click on that. And when you click on it, it will give you a preview of how it looks like. And on the right side, we have this option over here called Create. When you press on it, it's going to download your template or download that template on your device, and you'll be able to use it with ease. Okay, you can see now it has created this template for me, and I will be able to use it however I want. Okay, and you can see this has also opened up a new workbook for me, so I can also cut it off. Let's say I want to cut it off, and there we go. We have our new Microsoft Excel sheet, a worksheet, which you'll be able to use. Now let's go off the new again, and there we go. We have the templates over here. So whenever you want to use templates, just go off the new section and find out which templates you want to use. And the thing is that it will also save up your recently used, templates. As you can see, when I open this up, and now this is saved even on my home section or the home tab. So it just basically makes your work a lot more easier so you can track, which one you've used. Well, now let's move on to our next one, which is going to be our open section. In our open section, we have a couple of these tools or a couple of these functionality. One is the recent, which is basically the same as the home. All of your recently worked files will appear over here. And if you want to go through your folders on your device, you can also click on folders. And obviously you have the search bar to search your PC. Then we have is the shared with me. Anything which is shared with you will appear over here, or it will be appearing over here. Okay, so this is basically the same. Then we have is the personal OneDrive, or even it could be business. Let's go to that later on. So this is basically a drive which is, powered by Microsoft or is connected to Microsoft. It's basically a cloud drive like Google Drive, but it works with, Microsoft Suite or Office Suite as well. So you'll be able to connect it with your Microsoft account and get access to. And just like I said, it is a cloud, drive. So you'll be able to upload whatever you want and also save up your work and open it up from any device you want to use. Even let's say your PC, your laptop, your mobile, it's just very advantageous. Then we have is this PC. If you want to go through your files on your PC, you can select on this option. And then we have is add a place. Now, OneDrive can be used in two ways. It could be personal or it could be professional, such as business use. If you want to use it for business, click on business. And if you want to use it for your personal use, just click on OneDrive. Okay, it will open up or make up that space for you and you'll be able to use it whenever you want. And you don't have to worry about, this distinction. I just use my personal ones for business too sometimes. But, if you want to be more organized, you want to keep business aside and your personal stuff aside, then you can make them individually. Then we have is the browse option. If you want to go through like any of your drives on your device, any of your files on your device, if you still cannot find it from your PC or this PC section or tool, then you can click on that so you can find out whichever drive you have your file on. Sometimes couple of file or people keep couple of file, let's say encrypted. So sometimes it cannot, find out that file through these options. But if you click on browse and then you can unencrypt that drive or file or unlock that file and then open it up. So it's just, meets up your criteria on anything. What you're going to do is just find out your file, click on that file and press on open and it will open up that file for you on your workspace. Then we have is this get add-ins that I'm going to show to you later on. It's basically like extensions for your Microsoft Excel. It's going to just increase your functionality. So let's move on to our next one. We have our info. Now, everything, or let's say every details about your workbook is going to appear over here. Let's say what's the size of that worksheet which you're using, what's the title, what's the tag, what's the category, when was it last modified, when was it created, who is the author. So you're going to see all of this over here. And we also have protecting workbook, inspect workbook, version history, manage workbook, browser view option. Then we have is uploads, share, copy path, local path, and they'll also have open file location. You will be able to get all of these options on this info section of, this home tab. Then we have a save. If you want to save any of your files, you have this option over here too. But if you are already off to your home tab, you can save it up from over here too. Then we have a save as. If you want to save up your file in a different format, just click on save as and you'll be able to save it up anywhere on your PC and into any format you want to save it as. Even if you want to save it on a newer file or a newer workbook, you'll be able to do that too, so you don't have to worry about, lacking any of these features. Then we have is the print section. All of the printing section or the printing settings will appear over here, starting from which printer you want to use, how you want to print it, about the page settings, about the view settings, margin settings, scaling settings, copy settings. All of those will appear over here. You can even select which pages or which sheet you want to print it up. Okay, so make sure to go through these settings, and after all, you have this option over here called to print. When you're ready or when you have prepared all about the settings of your printing or so that it meets up your criteria, just click on print and it will print up that, spreadsheet for you. Then we have is the sharing option. Now you'll be able to share up your files on OneDrive either as a workbook or you can also send it as a PDF. But make sure you're connected to the internet and also make sure you are connected with your Microsoft account so that you can get this accessibility. Okay. Then we have is this export. If you want to export your file as PDS, like PDF or XPS, you will be able to do that. And also on this change file type, you have lots of other options. Let's say you want to send to a person who is using Microsoft XP, or let's say Windows XP. So you'll be able to send them in 2003 workbook. You'll be able to send it as open document, as a template, as a binary work, or maybe even macro enabled workbook, or even a text CSV, which is comma delimited. And then we also have formatted text, and also you have other files how you want to save it as. Okay, so you can save it up as different options. It's totally up to you. Okay, so let's move on to our next one, where we have is the publish settings. So just like I said, it is powered by OneDrive, or let's say Microsoft. Okay, so you'll be able to use this by or publish to Power by to publish your work directly to their site. You can export your workbook data to Power by, and you can also upload your workbook to Power by. Okay, you can interact with a lot of people online, and you'll be able to work with them on the dashboard. Then we have the last one is the close. Let's go over that later on. Then we have all of your account settings. You can see your licenses, which one you're using, all of those over from here. Then we have the feedback option. If you are, if you want to give them a feedback or give them directly about how you're feeling or how it is, or the experience, how you're feeling right now about using Microsoft Excel, you'll be able to do that. And even if you want to suggest something, you can also write them. And then the last one, which we have, is the option. All of the advanced option, all of the settings are over here on Excel options. Okay, we have the general settings. You can go through them, all the advanced options about the formula settings, data settings, proofing settings, the save up settings, language, accessibility, advanced. Then we have quick access toolbar, add-ins, trust center. All of those will appear over here. Then the last one, which we have over here, is the customize ribbon, which is one of the most important, which basically helps me to customize my workspace on which tabs I want to use, which tools I want to use. All of them appears over here. You can enable them and also remove them whenever you want, and whenever you want them back, you can turn them on from this section again. And after you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. Okay, so now you know almost everything about this home tab, and also about the introduction on how you'll be able to start off, Microsoft Excel. And then what you're going to do is, if you want to close up your work, what you can do is just click on close. It will close up that Excel spreadsheet. Then the next thing what you can do is, when you want to get started, just click on this blank workbook if you want to start from scratch. But if you want to start from a template, just go off the new, find out the template or design which you want to use, and then open it up. For this moment, I'm just going to use is this blank workbook. And there we go. We have our book 1. So now, before we're getting into our whole lesson, let's start by knowing how we can cut, copy, paste, and use the format painter. Now I'm going to show you a couple of things, okay? So in these cells, all these cells basically form up to be a whole range or a whole workbook. So first things first, I'm going to do is type in a couple of data. Let's say 23, this value, this value. There we go. Now let's say I'm going to do is keep it like this. Now, if I want to copy it, I can select them like this. I can select it just like this, dragging it over, the whole cell. But you have to hold on to your left mouse key, okay? So let's say I'm going to do is copy this. You can copy it like this, copy, and then select the cell where you want to paste it. You can press either Control V, or you can press it like this, and it will be pasted. So let's do this, and let's only use our shortcut key this time, Control C for copy, and Control V for paste. And if you want to cut that, object, or cut any of the data on your cell, what you can do is press on Control X or press on this. So I'm going to do is click on that and paste it. I'm going to do the same thing, but using my shortcut key this time, Control X, Control V. Now let's say I'm going to do is copy all of these two. All I'm going to do is select both of them, Control C, and paste it. There we go. So it will be pasted just the way you need it to be. Now let's move on to the part where you can, copy and paste it in a different way. Now if you want to select the whole range or whole array, it's also fine, Control C. Now if you want to paste it like this. So what you're going to do is click on this option or click on the cell where you want to start it from. You can either paste it if you want to, but you can press on Control Z to undo the process. I want to do is paste it in a different way. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is just select this part, Control C. I'm going to do is paste it this way. So now you can see that this has been inverted. 23, 3,256, then 2,346, and then 473. It's just inverted. That's it. Okay. So this is basically how you'll be able to cut, copy, and paste.
Now, if you have any customization done, I'm going to just put this and put this. There we go. Now, what if you want the same effect to be applied on this one too? All of this effect, you want it to be applied on this one. Now, you can either do the same thing, follow the same thing individually, but if you want to save up time so that you can apply it as fast as possible, what you're going to do is select the part which is, which has the effect, or select any part which has the effect, click on Format Painter, and you will see that your cursor will turn into this, brush, and drag it over the part which you want to edit it to. You can see it has the same effect, and it doesn't matter if it's vertical or horizontal, it will be applied wherever you apply it. So I'm going to is select this, or even I'm going to select one, Format Painter. There you go. Everything, every detail, every customization has been applied on the parts where we want to apply it to. So now you know how you'll be able to use this Format Painter. And in copy ways, there are a couple of different methods of how you'll be able to paste it. You can transpose. You can, keep it in column. You can keep it no borders. You can keep it only pasted. You want only formulas. You can do that. You want formulas in number formats. That's also doable. You can also keep the source formats, and you can also only paste the value so you have no edits applied to it. Okay. It works in cases of photos too. So try finding out the one which you want to use. And there you go. You are almost ready to get started with Microsoft Excel. So there we go. We are done with our clipboard too. So anything which you copy or cut, they are basically, kept on your clipboard. And if you want to increase, see more settings, you can click on that and it will show you about what it has on your clipboard. Okay. So there we go. We have a couple more tabs. You'll be able to use all of them. There we go. We have insert. We have all the insert type of tools. Then we have the drawing tools, the page layout tools, the formulas tools. Then we have the data tools, review tools, view tools, and the developer tools. We're going to go through them step by step, one by one through each and every lesson. So stay tuned. Make sure not to skip any part. And thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our second lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can open up new workbook, tabs, and also ribbons. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our next lesson and open up Microsoft Excel on our device. From my screen, you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Excel on my device. And just like the lesson says, or the title of the lesson, how you can open up new workbook, tabs, and also ribbons. So let me just show you what ribbons, tabs, or let's say even how you can also open up a workbook. So you can see that this whole document or this thing is opened up. So I'm going to show you on my files too, so you don't have to worry about that. So first off, what you have to do is that when you want to open up, let's say an Excel sheet, or you want to open up Excel on your device. So what happens is that, when you open it up and you see this whole thing, right? So this is basically the worksheet. But you can see in this specific, file, you can open up more sheets over here. And those sheets all together, or this whole thing, is basically called the workbook. So I'm going to show it to you in, a better way possible. So I'm going to do is just open up my folders over here. There we go. We have our folder. So now I'm going to open up a new, Excel sheet. So I'm going to do is just click on this Microsoft Excel worksheet. There we go. We have it over here. What I'm going to do is just cut off the previous one, and I'm going to open it up over here. So you can see the new Microsoft Excel worksheet. I'm going to do is just minimize this again, and you can see the same name and the same file has opened up. So the whole thing, or this whole file you see over here, this is one workbook. This is another workbook. So now you know what a workbook is. So there is a difference between a workbook and also a worksheet. So this one single sheet, which you can see over here, this is one worksheet. If you want to add more, this is worksheet 2. You want to add more, worksheet 3, but all of them belong in the same workbook. Okay, so even if you don't want to make multiple, worksheet, you want to make single worksheet in every workbook. In that case, what you have to do are two methods. You can either go off the file, open up new blank workbooks every time you want to, work on your, just start working on your project or whatever it is. You can do that, or you can minimize it. You can right click on anywhere on your open space on your desktop, click on new, right click, and you can open up another workbook. And when you click on that, there you go, you will have another workbook opened up on your device. So you can see worksheet 2, one workbook, and this is new Microsoft Excel workbook. So we have 2 workbooks already opened up. Okay, so this is basically how you'll be able to open workbooks whenever you want. But just like I said, the second method is just click on any of the blank workbook over here, and it will open up another workbook for you. And what you're going to do is just click on this. There we go. You can see book 1 has been created, and you can keep continuing. You can click on that again. It will open up another. You can see book 2. But one thing is that even if you open up your folder, you will not see book 1, book 2, because those are being opened up directly in Microsoft Excel, not on any place in your file. But if you want to save them, what you have to do is save it as, or you have to click on save as, and then you'll be able to open them up. Now you can also remove them if you want to. You can click on this, book 2, and there we go. We have the second worksheet. I'm going to cut this off too, and then we have is the first one. So what I'm going to do is just delete this one because I'm not going to be needing that. So I'm just going to need one of the Excel spreadsheet or workbook to be opened up for this lesson. So now you already know how you'll be able to open up new workbooks. Now, there are a couple of, different methods too. Just like I showed you, you can do the same thing when you want to open up templates. So it's basically up to you how you want to open it up. Now, let's move on to our tabs and ribbons. I'm going to show you, step by step everything. So tabs and ribbons are basically the same thing, okay? So we have this tab over here. I've already shown you the file tab, what it contains. Then we have the home tab, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, developer, and help. So basically these are all tabs and ribbons. You can see on each and every one of these sections, there are a couple different tools, but all belong to, a specific category. So these are basically the ribbons. So inside each and every one of these tabs, we have different section. On our home section, we will basically get, the most general tools. It could either be formatting text, formatting data, and also formatting the styles, about basics of the cells, of how you want to apply it, then a bit about editing. Okay, so those are the things which belong to your home tab or your home ribbon in Microsoft Excel. So you can see fonts, alignment, number, styles, cells, editing, and add-ins. We're going to go through them one by one. And in your insert section, obviously, there are a couple of things which you want to apply when you are working on Microsoft Excel. And every one of those tools will appear over here, such as you want to apply a table. It is also over here. You want to apply graphics. It's also over here. You want to apply charts. You want to apply spark lines, filters, links, comments, text options, text graphics, essential, illustrations. Everything will be over here. On our drawing section, we have very basic tools. And obviously, if you are using an older version of Microsoft Office Suite, you'll basically not find these tools. So you can just either skip this part. So it's basically up to you which one you want to use. Then we have the page layout settings. Everything about your page or how you want to lay out your page before working on it, you'll be able to find all of those tools, such as your themes. It could be your page setup, about the size, how you want it to end, about the margin, about the orientation, how you want your workspace to view like. Everything is going to appear over here on your page layout. Now on the formulas, which is one of the most important tab over here on Microsoft Excel, it's because Microsoft Excel is basically an analyzing and data visualizing tool, right? But it contains vast amount of functions for research, professionals, and also for your casual purpose. So all of those formulas and functions are over here and you can find them. You can insert up like different functions if you want to. It's totally up to you. You just have to click on, any of one of these tabs and any one of these sections over here. You can open them up. You'll be able to audit them. You'll be able to calculate. You will be able to go through the library and also insert your own function if you want to. So you can go through these options. So I'm just telling you where you'll be able to open or find out which tool where you're going to get. On the data, like the data tab or the ribbon, you're going to find everything about data related tools such as transformation, queries and connections, sort and filters, the data tools such as validation and duplicates, forecast, outline, everything you want to do about your data. You want to customize it, you want to format it, you want to find out. You're going to find them over here. Even you can also filter up your data just by going through these options or just by going through this tab. Then we have is the review. So what comes in mind when this review word comes to your head? Obviously, you want to check it out. You want to check which part have done a mistake, or you want to check how it looks like when it is presented. So you want to go through those options. You want to get that like functionality or facility. Just go through this review tab in Microsoft Excel, and you will get spell checks. You will get thesaurus. You will get workbook statics, accessibility. Check all of them. You can also protect your workbook and allow edit ranges, and you can also hide your ink in your spreadsheet if you want to just by going through this tab. Then we have is the viewing option. Now, how you want to work all depends on this, or how you want your workspace to appear. Everything is over here. You want a ruler, you will get that. You want a grid line, it's also over here. You want page layout, you want page breaks, you want custom views, you want like different panels, you want different windows, you want macros. All of them will appear over here. And the last one, which you see over here, which is called the developer tab or the developer ribbon, is something a bit complex because you have VBA, you have macros. This is kind of like programming for Microsoft Excel, which is like a programming language, which only runs under Microsoft or runs only on Microsoft Office suites. Okay, it's not going to work anywhere else. This is basically like the coding of Microsoft Office suites. So I'm also going to be showing you a couple of basic things which you can do with VBA, with macros, how you can record them, about the macro security, add-ins, the inserts, the properties, the controls, XML, and everything. So this is basically how you'll be able to open up tabs and ribbons, and I've already shown you where and how you'll be able to find those tools. And I'm going to show you another thing over here before getting into our whole lesson, is that sometimes you might feel like like this part gets hidden, or you can see something like this happens, or sometimes when you double click on it, sometimes it just goes away, and then what you have to do is just click on it, and then you'll be seeing that it just goes away. It's just hidden. But if you want to get it back, what you're going to do is just right click on over here, the formula bar, or this option over here. You can see you'll be able to increase it if you want to. You can see it over here. But what you can do is just go off the file. You can go off the options and you can just turn them on again. What you're going to do is just go off the general or quick access toolbar. You can just keep it wherever you want and however you want. It's up to you basically. But if you want to remove it, just like I said, you can see show quick access toolbar all the time above the ribbon. Press on OK. There we go. We have it. We have the quick show toolbar. Now what you're going to do is click on any one of these tabs. Find this option over here. Click on that. And what you're going to do is always show ribbon. Click on that. And now it's going to be always be there no matter how many times you click. So this is basically like tips and tricks on how to not lose it. And even if you do, find that those are hidden, how will you be able to open it up? So first things first, just go off the file, go off the option, go off the generals, or go off the customize ribbon. If you are on an older version, you might find it over here, but in the newer version, you can see it on the custom, quick access toolbar. Make sure it is all visible, press on OK, and then you're good to go. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to open up new workbook, worksheet, tabs, and also ribbon, and where to find out the tools which you actually want. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel, and hope to see you guys in my next lesson.
Welcome to our third lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson,
we're going to learn about saving your data. Now, there are going to be a couple of different methods of saving your data. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel device. You can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft Excel. Now, there are a couple of different ways, and there is also a very easier method if you're using a newer version of Microsoft Excel. Not even just Microsoft Excel, if you're using the newest version of Microsoft Office Suite, you'll be able to get that advantage. Now, the newest advantage, which is over here, is called the autosave. Now, the autosave needs a couple of criteria to be met up first. One is going to be using the newest version. Second is making sure that you're connected to the internet. And third is making sure that you are connected to your Microsoft account with your OneDrive. Okay, so if you want to set it up, you can also do that. Now, if you want to save up or you want to turn on this autosave, what you're going to do is click on that option and then select your OneDrive, as I have this on over here. Click on that one, and then it will take a bit of time, and then you can see autosave is turned on. Now, when you turn on autosave, you can see that like beside the save option, we have this, circular icon over here. That means no matter whatever data you put in Microsoft Excel, everything will be saved all at the same time when you put it. But for this one, or for this, functionality, you have to make sure you have internet connection all of the time, or else it would not be saved. Okay, so what I'm going to do is type this, and you can see it will be saved. If I type this, it will be saved. Now, even if I cut this off, I won't see, let's say, even if I close it up, I would not see like a message that save up the file or something like that. Okay, but if I do not turn it on, you will basically see. So as I already have it turned on, I will also show you an example. I have this data. I'm going to do is just cut this off, and it will be turned off. Now let's make another like Microsoft, worksheet. I'm going to do is just turn this on, and you can see autosave is not on over here. I'm going to do is put in a couple of data over here. And if I try to close it, you'll basically see this pop-up open up, because obviously you don't want to lose your progress. So using or turning on autosave at this time or in the newer version of Microsoft Excel is, a better solution. Okay, so you can turn on autosave, but if you do not have or if you don't have autosave turned on, it's also totally fine. So first I'm going to do is just don't save. Let me just open up this one where I can put in my own data. Okay, so from here, what I'm going to do is going to putting in a couple of data over here. So I'm going to do is just put a couple of data, and you can see that I don't have autosave on anymore. Now for this ones, or right now, I'm not going to be turning it on. Instead, I'm going to show you how you will be able to save up your data in different methods. Okay, so the first method is just by clicking on this save, or just by crossing it and then saving it. So I'm going to suggest you, even if you do not have this auto save option, make sure to click on the save button and it will be saved to your PC. And on the newer versions from 2019, you have, or this message appears up, saved to this PC. So if you're using 19 or above, such as 365, 2021, 2023, it will show you this message that it has been saved. But the previous ones, or the ones older than those, will not show you any message. Okay, so you can click on this one and it will be saved. Now if you try to close it off, it will already be saved. Now whenever you're trying to open it, you will have the same thing. So you don't have to worry about any dysfunction or anything. It will be saved. So whenever you get this message, it will be saved. Okay, so let's put in a couple more data over here. Now when you put in like new data, you will basically see that you don't have the message anymore. So that means you have newer data. But the next method is going to be by closing it off. Close it off, press on save on this option, and it will be saved. So let me turn this on again. There we go. It has been saved. Now let me show you a shortcut key, which is one of the most important thing, and which is going to be a lot helpful in the longer run when you are working with Microsoft Excel. Now what you're going to do is whenever you want to save up your progress, just press on Ctrl and S and it will be saved.
So the shortcut for save is Control S. Now, even if you do not know or even if you forget about it, you don't have to worry. Just hover your mouse over the save button and you'll basically see the shortcut key. And there are also a couple of different methods of seeing your shortcut key, but obviously I also have a different lesson for shortcut keys and useful shortcut keys, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, I'm going to show you each and every one of them step by step. Okay, so now we know how we'll be able to save it up in 3 different ways. Now there are also other methods, which are going to be you have to go off to the File tab and then save it up. So let's put in a couple of data first. There we go. Then what you're going to do is just go off, open up your File tab, and then you have the Save option. Click on that, and it will be directly saved on your device. Now, we only saved it on our exact file, which is 3. On my resource file, you have this file. You don't have to worry about it. So here we go. We have this file. Now, what if I want it to be saved on another file, another folder, in a different format? So this is the part where the whole thing comes out to be different. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just remove them, delete, and I'm going to do is just save it. So basically this is a totally blank workbook. So when I open it up, it is basically like blank. So what I'm going to do is just put in a couple of data over here. Let me just show it to you. 10. There we go. We have a couple of these data, and I'm going to do is just put in a couple of numbers over here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do is just delete the parts which I did not need. So we have this data. But let's say I want this data to be variable, okay? And I want this data to be static. So I'm going to do is just keep it at the center. There we go. Now, let's say I want to save this file in a different, let's say, format, in a different path, but I want this thing to be available. So what I'm going to do over here is that first off, let me just Control X. There we go. I'm going to do is just remove them. Or you can cut them off. There we go. You can paste it wherever you want. What I'm going to do is just copy this whole thing. Delete. I'm going to do is just save this file. And I'm going to do you can paste it if you want. Or you can also put in a couple of data again. Let me just put in new data. So we have this data over here. Now what I'm going to do is just go off to File. I'm going to do is click on Save As. And then find out where you want to save it. If you want to save it on your OneDrive, that's totally fine. But if you want to browse your device, then what I'm going to do is just click on Browse. And you can here, what I'm going to do is just put in 03 ECL. I'm going to do is just click on Save. And we have it saved, okay? So I'm going to do is, you can see 03 ECL is saved. I'm going to do is cut this off. I'm going to do is refresh this file. There we go, 03 ECL. But we have another one, 03. Now when I open it up, you can see we have the same thing. So that means the data which I put on next has not been saved because I saved it as a different format, as a different workbook, or even as a different worksheet. So this is the difference, and that is how it just makes your work a lot more easier and Microsoft Excel to be a lot versatile. And it's just not that you'll be able to save it, as, just an Excel worksheet. You can also save it in different formats. Let me just show it to you. Go off the File, go off to Save As, and then what you're going to do is do the same thing. I'm going to do 03. This time I'm going to do is put in TYT and click on that. And there you go. You have all of the different formats how you can save it as. You want PDF? It's available. You want tech or text, it's available. You want XML, you want text, you want code, you want CSV, you want XPS, script open, fax, all of them is available over here. It just depends on which version you're using, so make sure to keep that in mind. Try using the newest version, and also make sure to use the genuine versions, because if you are not using a genuine version, sometimes you might face a couple of red alerts or a couple of notification like this is not verified and all of those, which is kind of a hassle
to face when you are already working. So try using the genuine versions, and then you will get a lot of type of formats how you want to save it as. Let's say I want to save it as a PDF, just for example. I'm going to just click on save, and it will be saved up. Now what I'm going to do is, just cut this off and make sure to refresh your file. And there you go. We have 03TYT, and you can see we have our file ready. Okay, and you can also open it up. So try using the ones which you want to use, and try checking out the files which you want to save it up. Try seeing which files you want, which data you want, and how you want to save it as. And there are also other methods of saving up your file, just by going off to export and changing the file type, and then you can share it or save it whenever you want. Okay, so make sure to fiddle through these tools, and hope you understood everything about this lesson. If you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our fourth lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about errors. Before getting into our whole lesson, we have to learn a bit about what errors are and how many types of errors does Microsoft Excel express. So, without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. On my screen, you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Excel on my device. Now, there are going to be a couple of, let's say, errors which you will face in Microsoft Excel. Now, there are going to be 8 types of errors which Microsoft Excel expresses. Now, let's go by, one by one. There could be name error, then hash error, reference error, value error, deviation error, number error, null error, and the NA error. So all of them has different type of problems or errors, and there are different methods of solving them. So I'm going to show you how you'll be able to solve them one by one, and let's go through them one by one. So on the starting bit, let's just start off with our deviation 0 error and why deviation 0 error appears up. Now let's say I'm going to do is select any one of these cells. I'm going to type in 8, 4. Let's type in 10 by 5. On the last one, I'm going to do is type in 2 by 0. Or something like, let's say, not even 5. Okay, let's just show you this example. Now, how does it appear up? So I want my result over here. I'm going to type in equal, and then I'm going to do is just select this, and you want to divide it. So if you want to divide it, you need an oblique sign. So I'm going to do is put this oblique. I'm going to do is select the second cell, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our answer. Over here, what I'm going to do is type in equal, click on this, oblique, this one. Hit on enter, and we have this deviation error. Click on equal, this one, oblique, this one, hit on enter, and we still see the same error, which is deviation error. So mainly, this deviation error appears up when we are dividing any value by 0 or any value with nothing. So if you have no value to divide it by, it's also termed as 0. So that is why this appears up, or this error appears up. What you can do is find out the cell where we don't have any value or there's 0. Let's say I'm going to type in 5, and you can see it has been fixed. Now if I type in 1, it will be fixed. So that is why, and now you know how you'll be able to fix out your deviation 0 error. Now let's move on to our next one. Our next error is going to be the name error. So this is going to be our deviation error. So let's just cut this off. I don't need it anymore. So let's just show you about the name error. So let's say I'm going to do is type in a couple of values. There we go. I'm going to do is just sum this up in a specific place. So I want to get my result over here. Now if I type in equal sum, hit on tab and select the whole thing, close the parentheses, hit on enter. There we go. I have my answer. But what if I type in something which Microsoft Excel cannot analyze, or it isn't programmed to understand it? So if I type in plus open parentheses, selecting all of those, closing the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go, we have our name error. So this mostly appears up when you are trying to put in a command, or let's say a function, or let's say even a formula. But Microsoft Excel is not programmed to understand that formula. So that is why this name error appears up. If I type in equal sum, opening parentheses and closing the parentheses and hitting on enter, then I have my answer, and I also got that fixed. It's not only like you'll be able to use plus or something. Even if you're using HLOOKUP, if you type in HLOOKUPs, you can type in equal HLOOKUPs, then you can see that it is not showing me like a formula already. So that means it doesn't have a formula which it can, let's say analyze or understand. And that is why you have or you see this error appearing up. Let's just show you another example over here. Let's say if I want to use average formula, average, I'm going to type in an X. I'm going to open the parentheses, select all of them, closing the parentheses, hit on enter, and you see this name error. If I click on that, and if I remove or fix it up and hit on enter, and then I have the value back again. So that is basically how you'll be able to solve in this name error on Microsoft Excel. The next one, which I'm going to do, or which one I'm going to be showing, is going to be the NA error, which is not available. Now, not available appears up when you see that the data is missing or unavailable. Okay, so if you don't have any data, then where are you going to, or how are you going to even find it, right? So what I'm going to do over here is going to be finding out some parts or finding out a value. Where I'm going to do is just, put in a specific data. So let's say I'm going to go off over here. There we go. And what I'm going to do over here is type in 10. This one I'm going to put in 30. And over here, what I'm going to do is going to be putting in a value, which I'm going to sum up. So let's say I'm going to do sum up a specific value. Over here, I'm going to show you a couple of data. Let's say I'm going to do is type in LIG, LUP, LIT, and let's say I'm going to do is LUP over here. Okay, LUP is over here. I'm going to do is just type in LIP. So we have all of these values, but right now I'm going to do is just delete these two, and I'm going to do is type in GIG. Okay, there we go. We have GIG. Now I want a specific value to appear up. I want to do is type in a couple of value. Let's say this one is going to be depending on these. Okay, so we have a specific value right here. Now what I'm going to do over here is going to be using something which I want it to match. So let's say I'm going to do is match specific value. Let's say I'm going to type, I'm going to just type in match function. And then I'm going to do is just the lookup value, which is going to be this one. And I want the lookup value to be this one. So first off, I want the lookup value to be this, comma, this value, comma, and match found. I'm going to do is type in 0. So closing the parentheses, hit on enter, and we have this NA error because we cannot find GIG. But let's say I'm going to do is type in GIG over here, hit on enter, and there you go. We have two values available. Okay, which is 1 and 2. But if I change the value over here and type in, let's say, FGH, hit on enter, and there we go, we see our NA error. So you can also find this error, or you might also face this error in cases of VLOOKUP too. Okay, so make sure to see this, and you already know how you'll be able to fix it. You can also you can only fix it if you can't, or if you can find out the value, or by fixing out the data. So from here, what I can do is I can type in LIT, hit on enter, and I will have 3. I can also type in LIG, and I will also find the specific value. So this is basically how it works, or basically it will show you the value and also fix it if you're using it in this way. So if it doesn't find the value, it's going to show you this NA error. So, and now you know how you'll be able to fix in your NA error on Microsoft Excel. Now the next error which we are going to do, or which we are going to show you, is going to be the numerical error, okay? Which is going to be only appear up when there is a problem with a specific value. Now the specific value is going to be something, let's say you are using, let's say a specific value such as, you are using a word and you are using also a mathematical value. Let's say I'm going to do is type in QW124. And if I type in equal, sum, and select both of them, close the parentheses, and you can see sometimes it appears up. Okay, it does appear up sometimes. But what happens is that if you put in more value, something like this, and you can see that this is a 0, even though I've summed it up. Now, if it doesn't find the value or it doesn't meet up the criteria, it will show you the numerical error. So let me just show it to you how you'll be able to see it and how you'll be able to, fix it up. Say I'm going to do it with a mathematical term. So obviously this is a program, right? And obviously it has a limitation. If I type in 8,000 into 100 or 1,000, now let's say I'm going to do is type in equal this one, and I'm going to do is just use this, hit on enter, and there you go, we have a numerical error. So let's say obviously it just crossed the limits, which Microsoft Excel cannot do it anymore. If I type in 1, there we go, it has been fixed up. Or let's type in 10, it has been fixed up. So this is basically how you'll be able to fix out this numerical error on Microsoft Excel. So let's move on to our next one, which is going to be our value error. Okay, so value error appears up most of the time, just like I said, when there is a value which it cannot detect, or where is a value where it cannot, let's say, understand. So how will you be able to fix it, and how will you face it? Okay, so let's just say I'm going to do is show you step by step. So what I'm going to do over here is going to be putting in an array. So I'm going to do is type in a couple of value. Right, I have a value over here. I'm going to put in specific value at certain places. What I'm going to do is just put in a bit more number. There we go. And now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on equal. I'm going to do select this minus this value. Hit on enter. And then I'm going to do is use this fill header to get the values of each and every one of them. But you can see that we have still 2 of these cells. Let's say if I put in apple, you can see the value error. So basically this error appears up when it cannot meet up the criteria. Obviously, we are using numerical values. Now, if you just put in an alphabetical value in between it, obviously it cannot show you, the data, or it will not show you the value which you will actually get as a result. So that is why this value error appears up. And for that reason, what you have to do is just put in a couple of data. Let's say numerical value. There we go. It has been fixed. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to use this value error and how you'll be able to, fix up your value error whenever you want. Next error, which is going to be the spell error. So we have a value over here, right? Let's say I'm going to do is put in apple in between. And then I'm going to do is going to put in equal. Let's use a formula. Let's say I'm going to type in unique. And then I'm going to do is just select all of these at once. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have the spell error. So the spell error appears up only when it can see that something in between the array is blocking the whole thing. So if I see this, that I need the whole array, that means I'm going to need up till here. So, and there's something in between blocking the whole thing. So if I remove that part, and there I go, the error has been fixed. The next one, which I'm going to do, is going to be the reference error. So let's say I'm going to do is use this cell over here. I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to do is type in sum. And let's say I'm going to do is just use all of these. Okay. There we go. We have up till here. I'm going to do is close up the parentheses, hit on enter. But if there is one reference which goes off missing, even though we have done our value right, let's say I'm going to do is just click on that, right click, delete.
And sometimes what happens is that it shows you a reference error. Now what I'm going to do is going to be using them step by step or one by one. Let's say comma, this, comma, this, comma, this. Okay? Hit on enter, there you go. Now we have a different way of putting it up. But if I change that or delete it right now, it will give me a reference error. It's because when you click on that, you'll basically see the last cell which we were using doesn't have the position or has been replaced. That is why we have this reference error. Now from here, what you can either do is remove that, or you can also remove it or add in a new one and apply it on your formula. And it will fix up that error showing up on your screen. The last error to appear up on your screen is going to be the hash error. And this is the most simplest one to fix. Let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of numbers. Let's say I'm going to do is just keep typing a lot of numbers and hit on enter. And you can see this is how it looks like. But if it gets shorter, you can see the hash appears up. So this error appears up only when it doesn't have enough space to express the data. So what you're going to do is just double click on it and it will show you the value. And you can also keep on increasing so that you get the actual number. Okay, you can just click on that one, click on general, there we go, or in numbers. Then what you're going to do, double click, and there you go, you have the general number value. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on getting to know about the errors and also how to fix them up one by one. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And if you have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I will always be there to help you out. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel.
Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn all about the logical functions in Microsoft Excel, how it functions, how you'll be able to use them, and how it shows you the result. So, without any further ado, let's just move into our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft Excel. I'm going to go through each and every steps one by one. Now, when you hear about logical terms or logical functions, which type of functions pop up in your mind? Those are very simple, which is going to be AND, OR, XOR, and NOT. Okay, there's also different ones, but these are all the basics. Okay, so AND, OR, XOR, which is exclusive OR, NOT. Okay, and the NOT function. So we're going to go through them one by one. So first off, get yourself open up an Excel spreadsheet, and then we're going to start off with our number. So let's see, I'm going to do is going to make a range in this lesson too, so that I can explain how it actually works. And at the end of the lesson, after we get a result, we're going to also do some conditional formatting on the tables, so you don't have to worry about it. So let me just show it to you. Let's say I'm going to do is type in number 1. Okay. And here I'm going to do is type in number 2. Here we go. And then I'm going to do is going to be clicking on them so that it just looks a bit better. There we go. And what I'm going to do is going to be typing in a couple of numbers. Now, before getting into this lesson, you have to know a bit about it. Okay. So computer language only understands two things, which is 0 and 1. Now, everything on your PC, everything on your data is just somehow encoded or decoded by using 0 and 1. Okay, only 0 and 1. It doesn't understand any language. So as we have 0 and as we have 1, there are two values over here. 0 is termed to be negative, or let's say no value, and 1 is termed to be positive, or let's say 1 value or yes. Okay, so we can term no or 0 as a no and 1 as a yes. Okay, it will just make your work a lot more easier if you understand it just like that. So 1 is yes and 0 is no. So we can also term it like this, that 1 is true and 0 is false. It's just a term. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you all one by one. So I'm going to do is type in, let's say I'm going to put in 2 0. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 0 0, type in 1, or let's say I'm going to do is type in 0
1, 1, 0, and last one is 1, 1. There we go. So we have the value over here, right? So this is basically a binary number sequence. So I just, just showed it to you. So as I have the value, what I'm going to do is going to be making it to be in the center so that it just looks a bit better. I'm going to do is increase the size of it too so that you can see how it basically functions up. Okay, I'm going to do is double click. There we go. So we have number 1 and number 2. So we are going to get our value starting with our first formula, or let's say our first logical value, which is going to be AND. Okay, so I'm going to do is just type in AND, keep it at the center. There we go. And I'm going to do is just type in OR over here, and this is going to be not for number 1. So I'm going to do is increase it, not for number 1, not for, this is going to be number 2. What I do is close the brackets. There we go. And overall not. And the last one is this, okay? And you can also put in XOR if you want to. So I'm going to do is just type in XOR. There we go. So we have all of these values. So I'm going to do is just make sure that we have a boundary or we have some borders. So I'm going to do is just put it like this. There we go. As we have our table done, now we're going to do is show you all of the results. Now let's start off with the AND. Now, when you are starting to put in any logical function or any formulas, you have to start off with equal, okay, equal, and then put in your formula, which is going to be AND. So you can also like click on this, or you can press on tab on your PC. Now you can see logical 1 and logical 2. If you need more brief about that formula, what you can do is just go off the formulas. And from formulas, what you're going to do is go off the logical. And from there, you're going to do is click on AND, or whichever one you want to use. So what happens when you're using AND is that it checks whether all arguments are true and returns true if all arguments are true. So you can see that we have true, 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 true. Okay. So it's going to return true only if all the values or all the logical terms are true. But we have already 2 false values over here. So obviously it will show us or return us a false value. There we go. You can see a false. Now let's try on this one to equal and without this one this time. And obviously this one is also going to show us a false because we also have a false and a true value. Now this time I'm going to do is just try it, or we can use the fill header. There we go. Now let's try it for the last one. So I'm going to type in equal, and this will give us our true value because both of these values are true because both of them are 1. So I'm going to type in AND, click both of them, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. After all of it, we have a true value. So that is why you will get, or you will understand how these logical functions work in Microsoft Excel. Okay, so both of these are false. That is why it's false. 1 false, 1 true equals to false. 1 true, 1 false is equal to false. So according to the formula, only if all of the let's say all of the terms are true, it will show us true. So that's why the last one is true. Let's move on to our next one, equal or. You can hold on the tab and use them. Now let's go off and see what the OR function is, or how it actually functions. Now it's going to check whether any of the arguments are true and return true, or false. Returns false only if all arguments are false. So if only all the arguments are false, it's going to show you a false result. But if any one of them is still true, it will show you true. Okay, so you can either, okay, this is going to be the secondary method of how you'll be able to, use it. Okay, so I'm going to do is just click on OR, and this type of pop-up appears up. So what you're going to do over here is, let's say I'm going to do is just delete the parts. I'm not going to be needing that. Let's just click on that, click on logical, or there we go. Now I'm going to do is select both of these values, logical 1, or I'm going to do is just go off the logical 2. This is going to be this one, hit on OK, and there we go. We have a false result because both of them are false. Now this will give us a true value. Let's just use this fill header, and you can see this is true because one is false and one is true. Let's try typing it over here. I'm going to do is type in equal, type in OR, logical 1, 2, and this is also going to be true. And the last one might turn out to be false or true. It's going to be base on which values we have over here. Both of them are true, so this is why it is true. One true, one false, still true. One false, one true is equal to true. Okay, so that is basically how this OR function works in Microsoft Excel. Now let's move on to NOT. So the NOT function is basically very simple. It's going to show you something, or let's say it's going to show you a result where, let's say, it's the opposite. If the actual value which you get is going to be true, it will show you a false. If the actual value which you get is false, it's going to be true. So let's try it out. Let's say NOT number 1 equal NOT. So we have our number 1 NOT, or the number 1. If I click on it, and it will show me true. It's because this is a false. But if it's not false, it's supposed to be true, right? So that's how you can remember this. Now you can use this fill header, and you can see that we're going to have 2 true at the top and true false at the end. Now let's try off with our second number. Equal, type in NOT, and we have our NOT number 2. Let's try this, close the parentheses, and there we go, we have true. Now it's going to give me false and true and false again. It's going to be in a zigzag way. There we go. So we have all of it over here. Now let's get off our overall NOT. So how do you do that? First off, what you have to do is type in equal, and then I'm going to type in NOT. Now I'm going to do is put in one logical value. Now, if you want to use one logical value, that's totally fine. Now I can use AND or OR, okay? So let's try AND. I'm going to do is click on that, hit on close parentheses, and there we go, we have true. It's because it is false. Now if I use the fill header, it's going to get me the value of the rest of the ones. So 3 of them true, and 1 of them is overall not as a false. Okay, so that is basically how you'll be able to use NOT. Okay, so we already know about AND, OR, and NOT functions and how those actually work. Now let's move on to our last one, which is the exclusive OR. So exclusive OR is a bit different than OR. The difference basically in computer science, OR means one, the other, or both. And exclusive, which is XOR, means one or the other, but not both. So let me just show you how it basically works, and if you need more definition about it, you can just go off the formulas, go off the logical, and we're going to use this XOR and how it works. It just returns a logical exclusive OR of all arguments. So it's going to be multiple arguments. You can use only one in OR function, but if you are using OR, you can use like a lot of arguments inside of one formula. So that is the difference, okay? So let me just show you how you'll be able to work with it too. Let's type in equal XOR, open the parentheses, and now I'm going to do is use logical 1 and 2. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go, we have our false value. Now if I use the same thing over here, type in equal XOR, and let's type in both of those, close the parentheses, and there you go, we have true. Now you can see both of them are quite the same. But if I close or open it up, the whole thing, or use the thing whole, you can see the last value is a false over on exclusive, but on the OR function, it is a true. It's because both of these values are now turning out to be true. So when you're using the exclusive OR function, when 2 values are true, or if 2 values are false, it will still show you a false value. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use these logical functions in Microsoft Excel. Now, after we are basically done with all of these functions and hope you understood everything, let's go off to conditional formatting. So if you want to do that, first off, you're going to do is select the whole range of data, go off to conditional formatting, and then what you're going to do is going to be click on highlighted cells and then find out text that contains. Click on that. And here what I'm going to do is going to be searching out for, let's say, true. There we go. Now, if I want true, what I'm going to do is show it with green values, okay? So here we go. We have green values. Totally fine, okay? And then you're going to do is click on conditional formatting again. And I can do the same thing. Click on text that contains. Now, I'm going to do is type in false. There we go. I want all of them red. You can also do that. And after that, just press on OK. And there we go. We have our conditional formatting done. Now, what you're going to do is click on the whole thing.
And what you're going to do is going to be highlight top or bottom. Okay, you can also make sure to keep it however you want. Let's say I want the top to be like bold, or let's say I'm going to do is keep all of them bold at the same time. Here we go. I'm going to do is make sure that this is of the same size. I'm going to do is increase the size of each and every one of them. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Increase the size. Make sure that all of them are perfectly aligned. And then what you can do is also change the way the header looks like, the bottom looks like. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Let's just keep it like this, and there we go, we are done. And this is basically how you'll be able to do conditional formatting on your range of data. So thank you for watching this video up till the end, and hope you understood everything about the logical functions and how it works in Microsoft Excel. If you still have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always going to be there to help you out. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about very simple things, which are going to be cell, row, and the column function and how it functions up in Microsoft Excel. I'm going to show it to you with examples step by step. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft Excel on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft Excel. And now I'm going to show you all of these steps or all of these functions one by one, starting off with our cell function. Now, among the cell, column, and row function, the cell is one of the most complex one. Now, even though you might think like it's complex, like you won't be able to use it as a beginner, but it's basically not. So this cell function is something like an information type of function. How you can get the format, how you can get the color, how you can get the information about every cell and every specific cell. Okay, so first off, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in Apple, and then I'm going to do is type in a couple of number over here, and I'm going to do select that, and I'm going to do is turn it into currency. And the last one I'm going to do is just type in 03/2024. Okay, let's just type in or keep it like this. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be, you can see that we have a date format, we have a currency format, and we just have a general format. So as we have this value over here, I'm going to do is just keep all of them in the center. I'm going to do is just increase them a bit so that we can see it and how it is working. So if you want to use the cell function and if you don't know how to use it, you can just go off the formulas and you can click on more function. And on your information section, you will find out this cell. Okay. And there are different methods of using the cell. You can see it. Okay. So you can either try using this, but obviously it's not going to give you any reference or how you can use it. So I just prefer using by just typing on my screen. Okay. I'm going to use just type in equal, type in cell. Okay. First off, type in equal. Type in equal, cell, and then we have a couple of info type which you want to gather. Let's say you want the address of any specific cell. Click on this, or you can also type in. Then what you're going to do is just put in a comma over here. And then after putting in the comma, you have to put the reference, which cell you want to see the address of. Let's say I want to use this one. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see I have the exact address, which is Q1. Okay, and this is also locked up. It's called anchor. So I'm going to show it to you like later on how you'll be able to use them in functions too, so you don't have to worry about it. Now what I'm going to do is type in equal, cell, and maybe I want a column number. So I'm going to just double click on it, put in a comma. Let's say I want to use this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that this is on the first column. Now, what if I want to use a whole different thing? What I'm going to do is type in, I want maybe the format. So I'm going to just click on format, comma, this one, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see C2. It's because it's currency, okay? So we have the currency value, and the last one is going to be the date. So I'm going to type in equal again, type in cell, format.
What I'm going to do is just cut this off again. Format, comma, this one, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see D1. It's because it is in the date function, okay? And the last one I'm going to do is just show it to you, equal, cell. Let's say I want the format of the first one, and you can see it's G. It's because it is a general format, and you can also see it. It is basically turned out as, let's say, the first alphabet of each and every one of them. You can see general, then you can see currency, and the last one is date. Okay, so now I hope you understood everything about this cell function, and there are also a couple of other things which you can do too. So let's say I'm going to do is just click on that. I'm going to do is click on this, and if I keep it red, there we go. I can also get a color, equal, cell. Now I want the color, comma, this one, close the parentheses, hit on enter. It might show you as a 0 or 1 value, but if it shows you a 0 value, that means it has already detected that there is a color. Okay, so you'll be able to use different type of information to gather from just by using the cell function. Okay, you can also like use the row. You can also use the type. You can also get the width. Now, if you want the width, you can let me just show it to you. You can see this is how it is. Click on that. I'm going to do is put in a comma, and I want the width of this cell. Hit on enter, and you can see formula has spilled because it is a false. So you can also use, you can see 16. This is 16 PTS. Okay, so try using it. I'm going to do is just type in got it. There we go. So this is the 16 PTS width of this cell. So now you know how you'll be able to use the cell function. Now let's move on to our next function, which is the row and a column function. So row and the column function is one of the most easiest functions to use, and basically both of them are used to get the position, or let's say where it is. So we can also start off with typing equal, and now I'm going to do is just close this off. Hit on. I'm going to do is just type in, let's say, row function, equal row. Open the parentheses, and now I'm going to need a reference. Now, if I'm going to use a reference, let me just select on any row which I want. Let's say I want this row. So I'm going to do select that, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see this is row 2. So basically, you'll be able to kind of use it in different functions or formulas like inside of it too. It just helps you to find out which value or which number you want to use. So you can use this number or this numerical result as, let's say sometimes a criteria, which you can fulfill it up inside of another function. Let's say I'm going to use it again so that I can show you. Type in equal. Let's type in row. And now if I'm going to do select all of this, it's also fine. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and now you can see even if we have multiple of them, it will still show me which row am I selecting. Now I'm going to type in equal again, row, open the parentheses, and what if I select 2 of these cells or 3 of these rows altogether. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 3, 4, 5 has been selected altogether. But one thing you have to keep in mind is that like wherever you started from, even if you select it like this, it's going to term out the first cell which you selected and gonna show you the result. Now you can see that I have got 2 different more, but it's totally fine because sometimes when you are not getting it, it will just show you, or what I just said is it will just show you from the cell you started. Okay, now let's put in our column function. Let's type in equal, type in column. Okay, we have 2 of them. Just try using the first one. Now it just works the same way it works on the row. So first things first, you have to select a column. Let's just select any cell first. So I'm going to do select this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that it is giving us 1 as the answer. Now if I use equal, column, and then select the whole thing, or the whole cell, or the whole column, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and it will give me the whole value. Now, if I use multiple cells or multiple references, type in equal, column, and then I'm going to do select the whole thing like this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can still see the first one is 2, and the rest of the ones are the next values. Okay, it's because just like I said on the row function, that it's going to give you the result from where you basically started off with. Now, this other values, it only shows up on the newer versions of Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Office Suites. If you're using any versions, let's say older than 2019, you'll basically see that it will only give you one result. Because in the older versions, it only used to detect the cells where you selected the first cell or how you selected the first cell from. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the cell, column, and row function. And one of the advantage of using a cell function is that you get the column and also the row function inside of it. Okay, so you can also like skip using column and row individually. You can just use the cell function to use the column and row function together, and that is why it is integrated. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson, and obviously if you do have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about a couple of useful shortcut keys, and we're going to show you how it works, which buttons to press, and I also have attached in a resource Excel where you'll be able to see those shortcut keys. And I'm also going to be showing you where you can find those shortcut keys to use. So without any further ado, let's just move into our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. On my screen, you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Excel on my device. Now I have 20 of these shortcut keys, and each of them perform different functions or different works. I'm also going to be giving you a couple of additional ones which you'll be able to use. Now, before getting into our whole course, first thing which you need to know is about the navigation, right? So navigation is very simple, and then I'm going to go to each and every one of these settings or each and every one of these shortcut keys. So if you want to navigate, you can use your arrow keys on your keyboard like this, but obviously most people just use the mouse. But sometimes, just using, your keyboard is somewhat a lot more, time saving. So you can use this as a navigation, and then if you want to go off to your next line, just hit on enter. Okay, and I'm going to show you a couple of shortcut keys, and if you want to go left to like right, you can see most of the time we use this, right? We go off to the next page, but we have also cells on the right. So if you want to do that, you want to skip that, just press on tab, and you can see you'll be able to go right. Okay, so we're going to go through each and every one of these shortcut keys right now. Now the first thing which you're going to see over here is going to be the Control N. Obviously, when you want to work on Microsoft Excel, you're going to need more files on and on, right? But one thing is that if you want to make another new workbook, what you have to do is close off this workbook and then open it up on your own. Or you can also go off to File and then you have to open up a new workbook. But what if I say, if you just press on Control and N on your keyboard, it's going to make you a new workbook. And it's going to save up a lot of time, because just like that, you can see when you're working, you just have to go off to File, then click on a new workbook. But instead, you can just press on Control N on your keyboard, and there we go, our next book has been created. Okay, so just try using this. It's a lot helpful, and one of the most important, let's say advantage or perk of using shortcut key is that it saves you a lot of time and makes your workflow a lot more smoother and easier. Okay, so the next option or the next shortcut key which we see over here is Control and O. So just like you can hear, Control and O is for the open section. Now, if you want to open up any file from your PC, your drive, any of your folders, you want to go off to the settings of open, just press on Control and O instead of going to file like this, going to open, and then finding it out. Instead of that, just press on Control O on your keyboard and you are still on the same pane or the same panel when you just go off to home and then search for it. Okay, from here you'll be able to search for any of the files you want to open up, and after that just click on and open it up and start working. Okay,
The next option we see over here is very basic, which is Control and S, which stands or which is assigned with the save function. Okay, so it's if you want to put in any data, and as you can see, I do not have autosave on, so either I have to click on this or I have to turn on autosave. Instead of that, you can just press on Control S and you can see it has been saved to this PC. So there you go. This is how you'll be able to save up any of your data and just makes your work a lot more easier. Then we have is Control and W. Just try pressing Control and W to this, and you can see want to save and use tool shortcut key in a different format. So if you want to save any of your file and you want to go after the save as settings, you can just press on Control and W. It will show you all of the same things which you see over here. You'll be able to save it as XLL or XSLX. You'll be able to save it up as that format, and even if you want to change it, you have to just go off to the settings and save it up. Okay, so make sure to try it out. The next options which we have are very basic, which is Control C, Control X, and Control V. So all of them are basically quite the same because I've already shown you how those work. Control C is for copy, Control X is for cut, and Control V is for paste. Let me just show it to you. Let's say I'm going to do is type in fruit over here, hit on enter, and now I want to copy it. Control C for copy, Control V for paste. Now if I want to cut all of them, Control X for it, Control V. There we go. Cut, copy, and paste all three of them right over here. Okay, just try using them. It's quite fun to use. It's just a lot of time, okay, because you don't have to select it all together like this and then copy and then paste. Okay, the next options which we see over here are also very basic, which is Control Z and Control Y. Okay, so Control Z and Y stands for or is assigned with undo and redo. So if I want to undo this process, let's say I'm going to do is press on Control Z and it has been undone. And if you want to redo the process, just press on Control and Y and it has been redone. Now, if you still cannot remember it, you have both of these options over here, undo, and then we also have redo process, and you can also see the shortcut key assigned to each and every one of them. Okay, so you can try using them. Okay, this is quite handy. The next option which we see over here is Control plus P. If you want to go off to your print settings very fast, instead of going to the file, going to the print section, what you can do is just press on Control P on your keyboard while you're working, and it will show you all of the settings which you find over here. You can see the print settings, the printer settings, all the settings about your pages, your margins, your letters, every same thing. It will just take you directly off to this print section. Okay, so try using it. It will also save you up a lot of time. The next option or the next shortcut key which we have is the Control and F. So if you already used PowerPoint, if you've already used Microsoft Word, you already know what it is. Okay, so this is basically the find and replace function and how you can open it up fast. So obviously find and replace is a very important tool if you want to change any element or any data and you want to save up a lot of time. So what you can do is just press on Control F and this find and replace option appears up. Okay, this section appears up and you'll be able to find it, and you will also be able to replace the data just the way you want to. And make sure to obviously make your work in such a way so that it fills up your criteria, okay, and make it look a lot more better. Then the next option which we see over here is Control Home. So this is basically the home, let's say the home cell. So if you are anywhere near or anywhere far away from the home, you can just press on Control and Home. It will take you to the first cell. Okay, so there are also other keys, but this just basically takes you to the first cell of Microsoft Excel, which is going to be A1. Okay, so the next option which we see over here is the Shift F11. Now let's try it out. Shift and type in F11, and you will basically see that it will open up a new sheet for you. So if you press on Control and N, it opens up a new workbook, but if you press Shift F11 on your keyboard, it will open up a new worksheet. So both of these are very important to save up a lot of time. So try using it.
The next option which we see over here is the shift and enter. Okay, I'm also going to show you a couple of additions, just like I said from the first of this lesson. So obviously, when you navigate, you hold shift to go off to the next line, right? But what if you want to go up? You can either use the up arrow key, but it's fine. But if you hold onto shift and enter, it will also go up. Enter for down, shift, enter for up. Okay, works the same way with tab if you want to just click on tab. So there is basically two type of functions of tab. One is going to be fulfilling the function, and another one is indent, or another one is going right. So right, if you want to go right, just like click on tab, and if you want to go left, shift tab, and we'll go left. Okay, so now you already know about a bit of navigation in Microsoft Excel. Then we have is shift, or let's say the next one which we have over here is Control A. So if you've used, let's say other softwares, you already know what it is. But if you still don't know, it's totally fine. So Control A is for select all. So if you want to select all inside of a cell, or let's say even a range, obviously, let's say I'm going to give you an example over here. Now, when you want to select the whole thing, what you do is like select like this, right? But you can see sometimes it just goes away, something like this or this. But what if I say if you can just select it perfectly? Just select on any one of these cells, press on Control A, and all of them has been selected. Okay, so that is basically how you'll be able to select out certain parts, or let's say even arrays of Microsoft Excel or your worksheet. So now you know how you'll be able to select all. The next option which we see over here is Control and F2. So if you want to go off to your settings again, Control and F2, just press on that. It will also take you to your shortcut keys of, or let's say the print section of Microsoft Excel. The next option which we see over here is Control and Up. So Control and Up will basically take you to the topmost cell. Let's say I'm on N, Control Up, it will take you to the topmost cell of the end. If you want to go to the like the bottom of worksheet or workbook, or how many cells there is in Microsoft Excel, you can go to the top, or let's say to the bottom. Press and Control down, it will take you to the last cell, but on N. If I want it on A, then I'm going to do is just press on Control Up and Control down. And one thing happens is that it also helps you to navigate through a range. Now you can see the top cell has a bit of data, and the top, or let's say the bottom cell of 11, A11 also has data. So you'll be able to use it, and just the way you do it, just you can also use the left and right key. You can go to the top right or the last right, and you can also go to the last left just by using your arrow keys while holding on to your control. Okay, the next option which you see over here, is the Control and F11. So let's just press on Control and F11, and what happens is that it opens up a VBE for you, or VBA, which is basically a macro. And we're going to also go through them at the end of this course, and obviously it's going to be essential, so you don't have to worry about it. Then the last one, which we see already has been completed, which is the tab, which helps you to just go left and right. And there are also a couple of other options which you will be able to use, such as, let's say I'm going to do is use to fill down. You can use Control and plus. So just click on that, Control and plus. What you're going to do is just press on that. Just press on this. I'm going to do is type in Control and then plus. You can use your fill options just by using that, Control and plus. And there are also a couple of different methods. Let's say I'm going to do is use quotations. So I'm going to do is just use quotations. You can see you'll be able to put in your data or your date, which one you're using. Just you have to like press on this. Okay, I'm going to do is just show it to you. I'm going to put in this. Let's say I'm going to do is type in CTRL, and let's say, which is going to be this one. Okay, just try using that, and when you just put it on Control and that, it will just give you off your date. So this is just like an addition which you want to use. And if you want to edit active cell, you can also just type in F12, like F2. Let's say I want to edit this. I'm going to do is just type in Control and then F2, and you'll be able to edit it. Okay, you can also just press in F2. Okay, just type in F2. Just click on any of these cells,
and type in F2, and you'll be able to edit them. And it's just basically very useless because you can just double click on it and start working on it. But sometimes, there are a couple of encrypted cells which you'll not be able to edit. But if you still want to edit them, then you have to just press on F2 on your keyboard, and then you will be able to use that. And you can also use Shift and Insert to insert any data in any cells, just the way you paste any of your data. Sometimes paste doesn't work. For that reason, you are going to use Shift plus Insert. And then the next one, which you see over here, or the last which I'm going to show you, is going to be Control 6. So what you're going to do is just type in Control 6, and then you go to the next your window if you are, let's say, if you already have any windows open. Okay, so what happens is that when you go off the view, you can switch to windows, right? If you have any windows open, let's say you want to open up another Excel spreadsheet and you want to move to another, then you're going to do is just press on Control F6 on your keyboard, and it will just swap together. You can see switch windows over here, and you can also select them whenever you want and just switch them whenever you want. So I hope you understood everything about this lesson on using a couple of useful Excel shortcut keys. And if you have, or if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. And make sure to not skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. These both of them are basically one of the most important and one of the most renowned lookup functions which most people use when they use Microsoft Excel, and this is also very essential. So I'm going to show you all of them step by step, how to use it, about the criteria, about the result, and how you're going to do, or how you are going to get the result just by using these functions. So let's move on with our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. On my screen, you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Excel on my device. Now, I also have added in this range of data, and obviously if you want to use it, I have attached it with our, let's say, resource file with this whole course. You'll be able to use it whenever you want to. But if you want to make up your own array of data or range of data, that's also up to you. So VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP both have kind of like the same, name, right? But it's V and H. So the V in VLOOKUP stands for vertical, and the H in HLOOKUP stands for horizontal. So both of them are basically the same, but both of them works on different planes. So if you have a vertical range, or let's say range of data like this, you're going to use the VLOOKUP function. But if you have your array of data in a horizontal plane, then you're going to do is use the HLOOKUP function. So both of them is basically up to you how you want to use it. So you can either use it over here, or you can also go off the formulas. Then what you're going to do is find out the lookup and reference, which is over here. Click on that, and then you will find out this VLOOKUP option. And we also have the HLOOKUP option right over here. And the last one, which we see over here, is a bit complex, which is XLOOKUP, exclusive lookup. And I'm going to show it to you later on after this course, okay? And we also have a couple of class projects which we're going to show you, and so that you can work on with us too, and so that we can see how you're progressing with work. So without any further ado, let's just show you how you'll be able to use VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP on your device. So first off, you're going to do is start off with equal and type in VLOOKUP, okay? And you can also open it up by using the tab, okay? Tab on your keyboard. Now you're going to do is search up for the lookup value. Now before that, I'm going to need a lookup value. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is I need, let's say, how many BTR is being used. So I have BTR over here. And now what I'm going to do over here is going to be using equal. I'm going to type in VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is going to be BTR, okay? But in a comma, this is going to be our lookup value. So the lookup value is going to be something, let's say, what reference am I going to be using in the table array?
So the table array is going to be the range of data which you have on your screen or on your worksheet. So the range of data which I have on my screen are these, like all of these over here. So this is the table array. Okay, or let's say this is the range of data. Now put in a comma. Now the column index number. Now which column do you want, or which column do you see the value in? Now what actually, or what do you want over here? Now do you want the particulate or do you want the credits? Now you can see the column index 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So if we want credits, I'm going to type in 4 for BTR. And if I want the LF, I'm going to type in 3. If I want particulate of BTR, I'm going to type in 2. So let's say I want the credits first. So I'm going to type in 4 and then put in a comma. And what type of match do you want? You want approximate match or do you want exact match? So I want exact match. Then close all the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see BTR is 1000. Okay. Now if you use, the fill header, you'll basically see NA error. It's because it is now terming the first one over here in this range of data. Now let's say I'm going to do is delete this once. Okay. Now if I say I want maybe paid to be my, let's say, this is going to be my reference, and I'm going to use the VLOOKUP function to get more results. Now I'm going to type in equal, type in VLOOKUP, and I want the lookup value for the paid ones. Now, which LF has been paid? So I'm going to do is use paid over here, put in a comma. I'm going to do is select all of these from here. Now I'm going to do is put in comma, and now I want the column index number. Now you can also use this A2, or I can also use B2. Okay, let's say I'm going to do is just keep it on B2. And let's go up to the next one, which is the column index number. Now you can see that on the column index number, where do we have our LF? Now we have our LF on 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is 3, right? But the array has started from the second column. So that means in this function, the second column, or B, is the first. So B is 1, then 2, then 3. No matter where you start from, that is going to be the first column. If you start from the A column, it will be 1. But if you start from B column, it will be 1. If you start from C, it will be 1. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. So I want the column index number, which is going to be 2, put in a comma, and you want exact match, close the parentheses. Now you'll basically see Ethereum, or ETH, has been paid. Okay, so there you go. You now know how you'll be able to use the reference and also how you'll be able to use the VLOOKUP function. Now let's try again once more the last time, and let's show you how you'll be able to get it done. Okay, let's say I want sales. Now which LF has been sale, which LF are in sales? Okay, so I'm going to do is type in equal on your keyboard, VLOOKUP. Now search for the lookup value, which is this one. Or you can also, if you want to type in something but make sure that it is equal or the same, then what you have to do is put in this double quotation. If you're using, let's say, any alphabetical data, type in sales, double quotation, comma, and now you want the table array. This is going to be my table array, comma, and I want which LF are on sales. So I'm going to do is just type in 3, comma, and I want exact match. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see BTC is for sales. So now you can see how you'll be able to use alphabetical data also to find out the exact value which you want to use. Okay, so there you go. You have the VLOOKUP. Now let's move on to HLOOKUP. I'm just going to give you an example right now. Now, what will happen if you use HLOOKUP in this function? So I'm going to do, or in this way. So I'm going to type in HLOOKUP. Now I'm going to do lookup for, let's say, I want BTR, comma, table array, comma, the row index. So I want the row index where it is BTR. So I'm going to do is type in 4, comma, exact match. And I will not get any perfect results, or either it will show you an error. You can see now we have an NA error. Why? It's because the array, or the range of data which we have over here, is in a vertical form. Okay, vertical. So
what you're going to do is going to be changing it into our horizontal form. Now, how do you do that? First off, select the whole array of data, or you can just select on any one and press on Control A. There we go, select it. And then you're going to do is go off the home. You can copy it, or you can press on Control C. Now, if you paste it, it's not going to work. So do not paste it whenever you want. What you're going to do is select the part where you want it to start from, and then go off the paste under over here. And then you have this option called transpose. Click on that, and then you're good to go. So there we go. We have our, let's say horizontal table formed up, and now we will be able to use, the HLOOKUP function. Well, okay. So let's try it out again. I'm going to do is just delete these. I'm not going to be using them. There we go. We have sales, we have paid, and we also have BTR. Now let's get the result, or now let's get how it works. Let's say I'm going to do is type in equal over here, HLOOKUP. I'm also going to be showing you how you'll be able to, use them just by going to the formulas tab and also opening it up. Now type in equal. Now I want the lookup value. So I want the lookup value to be, let's say, BTC. Or let's say I'm going to do is just type in BTC. I can also use BTC over here, close the parentheses, or let's say close the double quotation. I want the table array. This is going to be my table array. I want comma, and now row index. So for BTC, I want maybe, let's say I can also put something which is previous, but I want to also get the credits. If I want something after that column or after that row, I'm going to do is, let's say I want 4. So I'm going to type in credits of BTC. So I'm going to type in 4, comma, and I want exact match. Close the parentheses, and I will get either 300 or 1000. Okay, now you can see the NA error appears up. Now the NA error appears up sometimes when it cannot find the exact value. You can see the false. This is the range lookup. Okay, you can see false over here, but you can also see 4 over here. Now if I type in 2, hit on enter, and you can still see the NA error appears up. It's because it cannot find out the exact data which you're searching for. So what you're going to do over here is that you're going to do is cut the whole thing, and then you're going to do is type in equal HLOOKUP, and then you're going to do is start off with a reference first. Okay, when you're using a reference, it will be very hard to miss. So what you're going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to do is type in cash. That is what you want. So I'm going to type in equal HLOOKUP. On this one, I'm going to do is just type in HLOOKUP. The lookup value is cash, comma, the table array, select the whole thing, comma, the row index number is going to be 2 or 3. I want the LF, comma, and I want exact match. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. The cash is for BTC. So what happens when you are using a horizontal, let's say data or horizontal pane, sometimes it cannot get, or it cannot, assign to, let's say, some things which you put in an alphabetical data. It's because when you're putting in alphabetical data, it is still terming it as a vertical pane. So when you're using HLOOKUP, try to use most reference most of the time. Now let's move on to our next one. Over here, I'm going to do is go off to formulas. And on formulas, I'm going to do is just click on this lookup. And I'm going to do is search in for HLOOKUP. So I'm going to do is just go a bit down over here. And I'm going to search up for HLOOKUP over here. There we go. So first things first, I'm going to do is put in the lookup value. Now from here, I'm going to do is let's just type in our lookup value first. Let's say I'm going to do is type in for BTR. Okay, there we go. We have BTR. I'm going to do is click on lookup. There we go. Lookup value is going to be BTR. The table array is going to be from here to here. And the row index number. Now, what data or what result do I want from BTR? Do I want the particulate? Do I want the LF? Do I want the credit? Now, let's say from BTR, I want the LF. So the LF is basically on 1, 2, 3, row 3 of this range. Okay, so I'm going to type in 3. And if I want the range of lookup, now what type of lookup do I want? So I'm going to type in false. There we go.
Now I'm going to hit on enter, and you can already see that we have our answer, which was INV. You can see BTR, the LF of BTR is INV, okay, investment. So if I type in, let's say I want maybe 4, it will give me 1,000. You can see the credits of BTR is 1,000. If I type in 2, it will give me it is already purchased. So BTR is purchased for investment and the credits of it is 1,000. So it's going to give you the answer already over here. And obviously, if you are going to face errors, it will also show you the errors over here. Now let's show you the one last time on how you'll be able to use the HLOOKUP. Let's say I'm going to do is use, let's say this time I'm going to use is purchased. There we go. Totally perfect. Now I'm going to do is get the result over here. Type in equal HLOOKUP. I want the lookup value to be purchased, comma, the table array, comma, I want the row index number. Now, which ones are basically purchased? So I want the LFs, right? So I'm going to do is search for 3, comma, and I want exact matches, close the parentheses. So you can see NA error. So I don't think anything has been purchased over here, but you can see over here that we have a couple of them purchased, right? You can see purchased. Make sure to like see which one it is. HLOOKUP D18, the whole thing. You can see all over here. Then we have 3 over here. And then we also have false. Sometimes, you know, you can see, let's just cut this off over here. I'm going to do is just Control C. There we go. You can see over here, value not available error. It's because sometimes it cannot find out the data. So what you have to do is type in equal again, type in HLOOKUP. There we go. The lookup value, find it, comma, search up for the table array. Let's say I'm going to do search like this, type in 2, comma, exact match, close it off, hit on enter, and there you go. See, the purchased ones are INV, and obviously we also have another one which is BTC, but obviously you cannot see it, or this is the first one. So now you basically know how you'll be able to use these most important and popular lookup functions, which is HLOOKUP and also the VLOOKUP. And you also know how you'll be able to transpose your table or transpose your data so that you can make HLOOKUP work on your table array. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood everything. And if you have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And one thing you have to keep in mind is that when you are using the VLOOKUP, you don't have to worry about the reference. But when you're using the HLOOKUP, you have to think about it because it's going to be case sensitive and it's also going to be range sensitive because already your whole range of data is in a vertical form. Okay, so thank you for watching this video again and hope to see you guys in my next lesson. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel.
Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about data validation in brief and also how we can make a drop-down list or a drop-down menu just by using data validation on Microsoft Excel. So without any further ado, let's just move into our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. And one thing to keep in mind is that make sure to not skip any part. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft Excel on my device. Now, where are you going to add data validation? Now, the first thing we're going to do is go off to the data tab. And then from here, you have this option called data validation. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. Now, before that, we're going to need a range of, or let's say we need to arrange a table. Or let's say we need to know what we are going to be showing in data validation. And also, what do we need to do when we need to know about messages? And also, what do we need to do about different type of format of data? So there are going to be, let's say, 3 or 4 type of, let's say, data, which I'm going to be showing you through data validation. And then I'm going to show you about, let's say, the drop-down list. And then I'm going to show you the input message, the error message, the stop warning, and also about the information.
So first things first, I'm going to do is just, let's say I'm going to just make a table over here. So I'm going to do is just keep it 5 to 4. Okay, let's just start off with our first one, which is going to be the whole number. Okay, there we go. We have our whole number. Now the whole number I'm going to do is just make a couple of, these boxes so that it just looks a bit better. Do is just all borders, and I'm going to do is just keep it a whole different color. Okay, there we go. So what I'm going to do over here is going to be putting in a couple of numbers. Okay, so let's say I'm going to do is just make this whole box over here, and then I'm going to do is just put in more text. So first it's going to be whole number, and then it's going to be text length. The next one which we're going to be using is going to be the date. Then the next one is going to be let's say the drop down list. But let's say this is going to be a bit different. Let's say I'm going to do is typed in source. And the next one which I'm going to be showing you is going to be, let's say, not typed in. This is going to be basic. Let's say I'm going to be using a source of data, but this time I'm not going to be using any source of data. Okay, one is going to be typed in source, and another one is going to be using a reference. So I'm going to do is just use a data from over here. Let's say I'm going to do is use in vanilla. Chocolate. The next one is going to be, let's say, red velvet, then mango. There we go. We have a couple of data which we can use from over here. Okay, so let's start off with our first thing. Now, the first thing which you're going to do when you want to data validate or use data validation is going to be selecting the number of cells which you want to validate. Okay, so I'm going to do is select that part, go off the data, and then from here I'm going to do is click on data validation. Now you can see we have 3 tabs. We're going to go through each and every one of them step by step. But first off, we have to go off on settings, which is going to open up on the first thing when you open up data validation. Now the first thing what you're going to do is going to be clicking on this allow. Now which data or which format do you want to use? So the first one, we have whole numbers. So I'm going to do is just use the whole number. Now you can see we have data. Now from where to where do you want your data to be? Okay, which data will you be able to use in these boxes? Now, do you want in between? Do you want higher or equal to or less than equal to or greater than or equal to or less than? There are a couple of those values. Let's just use by showing, let's say, between. Now, I want a value between, let's say, from 20 and the maximum value will be 200. Okay, now I'm going to do is just press on OK. So our data validation has been done. Now let's say I want the value from 20 to 200. So if I type in 20, it will be done. If I type in 21, it will still be okay. If I type in 200, it will be okay. But if I type in, let's say 10, hit on, and you can see it doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell, because this whole cell has been formatted in such a way it's going to function or it's going to validate only a value from 20 to 200. So I'm going to do is just click on retry. It will still not work. If I hit on it will still give me this error. Now, even if I do something like, let's say 300 or maybe 201, hit on enter, and it will also show me it doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. So what you have to basically do is select the whole thing again, go off the data validation, and you can change the number. Let's say for now, I'm going to do is type in 300. Now I'm going to do is press on OK. Now you'll be able to use in 300 or 209, but the same thing happens is that if you type in greater than the value which you're using, you'll basically see that this option or this error appears up on your screen. So now you know how you'll be able to use data validation for whole number. Now let's move on to our next one. And our next one, we're going to be showing you the text length. So select on the cells just like you've selected on the whole number. Click on data validation. Now, instead of the whole number, what you're going to do is going to be using the text length. Click on that, and then you want the minimum value. Let's say the minimum value is going to be 1, and the maximum value will be, let's say I needed somewhere around 7 or maybe even 5. So what I'm going to do is click on OK, and the data validation restrictions have been entered. So from here, if I type in, let's say, run, enter, works. If I type in Jacob, so you can see we have 5. But if I type in something greater than 5 characters, let's say I want to type in A, S, D, F, G, H, hit on enter, and you will basically see error again appears up. So what happens is that it has 6 letters, or let's say 6 alphabets instead of 5, which was the maximum limit of the character. So if you want to use any data, or if you want to make sure that you'll be able to put in any data inside of this, you got to make sure the minimum value is 1 and the maximum value is 5. So above 5, it will not work. But you might think that obviously in a name, there could be a lot more characters. It's not because of that I'm showing you. It's that I'm showing you because, there are a couple of cases where you want to use less alphabets. And you've also seen in, like, let's say in some social medias, you have limited alphabets or limited characters to use in your username. So this is basically something like that. Okay. And then if you want to change it back again, select the whole thing, go off the data validation. You will have the same settings if you have the same, cells or range selected. Now from here, what you're going to do is going to be, let's say I want maybe 22, hit on enter, and then you'll be able to basically put any name you want. So let's say I want to type in Forrest Gump. There we go. Let's say Bill Gates. But what will happen if I change it in between? So I'm going to do select all of these, go up to data validation, and I'm going to do is put the maximum to 5. Hit on enter, and you can see over here it will still stay. It's because it has been already applied. So you can see cancel. I'm going to do cancel. It will still stay. So what happens is that it cannot change the value inside of the cell when you change it later on. But the data which you're going to be putting inside of that later, after those, you'll be able to see that it will still work. Okay? Or let's say, you'll get the limitation to 5 alphabets or 5 characters. So let's move on to our date. Now the date is also very simple. Click on the cells which you want to use. Then what you're going to do is go off the data validation again. Click on data validation. Now you'll find our date. Okay, this is the date over here. Click on that date option. Now you want in between. Now I want the starting date to be 1/2/, and then I want is 2005. Okay, and now I want the end date to be 1/3/20, let's say 2022. Okay, well, it's just a number. So I'm gonna do is click on OK. This is 2005 and 2022. So if I type in, let's say 1/2016, totally valid. 1/5/, let's say 2020, still valid. Okay, I'm gonna type in another number, 1/6, 2006, valid. Now if I type in something like, let's say 2/5, 2002, hit on it, and there we go, the error again. If I try using something greater than the maximum value 2, the same error will appear up. Let me just show it to you. 1/2/2023, hit on it. There we go. See that no matter how you try to apply whichever value you want, you will not be able to put it when you have data validation turned on the cells. Okay, so try using that, and even if you have or anyone who shared it to you has put in any type of data validation, you'll be able to know. Or what you're going to do is try removing them or try getting the info on what type of data validation is turned on. But I'm also going to be showing you how you can give it to someone or collaborate with someone when you already have some data validation opened up. And those are going to be messages, which I'm going to be showing you after the drop-down list I've shown you in this lesson. So first off, as we're done with all of these, whole number, text length, the date, let's move on to our drop-down list, which is going to be typed in source. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing is going to be clicking all of these cells the same way. Click on data validation. Now, instead of any of these, what you're going to do is going to be just like it says, drop down list. So click on list. Okay. Now, I'm going to do is put in my source. Now, which source do I want? Now, let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of countries or maybe even continent names. So first things first, I'm going to do is type in UK, comma, and then I want USA, comma, I want India, comma, and then I want maybe, let's say, I want Taiwan, and the last country I'm going to put in is going to be, let's say, somewhere from Ireland. There we go. So we have a couple of sources. Now, first off, ignore the blank cells and also keep these two on. And then after you're done, just press on OK. Now you can see each and every one of these have this icon over here, which we can use to put in our value or which value we want to use. So click on any one of them and you'll be able to use whichever one you want. Let's say I want UK. Let's say I want USA. Let's say I want maybe Ireland. I want Taiwan. I want whichever country I can put over here. So this is basically how you'll be able to use the drop-down list just by using typed in source. Okay, so try using it. It's quite helpful. And let's move on to our next one, which is going to be our drop-down list on sources or as a reference. So first things first, what you're going to do is select the specific cell. Now this time you don't have to select whole cell. Okay, you can try doing that. It's totally up to you, but I'm going to show you both the methods. So first off, if you want to do the whole thing, you can also do that. First off, I'm going to do start off with 1. You can go off the data validation, click on list, and on the sources, click on that. And then you'll be able to select reference from your spreadsheet. After you're done, just hit on enter, press on OK, and you'll be able to use it just the way you did over here. But instead, it saves up a lot of time instead of typing up your own references. Now, if I want vanilla, there we go. Now you can also do the same thing for each and every one of these cells in your table. Go off the data validation, click on list, click on source the same way, hit on enter, okay, and there we go. We have all of these values over here. Now there are going to be some changes inside of this, and I'm going to show you a couple of additions on this lesson. So if I go outside of these boxes, you'll basically see that we don't have this icon the same way over here. And I can also put in values that are out of this limitations over here. Okay, so I can type in a lot of things, hit on enter. But if I try the same thing over here, it will not allow me. So it's only going to validate something inside of the cells or inside of the range of data which you've already validated. So it's not going to work anywhere outside of that validated range. Okay. Now, as you can see that we don't have any icons over here, so we can use it up till the last one. Now, another thing over here is that if we remove any of the value from the resource, you will basically not be able to use it. Let's say I don't want red velvet anymore, so I'm going to just click on delete. And you can still see red velvet over here. It's because it has already been put. But if I click on that, you'll basically see it's not available anymore. So you'll have to use only the ones which you have. You can try using the other ones too, and you will still not find the other one. Okay. Now, if I don't want vanilla, now what I'm going to do is cut this off, delete. And if I click on any one of them, now vanilla has also been removed. Okay. So there, let's say this time I'm going to do is put in here, if I type in berries, Now you'll be able to use berries instead of vanilla. So if I change this chocolate, and over here, if I type in coconut, it will also change the value inside of the whole list. So you'll be able to use data validation and also drop down list just like this. And hope you understood everything about the drop down list and also about data validation. But we're not done yet because I'm going to be showing you a couple of other things which you want to know or which will be very helpful for you to know. So first things first, I'm going to start off with this whole number over here. Now, as you know that we have already applied in a data validation over here, but obviously when someone is going to open it up and if they put in any value, it's not going to work. So what if we make it more comfortable for them to know that it is data validated? And that is the reason why we have messages. So first off, go off the data validation, select the whole thing. And then we have is input messages. I'm going to show you both of them. Now, what do you want to show them? So the title is going to be, let's say, information. So the information which you want the other person to know is that it only works in what? From 20 to 300. So let's say the input message is going to be, please use values, which is, let's say, equal to 20 or and to 300. There we go. Now if you type it OK, now when you click on this, you will get this message over here. So now you know that it is very easy for the other person to know that this is data validated. Now you can see which is equal to 20 or greater and equal to 300 or lower. So now that person will easily know that if I type in 21, it will work. If I type in 300, it will work. If I type in 301, it will not work. Okay, so this is basically able to use the information or the message. Okay, so it just makes your work a lot more easier and also for the person to know like what to do. Okay, now we can also apply in different type of, let's say, error messages too. So first off, go off the data validation again, go off the error alert. Now, how do you want that error alert to show up? Now, do you want a stop, do you want a warning, or do you want information? Now, I want the title to be info. So the error message which I want that person to know is going to be the same thing over here. Control C. I'm going to go off the error alerts, V, press on. Well, let's say I'm going to just put in warning or maybe information. That's totally perfect. Hit on OK. And if I type in 301, hit on, and you can have this info. Please use values which is equal to 20 or greater and equal to 300 or lower. Okay, so this is basically how it works. If you use this over here, click on that, go off to data validation. I can also change it to warning. Hit on enter. Now, as it will not work, I'm going to just type in maybe, let's say 10. You can see now we warning. You can see if you want to continue, it's going to show you. So there are different type of methods how they show up and how those functions. You can say yes if you want to. Let's say I'm going to just type in 1, hit on. I'm going to just go validation again. Select on them. Validation. Press on OK, and then you want to put in stop. Okay. You can see 1. What you can do is going to be clicking on each and every one of these. Click on data validation. Go off the settings. First off, click on whole number. Type in 20. Maximum 200. And then what you're going to do is go off the error. And you're going to type in put values, which from 20 to 200. Hit on OK. cut this off, 10, and there we go. This type of error message. What you can do is retry, but it will obviously not work. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this data validation table and about the drop-down list. Now there are also a couple of different methods of how you'll be able to use different type of values just by using data validation and also by using a drop-down list. And I'm also going to be showing you all of those later on in a different lesson, in a whole different lesson basically. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on data validation and about the drop-down list, and hope you understood about the error messages too. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the if function and also about if-s function. An addition will be added to this whole lesson, which is going to be nested if. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel on our device. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft Excel. Now there are a couple of these values. We have a reference, and we're going to get a couple of results from all of these values, okay? So, and obviously these two are going to be the main values which we're going to be using. So, as we are here to learn about the if function, now basically what is the if function and how does it work? So, the if function is one of the most popular functions in Excel, and it allows you to make logical comparisons between a value and what you expect. So an if statement can have two results. The first result, if or is your comparison if it's true, and the second, if it is false. Now, there are also two types of ifs, what is if and what is if-s, which I'm going to be showing you in this lesson. So basically the difference of if and if-s is that both the expressions are evaluated, whereas in if-s case, only one expression will be evaluated. So that means in the if function, you'll be able to use two values, and in the if-s function, you'll be able to evaluate only one value based on the condition. You get the same result when you use if-s function in the above mapping. With standard function, it is difficult to show how both expressions are evaluated for if function. Okay, so basically now you know what the if function is and how like the if-s function is. So basically the full form of if function is Indian foreign. So you'll be able to use it whenever you want. And the if-s function means Indian Foreign Service. Okay, so you'll be able to use each and every one of those step by step. So let's just head on with our lesson as we now know about what the if and if-s function is. So first off, we have over here, which is true and false. So in our previous lesson, at a certain lesson, I've shown you what the true false is, what 1 0 is, what is yes and no. So those are basically logical terms. Okay, so if the value is true, it's going to show true, but 1 is also true. Okay, so just like I said, computer language or computer only understands two things, 0 and 1. So 1 is true, 0 is false. So true is 1, false is 0, pass is 1, fail is 0, yes is 1, no is 0. Then this one, we have different type of values and logical terms here, which we're going to go step by step. So we have two values, which is 40 and 30. So I want to evaluate if my expression is true or if my expression is false. So I'm going to type in equal. If I say 40 is greater than this one, what will the answer be? Obviously, it is true, right? So this is how we are going to evaluate each and every one of these open cells to see if my value is true or if my value is false. But if I type in over here to be 30, hit on enter, you can see my statement is false, and logically it has given me a result. Okay, so let's just put in 80 over here, and this time I'm going to put in 50. Okay, still the value is true. Now let's move on to our next one just by using our if function. Now when you want to use the if function, just type in equal if, open up your parentheses, and now
let's go off to our logical test. So in our logical test, I'm going to put in which statement I want to prove. So let's say my statement is going to be if 80 is greater than 50, what do I want my value to put? So let's say if my value is true, I want it to show me 1, just like it says over here. Now, if I want my value to be false, I want it 0. You can see the criteria of this function, how it works. First off goes our logical test, which is going to be your statement. Then the next one is going to be what do you want it to be available, or what do you want to show if the value is true, and what if you want it false. Then I'm going to do is just close the parentheses, hit on enter, and now you can see 1. It's because obviously 80 is greater than 50. You can do mathematical terms. Let's say if I type, or you can try again over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 70. And if I type in 40 over here, there we go. Now I'm going to do is the opposite in this. Okay, I'm going to do is type equal if this value is, let's say this, I'm going to do the opposite, is smaller than this value. I'm going to do is type a comma 1 as the true value and 0 if the value is false. Now obviously 70 is greater than 40, so it will give me 0 as an answer. It's because it is not true. Now you can also use terms such as true or false, pass or fail. It's basically up to you which one you want to use. So let's move on to our next one, which we have is pass or fail. So in our pass or fail, we're going to do the same thing. Type in equal, then type in if, and then put in your logical test. Let's say this one greater than this value, put in a comma. Now this time I want it to show me pass. So I'm going to type in pass, comma, and now put in fail. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that sometimes this name error appears up. It's because when you are using any alphabetical, let's say, value inside of your formula, what you have to do is put in double quotation. So put in double quotation inside of it. There we go. Double quotation inside of this too. There we go. Hit on enter, and there we go. It has been solved. So this is basically how you'll be able to solve this value 2 on pass and fail, and how you'll be able to, make your alphabetical data to be visible inside of a result. Now let's move on to your next one. What if I want the uppercase of these values? So if I want uppercase, I can already type in, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you another method just by using another function. So type in equal, and then what you're going to do is type in if, open it up, and then I'm going to do is going to be typing in 70 is greater than 40, or let's say E2 is greater than F2, comma, and now I want upper of, let's say, this value. Now obviously this is going to be true value, so I'm going to use this, close the parentheses, comma, and now I want the uppercase of fail too, so I'm going to type in upper of this value, close the parentheses, close it again as we are done with both of our criteria, hit on enter, and there you go, you have the uppercases too. So you can see how you'll be able to use the upper formula or the upper function inside of the cell, and obviously you'll be able to use this if function with a lot of different functions of Microsoft Excel, so it's totally fine. Now let's move on to our next one. Now I'm going to type in equal if. Now I'm going to put in the same value. If it is greater than 40, I want it to show it in yes or no. So I'm going to type in comma. Now I'm going to put in this double quotation this time. So I'm going to type in yes, double quotation, comma, double quotation, no. Close the parentheses, hit on enter. And there we go. We have our yes or no. Now we can use also, let's say, summations. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to use it. Now also I'm going to do type equal if. I'm going to show you all errors too if you face any, so you don't have to worry about it. And make sure to not skip any part, okay? Now let's go for the logical test again. Open the parentheses, make sure it is greater than this one if you want
or if that is your statement. Okay, so if my value or if my statement is true, I want E2 and F2 summation. So how do you do that? So you're going to type in E2 plus F2, which is going to be my value only if it is true. And if my value is false, I want it to show me 0. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that I have the summation of both of them. It's because they are right. Now, if I do the same thing over here, the opposite, let's say I'm going to type in equal, if logical test, let's say this one is greater than this one, comma, so I want it to show me E2 plus F2, or if not, if the value is false, I'm going to type in 0, and I want it to show me 0. So obviously, it's going to show me 0 because 40 is not greater than 70. You can see now we have 0. Okay, now the last one which you see over here is going to be our today function. So what we're going to do over here is going to be applying the same thing. Now, before showing you about this one, let's show you my date right now. So I'm going to do is press on Control and Quotation. So this is our date right now. Okay, so if my value is true, let me just show it to you again. If my statement is true, it will show me this value or this date. But if I have, or if the statement is false, it's going to add up 15 more. So how do I do that? So first things first, I'm going to do is type in my value or function over here, type in equal, and then type in if, open the parentheses, and then I'm going to do is going to be typing in my logical value, 70 greater than this one, comma, and then put in the function. Let's say today function, open and close. Then I'm going to put in comma. Now, if the value is false, I want today, open, close, and then I want plus 10, or let's say plus 15. So I'm going to do is type in plus 15. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our value. So if I do is change it to short date, you can see this value and this value matches up. So if I type in, let's say, F2 greater than E2, hit on enter, and you can see we have a whole different value. So it has added up 15 more days to this one. So now you know how you'll be able to use the if function in Microsoft Excel. So let me just show you how you'll be able to use the if-s function and how it works when you are working with only one condition. Now here, what I'm going to be doing is going to be making a range of data. So I'm going to do is just, let's say I'm going to do is just highlight this area so that it just looks a bit better. And now what I want to do is just make sure that we have a couple of range of data. There we go. So we have all of these over here. I'm going to do is just increase the size so that it is easier for you to see. There we go. We have a couple of these areas. So from here, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in the items. Okay. So here, I'm going to put in, let's say, berries. I'm going to put in steak. I'm going to put in tuna. The last one which I'm going to put is going to be, let's say, a carrot. Here we go. So we have 3 of these items, right? So I'm going to do is just make sure all of them are in the center. There we go. Let's just delete 2 of these. There we go. We've deleted that. I'm going to delete this one too. Delete. So we have 3 of these. So now I want my if-s result over here. Okay. So this is going to be my if-s results, and I can also show you if-s result with else. With else, okay? There we go. We have 2 of these, and later on I'm going to show you about the nested if too. So we have these items, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 of them belongs to 3 different categories. Now the if-s is going to show you or help you to, let's say, represent something and also use the function so that you can evaluate it. Okay. And it can also be logical terms. It's totally up to you.
But in the ifs function, you will also be able to put in whichever type of value you want to show it as, just like we've shown you in our if function. Okay, so from here, I'm going to do is put in my formula. Now, this is basically like a condition which you can use. And if you want to know about the parameter and arguments about the if-s function, it's that it has like a condition first, then the return value, and then you can put in condition 2, condition like the return value of 2, and you can put in almost like 127 conditions inside of, the if-s function. Okay, and if I have to give you a tip, is that all conditions are evaluated in the order that they are listed. So once the function finds a condition that the corresponding values, or let's say that evaluates to true, the ifs function will return the corresponding value and stop processing any further conditions. Okay, so let me just give you an example and you will understand how it works. So let's say I'm going to do is type in equal, okay, type in ifs. There we go. Now, we want our logical test. So the logical test which we want to use is going to be the first item, which is berries. So if I'm using berries, berries is a fruit, right? So I want to put in, let's say, this is going to be if this is a fruit, or if the berry is a fruit, which is, you can also see over here, berry is a fruit. So I wanted to show me that this is a fruit, okay? So type in fruit. Let's say this is the name. So I want to put in, let's say first off, I'm going to put in berries. So there we go. We have berries. And then I'm going to put in comma. And I want my return value if it is true. Okay. This is how it works. If the value is true, I want it to show me this is a fruit. So I'm going to type in fruit. There we go. Double quotation, close. Now I want to go off to 2. So A2, which is going to be this one. I'm going to type in A2 again. And then you're going to do is type in equal. And if A2 is a steak, which you see over here. Now steak is going to be, let's say, a meat. So I'm going to do is type in that thing too. Let's say A2, if it is a steak. Okay, put in double quotation most of the times. Double quotation, comma. This is going to be obviously meat, right? Double quotation, close, comma. And if, again, A2 equals to tuna, double quotation, tuna, and obviously it's going to be fish, right? So put in double quotation, fish, double quotation, comma. And the last one, which we're going to use over here, is going to be A2 again, equal, if it is a carrot, double quotation, comma. This is going to be a veggie. Okay, so I'm going to type in just veggie over here. Double quotation, close. And then after you're done with the double quotation on the last one, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. Berries is turned as a fruit. If I use the same thing or field header, it will show me meat. Next one will show me fish. And the last one will show me a veggie. So this is basically how you will be able to use the if-s function and complete the command by using these functions, okay? But one, just like the if function, okay, if I try to remove any value, let's say instead of carrot, I'm going to type in coffee. You can see the NA error will appear up because there was nothing inside of, the formula which had coffee in it. So what I have to do is that if I have to change it, I'm going to have to change it. Okay, so let's say I'm going to use go off to carrot. I'm going to have to type in coffee. And then what I have to do is going to be, instead of veggie, I have to put in a drink. Hit on enter, and there we go. Our value has been changed, and also it has met up the criteria. Now, what if, let's say you don't have a value inside, and just like you've seen, that when we don't have a value which like meets up the criteria, it shows you the NA error, right? But what if you don't want that? Let's say I'm going to do is just change it back to carrot again. hit on enter, we have NA. But you don't want NA or this error to appear up. So what you're going to do is going to be clicking on, or let's say I'm going to do is copy all of these, copy, Control C. And then I'm going to do is going to be putting this inside of here. Okay. But instead over here, what we're going to do is going to be adding in a bit more. After you're done with the whole thing, after veggie, put in a comma. And this is going to be the else function. Now, this is not like a whole function or formula, but this is how you put in a couple of conditions. Now, logical test 5, where I'm going to do is type in true if the logical value is true. Okay, put in comma, and then the last one, I'm going to put in if it is false. I want it to show me miscellaneous. Okay, there we go. Double quotation, hit on enter after you're done with the last time. And there we go. Now, if I use the fill header, you'll basically see carrot is a veggie, right? You can see this is how it works. But if I type in coffee over here, you can see miscellaneous has appeared up. It's because you can see over here that it doesn't detect up the, let's say whatever we have inside of our whole condition. So this is basically how it will work when you are using if-s, the if function, and also if you're using if-s with else. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the if function in Microsoft Excel and how you'll be able to use the if-s function in 2 different ways. So let's show you the last one, which I'm going to be showing you in this lesson, which is an addition, which is going to be our nested if function. Now, the nested if is also very simple on how you'll be able to use. So basically, what a nested if function is that we're going to be using 2 if, okay? Let's say one if function inside of another if function. So that is like very simple to use, right? So over here, I'm going to do is just type in nested if so that you can find it in your resource file, which will be, let's say attached in with the whole course. So I'm going to type in nested if. There we go. Now I'm going to do is going to be making a very simple type of, let's say table, which you'll be able to understand. Let's say if the mark is, let's say, greater than 33, or let's say if it is smaller than 33, I want it to show me fail. If the value is greater than 40 or 33, or let's say I'm going to type in 40, it should show me pass. And the last one is if it shows me that it's greater than 70, I want it to show me distinction. Okay, so we have 3 of these values. Now, what I'm going to be doing is going to be putting in, let's say, this is most of the time used in, let's say mark sheets or, colleges and educational centers, okay, so that you can find in different grades. So you can also put in more grades if you want to. It's totally up to you, but I'm going to show it to you the easiest way possible. So let's say this student, say A, B, what I'm going to do is just go over here. I want C, B, E. So we have 3 students over here, or let's say 5 students, my bad. So we have 5 students over here. I'm going to just increase the size of this. And now I want the numbers. So student A got, let's say, 32. Student B got 41. Student C got 87. D got a 70. And the last one got a 33. There we go. We have all the values over here. I'm going to do is just make sure that all of them are at the center. There we go. I'm going to make sure that you can see it. There we go. So I'm going to apply these 2 over here. Increase the size so you can see it. Now I want the results. Okay. I want it over here. Now the results are going to be on this cell. Now, if I want to evaluate this, and if I have, or if I use the if or the if-s function, I will get only one value, which is going to be either pass or either fail. You've seen it on our if function. So what we have to do is going to put one if inside of another if function. So it's going to be very simple for us. So what I'm going to be doing is going to be typing in our if. Okay, type in if, make sure to put in your equal, if, and then put in your logical test. So the logical test is going to be this value, okay, G6. So if the G6 is greater than, let's say, this one, the last which I'm going to be using is 70. So I wanted to show me distinction. So double quotation and put in distinction. You can see it over here, which is this one. Let's say I'm going to close the parentheses, or let's say not close the parentheses, I'm going to close the double quotation, comma, and then I'm going to put in another if, which is the nested if, okay? Open the parentheses, and now I want the logical value. So there we go, we have another value. If G6, okay, G6 is greater than 40, which you can see over here, then I want it to show me that he has passed. So I'm going to do is going to be double quotation, pass, double quotation, okay? And now, if he has not, I want him or want it to show me as fail. So what I'm going to do over here is just going to put in the next one, which is going to be fail, okay? Comma, fail, right? So I'm going to do is going to be closing up the parentheses. Just use, let's say, at the end. There we go. Now you can see that person has failed. Now you can use the fail header to find out the values of each and every one. You can see this is how it works. You can just go down, and there we go. Pass, distinction, pass, and then fail. Okay. Now if you put in equal to 33, then it will be pass, but you can see 33 or less than 33 is fail. So now you know how you'll be able to use the nested if function. Now you know also how to use the if-s function and also about the if function. If you have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on a lot of things. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel.
Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about some basic mathematical functions and also a bit of advanced mathematical functions too, which are almost all essential. So, without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft Excel, our device, and start off with our lesson. As you can see on my screen that I have added in a couple of these, let's say functions or formulas. And one thing about, formulas or mathematical function is that there are a lot of them. If you want to find them out, or let's say all of them, what you're going to do is just go off to this formulas tab. And then from there, what you're going to do is you have this whole different section for just mathematical and trigonometry type of formulas. So you'll find it over here on the function library. You can click on them, and there we go. We have all of them right over here. Now, even though we're going to be using a couple of really basic ones, so you don't have to worry about it, we have like the sum function, add function, subtract, and all of them. And we're also going to be making a couple of range of data in this whole lesson too. So stay tuned. Make sure not to skip any part, okay? Because if you do, you might face a couple of problems later on. So the first function which we have has like different type of methods to do it, which is the addition. Now, when it comes up to your head like addition, you already can hear, or you already can say like it's about summation, right? So there are a couple type of ways of how you'll be able to do it. So first off, let me just put in a couple of data over here. So we have 3 of these data, right? Now, what most of the basic people do is type in equal, select it, plus, select, plus, and then the last cell. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have a result. Or some people even put it like equal 3 plus 4 plus 5. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have the result. But what if I say that there are even formulas to do this? So the formulas is basically not add. You can click on this. You can type in add, but it won't work. What you have to do is type in sum. Open up the parentheses. You can select them one by one. Close the parentheses on your last number, and there we go. We have our answer. But if you want to make it shorter, what you're going to do is just select the whole range at once, hit on enter, and there we go. Now, the easier method is going to be not using any function, because Microsoft Excel gives you a tool or an option to sum all of it at once. So how do you do that? You're going to do is click on AutoSum. What you're going to do is just select all the cell, AutoSum, and there we go. It's going to give you the result on the last cell or the cell after all of them has been, selected or scanned or analyzed or summed up. Okay, so there we go. This is going to be our add. The same way we're going to do is going to be using minus, or let's say subtraction. Now, if you want to subtract anything from any of your values, what you're going to do is going to be typing in equal, then select the number which you want to subtract it from, click on that, minus the value which you want to subtract it, hit on enter, and there we go. We have our answer, D3 minus D1. Well, these are very basic, so you'll basically know how to do it. So let me just type in a couple more different numbers over here, and I want my results right over here, okay? So here, what I can also do is that I can also click on equal. Now, you might search for subtract. You can type in subtract, but you will not find it because these are very basics and you do not need functions for that or formulas for that. Only you get the sum function among them. Then the next one which you have over here is called the multiplication. Now, what I'm going to do is type in 3, 4. Now, I want to multiply both of them into a specific value. Let's say I want the multiplication of two of these values. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to type in equal, and first off, select any number from the range of data. Let's say I want this. Then I'm going to do is use this asterisk sign on your keyboard and click on the value which you want to multiply it with. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have multiplied it. Now, as you can see that I have used cell, I can do the same thing by typing in the value or the numerical value, 3 asterisk 4. Hit on enter, and there we go. You can see that we did not use any functions. Instead, we just used numbers, or let's say the actual data, and the next one was using cell reference, okay? So you can do both of them at once. Now, the next one which I'm going to do is going to be showing you division. Now, these are most basic ones. So after this, all of these are done. I'm going to show you a couple of, let's say, complex or a bit more advanced ones, but those are also quite simple. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you all of them step by step. Now, if you want to divide any number in Microsoft Excel, what you have to do is use the oblique sign, okay, or known as slash. So you're going to do is type in equal first. And one thing you have to keep in mind is that whenever you want a result or whenever you want to use a function or a formula, you have to put in equal. Even if there is not a formula or a function for that, still you have to use an equal because that is going to, just give you your result because that is going to equal to the result which you want. Okay, so hope you understood. Now let's say I want to divide this 12 by 3. So use this slash or oblique sign, hit on enter, and there we go. We have a result. So 12 divided by 3 is obviously 4. And just like you can see, that first one we used a cell over here, and the next one what we did is just use a value. Now you can also do the same thing by using a specific cell reference, and if you do that, you will also get the same result. So it doesn't matter if you use a cell reference or an actual value, it's totally up to you. So now you've seen add, so this is basically the same. You can use sum. Now the next value or the next one which you have is minimum and maximum, which is basically going to be based on your numbers. So let's say I'm going to do is going to be using a couple of numbers over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in. So there we go. We have a couple range of data. Now I'm going to go off to minimum. Okay. So in this minimum, what I'm going to do is going to be finding out if you have like a whole range of data and you want to find out a certain number, or let's say you want to search up for the lowest number in the range of data, then what you do is just use this minimum function. So what you're going to do is type in equal min. There we go. You can see the first one returns the smallest number in a set of value, ignores logical values and text. So no matter what there is, no matter how many formula it functions are, shows in that it will still find you the lowest number. So type in or open up the parentheses, or you can just type in tab or click on tab. Now the first number, you can go one by one. Let's say I'm going to go one by one first. 1. There we go. And after you're done with the last number, close off the parentheses or close off the bracket, hit on enter, and there we go. The lowest number in this range of data is this value, 45. Okay,
Now I can also use this. Let me show you because we also have functions over here. Type in equal, minimum, select all of these, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 3 is the lowest value even though we have all of them over here. So it's gonna like analyze all of the values inside of this. Okay, we have 3, 4, 12, and also 4 again, but the lowest number is 3. Even though we have a couple of functions over here, let's say multiply and also division. Okay, it's not gonna like take any of those functions or conditions inside of it. It's just gonna take out the number. Okay, so the next way or the next function which you're going to show you is going to be the maximum function. So it's just the polar opposite of the minimum function. So the minimum finds out the lowest number or the smallest number in a set of value or a range of data. So the maximum finds out the highest value in the range of data. So let's do both of that. I'm going to type in max, open up the parentheses. Let's use singular number first, comma, comma, comma. There we go. Close up the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have the maximum value, which is 7,634. Now let's use a whole range of data, or let's try this, and it will give us, it will just show us if it actually works. So type in max, select the whole thing, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have 12, even though we have 12 as a function over here. So now you know that it also just takes out all the numbers, like ignoring all the functions or conditions inside of it. The next one which we have is called the count function. And it's going to count up how many characters are there in a specific cell. So let me just type in equal count. Now value 1, you can type that, it's totally fine. Or you can also select the whole thing. But what I'm going to do is going to be putting in comma, 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 close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have selected 4 cells. Okay, so there we go. We have 4 cells. Now this mainly works in cases of how many cells are being used. Let's say if I'm going to use, let's say even a whole, let's say deck of array. So I'm going to do is type in equal. Let's say I'm going to type in count. And I can also select the whole thing, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have 0. Now why do we have 0? It's because there is no numerical value which it can count. So that is why we don't have 0. Okay, so I'm going to do is type in equal count. Now if I select on this, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. We have 1. So this cell is active. And if I select, let's say, this cell, it might give me a 0 because there is no numerical value, neither any data. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use the count function. Now, if you want to use the count average function, which is count A, you can also do that. If you want to find out the average, so you're going to type in count A. Now you can select all of these data inside of it. Now what I'm going to do is going to be closing the parentheses, and there we go. Inside of this whole array, you can see over here there are 10. So let's find it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you can see that there is 10. Now, if I use the count function over here, you will basically see that sometimes it gives you an error if it doesn't find any data inside of it. You can see now we have 12. So there we go. There's like 12 data inside of it. And even if I type in AS, you can see it will not count. You can see it will not count. But over here, you can see now there is 14. So if I type in more over here, you can see 15. So that is the difference of count function and also the count A function. So if you're using the count function, it's only going to analyze numerical values. But if you use count A, then it will also count up how many cells are being used, including alphabet and also including numerical value. So you don't have to worry about it. So you'll be able to find out how many cells are being used just by using the count A function. Then we have is the average function. Now the average function is going to find out the average number of your whole range of data. If I type in equal, I'm going to type in average. There we go. Like I'm going to do is just type in comma, this, comma, this, comma, this, and then close the parentheses. And this is the average number of this whole array. Okay. I can also use like a whole reference, or I can also type in the reference if I want to. Let's say I want to do is find out 4, 5, 6 to close the parentheses, hit on enter, and the average number is 4.25. And obviously it's going to give you a decimal value too. Now if I'm going to use type in equal average. If I select the whole thing, you'll basically see, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and that is the whole value. It's going to ignore all the alphabetical values inside of it. It's only going to analyze all the numerical values and going to give you your average number. And the last one which we have over here is called the median. If you want the median of a value, now it works very well on, let's say, decimal values. So I'm going to do is type in equal median. Now we have our numbers. We can also use it like this, close the parentheses, and there we go. We have the median of this value. You can see the median is 1,306 and 353, and that is the median. Okay. I can also use different values. Let's say I'm going to type in median again. If I say 3, 5, and 2, close the parentheses, and there we go. We have 3 as the lowest number to be the median. Okay. So now you know how you'll be able to use these very simple, very basic, like mathematical functions to use in your daily life in Microsoft Excel. Now, as we are done with these very basic ones, now we need to know about a couple of very essential, let's say, a bit of advanced ones. So in the advanced one, we're going to show you, let's say, a couple of those, couple of formulas and functions, and those are literally based on mathematical and trigonometry. So the first function which we're going to learn about is going to be the sum product. Okay, this is the sum product. So I'm going to type in all of those which I'm going to be showing. So let's say I'm going to just make a whole table over here, or let's say I'm going to put in a boundary. So I'm going to be able to show you how those work and the name too. So the first one is sum product. Now, if you have a value, so this is basically division, So let's say I'm going to do is going to be, let's say we have 2, we have 4, we have 2, we have 4, we have 5, and 6. Now, obviously, when I want to multiply all of them, what I do is type in equal, select that, asterisk, and that, right? Enter. Now, if I use the whole thing or the fill header, I get my result. But what if I want the sum product of the whole thing altogether? So this is where it comes to mind. Okay, so first things first, I want to sum all of them together, or all of these arrays together. So what I'm going to do is going to be giving you a result. So this is going to be my result, panel. So I'm going to do is just type it over here. What I'm going to do is just make a whole box over here where I can put in my data. Now from here, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in equal sum product. There we go. And now what you have to do is select the first array. So this is going to be my first array. And then you don't even have to use an asterisk sign. And one thing or one advantage about this is that it doesn't matter how many multiplications or summations you do. So I'm put in comma. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting the second array. There we go. We're done. And now I'm going to do is going to be closing off the parentheses of this formula. Hit on enter. And there we go. We have 46. So this is basically the summation or the sum product of the whole array over here. Okay, so now you know how the sum product works in Microsoft Excel. Now you can also make up your own set of data and try using it on your own so that you can see that it works. Okay, and make sure to obviously practice it on your own because, if you don't, you might lose the practice. So keep on the practice so that you can get more, better day by day, and so that you get, more comfortable with the work. Now, the next function, which I'm going to show you, is going to be the M round. Okay, I'm going to type it over here. We have the M round. So in our first sheet, or the first one, we didn't show you the round. So I'm going to show you a bit about the round function. Now, I'm going to do is just delete this array of data. Now you can see, I'm going to do is just keep it this way. Okay, now I'm going to do is going to be typing in 43.5, let's say 33.2, the last one, 2.1. Okay. So we have 3 of these values. Now, if I want a rounded figure of this value, what I'm going to do is going to be, let's get the round function or the round value over here. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to do is just type in equal, round it up. Now, I want this one to be rounded up by a couple of values. Now, we have number digits. Now, it could be 1 digit, it could be 2 digit, 3 digit, -1, 0, and -2. Okay, so this is like integer. So first thing, if I want it to be rounded up by 1, so I'm going to do is type in 1. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 34.5. And this is rounded up just by 1. Okay, so this is why it is the same. If I put in 2, you will see that it will be rounded up by 2. Okay, so I'm going to do is type in -2, hit on enter, and you can see that we have 0. Okay, so what if I type in -1? There we go. This has been rounded up by tens. So now it is like using 10 as the base. So I can also use it as if I like put in 0, you can see that it will be 35. It is being to the closest one possible. Now it could have either been 34 or it could have either been, let's say 35. But it chose to be, let's say 35. So it's totally fine. And you can also put in 1 if you want to. It will kind of be the same. But if you put in more numbers over here, you'll basically see now we have the one closest to 1, which is 34.2. Now, if I put in 2 over here, you will basically see the difference. You can see 34.25, okay, being the closest. Now, if I put in -1 over here, it will be the same, 30, okay? So basically now you know how you'll be able to use the round function. But what if you want to use the mRound function to get your exact value? So if you want to use the exact mRound function to get your exact value, what you're going to do is going to be putting in the formula. So the formula I'm going to do is start off over here so that you can see the result of how it is working, right? So if you want to see it over here, what you're going to do is going to be typing in mRound instead of round in this one. Equal mRound. And that you're going to do is going to be putting in your number. So there we go. We have our number over here. Put in a comma. And this the same way I'm going to do is multiply it with which value. Now, if I want one value to be rounded it up, I'm going to do is hit on 1. And you can see that it has mRounded or median rounded up to 34. Okay, now you can see when we used 1 over here, it gave us still 1 decimal. So in mRound, it's going to give you the base. Okay, now if I use equal mRound, I'm going to put in this value again, comma, and I want 2 values, or let's say I want 5 values. Okay, I'm going to do is multiply by 5, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. This is the, it's going to give you the, let's say, multiplication of 5, which is 35. If I put in 2, it will give me the multiplication of 2, or the one closest to 2, okay? Or let's say multiplication of 2. If I put in, let's say, 10, it's going to give me multiplications of 10. It could be either 30 or it could be 40. If it's closest to 30, it will give me a 30 answer. But if it's closer to, let's say, 40, it will give me 40 as an answer. So if I type in over here to be 37, it will give me 40 as an answer because that is the one closer to 40, okay? So we know how we can use the mRound function too. Now let's move on to our next function where we're going to learn about the floor function. Now floor is going to show you or going to help you to find out the base of the whole value. So I'm going to type it over here. So I'm going to put in the couple of the formulas which I'm going to be showing you. So I'm going to do is just type all of them. Ceiling, and the next one which is going to be the mod function. And the last one we're going to show you is going to be the quotient. Okay, so these are the functions which I'm going to be showing you step by step, so stay tuned. Make sure to not skip any part. Now let's move on to our next one, which I'm going to show you is going to be the floor function. So when you're using a floor function, it will just basically give you the base of the value. Now we have like exact function over here, or exact value, not a function. So if I type in equal floor, now you can see this over here. We need the floor function. Now you're going to do is put in your number. So put in your number. There we go. Now you want the significance of that number. Now you want to floor it by 1. So you're going to put in 1. Close out the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see it is closer to 33. Now if I put in a different value, okay, I'm going to do is just use a different value over here. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 6. Okay. So I'm going to do is type in equal floor. Not math, just click on this floor. The number is going to be 6, okay? So put in a comma. Now put in the significance. Now I want it round 6 down to nearest multiple of 5. So what I'm going to do is going to be typing in 5. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. It has been rounded up to the closest base or floored it up to 5. So now you know how you'll be able to use the floor functions
in Microsoft Excel too. And this is like very simple and basic. So make sure to, just try all of these out because you'll be able to use them whenever you want to use. Now, even if you want to use, let's say we want to round it out by 10, that is also doable. So let me just show it to you. Equal, let's say type in floor, open up the floor, select the number. This is now 10, so I'm not going to be using that. Let me just use this, comma. Okay, not this one. I'm going to just use this. There we go, comma. Now I want the significance to be closest or floor it up to the multiple of 10. So hit on enter, and you can see that's 0. Why is it 0? It's not because it's the closest. It rounded up to the closest base, the base value of 10. So this is 0. If it was 12, let me just show it to you. Let's say 4 into 2. All I'm going to do is type in 5 over here. Now you can see this is now 10. Why is it 10? Because that is the base value. Now if I put in 6, it will also give me 10. Why? Because the base value, you can see 10 is like going on 10, okay? Even if I put in 18, it will give me the floor value or the base value of the number which I'm using. So let's say you're doing 25, but it still belongs to 20, right? So the base value or the floor of that, 25 is 20. So let's say the base value of, 35 or 36 is still 30. So it's going to floor it up to that number. So I hope you understood everything about, the floor. Okay. So the next one which you're going to show you is going to be the ceiling value. Now ceiling is also very simple, like close to, floor function, but it's going to seal it up. Now it's going to be the next number. Okay. So what I'm going to do is going to be putting in, it's basically that's just the same. This gives you the base value. This is going to be the next value closest to it. So let me just show it to you. Type in equal ceiling. There we go. Ceiling over here. Select the number. There we go. Selected. Comma. And now I want the significance. So if I want 1, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see the ceiling value or the next value or the one closest to this one or significance of 1 is 34, because now the next number is going to be 34. So if I use 37, it's going to give me 38. Let me just show it to you. Equal ceiling. Okay, not ceiling mat. There we go. Close off this one. Don't need 2 of them at the same time. Now if I use this, comma 1, it's going to give me significance of 1, which is going to be 38. So now you know the difference. Just basically the floor and the ceiling. So floor is the base, ceiling is the top. So now you can know how you can differentiate it. Now let me show you a couple of these values. Let me show you different value significances. Equal ceiling, not ceiling mat. So make sure to not use mat. There we go. The number which I'm going to be putting inside of this is going to be, let's say, 8. Now, comma. I want it to be the closest significance of 10. Type in 10, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. Closest one to that is 10. But on this one, it would have shown me 0. So let me just put in a couple of numbers over here. And you can use more significance if you want to. Let's type in equal ceiling. Let's use just remove the ones. Open the parentheses. Let's say I'm going to do is put in a value this time. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 73, comma. I want the significance to be a 5. So if it's closer to the next 5, it's going to be 75. So there we go. The answer is 75. Now I'm going to show you the last one. What if you want something by hundreds? Now you can use it both for floor and also ceiling. So what you're going to do is type in equal, type in ceiling. What I'm going to do is just close this off. Now I want the value to be this one, comma. I want the significance to be closer to 100, comma, and there we go, 75. The next one is 100. Now if I do it on the floor, equal floor, now it will give me 0. So let me just use this one and the significance to be 100. It will give me 0 because the floor or the base is still on 0. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use the floor and also about the ceiling. Now the next one which we have over here is the mod function. Now the mod function is basically a bit different than the other ones which you can see over here. This is basically kind of like the remainder. Okay, now the remainder which I'm going to do is going to be show you over here. Now when you divide 3 by 2, what does it give you? 1, right? So I'm going to do is just show it to you. I'm going to do is type in equal 3. Also I'm going to do is type in 4. Let's just do 3 over 2. Hit on enter. You can see 1.5, right? 1.5. So what I'm going to do is going to be using the mod function over here. So I'm going to do is type in equal mod, okay? Open up, like you can press on tab, and then you're going to do is type in the value, which one you want to divide it by. So type in, let's say, 5, 4. Close the parentheses, and you can see 1. Why is it 1? Because obviously you do not want the decimal value, okay? So if you want to do that, you can use this mod function, and this is very simple to use. Now, even if I got like a whole value, let's say this is the one which I want. So what I'm going to do is type in equal the mod value, or let's say type in mod, like the number is this one, comma, and the divisor is this one. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see 708. Why is it 708? Because it is giving you the actual number of how many times it can divide, but without the divisor or without the value. Okay, so you can see this is the one. See both of them over here, and this is going to give you the mod number. Okay, so if I type in, let's say 5, or let's say not 5, let's say it's a bit complex for you when you're using like a really bigger number. Okay, so I'm going to do is just type in 9 and 8. If I do it over here, type in equal mod. Let's say this is going to be the number. The divisor is going to be 8. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see only one time. But if I do the division over here, let's say 9 divided by 8, it will give me 1.5. Can see 1.125. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use the mod function. Now you can also get different, let's say, the sign as the same advisor or the divisor, not advisor. Okay, you can do that by putting in different type of, let's say, you can round it up. Okay, so what you're going to do is going to be, when you want to do that, you want the same as divisor. So what you're going to do is type in equal. You're going to type in mod. First things first, you're going to put in your number, comma, and you're going to put in minus this value. Close the parentheses, and there we go. We have the minus values of it. And you can see how many times you actually need it to be, because we have -7, which we need so that we can round it up. Okay, so just like that, you'll be able to use it. So now you can see that if 8 comes out 1, we need 7 more. Okay, so we have 1 and 7 more to round it up to the next value, which will turn it out to be 16. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use this mod function. Now you might feel like a bit like complex, but if you just keep on like practicing, you will get the hold of it. Now the last function which I'm going to be showing you is going to be the quotient. Now this is basically how to get your integer portion. Okay, now you can do that. It's totally fine. Now first off, I'm going to get 2 different values. I'm going to do is type in, let's say, I want 5 and I want a 3. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to put in a double digit 2. I want 11. The next one which I want is 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here, if you get a quotient, now you have to divide it first, right? So we have to use the mod functions too. If you want to do that, it's totally fine. But if you want to do it directly, you want to get the quotient, what you're going to do is type in QUOTIENT. There we go. Now you want the numerator, which is going to be the highest one. There we go. Comma. And the denominator, which is going to be this one. Now you're going to get, let's say, integer value. So we have the quotient, which is going to be 3, because 3 into 3 is 9, and we have 3 left. Or not even 3 left. 9, 10, 11. But on the quotient, we have 3. Now you might think like, why is it happening? Let's try it out on the same one. Equal, let's say type in quotient. Now you're going to put in your numerator, comma, and put in your denominator. Close. And there we go. We have 1. Now, it works differently on different cases. Now, you might think that if you actually do it up or if you actually sum it up, that is not the exact value. Now, this is the thing which comes up in your, which you have to keep in mind, is that when you have an extra value, that is basically the mod value over here. So when you divide 11, or let's say 11 by 3, you get 9, right? Just like I said. But then you have 2, okay? So you have 2 as a, let's say, quotient. So the 1 is going to be the mod value, which adds up. The same way, when using 5 by 3, you can get 3 as an answer or 1 as an answer sometimes. So let me just show it to you again. Let's type in equal. I'm going to do is show you quotients. There we go. If I type in 5 and then I want the denominator to be 2, it will basically get 2 as an answer. Now you might think that there's going to be, what's 1 quotient or remainder, but it's going to give me 2 because 1 is going to be the mod and 1 is going to be the quotient. Okay. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on the mathematical functions or the basic mathematical functions of Microsoft Excel. If you still have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And obviously, this whole sheets or all of the sheets which we are working on, it will be attached to our resource file. So if you want to use it, you can also use it and start practicing on each and every one of them. And hope you understood everything again. And thank you for watching this video again. And let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn all about the filter function and how you can also filter up data at the end of the lesson. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft Excel on our device and start off with our lesson. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up my spreadsheet, and obviously you'll be able to open it up or you will be able to get this whole range of data on my, let's say, resource file of this whole course, so you don't have to worry about it. So these are basically some very simple type of, range of data. You can make one on your own too, but if you want to save up time, you can try using them. So from here, you can see that I have a range of data where I have ID numbers, where I have date, I have city, I have products, and I also have rate. Okay, so all of them are different from one another. Even if they're not, the IDs are quite the same, but there are different type of dates, cities, products, and rate. And when filter comes into mind, you think about organization or analysis, right? So we're going to be doing that, and we're going to be showing you both of the ways of how you can filter up your data and also about the filter function. And just like the title says, we're going to be showing you the filter function first because that is very important. And it obviously saves you up a lot of time by organizing your data just the way you want them to be. Now, when you already have a range of data, what you have to do is find out a cell where you want your result. So from here, the first thing which I'm going to be searching for are the cities and which things there are. So first things first, what I'm going to be doing over here, we can also remove the ID number. It's totally fine. What we're going to do is just delete this one. So delete, there we go. I'm only going to be needing date, city, and product, and the rate. So first things first, I'm going to do is I want the city. So this is what I need over here. So first thing I'm going to do over here is increase the size, make sure bold, center. Now from here, I'm going to use or start putting my function. Type in equal and then type in filter. So you can see filter function has opened up. Now what you're going to do is going to be selecting the array, which is going to be the range of data. Now, first things first, what you're going to do is select the range of data. And you might think that why am I keeping the top one not selected? It's because I'm going to be needing that because I need it to categorize what I need to do. So you can see I have filter over here and I have also selected the array. So this is the array of data which I want Microsoft Excel to analyze and give me the data. Now I'm going to put in a comma, and then we have is include. Now, what do I want to include and what am I searching for? So I'm searching for the cities. You can see over here. Now, which cities or which array of city do I have to scan from?
So you're going to do select all of these over here. There we go. We have the city selected. And after that, now I want to search for a specific city and also a range of data, which is going to be related to it, or the data of that city, which product is being sold on which date and what is the rate of that. So if you want to find it out like that, what you're going to do is going to be putting in equal instead of putting in, let's say, instead of putting on comma or all those, what you're going to do is going to be putting in equal and find for your value. Now I'm going to put in equal. Now the next thing is that you already know that when you are trying to put in alphabetical value or data inside of a function, you have to put it in a quotation. So I'm going to put in double quotation. So I want to search for maybe PERT. Okay, so I want PERT, close up the quotation. Now I want all of those values. Now I have if included, I want those values. So there we go. We have included the value. Now it's going to search for if it cannot find out the values according to what you want. What do you want to show? So let's say I want to show it miscellaneous. I'm going to just type in MISC, close up the quotation, and after you're done with the quotation, close up your right parentheses, which is going to be the bracket, or closing up the parentheses, and hit on enter, and there we go. So in PERT, this is the number over here. You can see this is the number. I'm going to do is turn it to short date. So in this date, 11/11/2023, 11/11/2023, and 10/12/2023. So on these dates, on PERT, these products has been sold. Fanta, Dasani water, Sprite, and the rate is 0.65, 0.7, and also 0.55. Those are the rate. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use the filter function in Microsoft Excel. Now, if you want a whole different thing, now let's say you want to use it as a reference. Now, if you want a reference, then you can also do that. It's totally fine. So what I'm going to be doing over here is going to be going over here. I'm going to cut this whole thing off. And I want over here is do the same thing, but this time I'm going to be using a reference to find out that cell. So I'm going to do is type in equal. I'm going to type in filter. There we go. Open up your parentheses and then select the cell. There we go. Not the cell, whole array, comma. Then select what you want to include it. I want city, comma. Not comma. I'm going to do is put an equal. I'm going to use is this cell. So this is going to be my reference cell. Now, after I put in my reference cell, whatever I put inside of this, it's going to scan up that data and give you the result. So I'm going to put in comma. And then if there is nothing, I want it to show me miscellaneous. Here we go. Close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see that it has given me miscellaneous. Why? It's because I don't have any reference over here. If I put in a reference, let's say I want to put in London. You can see these are the values, or these are the things that were being sold on London. Okay? So as we have selected only this, what if we try to use the products? If you want to do the products too, that's also fine. So what I'm going to be doing over here is that I'm going to do is cut off this one. And you can also type in. Let's say I want to do is type in C2 to C14. Hit on enter, and you can see miscellaneous. Now it's going to be scanning up the products. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to put in Fanta. There you go. Now, where is Fanta being sold? So in Perth, Cali, London, and also Florida. Okay. If I type in Powerade, there we go. Both of them are being sold in London. If I type in, let's say, Dasani water, there we go. 3 of those places, London, Perth, and Cali. If I type in Sprite over here, so Sprite is also being sold on 2 cities, London and also Perth. So this is basically how you'll be able to use this filter function in Microsoft Excel
to get your value. Now, if you have a bigger data, it's also totally fine. Now you can also use, let's say a drop down list for this. Now I'm going to show it to you. Let's cut this off first. Now, if you want it to be more dynamic, then I would suggest you to fix out that part, okay? You will be able to use the drop down list first. First off, select the cell where you want your drop down list. If you've seen my previous videos, you already know how to do that. First off, go off to data. Got it. Click on data validation. Now from here, I'm going to do select on list. Now I want the source. Now if I want city, select all of these cities over here, hit on enter, press on OK, and you'll be able to use all the cities. If you want, maybe, let's say, the products, click on data validation again, click on list, click on that. There we go. We have selected that. Hit on enter, press on OK. There we go. So we have city. We also have product. Now I'm going to do is type in equal. Okay, equal, type in, let's say, filter, select the array. Do not select the header, obviously, comma. Now, which one do you want? Now, I want it to select maybe one value first. So I want cities. There we go. Equal to this cell, comma, double quotation. There we go. Close the parentheses. Miscellaneous. Now, if I change it to Cali, there we go. I want London. There we go. And you can also change it whenever you want. First, all I'm going to do is go off to remove duplicates. Or first off, go off to data validation. Now, from here, I'm going to do is customize it a bit. Apply these changes. You see list. Press on OK. There we go. Perfect. And you'll be able to use whichever value you want. Can see London, Perth, then we have is Cali, then we have is Perth over here again. There are different ones which you can use. There we go, Florida, then we also have Cali. So you'll be able to use whichever value you want. And even if you change something in between, let's say I want it to be Detroit, and obviously Detroit will appear up. You can see Detroit, there we go, one product. Now, if I use, maybe I want only the products, I can also use it as a reference. Equal, type in filter, select the array, comma, select the product, equal, this one where we already have our drop-down list, comma, double quotation, close the parentheses off, get on enter, there we go. Miscellaneous, if I change it, Sprite, there we go. If I change it to Fanta, and if I change it to London, there we go. We have spill. It's because it is not working well. It is because there are lots of values. But now we have two different values over here. We can also change it to, let's say, London. There we go. So we can also change it to nothing, which we want. Okay, so you'll be able to remove it whenever you want to. Just press on delete, and there we go. Miscellaneous. And then you're going to do is just select on which one you want. Okay, you'll be able to remove that too, so that you get the whole value of your city. And even if you want products, you can also do that. So it's basically up to you how you want to do it. So basically, this is what you can do with your filter function in Microsoft Excel. Now I'm going to show you about how you can filter up your data in an easier way. So if you want to filter up your data, there is a whole different option for you to do that in Microsoft Excel. So first things first, what you're going to do is go off the data or keep yourself on data. Select the whole range of data or the whole array. Just click on any one of these cells, press on Control A. All of them will be selected. Then we have is this filter option, sort and filter. Click on that filter, and there we go. We have ourselves a table. Now you can go off to advanced and fix it up just the way you want to. Filter, range of data, criteria range. You can also do that. You can copy all of it to other, table too. Now you will be able to select which one you want. Let's say I want only the sunny water. There we go. Now if you want only city, click on that. Okay, there we go. Totally fine. Now what you can do is use the filter function and select these ones as the drop-down list. And then you'll be able to get your data too. So what you can do is make sure to select all, press on OK. Select all.
There we go. We have the whole array. Okay, so I'm going to do is type in equal filter, and then I'm going to do select the whole array, comma, I want city. There we go. I can do that. Type in equal, and then select this one where we already have our chain. Okay, so I'm going to do select that. We'll be able to do that. It's fine. Or you can also put these values over here. Okay, so what I can do is just select these values inside of them, which will be available. And then you're going to do is put in a comma. You can try doing that. And if empty, I want to show it to MISC or miscellaneous, quotation, close the parentheses, hit on it. And we have all the values. But if we change it, so let's say I want only Cali, only those will appear up. Now you can see we have Detroit, London, all of those, but it is now only using one cell as a reference. You can see there we also have other cells inside of it. Now those are also being showed up over here. Why? It's because we are using 4, 6, and 14. But here we only have 3 of them, just like this one. Now, if you use only one of these, it will only show you the city. So that is the reason why you're going to be using the filter function instead of the whole thing. Now, what you can do is just remove that, delete, and you can also select all of them, press on OK, and there we go. And when you do want to do that to find out specific values, just by using specific, let's say, word or keyword, make sure to use the filter function. But if you want to arrange your data the way you want to, make sure to use this filter option, and you'll be able to sort it out too. You can see you have this sort option. Click on that, and then you're going to do is going to be click on sort by what. Let's say I want it by city, cell values, A to Z, press on OK. There we go. C, D, F, L, P. So this is how you'll be able to use the filter function. And there are obviously more advanced settings. Now, if you want to clear up your filter or this table over here, you're going to do is click on clear. Okay, there we go. It will basically clear it up, but obviously these ones will remain. Now, how do you fix that up? What you're going to do is going to be select on this whole thing. You have this filter option. Click on that again, and your filter option will be removed from your table or the array of data. Okay. So what you can do is just select this. And another thing is that if you have already filtered up your data and you want to put in more data outside of that, okay, it will be not turned inside of that table because we have already selected a range of data. What you have to do is that you have to increase it so that you will be able to increase your range of data too. So make sure to, keep that in mind. Try using it, filter up your data. You can sort it by colors too. So what you can do is sort it by A to Z or Z to A. It's up to you. Then we also have text filters. Now, there are a couple of things such as it begins with a certain amount or begins with a certain, let's say, word or alphabet. You want to do that. It's also doable. You don't want does not contain specific alphabets. You can also do that. Let's say I don't want something does not contain, let's say, Cali. Press on OK. And you can see the Cali word does not contain on any one of these, so these are available and the rest of the ones are removed. So it's basically up to you. It's just customize it just the way you want to. You will be able to date the filters too, customize the filters. So I'm going to click on customize, and I can also remove it if you want to. Just press on Control Z and it will be removed. Okay, so find out your need. Just find out these options, A to Z, Z to A, sorting options over here. You can also delete the level. Now, not only date, city, product, it's going to be based on the categories which you have on your table, which you're trying to filter up. So make sure to keep that in mind too. Make sure to keep up your header. And obviously, try to put your data on the next line so that you can put in, your category as your. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on Microsoft Excel about how you'll be able to use the filter function, and obviously how you'll be able to use the filter options or sort and filter in Microsoft Excel so that you can organize your data. And obviously, if you remove them, if you filter them up and you want to filter any of these options, let's say I want only October, press on OK. And if you want to reapply it, you can clear, and you can also reapply it if you want to. That's totally up to you. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. And if you have any question or any confusion
about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about date, now, today functions. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft Excel on our device and get into our lesson. As you can see on my screen that I have a blank presentation, not a presentation, a blank worksheet. Okay, so from here, I'm going to be starting up my date, today, and now function step by step, one by one. Now, just like you can hear its name, the date function, it's going to give me the dates and how you'll be able to customize it, how you'll be able to analyze it, how you'll be able to scan it, how you'll be able to subtract and add dates. So all of those things I'm going to show it to you in this lesson. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson, show you a couple of them step by step, and make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something. So when you want, or the day which you've opened up Microsoft Excel or started working on it, let's say you want the date in your, let's say, in your cell or in your worksheet without even going and typing in your own worksheet. Now, I've already shown you a shortcut key, which is going to be Control and colon on your keyboard, and it will give you which date you are, working on Microsoft Excel, or the day you are working on it, okay? So the first thing which you can do is also a different type of formula. So what you can do is type in equal and then type in today, okay? When you type in today, you don't have to put anything inside of your parentheses, which means your brackets. In most of the functions, you have to put something inside as a condition or as a criteria. But in the today function, you will not have to apply anything. Just close up the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. You have the same date. So try pressing on Control and colon on your keyboard. Okay, just try it and check if it is the same. So if it is the same, Control and colon, there we go. We have the same date. So that means the function is working. Now, the next formula or the next function, which I'm going to be showing you, is going to be the now function. Now, the date gives you the whole date, but what if you need more brief about it? Let's say you need more time about it. Let's say you need the hour, you need the seconds, and all of those. So what you're going to do is going to be typing on equal, now, close the parentheses, just like today function, and there we go. We also have the time. Now, another thing you have to know about this date and now function is that it's going to upload up or update its own time every day you open up. Let's say if I open this spreadsheet up just 2 minutes later, it will give me a different time. Let me just save it up, and I'm going to do is just open it up on my screen. As I've saved it up, you can see save to PC. I'm going to close it off, and then I'm going to do is turn it back on just like 2 minutes later. I'm going to turn it here, date, and you can see the time has passed and I did not do anything. So it's going to keep updating according to your CMOS battery on your device, okay? And the date will do kind of like the same thing. Now, the next one I'm going to do is going to be using the same thing. Now, what if you already have a range of data? Then what you want to do is that you want to get or extract the exact, date or exact, format you want. Because in date, there are 3 types of formats. Date, or let's say the day. Then we have is the month, and then the year, right? So if you want to extract, let's say, the day or the exact day, which it is, then you're going to do is type in equal, type in day, and then select the serial number, or you can type in the serial number. Close the parentheses off, and there we go, 24th. Okay, this is 24th, so day 24th. Now, if you want to extract the month out of a serial number, type in equal, month, open up the parentheses, serial number, and obviously you will see that 3 will be our answer, okay, because this is 24th of March. Now I'm going to type in the last one, and if you want to extract the year out of any serial number or any series of cell or data, type in equal, year, select the serial number, close the parentheses off, hit on enter, and there we go. Now we have day, we have month, and we also have the year. Now, what if you want to concatenate all of those? So you already know, or you know what concatenate is, right? It basically joins up each cell into one word. So what if you want to join dates? So for dates, we have the date function. So type in equal, type in date, and then start off with the year, comma. Now this is our month, comma, and the last one is date. Close the parentheses off or your right bracket, and there you go. All of them has been concatenated back again. So we have our day, month, year. All of them are functions. Even the last one, date, is also the function of conjoining 3 different cells or 3 different serial numbers. Now, how are you going to add days? Now, those are called eDates. Now, if you want to add dates up, there is a whole different function. Now, not like a whole different function, but it's going to be something like how you add it up. You're just going to add up certain numbers after a certain time. So what I'm going to be doing is going to be, let's say, I'm going to use just the same thing over here. Let's say I'm going to do is just turn this blue, and then I'm going to do is put in today's date over here. There we go. So as we have our date over here, I want to add in 10, and I want to minus 10, okay, from this specific date. Now, how do you get your result? First, I'm going to do is just make sure that it looks a bit better so that you can see it, okay? So now I'm going to do is zoom in a bit more so that you can see it a bit better. So what I'm going to be doing over here is going to be typing in our date function, which is going to be date. So type in equal, date, and then instead of, let's say, doing any of these, select the whole thing, okay? Close the parentheses and then plus 10 if you want to add it. You can also put it inside of it. You can see too many. So if you see that it's showing too many arguments, you're going to do is control X and then put it inside of it. Okay. You can see this option appears up. That means you have to put in one specific argument. So to fix that, what you're going to do is going to be cut this off. So this is basically very simple. Instead of using any function, what you're going to do is going to be typing in equal, select the cell, plus 10. It's going to analyze that it is going to be 10 days, not 10 months. Because for month, we have a whole different function. Equal, there we go. 10 days added from this time. If you want to minus, just do the same thing. Equal, select the date, minus 10. If you want minus 5, you can also do that. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Now, the next ones which we see over here are going to be the eDate. Now, the eDate works in a different way because in this function, you'll be able to add in months, but let's say in multiplicational form. So I'm going to do is apply the same thing over here or use the same thing over here. I'm going to cut this one off. There we go. Now from here, I want to add in date plus 10 months. So 10 months, I want minus 10 months. Okay, so I'm going to add in months this time. So here, what I'm going to be doing is going to be using eDate function, okay, just like I said. Type in equal, and then what you're going to do is going to be typing in eDate, okay? So after you put in eDate, first off, you have to select the cell where your exact data is. So first off, you're going to do is select this value, the starting date, and then you're going to do is going to be put in which one you want to start off with. Now, how many months do you want? So put in a comma, just like you see in the criteria, the months. So if I put in 10, I want 10 months added to our, let's say, starting date. Hit on enter, and there we go. 10 months have been added from this specific date. And you can see now this is 2025. I can also use it as a reference. Now you can see I have my reference over here. So I'm going to do is use my reference on the minus 10. So type in eDate, starting month, and then what I'm going to do is going to be putting in comma, and then minus 10. Close the parentheses off. Here we go. Here you go. You can see that we have 10, let's say 10 months minus from the specific starting date, like this one. Okay. So hope you understood about this eDate. And the last one is going to be years. Now you're also going to be applying kind of like the same method, but this one is going to be sometimes a bit complicated because obviously it cannot get, let's say, years, or there is no value of years. So you have to multiply it first. So there's like two-step process, but it's also fine. I'm going to show you each and every one of those methods. First off, you're going to do is going to be putting in the same method, edate, starting date, comma, and then you're going to do is going to be either use it as a reference or you can type in your number. So if I type in my exact number, you will get the value. It's totally fine because we have months. Now if I use 10 and then I multiply it by 12, close the parentheses off, hit on enter, and there we go. 10 years has been added. Now you can also directly put the number, let's say 10 into 12, right? It is 120. So instead of that, you can put in 120 months, and there we go. We have the same value. If you want to do the same thing, type in on minus equal edate, and then we have is the starting date, comma, and then this value, asterisk, or multiplied by 12, because 12 months a year, hit on enter, and there we go. We have gone 10 years back. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use the today or the date function or the now function in Microsoft Excel, and also about the eDates, okay? Now, I'm going to be showing you about how you can use EO month. So I'm going to do is put in my own value again, control colon. So there we go. We have values over here. Let's get 4 of them, okay? Then I'm going to do is going to be applying, let's say 0, 1, 2, and then -2. Okay. Then it basically works the same way as eDate, but this is a bit different because it doesn't work on all cases. So what you can do is type in equal EO month, starting date, comma, and then this value, how many dates you want to add up. You can see now this is in a general form. So what you have to do is that most of the calculations or results are already in general form because you are using EO month. But what you have to do is just select on the one you want, and then use your fill header so that you get the rest of the ones too. You can see -2, 2, 1, and 0, which is basically the same. So hope you understood about every of these date functions and also about the month functions and EO month. And if you have any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to Class Project 1 of Microsoft Excel. As you can see, the name of the class project is How to Make a Pivot Table. Now, I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So, a pivot table in Excel is a powerful tool used to summarize and analyze large data sets. It allows users to reorganize and summarize selected columns and rows of data into a more manageable format without altering the original data. So let's move on to our steps. The first step is going to be open up the XLSX file named pivot table from the resource file. If you are already watching this whole course, I have attached in a resource file with it. There are a couple of Excel sheets which you will find out, and there you will find out the pivot table XLSX form, or let's say the file, which you will open up. In the second step, you're going to do is select the range of data you want from the series. Now, I would suggest you to take the whole thing, including the header, because it will allow you to categorize all of those data. Step 3 is going to be going off to the Insert tab after you have selected the whole range of data, and make sure the data is selected still when you go off to the Insert tab. In the step 4, you're going to click on Pivot Table and make sure to create the pivot table on a new worksheet so that it doesn't meddle with the data which you already have on the Excel or the first data sheet. In step 6, after you're done, or when you go off to step 5, go to the pivot table fields and customize your own table however you want, wherever you want. And in step 6, after you're done, making sure to save the XLSX file and upload it on our project panel. So what is the outcome? By learning how to use pivot table in MS Excel helps you to efficiently analyze data in Excel, offering you a flexible way to explore and understand their datasets more comprehensively. So without any further ado, let's start off with our first step. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up the file or the folder, or let's say this file called pivot table from the resource file. You can find it out on the resource folder. Then the second step is going to be selecting all of these data. So as you have all of these data selected, make sure they are selected from the top to the bottom. And the top part is going to be used as a header. So make sure to select them too. Then go off to the insert and then click on this pivot table option. Now, in addition, you can also use recommended pivot table, whichever one you want, but I'm going to suggest you to use pivot table if you're new to it. When you click on pivot table, make sure to insert it on a new worksheet so that it doesn't meddle with any of your data on the specific sheet which you're already working on. Click on OK, and there we go. We have our new sheet done, and our pivot table is almost done. The next thing what you're going to do is going to be selecting where you want your, let's say, data. Now, I'm going to do is try to put my date in rows. I want my sales rep on the rows too. Or if I don't want that, I'm going to put it in filters. I can do that, but I want them on columns. There we go. I have the sales rep on columns. You can use it just like this. Now I want the shifts over here. Shifts, I want it on filters. I want the costs and selling, both of them on the values, so that I can see whom is selling what. And on the shift, I can also change it. Okay. So from here, you'll be able to change which shifts you want. Let's say I want only the day values for the day shift cells. These are the ones. Now, if I want only the night shifts, press on OK, and these are only the night shifts. And this is the grand total of each and every one of them. Let's say this is for Jacob, and this is for Ben. Now, you can also click the sales rep and keep it on rows so that you can see what they're selling. So now you know how you'll be able to put your data in a way you want to. And you can see it is for Ben, and a couple of them are for Jacob. And now if you want all of them, click on all, select on that, press on OK, and there we go. We have all of the values for each and every one of them. And you can also increase the value and also decrease it the way you want to. There we go. And now if you want it on columns, now it will be easier for you to analyze all of those. So this is for Jacob, and this one is for Ben. So Ben made 8,125 on all shift, and Jacob also made 8,380 on all shift. Okay. Now you can see the sum of them are different. This is the cost price, selling price, and this is the total sum of cost price, total sum of selling price. Okay. So make sure to use this pivot table, and right after you're done, just make sure to select like this any part of the cell, take a screenshot of this or save up the whole file and upload this file on our project panel so that we can see that how you are progressing with work. And if you have any confusion about any part of this class project, feel free to ask us, and I will always be there to help you. So let's move on to our next class project of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to class project 2. The name of the class project is How to Record a Macro. So I have attached in a description and also an outcome. So let's learn about what a macro is. A macro in Excel is a recorded sequence of actions, which is commands or instructions that automate repetitive tasks. Macros can be created using the built-in Visual Basic for Application, which is VBA, programming language in Excel. So let's move on to our steps. Open MS Excel and turn on Developer tab. I'm going to be showing it to you in the class project, so you don't have to worry about it. In step 2, we're going to go to the Developer tab and click on Record Macro. In step 3, we're going to assign names and shortcut keys to our macros. In step 4, we're going to do is now, for an example, color any cell and stop recording the macro after you are done. In step 5, we're going to go to any other cells and try the shortcut key assigned key for running the macro. In step 6, after you're done with it, open VBA and open Module 1, take a screenshot of your screen and upload it on our project panel so that we can see that your macro is working. So the outcome is that by learning how to use macros in Excel offers a powerful way to automate repetitive tasks, customize workflow, and enhance productivity for users working with Excel spreadsheet. So without any further ado, let's start off with our first step. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft Excel as my first step. Now the second step is opening up Developer tab. Now, here's going to be an addition over here, because if you are new to Microsoft Excel, or if you're using Microsoft Excel as a new one, or the basic or the default interface, you will not have the developer tab opened on your Microsoft Excel workspace. So what you have to do over here is, first off, go off to File, go off to Options, go off to Customize Ribbon, and then what we're going to do is click on this developer option. Now, I have it on, but you might not have it on. So click on that, press on OK, make sure that this is checked, and you will see the developer tab will open up on your workspace. Okay, so after it opens up on your workspace, there we go, we have Record Macro. The first things first, click on this option, or you can go off the macros and make up your own one. Click on Macro, and then you'll be able to make one. So I'm going to do is put in a name. Let's say my name is going to be color. Click on Create. Then, as I've created that, VBA might open up on your screen. But if you don't want to, that's totally fine. So what you're going to do over here is going to be clicking on Record Macro, and this type of interface will appear up on your screen. Now, assign the name according to your step. So I'm going to put in color. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that this workspace, or this space, naming space, does not, let's say, validate any spaces. So what you have to do is put in this underscore. Okay, so I'm going to just put in color. Now, what do you want the shortcut key to be? There's also one thing tricky over here, is that if you have, or if Excel has some shortcut keys already assigned to a couple of commands, if you put in that key, that will be overridden. So let's say if you press, or if you keep it Control+C, which is already assigned to copy, so copy will not work. So make sure to find something which does not have any shortcut key. So I'm going to press on Control+J, and then you can store in this workbook or wherever you want. Now I'm going to do is going to be pressing on OK. You can, click on OK, and then you will see that it is already recording. Now what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Insert, or go off to Home, change in the color, and then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to do is going to be changing the color to this, or maybe this. Okay, there we go. And then after you're done coloring any specific cell, I want you to go to Developer tab and close off Stop Recording. Now, as we have stopped recording this, now what if I want the same repetitive task to work again by doing the same thing? Now, if you want to do that, go off the macros, click on this color, and click on Run. And you can see the same effect has taken place over here. Okay, if I click on over here, go off to macros, click on Run, you can see the same effect has been applied. Now, if you want to record another one, you can go off Record. You can also record, let's say, a couple of things too. Let's, out of that, let me do an addition over here. Let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to do is going to be using 8, 9, 8, 7. All I'm going to do is just type in 5. So I'm going to do is going to be deleting this one. And now I'm going to do is going to be going off to Developer, record a macro. Now I want to name it Sum. Hit on OK. And now I'm going to do is click on each and every one of those, go off to Insert, and then, or maybe I'm going to do is just type in equal sum, and I want all of these values, close the parentheses, hit on Enter, there we go. So I want to go off to Developer, stop the recording. And now here, I'm going to put the same thing, but I'm not going to put any function. This is just an addition, so you don't have to worry about it. Go off to macros, click on Sum, click on Run, and then you will see basically the same thing will be applied. But make sure that you are using the exact number. So what I'm going to do over here is going to be selecting this, macros, click on Sum, and there you go, you have it. So we have our results over here, and this is basically how you'll be able to use macros in Microsoft Excel. And then the last step, what you're going to do is stay on Developer tab, go off to Visual Basics, and then this type of interface will open up on your screen. Now what you're going to do is go off to Module 1, and this is the, let's say, this is going to be your formula, or let's say this is going to be your code which you're going to be using. make sure to take a screenshot of this. It might look old, like, very outdated, but just make sure to take a screenshot of this and upload it on our project panel so that we can see how you're progressing with work. And hope you understood everything about this course and everything about this class project. Even if you feel like there is, or you have any question or confusion about any part, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. Okay. So thank you for watching the whole course up till the very end, and thank you for staying too. And make sure not to skip any part, even if you did. Okay. Because if you do, you might miss out on a lot of things. So hope to see you guys in my next. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our introduction to Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, what is Microsoft PowerPoint? Well, before getting into our whole course, we have to know a bit about what this software is about. So Microsoft PowerPoint is a powerful presentation program developed by Microsoft. It is a part of the Microsoft Office suite, which also includes programs like Excel and Outlook. PowerPoint is widely used in business, education, and other fields for creating visual presentations. Now, what are the key features of PowerPoint include, and why are you going to use Microsoft PowerPoint? Well, the main parts are the slides, because it has a dynamic slide which you can use, templates, it has a vast amount of templates which you will get access to, animation and transitions, formatting tools, slideshow mode, and integration with other Office softwares. So, overall, Microsoft PowerPoint is a versatile tool for creating and delivering presentations, whether for business meetings, academic lectures, training sessions, or other purposes. It provides users with a range of features and tools to effectively communicate their ideas and information in a visually compelling manner. So, without any further ado, let's just hop on to our first lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint Essential. Welcome to our first lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn about getting started and the introduction of Microsoft PowerPoint, how it is formed, and also I'm going to show you about the workspace. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to the lesson of getting started and the introduction of Microsoft PowerPoint. So the first thing is that when you open up Microsoft PowerPoint, so in this lesson, I'm using Microsoft 2023. So the first thing is that I would suggest you to use the latest version of Microsoft Suite softwares, and also make sure that you're connected to the internet, and also make sure that you are connected to Microsoft account so that you get most functionalities out of these softwares. And one thing is that if you have a genuine version, it's also really good, and I would suggest you using that because it is also cheap, and when you use it, you will get almost all the tools and almost all the functionality of Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, when you open up Microsoft PowerPoint, the first thing you're going to do is hop on the screen. So this is basically the workspace. You can see that we are on the Home tab, but first thing I'm going to do is going to be showing you about the File tab, because there are a couple of tools and also a couple of workspace options by starting off with Microsoft PowerPoint. So we already have a panel over here, and we're going to skip this part for this lesson, but I'm going to just show it to you that when you click on it, it just opens up the workspace for you when you can start working. So let's go off to the File tab. Now there you can see that we have a couple of these sections and a couple of these options and a couple of things that is opened up on my screen. So this is the Home tab. In your Home tab, you'll be able to open up or even create your own presentation, or we just call the PPTX file in Microsoft PowerPoint. And not only PPTX, you'll be able to save a lot of formats. And we're going to go through that later on. So the first thing which you have to keep in mind is make sure you're connected to the internet. Now, the first thing you see at the top of the screen is called the New. If you want to open up any new PPTX file or a presentation workspace, what you have to do is, if you want to start from scratch, click on blank presentation. And if you want to use templates, you have a couple of these templates over here. But we have a specific type of lesson for this templates, so we're going to go through that later on. At the bottom or at the middle, we have the search bar. And this search bar is not going to be connected to the internet or anywhere else near it. It's going to be searching up all the files on your computer and going to search up that PPTX file which you want. Now, there are a couple of recent. You can see over here that after I started using Microsoft PowerPoint, I have worked on it. And all the files which I've worked on are saved is being saved over here. So make sure to check these out too if you have opened up PowerPoint already. Then we have is the pin section. Now the pin section works in like a bookmark. So let's say you have a couple of them recent or any of your file on your computer. What you can do is get to the right side of any of these files and you will see that this option or this tool appears up. Click on this pin this item and you can see that this has been pinned. You can go off the pins and search up that specific file which you pinned up or bookmarked so that you can get access to it easily. The next one we have is shared with me. So just like I said, it is integrated with other Office softwares. So what happens is that any of the people or anyone who's working on Microsoft PowerPoint and they share it to you, you'll be able to see all of those over here. So let's say just tell your friend or anyone you have to just send you a file and try opening it up. But make sure that you're connected to the internet. But after you download it, you will get access to it offline too. The next option or the next section we have is the new. So all of the new templates or all of the templates of Microsoft PowerPoints and also the blank ones appear over here. So on our home screen, we saw a couple of these, but this is not just a limitation. We have a couple of templates to select from, and this is basically a limitation to this page because this is kind of like the home page for templates. Now, make sure you're connected to the internet and you have the search bar over here. I'm going to show you how you'll be able to open up to. First off, you have the search bar. If you're connected to the internet, you can search up for any category of templates you want to use. Microsoft PowerPoint or Microsoft has a vast amount of templates. So what you're going to do is, let's say I'm going to do is search for something green. So I'm going to do is type in green, hit on enter, and you will see that it will search up the Microsoft Office or let's say the store and search up for everything. And almost all of them are free if you have a genuine version. So go back and then we have a couple of these other sections or categories too. So you'll be able to use these suggested searches, as you can see, presentation, education, charts, business, infographics, and they keep updating. So you can select them too. Let's say if I want anything for education, I'm going to do is click on education. And you can see a couple of them over here. You'll be able to open up whichever one you want. Let's go back and let's show you how you'll be able to open them up. Let's try another one. Let's say I want something related to business. I'm going to click on business. And then you have a couple of these options over here too. And let's show you how you'll be able to open up. Click on or find out the one, whichever one you want and meets up your criteria. Let's say I want something subtle. So I'm going to do select this. And you also have that pin option over here on templates. So click on that presentation or click on that template. And you have this option called create. Just click on it and then wait for a bit. It's going to download up your template because this is online and it will directly open it up on your workspace and you'll be able to start working from wherever you want. Now, what we're going to do is that we can see that the presentation has been made. Now, the thing I'm going to do is going to be going back to file because now we already know how to open up a template from online. So go to file, and if you want to open up a blank presentation, you have this option over here, blank presentation. Now you'll be able to click on this, or you can go off to new and click on this blank presentation. And we also have a couple of them over here. And most of the ones which you see over here are offline. So this is basically like default. So even if you want to open up them, so one thing is that I've shown you how you can click on it and press on create. And you will also get a preview of how the template looks like. But if you double click on any one of these, double click, and it will directly download your template and use it or open it up on your workspace. So you can see that we also have this presentation over here on Microsoft PowerPoint. So let's go off the file again, and as we are done with this new section of the Home tab. The next option which you see over here is called the Open section. Now, in the Open, you'll be able to open up whichever file you want to use. Now, it could be recent ones, pinned ones. So it could also be, let's say, presentation sent to you. So we have this option over here called OneDrive Personal. Now, you can also use a business version. I'm going to go through that later on. So first option we have over here is called the Recent. Let's go through that first. So we have this search bar over here just like we have on the Home. You'll be able to search up any presentation file on your device. And you also have a couple of folders to go through them too and find out your presentation if you cannot find it. Now, the next option we see over here are also the recent ones. You can see all the recent ones are over here, which I can use. And let's go off to the next one, which we have. Now, let's go off to shared with me. All of the shared files sent to you, those will appear over here. Now, one thing is that you have to stay connected to Microsoft and you have to stay connected to the internet. The next option is called OneDrive. Now, this OneDrive is basically like a cloud drive similar to Google Drive. But this is just powered by Microsoft and Office Suite. So you'll be able to save them up to directly without going to other software, such as you have to open up, like you have to save up the PPTX, you have to go to Google Drive and then save it up or upload it up. So you know how this works. It's just basically a very good collaboration so that you can get easy access. The next option which we have are the other location section, this PC. Every file and every drive on your PC, you'll be able to open them up directly from Microsoft PowerPoint. And then we have is add a place. Now you can add a place, either it could be your personal use or for your business use. Now people like who seek for more business purpose, they can open up a business or OneDrive for business, or they can also use a personal if they want to. I prefer using different ones because I don't want, other stuff's getting mixed up with my own stuff. So the next option which we have, or the next section we have, is the browse. Now, when you open up, you basically see that this interface opens up. And now this interface works in cases such as if you cannot find it or cannot find your presentation or any of your files, you can just directly open up your folders on your device so that you can get access to any drive. And also, even if you have that encrypted, you'll be able to open up and then find out your file. Okay, so this is also a very simple and a very easy method to do. So this is why you have this browse option, and this only opens up a new tab, and don't worry, it's on Microsoft PowerPoint. And the next option which we have is called get add-ins. Now when you press on get add-ins, basically add-ins are extensions for Microsoft Office Suite. Now you'll be able to use whichever type of extension you want to use. Let's say you want maybe Wikipedia on your device, but you have to open up a browser and then you have to go through that site and find out your info. But what if you could do it directly from Microsoft PowerPoint, and these extensions fill up that criteria? You'll be able to use any software. Let's say I'm going to do a search for Wikipedia. Then I'm going to just hit on search, and you can see that even though we don't have Wikipedia over here, it a couple of them are on specific, let's say Office Suites. So let's say I'm going to do a search for maybe Unsplash. Hit on enter, and you can see we have a couple of them over here. And let's go off to productivity. We have Bernie. I'm going to just cut this off, and you can search up for basically anything. I'm going to do search for emoji. Hit on enter, and then we have this emoji keyboard. So you'll be able to use whichever extension you want. Now let's go off to the next one we have is info. So every information about your presentation will appear over here. Let's say which presentation or which file are you using. It will show up its name. What is the size of that? How many slides does it have? How many hidden slides are there? What is the title? What is the tag, category, and basically everything when it was modified. So all of the information about the file, you'll be able to get it up from this section. We also have a couple of tools over here, but we're going to go through that later on in this course. Then we have is the save option. In the save option, you'll be able to save up any file, but you'll just have to click on it. So after we're done, we can see that we are done with the save option. Now, you also have the same option just like you see on the, open or new ones. So let's go to the next section where we have our print. So if you have a printer and you want to print any of your PPTX file, you'll be able to go through all of these settings, such as setting up your printer, setting up what type of images and where you want the borders, how you want to print it, even if it's color or not colored. So you'll be able to go through all of these options and also the copies. The next option which we see over here is called the share option. And just like I said, I would suggest you to use the newest version of Microsoft Suite or Microsoft PowerPoint because it's going to give you a lot of features which you don't have on the older ones. So you can directly get access to your personal drive, which is going to be your OneDrive, and you'll be able to save up copies or even send it to someone whom you want to send to or collaborate with. You can send it in a PDF form, or you can also send it in a PPTX. Okay, so I'm going to do is cut this off, and let's go for the next option where we have is export Now, if you want to save up your presentation in different formats, such as PDF, XPS, a video, animated GIF, or maybe for a CD, or you can create handouts and also change the file type. So you'll be able to go through all of these options over here and go through a couple of these settings. So we're going to go through that later on in this course. Now, the last option which we have is called the close. If you want to close up your presentation, you'll be able to do that from this section or from this option. The next option which we see is called accounts. Now you'll be able to see your account, how you're connected, and which version of Microsoft Suite Office you are using. The next one is the feedback. You'll be able to send feedback to Microsoft so that you'll be able to keep up with them. And they also have a help center. So you'll be able to, email them, contact them, and also get help on whatever you are facing. And the last option is called the PowerPoint options. So you'll be able to fix out or adjust your workspace through this option. You have this general settings, proofing, saving settings, language accessibilities, and one of the most important feature is called this customized ribbon. Now, which type of ribbons do you want on your workspace? You'll be able to open them up on this section. So we'll also go through that later on, and we also have the quick access tool. You'll be able to customize them, the add-ins, the trust center, all of it. Okay, after you're done, just press on OK, and then you are good to go. So as we are done with all of these options, now let's go off to our working space of Microsoft PowerPoint. So we have also a couple of these options or a couple of these tabs, okay? So we have this home tab where you can see these tools, insert, draw, design, transitions, animations. So each and every one of them, I have like different lessons to all of those tools. So stay tuned and also do not skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something, okay? So as we're done with all of this workspace, so you can also see this section over here, and you also have the section over here where you'll be able to see a lot of these tools, and we're going to go to that later on too. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on the introduction and how you can get started with Microsoft PowerPoint. And if you have any question or if you have any query or confusion, feel free to ask me anytime, and I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn all about slides and how it works on Microsoft PowerPoint. And that is one of the first and foremost thing which you have to do when you are making a presentation. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson and open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. The first thing I'm going to do over here is going to be clicking to add a slide. Now, the slide is basically the layout of how you want to put elements into your presentation. You have to click on this, and then you can see that it has made up a specific slide for me. And you can see that there are two of these elements inside of this whole workspace. Now, we can make different types of workspaces or different type of slides. And how you do that, I'm going to show you all of the methods. Now, the first thing you're going to do is that you see these two boxes, and you can see when you click on that, you'll be able to put in elements. So we are going to need a couple of them too. So first things first, what you're going to do is click on this new slide option. Now, when you click on it, you'll see on the left side of this panel, we have the pages. So basically, when it says, or when we say that it makes us our layout, or makes us, or let's say our first and foremost thing is opening up the slide. So what it means that you have to put all those elements inside of each and every of these slides and inside each and every one of these layouts. So you can see on this one, we don't have anything to put something like graphics. But in this next one, when I added a new slide, it has made something different to it. But now you can put in a couple of other elements inside of this box or inside of this page too. So what you're going to do is you have this option over here when you want to open up a new slide. And if you keep on clicking, you will see the same type of slide will appear up. Now, what if you want a bit different inside of it? So what you're going to do is that you have this option right below this button, new slide, click on that. And you can see we have 9 type of layout or 9 type of slides. Now you can use whichever one you want, and each of them contains a category. You can see this is title slide, this is title and content, section header, to content, comparison, title only, blank, content with caption, picture with caption, and these are basically it. But obviously there are also a couple of other templates or other, let's say, layouts or slides which you can use, but you have to customize it on your own. And we're going to go through that later on in our next lessons. So you can see each and every one of them. You can select whichever one you want. Let's say I want comparison. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see it has made up a new slide for me. So you'll be able to use it whenever you want. The next option, which you see over here, is this option, duplicate selected slides. Now, if you want to duplicate any one of these slides, even though if they're containing any elements or any text, you'll be able to duplicate it just the way you want it. Let's try a bit over here. What I'm going to do is type in GH. I'm going to do is go off to this new slide option, and then we have is duplicate selected slides. Click on that, and you can see the same elements has been copied or duplicated, and we can delete them just by pressing on it and hitting on delete on your keyboard. So as we're done with this slide, now we can also make other ones and copy that. Now the next option which we have is called the slides from outline. When you click on that option, you can see that it will open up outline, which outline you want. Now those outlines could be from your PPTX file or just a file of the outline. You'll be able to open them up and use it or use the same format in PowerPoint. So this is like a very important feature, which you can see over here, because you don't want to make the outlines, customize it or modify it every time you open up. You can just save one and then just analyze or scan that file and take the outline which you want to use. The next one which we have over here is called the reuse slides. If you want to reuse any one of these slides, you can see we have the slide from. You'll browse your, you'll browse your folders and your drives and find out the one which you want. When you click on browse, it will open up the same interface you can see, and you'll be able to use whichever one you want. And the next options over here are a bit different. Now we have the layout. So it shows us the same layouts which we see when we click on new slide. Then we have this reset slide. Let's say I'm going to do is click on this one, and I'm going to do is customize it just a bit. I just changed the size, and if I click on reset, it will get back to how it was. So this is basically kind of like an undo process, but it only works on outlines and only slides. The next option which we see here is called a section. Now, obviously, when you're working with PowerPoints or any presentation for any project, you will think that, okay, if I have a lot of files, I'm going to group them up together. I'm going to categorize it. So if you want to categorize any slide or any, couple of slides together, you'll be able to make slides over here. What I'm going to do is add section. Now I'm going to do is keep the section unnamed, press on OK, and there we go. We have 4 of these files on this section. Now I can also remove them if I want to. I'm going to do is just click on section, and I'm going to do is collapse. Now I can also remove all, but I'm going to do is just collapse all. You can see now it has been collapsed. Now what you can do over here is click on section again and remove the section. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to do is just click on section, remove the section, and there we go. The section has been removed. And you'll be able to make, different sections on each and every one. It's totally up to you. If I click on section, add a section, rename, I'm going to do is make 2 of these in different section, add section, there we go. You'll be able to make however you want. And you're just going to do is just drag it, and you will see that it will be in between. But if you want different ones, just make another one of it. What I'm going to do is add section, you can see rename. And then what you're going to do is just keep it inside of that page or that section. Then we have 2 sections totally different. Okay, so this is like very simple and easy to do. You'll be able to collapse them and expand them whenever you want. And you have this untitled section where we have nothing because we've deleted that. And even though if you want to delete it, just right click on it. And then what you're going to do is remove it. Okay, or remove this. There we go. So we have 2 of these sections right now, which you'll be able to use on your slides. So we also have collapse and expand. You can expand all of them, and all of them will show up. And if you collapse them, all will be just, showing this untitled section or the name of the section. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use slides. Now let's show you a bit different. Now you have this icons over here, and from here, you'll be able to use these options. And we're going to show it to you later on. So now let's go off to the alternate method of opening up new slides. So I'm going to do is just remove all of these sections. There we go. And you can also do it from over here. So if you want to make up a new slide, you can just press on Control M, and that is the shortcut key of it. Control M, you can see a new slide has been created. And you can also right click on this option, and you can make new slides out of this panel too. Click on new slides, and there we go. A new slide has been made. And you can delete the outlines whenever you want. So this is like very simple to use and also which is very important. And the next ones, which you can see over here, that if you've used like an older version, you have a button over here to make a new slide. So you'll be able to make a new slide out of there too. And if you want to make another slides, you can also see it is also available on this insert tab of Microsoft PowerPoint and the same tools. So make sure to use it. Make sure to, discover a bit and fiddle through each and every tools over here. And let's move on to our next lesson. And if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our third lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn how we can work with fonts. And there's a vast amount of font which you will find on Microsoft PowerPoint. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto the lesson by opening up Microsoft PowerPoint for our device. As we've opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device, and we're going to learn about the fonts. Now we have a couple of the tools in this font section and how you can work with fonts on Microsoft PowerPoint. And even though just not this, we have also a couple of other options too, such as this text option, but we're going to show it to you later on. But let's just go off on home and start using our fonts. So as we have this option over here, now in our previous lesson, I've shown you all about the slides, but I've not shown you how you will be able to make a blank one. Now there are a couple of methods of making a blank one. Either you can open up a new slide and press on the outline and delete them whenever you want. But the thing is that you have to make another box again. So what I prefer most is that delete the one which I don't want and keep one in it. Or sometimes I even keep all of it, okay? Because it's just a bit more convenient and saves a bit of time. So what you can do is go off the new slide and we have this option called blank. Click on that and we have another blank document, or not even a document, which is a PPTX, or let's say a slide. So you'll be able to use them whenever you want. Now what you're going to do over here is, first off, I'm going to do is make a box again. Now I'm just using this option over here. I'm going to just make this box so we have an element box, okay? Now what I'm going to do is going to be putting in fonts. Let's say I'm going to do is type in the same thing, the quick brown fox, quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So as we have our text over here, I'm going to do is just type in QU over here. Now, what I'm going to do is either you can select the whole thing and all the options or all the tools will be available. Now, I can also do is select all of it like this, just select the font. Now, what you're going to do is start off with this font section. So click on this option and we have a couple of these fonts which we can use. Now, if you don't want any of these fonts over here, you can also open up Microsoft Store and use whichever one you want by downloading them. And you also get a preview of all of these fonts, and these are quite nice. So you'll be able to use all of them. You can see it over here. And a couple of them, you will see that it is not displaying the text. So it means that your Microsoft PowerPoint is still not using the decoder. So what you're going to do is use any one of them. Let's say I'm going to do is use this, as it also gives me a preview. I kind of like it. Click on that one and that font has been applied. But if you select on this again, and let's say I'm going to do is use a different font. Now, if you just hover over them, you can see the preview, but it will not be applied. You have to make sure that you click on this. So if I don't click it and get out, you can see I have the old font, which was applied. So now you know how you'll be able to use or, change fonts. Now, let's say I want a different font on, or let's say from this section. So I'm going to do is select them. And I can use whichever one I want. So you can see this is like very doable and very simple. Now I'm going to do select all of them again. And then I'm going to do is let's go off to this section where you can increase or decrease the size. Click on this option and you'll be able to see all these sizes. But one thing you can see over here is that we don't have all the sizes. As you can see, from 32, it is 36, then it's 40, 44, 48, 54, 60, 66, 72, and all of them. So what if I say I want 55 instead of 54? You can click on them just the way you do on the fonts. But let's say you can also type in over here 55. There we go, one size bigger. And another option of doing it faster is these options. So when you click on them, it will adjust itself to this next size. And you can also decrease it if you want to and also increase it at the same time. And you also have a shortcut for this, which is going to be Control Shift and open bracket. What I'm going to do is use this, Control Shift, You can see first off, you have to select it, increase and decrease just by using your keyboard. And I recommend you using your keyboard shortcuts because it is, it saves up a lot of time. Okay, so select all of them again. And as we're done with this sizes, let's go for the next one where we have is clear all formatting. We're going to go through that later on. Let's go off the bold, italic, underline, shadow, strike through, and also spacing. So first one is bold. If you want to apply this bold, text over here, you just click on bold or B option. It will apply it. The shortcut for bold is Control B. You can press on Control B again and it has been removed. So what happens is that if you apply it for the first time and apply the same thing for the second time, it will be removed. So you can see, you can use the shortcut key or you can also click on this option over here. There we go. And there's another option which you can do, select them and this option appears up. So you'll be able to use those tools from that section too. The next option which we have is called underline. You can press on this and the underline has been applied. You can also press on Control U to remove them. In the center, we have the italic. So you can click on Control I or select on this one so you have an italic text. Press on Control I. There we go. You can see this looks quite good when you apply it. So let's just say I'm going to do is keep on Control B. And another thing is that you can apply multiple changes or formats on a specific text. Let's say I want maybe an italic too, Control I. If I want an underline, Control U. So we have all of these over here. The next one is the shadow. So there is no shortcut key for this, but you can apply shadow if you want to just by clicking or toggling this option. So I'm going to do is apply a bit of shadow too. The next option is strike through. So there's also no shortcut key. So you'll be able to apply it from over here. And there you go. You can see it has been applied over here. The next option is called the space or the text space or the word spacing. You can apply normal, tight, very tight, loose, very loose, and you can also customize whichever one you want. Let's try applying very loose. And if I want a different one or a customized one, just click on more spacing. This type of interface appears up. You can fix it by points. You can also fix the carrying for fonts, like fonts, okay? So fix it up, press on OK, and it has been applied. The next option which we have over here is called the change case. If you want to change the case, so let's say that the cases are going to be uppercase, lowercase, and all of them. So you'll be able to use them. Let's say I want sentence case, which is going to be the capital, every alphabet before each and every sentence or word. And you can see lowercase. We have the uppercase too, all of them capital. Then we have is capitalize each word. Each word of the sentence will be capitalized or the first alphabet will be capitalized. And then we have the toggle case. Let's try applying capitalize each word. And then if I apply the toggle, you will see that it will be the opposite. The capital will turn lowercase and the lower will turn capital. So I'm going to do is just click on toggle case and you can see the difference or you can see how it works. So now you know about how you'll be able to use spacing and also the cases. If you want to highlight your text on your presentation, click on this option over here. It will highlight it. If you click on it again, it will be removed. But sometimes it doesn't. So if you want to remove it, click on this option over here on the right side and apply no color. First off, you have to apply all of it like this. And there we go. We have no highlight over here. And you can also stop the highlight if you want to remove it directly. So click on that and there we go. We have no highlights applied. And you can also change whichever highlights you want to use. Let's say I want to use maybe blue, maybe red, maybe green, and you have a couple of these options, but these are very limited. So make sure to use whichever one you want so that it fills up your criteria. The next option is called the font color. If you want to use a different font color, let's say I'm going to do select all of it together. I'm going to do is go off the font color, and I can also change whichever color I want. And you can see a couple of these colors over here. We also have standard colors. Then we have is more colors. If you want more, click on more. This interface opens up. You'll be able to select whichever shade you want, and you can also customize it from the RGB panel. And you can also use the hex codes you can download from or copy from online or whichever you remember, and just paste it up, press on OK, and you have the color applied on your text. So now we know how you will be able to customize your fonts wherever or whenever you want. So I'm going to do is just select all of it. And then the last option which we have over here is called the clear all formatting. If you click on it, all of the formatting will be removed, but the cases will be the same. Now you can also extend up this font section and you have advanced options over here. So these are basically totally essentials. But if you want more options and go through advanced, you'll be able to use these options. Let's say strike through in all of them, font color, the underline style. Then we have which text you want or font you want, the font style, the size, and basically everything. And you also have the character spacings on this option too. After you're done, just press on OK, and there you go. You have your text. So you'll be able to use these options and, make something or create something which fills up your criteria. So you have like tons of tools to use, and hope you understood everything about this lesson. So this is going to be an additional on this lesson on how you'll be able to cut, copy, and paste and use the format painter. Let's just show you. So first off, you're going to do is select all of it. And then you're going to do is you have this cut, copy, paste. Well, if you already know how to do it, if you've used Microsoft Word and all of those, you already know about the basics. So you can press Control X for cut, Control C for copy, and Control V for paste. But one thing is that you can also use these options over here. And there are a couple of different ways. Let's just cut this part up. And it is copied on our clipboard. Hit on Enter to space it up. And then I'm going to do is paste. And you have these other options too. Keep text only, use it as a picture, formatting source, or even use designation or destination theme. So you'll be able to use them too whenever you want. And the one thing is that I'm going to do is customize it just by using these options. Let's say I'm going to do is change it to this one. And I'm going to do is change this color to green. What if I want to copy all of these formats on this text? So what you're going to do is select the text which is formatted, use the format painter. You will see the cursor will turn into this brush. Then drag it over the text which you want to make the change on. And you will see that it will have the same effect. No matter what you do, all the effect will be taken or applied on the specific text, even your highlight. So hope you understood everything on this lesson. And if you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to work with the paragraph tools of Microsoft PowerPoint and whatever it has to offer. And we're going to go through them step by step without skipping on any tools. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device and start with the lesson. As you can see on my screen that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. The first thing I'm going to do is click on this to add in a slide. And then the tools which we're going to show is going to be on this section. And we're going to go through them one by one, step by step. So the first thing we have to learn about is going to be the navigation. Now, if you've used Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel, you already know about the basics. So you can click on this. When you click on any of these boxes, you'll be able to navigate through it. First off, let me put a couple of words. Okay, there we go, a couple of alphabets. Now, if I want to go left, I can just use the arrow key of left. If I want to go right, I can use this. And if I want to skip a line, I can also use up and down, But as I don't have any line, first off, I'm going to do is make a line. Now, you don't want to just press on, just space and then make the line. What you can do is just hit on enter. And there we go. We are on the next line. Now, if you want to use it, you'll be able to. But if you hold on shift and enter, you will see that it will go up. Well, it mostly works on Excel, but I also have turned it on over here. So you might as well try it. So you'll be able to use the arrow keys of up and down like this. And if you want to go make a certain space, or not even like spaces, you can just hit on tab and it will go right. You can see, and it will be on a certain point, and all of them will be equal. Well, we have a specific lesson for that, so you don't have to worry about it. We're going to show it to you later on. So we're done with our navigation up and down, left and right, line skips by using enter. Not even skip, it's just making up a new line. There we go. So as we're done with this, another navigation is going to be the page up and down button. If you want to click on page down, it will just scroll down. Now, as I don't have any slides over here, let's make a couple of slides. If I press on this, you can see now it is going down. If I press on page up, it will go page up. But if I use the arrow keys on this panel, it will also give me the same thing. But if you have selected any one of these, you will see that when you use up and down, it will not switch on the pages or switch on the slides. So to switch on the slides without going to this panel is using the page up and down button. Okay, and after you're done, click on that panel, or let's say click on that slide,
to start working on it. So as we have our text over here, I'm going to do is just put in my text. Let's say I'm going to do is the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Jumps over the lazy dog. There we go. We have our text right. Now we're going to do is customize or format our paragraph and how it looks like. So let's say I'm going to do is make a couple of these copies, Control C. I'm going to do is paste in a couple of these copies. There we go. We're just going to keep like the same thing, but obviously you can see that this is, showing up as a paragraph. So I'm going to do is reduce the size. I'm going to do is hit on this one. I'm going to do is increase it maybe just a bit so that it has filled up. Let's just increase it a bit more. There we go. We have our text, and we can also see that we have the text like this. Now what we're going to do is going to be going off to our first options, which is going to be the alignments. We're going to go through the top later on, but let's just finish on the bottom part. On the bottom part, we have different type of alignments. Now, you already know about the basics. It could be center, it could be left, right, or justified. So to use them, you first off have to select the paragraph. Now, selection is also very important when you are formatting anything. Well, in my previous lesson, I did not show how you'll be able to select, but in this lesson, I'm going to show you a couple of tips and tricks which you'll be able to use to make your work a lot more easier. Now, what most people do is use it like this, right? Dragging over the whole text. But what if I say you can just select the whole thing at once? Make sure to click on anywhere in this text and press on Control A. And there we go. You have selected the whole thing. But if you want a specific sentence, which is going to start from one full stop to another full stop, what you're going to do is just click on the one. Let's say this one has a full stop, so I'm going to do is triple click on it. And you can see that it will select the whole thing. Okay? But if you want it up till here, what you have to do is just keep it selected. What I'm going to do is keep it like this. There we go. Now, I have mainly used it using my keyboard. But you can also select a couple of words by double clicking on it. There we go. Double click. And you can see when you triple click, it will select the whole thing. Now, if I use this, or maybe let's say I'm going to do is hit on enter. And if I triple click on it, you can see this is still making up that selection. Okay. So make sure to use, whichever line you want to use. And if you want to hover with your mouse, that's also doable. But if you want to use your keyboard, there are a couple different methods. Now, if you want to use your keyboard, what you have to do is just make sure to keep your, let's say, this cursor on wherever you want. Then hold on a shift and then select the parts. You can use your arrow keys for this. You can use your up-down keys for this. And you can see this is how it works. And if you just press on page up and down, it will select the whole altogether. Whenever you want, and make sure to select up the parts which you want to use. And you can also select them like this. There we go. You can also do the same thing which you work on with over here. And one thing is that, let's say you want it up till here. And then what you're going to do is use it from here to here. Now, how do you do that? So if you want to do that, what you're going to do is first off, click on it. Make sure to hold on to Control and select the other parts which you want. There we go. It is very easy. So if you want to use selected or specific parts, make sure to hold on to Control if you want to skip or make an interval. But if you want to select the whole thing, what you can do is just shift and then you can click on end, or you can also just go down like this, go up like this. And if you select on, it will select the whole thing all at once. So now you know how you'll be able to select all of them. Now, let's go through our justification and also about our alignments. So it will be always, or most of the text in PowerPoint will be on center, and the shortcut for center is Control E. So you can see it is already on default, so it will not be discarded. But if I want left, I'm going to press on Control L. There we go. Now it's on left. Now you can also click on this over here, but I would suggest you using your keyboard shortcuts because it's going to make your work a lot more faster. If you want it on the right, press Control R. There we go. And if you click on it again, it will be discarded and sent it to something else. Okay. So make sure to use it. And the last one is going to be justified, which is Control and J. Control J. There we go. We have the whole sentence and the whole thing to be justified. And you can see there is this big space, even though this is not how it's supposed to work, but obviously it's just showing you that all of them are on the same, the same positions, or all of them look the same on all lines. Now, as we're done with this alignment, let's go after our next one, which is going to be add or remove columns. If you want to add or remove column from your workspace, you can just click on it. Now, I'm going to show it to you right now. Let's say most of the time it's on one column. But what if I say you want 2 columns on your page? So click on 2 columns and it will have 2 columns. You can see from over here, it is ending. Okay. And if you end it over here, there we go. We have 2 columns over here. And you can see it from here. Let's just type in lazy dog. And she went to have. You can see it over here that it started from this line again. I'm going to do is just remove this over here. I'm going to do is just so that we can see delete, have breakfast. I'm going to just hit on enter, and you can see that now it is starting on from the right side. So this is basically how the columns work in Microsoft PowerPoint. Well, you'll be able to use these options in Microsoft Word too, but by using a couple of templates and stuff. But in PowerPoint, you have this, definite and this specific tool to do that. You can also make 3 columns. You can also make more columns if you want to. You can fix the number, fix the spacing in between them. And after you're done, just press on OK and all of it will be applied. You can customize it however you want. Now let's move on to our next ones. On the next tools, we have our bullets. If you want to apply bullets, let's just keep it 1 column right now. I'm going to do is just press on Control Z. There we go. Do is just remove these lines. Now, if I want bullets, I'm going to do select all of it, click on bullets, and there we go. The bullet has been created. Now, what if you don't want this type of bullet, this circle? So click on this down arrow key and you'll be able to see a couple of these options. Now let me just take this whole box over to the right side so we can get a preview. And every time you hover over each and every one of them, it will give you a preview. So click on any one of them and it will be applied. But if you want a customized one, or let's say bullets and numbers, you want to add a number, you can do that. You want to add a picture to it, you'll be able to do that. So let me just show you how you'll be able to use a picture. And first off, let's go up to the sizes. You can fix the size if you want to. You can fix in the color. Let's say I want a green color. Now, if I want to customize it more, I will be able to use whichever one I want. So I'm going to do is press on OK. You can see it has been applied. After done is press on OK, and you can see that this logo or this icon has been used or is being used as a bullet. Now, if you want to use pictures, click on bullets and numbers. Click on picture. And just as you click, this type of interface opens up. And use whichever option you want. Let's say I want maybe online pictures. You will just, first off, you have to just make sure that you're connected to the internet so that you get this access. And you'll be able to use whichever one you want. Let's use icons for this. And even if you want to upload from your file or from your device, you'll be able to use that too. So you can use them. But I have a specific lesson for that of using pictures and videos. So stay tuned and do not skip any part. So for this lesson, I'm going to do is just use the icons. So I'm going to do is click on icons. I'm going to do is increase it. And I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to use this as the bullet. So I'm going to press on insert. And you can see that this icon is now being used as a bullet. Let's say I'm going to do is hit on enter. Also, I'm going to do is put in full stop and hit on enter. And you'll be able to apply more bullets if you want to. So make sure to use the ones which you want to use. Now let's move on to our next ones, which are going to be numberings. Which are also called the listed orders. So if you want to use the listed orders, you have to click on these options. So I'm going to do is press on Control Z. There we go. I'm going to do select all of them and then click on this option. And you can see now this has turned into the numbers. What if you don't want numbers? What if you maybe want Roman numbers? What if you want alphabets or capital or lowercase? You don't have to worry. All of those features are available in Microsoft PowerPoint. Click on this down arrow key and you can see all of them are over here. 1, 1, 2, and these numbers. And then we have is ABCs and also even Roman on lower cases. And just like the same thing, if you want to customize it more, click on bullets and numberings, go to numbered, fix in the color, fix in the size, and where does it have to start from. If you want 2, let's say I want it to start from 2, or maybe I want it to start 50 or 59, doesn't matter. Click on OK. and it will start from the specific number which you are working on. Okay, so most other features or most other tools or software do not have this option. So for that reason, Microsoft PowerPoint is a lot more dynamic. Okay, so try to use it, and this is like very professional. And you might also use a couple of softwares like Canva to make it. Those are also good, but obviously PowerPoint is like, very professional. Okay, then you'll be able to do a lot of things, even though like not all the things like you can do in Canva, but I would prefer using PowerPoint because it offers you the integration with other softwares. So I do suggest it. The next option which we have over here are going to be the indents. So I'm going to do is press on undo again and keep my text so that I can use it. Now, if you want to use, or if you've used indent on Word, you already know how this works. So it just makes your text move a bit from the left or to the right. Now, let's say I'm going to do select all of these. Now, if I want, I'm going to do is just first off, remove it. There we go. I'm going to do select all of these, and you'll be able to use this indents level. So I'm going to do is first off, type in this over here, and then you have to like use the indent so that you'll be able to move it to the right side. Now you can see now this has been grayed out, so I'm going to do is put it on the left side. There we go. And most of these options appear up when you are using, let's say, something like aligned or maybe something like totally for text. So those options are totally available most of the times when you want to use indents then. But if you want to use like different other methods, okay, you'll be able to use it. You don't have to worry about it. Now, first off, you're going to just click on these options. So as you can see that this basic box or the box of text over here is basically the title box. So it might not work. So what you're going to do is go off the next one. Let's say I'm going to do is copy all of it, Control X, or maybe I'm going to do is just cut it. Paste. There we go. We have our text, right? Now, what I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size so that it just looks a bit better when we are using the indent. Now, to do that, it depends on the text, basically. So first thing first, I'm going to do is select all of it together. And you can still see the indent is now available right now. But if you want to use hanging, what you have to do is go off to this option. But as you can see, this is now available. You can like fix it up, let's say on the right side, or maybe if you want to take it on the left side, there you go. But there are also different methods of doing so. So I'm just going to go through them one by one. So let's move on to our next tool first. The next one which we have over here is called the line spacing. Now to use the line spacing, I'm going to do is click on that option, and you have a couple of different sizes or a couple of different spacing options, which is 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, and 3.0. So you can use whichever one you want. Let's say I want 2.0, or maybe I want 2.5. And even if you want to preview, just make sure to hover over them and you will see how it works. And even if you don't find the one which you want, you can click on line spacing custom and adjust it the way you want to. So you can see fixing your alignments, fixing your indentation, then the spacing over here, you'll be able to fix it up 0, 1, and also multiple by, let's say, 5. Press on OK. And there you go. You have a custom size. And even though it doesn't look good, but I'm just showing you that you'll be able to use it however you want. And even if you cannot find the size which you are looking for, you'll be able to customize it just by going through these settings. The next option which we have is called the text direction. Now, it depends on how you want your text to be, presented. It could be either horizontal or it could even be vertical. Now, if you want vertical, what you're going to do is click on this text direction, and you can see we have the horizontal, rotate 90 degrees, 270 degrees, and then we also have stacked up. Okay, you can see THE. And if you want to apply them, just click on any one of them and you'll be able to use it. And if you want more options, just click on it. There are a couple of options which you'll be able to do, but all of them are going to be, for those who are new, it might be a bit complicated. So I'm not going to suggest you because you have a lot of measurements which you have to do. So try using them whenever you want and get more freed, and also fiddle through these tools because all of them are quite important. And you can see that format shape, this is a whole different panel which you'll be able to use, and it only appears up on the newer versions of Microsoft Office suites. Okay, so try to use the newest version so that you can use the same type of tools I'm using in the whole course. The next option which we have is called align text. If you want to align your text where you want, let's say I want it at the top, I want it at the middle, I want it at the bottom, you'll be able to fix it. Just click on any of the one which you want and it will be applied. If you want more options, just click on it and you'll be able to customize it just the way you customize your shape. Okay, so make sure to use it if you want to. And if you don't want to, it's totally fine. You can use the ones which are already over here. And most of the time, I try using either the top or either the middle. So you'll be able to use or apply the ones which meets up your criteria. The next option is called the Convert to SmartArt. Well, this basically belongs to the graphical part of the lesson. But if you want to convert your text into a SmartArt, just click on this option and you'll be able to use any of these SmartArt directly. And it's basically something like very simple or fast SmartArt. It will just scan up your data or scan up the text which you have on your workspace and directly convert it into a SmartArt. And you'll be able to use them however you want. And obviously, I do have a specific or different lesson for this one too. So I'm not going to show you all of it in this lesson because we are only showing you all about the paragraph. Now, just like I said on the previous or a while ago, that how do you use the hanging indent? So first thing, select the whole thing, select on this option of more, and then you have this indentation over here. What you're going to do is select on hanging, and then make sure to use your own like measurements, press on OK, and there you go, you have a bit of hanging text. You'll be able to customize it too. Let's say I'm going to do select on this one. I'm going to do is click on this option over here. I'm going to do is fix it by maybe 2.1. There we go. You'll be able to use the ones which you want, and you'll be able to fix it out by different measurements too. So it's like totally up to you, whichever one you want to use. You can customize it just the way you want to. And you can also see the first line. I'm going to press on OK, and there you go. It has been applied. So make sure to use the ones which you want to use, fiddle through these options, and hope you understood everything about this lesson on Microsoft PowerPoint. And if you have any question or confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn about inserting images and slides. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device and start off with our lesson. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. Now the first thing I'm going to do is add in the slide. And just as we are going to insert images and also slides, well, I'm going to show you all of the methods and including how you can apply shapes and also insert images inside of it. Because in our previous lesson, if you already seen it, which was drawing tools, so we've made a couple of shapes using that or in that lesson. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to apply images in all sort of ways in Microsoft PowerPoint. So without any further ado, let's just start it off. Now, the first thing you're going to do or you need to do is go off to our Insert tab. And we've almost finished all of the tools, efficient or essential for this first tab. We're going to go through each and every one of those editing and add-ins later on because I have a specific and a different lesson for those. So the first thing what you're going to do is go off to this Insert tab, and right below it, you will basically see that there is this section called Images. Now, all types of images you'll be able to apply through the settings. Now, there are three types of ways of how you'll be able to do it. Now, there's another one, or there's a specific one called this photo album. Well, I'm going to keep it as a different lesson, but you already know how you'll be able to do it if you've seen my first two or this whole lesson. So I would suggest you not to, let's say, skip any parts, because if you do, you might, fall into a hassle or you might feel confused later on. So just do not skip any part. So the first option, which we're going to do, is going to be clicking on this pictures option. When you click on this, three types of, these options appear up. This could be from your device. It could be from your stock images or online pictures. Now, just like I said from the beginning of the whole course, make sure you're connected to the internet and make sure you're connected to Microsoft account. So if you want to use online pictures from Microsoft, or let's say the Microsoft Office, you'll be able to use online pictures too without even going to another site. But in this lesson, I'm going to show you from which sites can you be able to get, let's say royalty-free images and also use it on your whole project or even on your work. So I'm going to show you a couple of those websites which you'll be able to use when you are working too. And also I have added in a couple of resource files which you'll be able to use, and that will be, in addition to this whole course.
So the first thing which we're gonna complete over here is going to be the online pictures. So if you want to use online pictures without going online and then just directly applying, but you have to keep one thing in mind that this online picture is powered by Bing. So you will have like limited resources if you want to use online. There are like couple of let's say categories which you'll be able to use, and also you can search them. Let's say I want to use something from Japan, so I'm going to hit on or click on Japan and hit on enter, and you'll basically see the Japan related photos will appear here, even though this is like not all the pictures which you will find online, because if you go to Google you will find a lot more. So you have to keep one thing in mind over here, because this is powered by Bing. Okay, so this is basically kind of like a collaboration, and obviously you have a couple of these categories which you'll be able to use, but I'm not going to be using them because just like I said, those are not royalty free. So what you're going to do is, if you want to use any stock images, you can also do that. And these stock images are basically kind of like defaults which will come with the whole Microsoft suite, and it will be accessible. Okay, so click on the stock images and you'll be able to use the stocks or the stock images from Microsoft. And obviously there's also like premium ones which you can get, and also there are like a couple of free ones which you will also be able to use them. And I'm not saying that these are not good, but these are also quite good, but I just prefer not to use it. Okay, then we have also a couple of categories to select from on this platform or the section 2. Then there are a couple of these options over here, and these are also quite like graphical elements which you'll be able to use in your work. So there's like icons, which you've already seen if you've seen our previous lesson. Then we have is cutout people. You can use them. Then we have like different stickers to use from. Then we have videos, which you'll be able to use. Then illustrations, which you'll find out a couple of them. And the last one is cartoon people. Well, cartoon people is mostly not available on all Office suites. You'll mostly have to, just get the premium version to use them. But in PowerPoint, there are a couple of them which are basically free, which you'll be able to use. So you can try them and filter through each and every one of those tools, and you can also search them if you want to. So now we know how the stock images work. So let's just show you how you'll be able to use images from your PC or from your device. Now, how do you do that? First off, click on pictures, click on this device. And just as you click on this device, you'll basically see that your workspace or your whole PC folders and drives will appear up on this pop-up. Okay, so you'll be able to select whichever drive you want to use, whichever folder you want to use, and you'll be able to use them. Now, first things first, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to use online pictures, and I'm going to show you a couple of sites which you'll be able to use. So first off, let's open up, let's say Chrome or any web browser which you have. And after you have them, first of all, what you're going to do is just open it up on your device. Now, as you've opened it up on your device, what you're going to do is going to be search for pexels.com. Okay, pexels.com, hit on enter, and there you go. So this is basically the site. Make sure you're connected to the internet so that you get the full access. Now, from here, what you're going to do is log in with your, let's say, Google account if you want to. You can also keep it not used. It's totally up to you. From here, you'll get like a couple of images which are all royalty free. And you can also search for the photos. So let's say I'm going to do is search for the photos. I'm going to do is download them for this whole lesson. So let's say I'm going to do is search for temples. Okay, I'm going to do is hit on this search bar, temples. Okay, or even let's say shrine. Hit on enter. There we go. We have a couple of Japanese shrines which we can use. So I'm going to do is use this photo. I'm going to click on download, and then it will download that photo on my device. And as I have it, I will be able to use it. And whichever resource I'm using, I will also, keep them on my resource panel or the resource folder. You can also try using them if you want to. So I'm going to do is minimize this, and we can go off to our resource folder. Access your, let's say, resource file or the resource file of this whole lesson. What you're going to do is just go off the resources of this PowerPoint folder, and then you're going to do is find out the resource, click on that photo, click on insert, and we're going to do is wait until this photo has been applied to our workspace. Just like you see, as I've clicked on open, it has been applied directly to my workspace or to my slide. And just like this whole lesson title is pictures and slides, I'm going to show you how you'll be able to use it on your slides. Okay, so when you click on it, you'll be able to use it on your slide. Now, what if you want it inside of an element or inside of a box? Now, first thing what you have to do is minimize it. There you go. And then you'll be able to add it up directly on that section, which you can use. So you'll be able to use it like this, or you can also make it directly, just grouped up together. So let's say I'm going to do is maybe type in something, and then what you're going to do is click on all of it. Let's say this whole thing. And then what you're going to do is click, and then together, grouped up. And even if it doesn't group up, what you're going to do is go off to arrange and group them up if you want to. Okay. And there are also a couple of different slides or a couple of different, elements which you'll be able to use in different type of boxes. Now, let's say I'm going to do is make a new slide. Let's say I'm going to do is use title and content. And if I want to use photos, I'm going to do is just click on pictures and it will open up, and I'm going to just click on insert or click on the photo which you want to use and click on this. There we go. And the photo will be applied on that whole box. Okay. So this is basically how you will be able to use these photos or apply or import or even export them however you want. So as we have our photo, we can see on both of them, and there are also a couple of different methods too. Okay. And obviously there's like a couple of editings which you can do, but I have a whole different, lesson for that. So I'm going to do is just skip that part right now for this lesson, because I'm going to be showing you all of those in a different lesson, because if I do show it, it's going to be a bit complex. So let's just use or do, let's say, what we can on uploading the photo in this lesson. So let's go off to our next web browser, which is going to be Unsplash. So open up your web browser again. This is the second website which you will be able to use, or the photos are all royalty free. So you're going to just search for Unsplash, hit on enter, and you will basically see it like this. And you'll be able to download them and also use them for your work. So try using the one which you want, which you prefer, and you'll be able to download it just the way I downloaded it from Pixels. Okay, so I'm going to do is cut off this web browser from my screen or from my workspace, and then let's start off with our next options. Now, if you click on insert and go off to pictures, I'm going to do is you'll be able to use, this device. But what if you want something which is going to be a screenshot of your working space or your panel? So how do you do that? So right beside our pictures, we have the screenshot option. So you can take snaps at the live moment, whichever one you want to use directly from your screen. So click on that screenshot option, and then you'll be able to use it up. Okay, so you can also screen clip if you want to. You can click on screen clip, and then you will basically see this interface like this. And they're going to do is just, make this over here. And there you go. You can see now my wallpaper is being used as a photo. So try using it, and it's quite interesting. Sometimes it saves up a lot of time, and there are some times where you cannot, like download the photo, but it can be screen snipped or taken a screenshot of. You'll be able to use it. Okay, so this is quite important. So I'm going to do is just keep it aside. There we go. And then if you want to resize your photo, you will see on each and every corner and even in the middle, you will see these points. So when you drag your mouse over to that point, you will basically see that your cursor will turn into something like this. And then you'll be able to, fix the shape, fix how it looks like, the resolution and everything. Not even just the whole resolution, you might be able to crop it up too. Now, if you want to crop it up, right click on it. And then you will basically see if you are using an older version, the crop option is right over here. But in a newer version, it's right over here. Click on this crop option, and then you'll be able to crop up those photos from whichever segment or which section you want to use. And then after you're done, hit on and then you're good to go. So this is very simple to do. Okay. So try using it, fiddle through each and every one of these options. And it also works the same way it works on shapes. You'll be able to use it as layers. So what you're going to do is you can use the send backward option and also the selection pane and bring forward. If you've seen our previous lesson, you already know how to use them. So this is basically the same, which you'll find on the Insert tab or the Picture Format tab. Click on Selection Pane. This interface opens up, and you can drag it down if you want it below the other photo. So try using it. Just check out the tendency of the whole software. Make sure how it works. Make sure how to find the tools, so you'll be able to get them whenever you want. So let's say I'm going to do is remove them. So how do you remove them? If you want to remove it, just click on the photo and press on delete, and that photo will be removed from your working space, or let's say from your slide. Now, if you want to use any of your photos as a background photo, what you can do is you can, view all text, and you can also just keep it, keep the whole thing or the whole shape as, a background Okay, that we have a whole different lesson for that, so you don't have to worry. We're gonna do is get through that all along. So I'm gonna do is make sure to use it like this. There we go. But if you go off to the edit section and turn it into a background, what you have to do is go off to insert. Okay. First off, you have to go to the edit section where you'll be able to fix out your page. So it could belong to your view, okay, or design. You'll basically find those over there, but you'll basically find it on the view section where you'll be able to make it directly into a background. Now to do that, what you have to do is go off the page settings. So I'm going to do is just delete them over here. I'm going to do is delete this part too. There we go. And then what you're going to do is right click on it. And then you have this format background. Click on that option and you will see it like this. Then what you're going to do is go off over here on the fill. And then you will see solid fill, gradient fill, picture, texture fill. So click on this picture and texture fill. And you will see over here, this is the section where you'll be able to apply, effects if you want to. But if you want to change it in a specific photo, you'll be able to do that. On the newer versions of Microsoft Suite or Microsoft PowerPoint, you have this option called Insert. Click on that option, and then the same interface opens up when you want to upload or use photos from your device. Click on From a File, and we have this photo. I'm going to just click on that, click on Insert, and you will basically see that the photo will be turned into a background. So see how simple it is. So make sure not to skip any part because some people do find it, confusing sometimes. And what you can also do is apply the same photo to everything. If you want to do that, click on Apply to All, and all the pages will be the background, or all of the slides will have the same background. So try using them, and you can also reset the background if you have any, let's say customization done. Let's say I'm going to do is apply some transparency over here. You can apply the same thing to everything, apply to all. And then what you're going to do is fix in the left, you can fix in the right. It's like totally up to you. Okay. So make sure to find out, the size which you want to use and, the position which you want to use. You'll be able to use them. Okay. So after you're done, what you're going to do is if you want it to get back to its default self or you want to reset it, reset the customizations, click on reset background and it will be back to how it was. So now you know how you'll be able to use your photos as a background. Now, just like I said, we're going to have also how you'll be able to apply photos on a shape. The first things first, I'm going to do is go off to Insert, and you have this option called Shapes. Okay, we can also go off to Home and apply the Shape option. So click on any one of these shapes, make a shape. There we go. We have the shape. And you're going to do is right click on it. And then what you're going to do is you'll be able to format it. You can see this option called Format Shape. Click on that option, and you have the same option over here. Click on Picture and Texture Effect. Click on Insert from a file, click on the photo, click on Insert, and there you go. It will also have the same type of photo inside of the text. Now, what if you want to use it on, let's say, what if you want to just keep it not stretched, but how you are fixing it? So there are also a couple of other methods to do it. So I'm going to do is just reset it up. I'm going to do is maybe instead of that, I'm going to use Apply No Fill. Or maybe I'm going to do is just keep it solid fill like this. And then I'm going to do is insert a photo over it first. Click on this device. Do is apply the photo, insert. There we go. We have the photo, right? And I'm going to do is just keep it just the way it is. And I'm going to do is select both of these shapes. And then what you're going to do is go off the shape format. And then you will be able to group them up if you want to. But you can merge the two shapes together so that they are together. Click on that. And you'll basically see that this has turned together. But you don't want that. What you want is turn that and keep it like a mask. Now to do that, there are some complicated steps and also a couple of simple. Okay, so first off, do the same thing. Click on shapes. Click on any shape you want. I'm going to do is make sure this is square. To do that, it is very simple. So first thing I'm going to do is select both of it. What I'm going to do is select both of them. And then what you're going to do is just apply it, right? Now there are two methods. Now first thing what you can do is make sure that this one has a lower, transparency. First off, what you're going to do is go off to this, go off the shape format. And then you're going to do is go on shape fill, click on transparency or go off this transparency. Okay, just click on this option, cut it off, the selection, right click, format shape. And you're going to do is fix in the transparency. And then you're going to do is take this. I'm going to do is just remove two of these boxes because I'm not going to be needing them. delete, delete. There we go. As we have this box over here, I'm going to do is make sure that this is at the bottom. I'm going to do is go off to arrange again, go off the selection pane, make sure that the rectangle is at the top. Now I'm going to do is select on both of these, and I'm going to do is merge these together. So go off the insert again, or go off the shape format, merge. Just you'll be able to unite them together. You can intersect. You can see like this, the fragment, and also you can unite them together. So when you unite it, you'll see it's something like this. But if you want to, let's say, keep the photo or keep the photo visible, what you're going to do is press on Ctrl Z, make sure that both of them are together. Select on the one which you want, go off the merge shape, click on both, and then you'll be able to subtract them if you want to, fragment them if you want to. So I most of the time prefer fragments because you get to keep the photo and also make sure that it looks good. But if you are not using any other shapes, or let's say you want another elemental box over it, it will not work. So make sure to keep that thing in mind and you'll be able to use them whenever you want to. You can see that there is the box where I want to apply. Now you're going to do is remove it, right click, do is format shape, click on picture and texture fill, click on the photo, insert. You can see the photo has now been applied. You can also click again and press on insert and it will show you the same photo. But what if you want to move it? So to do that, what you're going to do is go off to the edit section and you'll be able to use it on how you want to use it. So you can go off to this over here, click on picture correction or maybe picture color. You can go off to picture transparency too and crop, but you will not find it over here. So if you want to find that option, what you're going to do is go off the picture format over here. Okay, so when you have the picture format over here, what you're going to do is go to picture effect or maybe picture layout. You'll basically find it over on the previous, or let's say, older version of Microsoft PowerPoint. But what you're going to do is just go off to this option over here, and then you'll basically find out, the cropping section. But you can also have this over here. So click on crop, click on this fill or fit, whichever one you want. You can also turn it into shape, but we're going to go through that right now. So I'm going to do is click on fill so that it allows you to use whichever parts you want, whichever parts you want to crop it out. So click on fill and you'll be able to move it or position it however you want. Now let's say I'm going to do is fixing the size if you want to, lock aspect ratio if you want to, but you'll be able to increase the size. And if you want position changes, you'll be able to change it from wherever you want to use. Okay, so make sure to use this fill option. You'll be able to fix it up. You can add it up. You can see this is how it works. You'll be able to move it from which part you want to use. And you can also keep it just the way you want to. If you want to crop it out, what you're going to do is just drag it down a bit. There we go. And then you'll be able to use which parts you want to use. After that, press on enter and that photo has now been filled. Okay, and you can see now this is not stretch res and you'll be able to remove the border if you want to. You can click on picture border, no outline. There we go. Looks a lot more better than how it was, right? So now you know how you'll be able to apply photos on, your background, your shapes, and also how you'll be able to normally apply your photo or import your photo directly into PowerPoint. So hope you learned everything in this lesson and also hope you understood all about it. If you have any confusion or question about it, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn about table and its modification. So without any further ado, let's just move into our lesson by opening up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you open up Microsoft PowerPoint on your device, I'm going to do is going to be making a blank space. Now, if you don't want to make a blank space, that's also up to you, but I'm going to show you of how you'll be use tables and how are you going to customize them. So this might be a long video, so stay tuned and do not skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So first thing you're going to do is go off to insert. And on the insert, right below it, you will basically see right beside our images, we have our table section. So in this table section, you'll be able to make up your own table however you want. Now, there are a couple of ways. Now, on here, you will basically see 4 methods, and 4 of them are quite different. But the first 3 are quite basic and simple and same. But the last one, which we see over at the end, which is Excel spreadsheet, that's a whole different thing. So
first off, what you're going to do is you have this box over here. Now you can see that however or how I'm trying to hover my mouse right over these boxes, this type of, chart or the table over here is being made. So first off, you'll get a preview when you drag it over these boxes, and then you'll be able to make it. But if you don't click on it or click on your left mouse key where you want it, it will not be, applied. So what you have to do is first off, make your box. There we go. And hit on that. There we go. Now we have a box, or now we have a table, and you'll be able to use it however you want. We're going to go through all of these settings one by one. So go off to insert again and go off to table. So we already know how you will be able to apply it just like this. But what if you want to insert your own table? Because you can see there is a limitation on it, which is 10:8. But what if you want more than that? Let's say I want something like 12, and the number of rows which I want is going to be 14. Okay, so I'm going to do is go off the table again, my bad. And do is 12 and 14. Hit on enter after you put in your own data or put in your own number. And there you go. You have your table made. Now you can also draw your own table. Now how do you do that? Go off the insert, go off the table, and then we have is this draw table. It allows you to draw table wherever you want. Let's say I want a table underneath it. There we go. We have another table, or we have another cell. So I'm going to do is go off the insert again, and let's say I'm going to do is put 1 inside of this box. So I'm going to do is just apply 1 over here, and you can see that we have our table, okay, or we have our cell, which we'll be able to use whenever we want. And you can also customize it just the way you want to. You can see just like this. This has been customized. And one good thing about this is that it is a free, or let's say it can be moved on freely. So there you go. We have the advantage and also the disadvantage. The disadvantage is if you want to apply it, you have to customize it individually, but you can group them up and then correct them individually. Okay. And you can also do it together if you group them up, just like I said. Okay. So try to use it, find your criteria of how your work is, and then apply these tables. The last one, which we see over here, is the Excel spreadsheet. Well, this is something like it's going to open up a bit of Excel on your workspace. It doesn't mean that it's going to open up Excel. It's just going to open up the workspace directly inside of PowerPoint, because you can see at the top we have PowerPoint, but at this bottom or at this workspace we have this Excel worksheet. Now what you can do is customize it just the way you want to. Let's say I want a couple of data over here, a couple of data, there we go. And you want to apply it directly on your workspace. After you're done, just hit on enter or press on escape, and you'll basically see the whole cell will appear over here. And not even the cell, the whole table. No matter how big you make it, depends on how big you make it basically. So however, how big you make it, you'll be able to enter those type of, or that amount of data and that amount of cell. So make sure to make it just the way you want to, and after you hit on escape, it will go out. And you can also customize it again. Double click on it and it will open up that spreadsheet again. You can put in your own data, not even just, like numbers. You can also apply in text like this. There we go. Hit on escape again. There we go. We have our whole data. And you can also customize it if you want to. You can go off the shape format and apply color to it. So it's basically up to you how you want it. But if you want like a genuine type of table, you have to use these, because only when you use these, you'll be able to change how it looks like, customize it, modify it, and change the way it looks, okay? So we know how we'll be able to use spreadsheet, and we can also be able to use tables. Now let's go off to our modification part, which is going to be a lot bigger than how you'll be able to apply it. So first off, I'm going to do is click on this table. After you've done that, what you can do is when you click on it, you'll basically see on the tab section, we have 2 different tabs. One is table design and one is layout. So we're going to go through them one by one. Okay. In the table design, you'll be able to design your table however you want, starting from its customization, starting from how it looks like, or starting from what type of data you want to put till how it looks. Okay. So let's start off with header rows. If you want header rows, keep it clicked on, or if you don't want it, just remove it. If you want total row, you'll be able to apply in total row too. You can also apply banded rows if you want to. You can see this is how banded rows look like. Then we have first column, then we have his last column, and we also have
like this, banded columns. You'll be able to use it just the way you want to so that it fills up your criteria. Then after you're done with the table style options, you can go off to its appearance, which is going to be the table styles. So there are a couple of pre-built, let's say, designs which you'll be able to use so that it's just not going to be something like, you have to spend a lot more time here customizing. There are a couple of these options. So first, what you're going to do is if you want to like fiddle through them, you have these buttons. But if you want to open up the whole section, click on this option and there you go. We have a vast amount of them, and you can also change it whenever you want. You can see this, how it looks like. You'll get a preview when you drag it over them. You can see this is how it looks like. This is how it looks like. And it will also, change your table style options. So make sure to find the one which you want to use. Okay. And you can also customize them later on if you want to. So first off, I'm going to do is use medium. I'm going to do is use something like this. There we go. But now I want maybe a header row. So there we go. We have our header row. And you can also change the way it looks like. Okay, so if you want to change the way it looks like individually, what you're going to do is go off to the right side of these table styles. You have this shading option. Use whichever color you want. You have these couple of options right over here. And you can also change to standard colors. Then we're going to go through these options. Then after you apply any of these colors, let's say I want a bit different. I want no fill. So it will show you no fill inside of it. Okay, so it's basically up to you, whichever one you want to use. After selecting it, there's this option called More Color Fills. If you cannot find your color over on the section, click on More Color Fills. It will take you to this panel where you'll be able to use whichever color you want. And just like our previous shapes and colors, images, you'll be able to get access to this RGB panel where you'll be able to change it to HSL or even RGB and find out your color by using hex codes or even this whole panel. And press on Enter. Or press on OK after you're done, after you can fix your transparency. Okay, there we go. We have our color applied. Now, what if I want maybe a different color? Let's say I'm going to do is add in a shape. You already know how the eyedropper works. So I'm just going to do is skip this part because you already know how to use them. Then we have this picture. If you want to use a picture, you'll be able to do that. Let's say I'm going to do is from a file, use the same resource. There we go. Hit on Enter or Insert. There we go. And then the photo will be applied on all of our cells. You will see that it will take a bit of time to load, but it will be applied in just a bit. Then let's move on to our next one where we have our gradients. We have a couple of gradient effects which you'll be able to apply. First off, select the whole thing. There we go. I'm going to do select all of these. Select it. And then you're going to do is go off to table design. There we go. When we have our table design, select all of them, go off over here, and then you'll be able to apply whichever gradients you want to use. And you can also customize them if you want to. First off, apply any one of them, and then you're going to do is go off to gradients, go off to more gradients, and you'll be able to apply whichever color you want. So let's say I want a bit of orange. There we go. We have a bit of orange. You can apply more than one color. Apply another tile over here, change the color into maybe, let's say, green. And you can see that we have 3 different colors. Not only 3, you'll be able to apply more if you want to. So it's basically up to you how many you want. You'll be able to make like 7 or 8 or maybe 9, 10. Okay, it's up to you, whichever one you want. But I don't want any of these. So I'm going to do is just remove the ones which I don't need to use. So find out the one which you want to use and then change the color, whichever color you want to use. Okay, so find out this. There we go. There we go. See, now it's looking a lot better. Transparency, the brightness, fix it up. And after you're done, you can see the result. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use these options on table. So first off, click on everything or select the whole thing. Go off to table design. And then the next one, which we have, is called the texture. Whichever texture you want to use, just click on that and it will apply the texture directly on your cell. Okay, let's try this over here. And you can see this is how it looks like. And you can also change it to something else. You can have more texture if you want to. You can use photos just like I did in our previous lesson by clicking on insert or selecting the texture which you want to use. Well, these are basically, the basics, but you can apply whichever one you want. So try using the one fiddle through these options and you will get your result until it meets up your criteria. Okay, so go off the view. And you can see that we have this option over here where we can hide it up to. So you can see the accessibility investigate has been open. So next one, which we're going to do over here, is going to be selecting all of them up again. As we have selected them, go off the table design And then we have is this border option. So we are almost done with everything. You can like change the color over from here too. It's totally up to you. On the border, you can apply whichever border you want to use. If you want border on all of cells, on the left, right, bottom, top, you'll be able to apply that. You want only outside borders, you can apply that. Inside borders, top, bottom, left and right, horizontal, all up to you. Just find out the one which you want to use and the border will be applied. The next option is the effect. You already seen how we've been applying photos and also shapes. You already know how these work too. So you'll be able to apply these effects on table too if you want to. If you want a reflection, you'll be able to do that. If you want cell bevel, you can also apply that. Okay, so find out the one which you want to use. You have these couple of them. Try to find out the one and then so that it makes up your criteria. The next option which we have over here are going to be the quick styles. It's going to depend on the font. Whatever text you apply inside of it, and you will be able to change it up from word art styles. So I'm going to like skip this part for right now because I have a specific lesson for that. You also have draw borders. You can draw borders inside of it. You can see borders inside of it. There we go. You can also make it in the center. You can make one cornered like this. There we go. So these are basically the borders which you'll be able to apply. And you can also put in the cell differently however you want. And you can also change them up. If you want like dots or dashes, you'll be able to apply them. Click on it, it will be applied. You want to change it to something thicker, you can change it from over here. You want to change the color, you can do it from over here. So all of the tools which you see over here are going to be of the same tool or how you want to customize your own borders. But obviously we have like, very simple ones which you can use. So it's up to you, whichever one you want to use, okay? The last one we have eraser. If you want to remove the borders which you've drawn, just click on this eraser and delete, okay? You have this option over here, eraser, and then delete the one which you want to use. There we go. There we go. Select on these borders. Just remove the ones. There we go. So now you can see we have removed the borders, but you can also remove whichever one you want. You can see it over here. You'll be able to remove whichever one you want to use. There we go. And see, this is how it basically works. So you can also hold on to one of them, drag it, and there you go. No more boundaries. So this is how this border works on this, tables. Now let's go off to our layouts a bit. Now, if you want to customize, your table on how you want it to be visible, how you want to select it, where you want to insert your own tables, I'm going to show all of them to you. So from here, what you can do is go off to the last ones. Let's say I'm going to do is just press on Control Z. I'm going to do is customize or remove the ones. Then I'm going to do is going to be selecting, let's say go off to layouts, and then we have is view grid lines. Okay, make sure to keep them view. I'm going to do is keep it at the top. There we go. And you can also make it visible if you want to. Let's go off to table again. You can see this option over here. I'm going to choose increase the size. I'm going to choose select all of these. There we go. Go off the layouts, and then you can insert where you want. Let's say you want to insert a 1 or 1 cell above. Click on that, insert it. You want below, insert it. You want left, you want right. It's totally up to you how you want to make it. You can also merge up cells if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to take it. I'm going to merge up 2 of these cells. I'm going to go off the layout. I can merge these cells and they will be together. You want to split them back again. Put in your own number so that it meets up your criteria. Press on OK and it will make up how many cells or how many segments you want to use. So it's up to you, whichever one you want to use. Then we have is delete. If you want to delete any cell, click on delete and those cells will be deleted. Let's say I want to delete a column. You can see a column has been deleted. Let's say I want to delete maybe a row, or I can delete a table. Click on delete table. There we go. The whole thing has been deleted. And we can see one at the back. I'll just delete them. I'm not going to be needing that. There we go. We have our table, which we are using. So the next one which you see is the fixing of the position. You can fix it up on the height. You can see you can fix up the width. And you can also distribute the rows and columns according to you. Then we have is the alignments. If you want to fix in your text, let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of words. Then I'm going to do is going to be selecting all of these. Go off the layouts, and you can fix in from where you want it to start. Middle, or at the top, or even at the bottom. And you can also align them according to, the horizontal movements, left, right, or the bottom, which is center, left, and the right. You can also fix in the text direction, just like this. There we go. And you can also apply in cell margins. Okay. So another thing is that almost on all of these tools, you have like customized ones. So click on them if you want to fiddle through it. But we have like a couple of good ones which you can apply. So try using them. These are quite comfortable to use and quite easy to use. Then the next ones which we have is the height and width of the cell. You can apply or customize them the way you want to. You can see it over here. See this left and right, top and bottom. And you can also lock up the aspect ratio so that you cannot, let's say it's going to just conjoin them together so that they are extended together. And even if you want to reduce it, they will reduce together both on horizontal and vertical plane. So try using them and get through each and every one of these tools. Let's say you want a different type of text direction, but you can't find it over here. You have the more option, and then you'll be able to change it up to however you want. You can also keep it at an angle. So it's just basically very simple to work on, Microsoft PowerPoint. You just have to go through a couple of tools if you can't find it. So make sure to not skip any part because I'm going to show you every one of them in brief. Okay. Then we have the same type of panel or the same type of section we see on shapes and images, which is the selection pane. If you want to group them up, you can do that. If you want to align them, you can align it left, center, bottom, middle, top, all of it. You can also align it to slide. Then the next one, which we see over here, is called the selection pane. You'll be able to use it as a layer too. So it's basically up to you how you want to use it. Then the next ones, which we see over here, are the shapes. You can also customize the shape how you want, just like this. You'll get a preview, okay? But you will still have the same data which you have inside of these boxes. And it works the same way as a shape. If you hold on a shift and customize it, it will remain the perfect shape. But it doesn't mean the perfect shape as in, a square or a circle, any of those. Let's say you have a definite shape right now, but you don't want that shape to be, distorted. But instead, you want it to keep the same shape or the same size, then you'll be able to keep it or use it. Okay? So just fiddle through each and every one of these tools, find out the tools which you want to use, find out which customizations you want to do, and go through each and every one of them so that you can see and, just experience the full potential of Microsoft PowerPoint. And just like I said, you can make them over here too. And the next method which you can do is just click on the last one, hit on enter, or go off over here, hit on enter, and it will also make up new tables just for you. So thank you for watching the video up till the end, and do not skip any part. And if you have any question or any confusion about these lessons, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And I'm also going to apply or show you a couple of class projects which you can, start working with or, make progress. So see those two and also practice on your own. And if you feel like you are facing any problem, feel free to ask me. And also on the project ones or the class projects, what you're going to do is just upload them on our project panel so that we can also see how you are progressing with work. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint, where we are going to learn about illustrations, so how you'll be able to customize them however you want so that it meets up your criteria. So hope to see you in my next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to part 2 of our illustrations lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go to the other parts which we did not cover up in the first part of our illustration lesson. So without any further ado, let's just open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device and start off with our lesson. As you can see, I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. Now, in our first lesson, we have covered it up till 3D models. In this lesson, we're going to need SmartArt objects, and then it's going to be charts. So we're going to go through each and every one of them and each and every one of the customizations which we can do on these two illustrations or these two graphical elements. First off, we're going to do is make 2 more new slides. But first off, I'm going to do is delete them. And then I'm going to do is just make a copy of this. Just you can press on Ctrl-Z and it will make a duplicate of it. But you can also copy and paste it. It's totally fine. But what happens is that you have to press on Ctrl-C first and then press on Ctrl-V again. But if you press on Ctrl-D, whichever one you want to duplicate, just select on any of the slides which you want to duplicate and press on Control D, and it will make the duplicate for you. And couple of softwares have like the same shortcut key or the same assignment. You'll be able to use it in a couple of other softwares too. So in this fourth slide, I'm going to start off with our SmartArt graphics or SmartArt object. Now what you're going to do is click on the SmartArt object. Now here are a couple of categories which you'll be able to use. And if you've seen my previous lesson, you already have a small idea about it. There could be all of them all together. This is just one in all, or let's say all in one. Then we have this list category. You can see if you want maybe a listing type of, SmartArt graphic, you'll be able to use it. And these are all quite professional. Then we have is processes. Let's say after this, what happens? After this, what happens? So you can go step by step by using this process type of SmartArt graphic. Then we have a cycle. Now, which cycle will it follow? And all of those, just make sure to find out whichever one you want. Hierarchy. Then we have its relationship. Then we have its matrix, pyramid, picture, and even office.com. So among all of these, find out the one which you want to use. Most of the time, I try using process cycle or maybe even list. And rarely I use pyramids because it just depends on your work, what you want to make and how you want to present it. So I'm not going to say that use this or that. Find out the one which you want to use, get the preview of each and every one. You will see it on the right side of this section when you click on any one of them. When you find out the one which you want to use, just click on it and press on OK, and then you're good to go. So let's go off to all now. And then I'm going to do is try one thing from cycle. So there we go. We have the cycle category. Do select any of them. So there we go. This is what I need. And this is the preview of the whole SmartArt graphic. Press on OK, and it will be applied on your workspace. Now you can see inside of each and every one, we have this text option. Now you can click on that and put in your own text. You can click on that, put in your own text. Now let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of things. Let's say I'm going to put in apple. There we have over here. I'm going to do is put in orange. I'm going to do is type in berries. Then banana, and the last one is pineapple. Now you can see that I have put in my text by clicking on each and every one, and it will adjust its font and its size after you put in your data. But one thing is that it did not save me a lot of time because I had to click on each and every one of them and then, apply it. But what if I say that it could be done easier? On the left side of each and every one of these SmartArt graphic, you will see this arrow. When you click on that, this option appears up. Now you'll be able to, make or put your text however you want. Let's try typing it over here. Apple, let's say banana, berries, pineapple. Let's say I'm going to put in Ramadan. There we go. Okay, so we have like a couple of these, right? But you can see that it saved up a lot of time. Do is rambutan. There we go. And you can see this is another one. It's because after you go to the last one of these points and hit on enter, it will make up new, or let's say, more of these boxes where you can put in your own data. So it is quite helpful. And when you have like a lot of these boxes, it will be hard for you to, click on those boxes and put in your text. So you can just use it over here. It will just work like text. So if you've seen my previous lesson on how I've used lists on my screen or on my workspace, this is basically quite the same. Okay, it's just going to show you in a graphical form. And after you're done, you can just click on that one and then you're good to go. Now, there are also other different methods of how you'll be able to customize it. Now, when you opened up, let's say a SmartArt graphic, now you can customize it by design, and you can also format it with its size too. So let's go off of the first one. And the first options which we have over here is called add shape. If you want to add any shape inside of these boxes or inside of the cycle, what you're going to do is add shape after. You can see this over here. Add bullets. You can apply in more bullets if you want to. Then we have is text pane. Now you can see this is basically the text panel. You'll be able to use it whenever you want because I'm not going to be using it right now. So if you want it, you will be able to apply all of these. You can add bullets and all of those stuffs. Then we have is promote and demote. You'll be able to take it back and forth if you want to. So it's like totally up to you how you want to work with it. Then we have is the right to left. You can put it or put the cycle from the left to the right without even changing the text. you just have to click on this option, promote, or let's say, right to left, and it will adjust itself, or it's just gonna do is flip it. Okay, it's just gonna flip it and show you the result. Now from here we have is move up and down. You'll be able to move them up and down too. You can see up and you can also see down. Okay, so you can up, like, just fix in the position just the way you want to. And then we also have a couple of layouts which you'll be able to use. If you click on all of it, you'll basically see that some of them has a different layout. If we are using like, bars and all of those, you'll be able to use it. Let's try changing it. Okay, let's change it and then make another one. Let's say you have this option called convert. You can see convert to text or shape. You can do that. You can also reset the whole graphic if you want to. You can also change it the way you want. Let's say I'm going to do is the next ones which we have over here are the layouts. Now there are a couple of layouts. These are basically kind of like a bit of styles, but there are different type of layouts which you'll be able to use to apply or make sure that it looks good on your screen. Let's say I'm going to do is maybe use this. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Click on that. And there we go. We have our design, or we have our style applied. You can like keep it just the way you want to. You can also have more layouts if you want. You can see, but none of them are, let's say when you select a category, let's say a cycle, all of the elements or all the layouts will only on this section. But if you click on more layouts, other categories of layouts will also appear up. You have list, process, cycle, and all of them. Find out the one which you want to use and press on that. It will be applied on your screen and on your workspace. Now let's go off to the design. Now on the design, we have this change color option. You will see a couple of these colors which you will find out. Now let's apply a couple of them. Say you can see this is how it looks like. When you hover through each and every one of them, it will apply that color. It will give you a preview. You can see how it looks like. You can see this is how it will look like. And there are obviously a lot more colors which you can select from. There are also a couple of color accents which you'll be able to use. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so find out the one which you want to use, and you can also recolor pictures in SmartArt graphic. You can click on that option. You can also recolor them just the way you want to. Okay, so it's totally up to you how you want to work with it, but let's say I'm going to do is keep this one. Now from here, we also have a couple of styles, which style you want to use. Now let's say I'm going to do is use this, or maybe use this. Just find out the one which you want to use. Let's say I'm going to do is apply a bit of 3D effect to it. So let's say I'm going to do is find out the one which I want to use. There we go. Looks quite good. Okay, not this one. So I'm going to do is just use this one. There we go. Looks a lot more better and a lot more professional. Okay, just classy. Okay, so find out the one which you want to use, and you can also customize the position whenever you want it. You can see this is how it will look like. But if you want to move them, make sure to hold on to the outside of this. And what you're going to do is just, let's say I'm going to do is shorten it up a bit so that it looks a lot more better. There we go, so that it takes a lot less space. So here we go. We have our whole SmartArt graphic design applied. Now you can also reset it up altogether, and you can also extend the best design which you want. You can reset it, and it will get back to how it was at the beginning. And you can also convert it just like I said. Now let's say you want to convert all of it to text. Click on that. All of them will turn it into a list. But if I turn it into a shape, I'm going to do is go off the SmartArt design again, convert, and you can turn it all of it into a shape. And you will basically see that you will have shape format option over here. You'll be able to customize it just the way you want to. So I'm going to do is just press on Control Z so that I can, just keep it how it is. And you have SmartArt design. I'm going to do is apply that again. And I'm going to go off the styles. I'm going to do is apply in a different color, just the way I had. And now we are basically done with all of these tools on SmartArt design. Now let's go off to the format. On the format, we have a couple of these options which you'll be able to apply. Now, the first thing first is going to be the shape. Now, if you want to change the shape into a 3D or let's say 2D form, you can do it. Let's say I'm going to do is edit in 2D. Now, let's say if you click on it, you'll be able to edit it just the way you want to. Click on that option and you'll be able to apply or change the way it looks like in a 2D form. Okay, so make sure to, fix in the resolution and all of those, and make sure to fix in. Then if you do it, what you're going to do is click on that again, and it will revert back to how it was. You can change the shape if you want to, but one thing is that you have to first off turn it into 2D. You can click on any of the element which you find inside of it, and then you can change the shape. Let's say I want maybe this. You can see this has changed. If you want this will change too. So each and every one of these shapes over here, you can change it. You can increase it into a larger one. Let's say I'm going to do is increase it up. You can also make it smaller if you want to. Okay, and if you want to reset it up, just click on that. You'll be able to change it to how it was just by clicking on Control Z to undo the process. Obviously, you can press on Control Z. There we go. So it has turned back into how it was. So obviously, if you want to change those shapes, just click on this option, select the shape inside of your SmartArt graphic, and then you will basically see that you will be able to access these tools. Okay, so let's go off to our shape styles. You can apply shape styles on each and every one of them individually. You can go through more of these options if you want to. So it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Now, if you want to customize it individually, you can also do that. Click on the shape fill, find out which color you want to use. We also have a couple of standard colors to use on each and every one of these. We also have no fill. We have like more color options, the eyedropper tool. Now we can also apply whichever color we want to use. And then we can also apply in pictures if you want to. Then we also have gradients and texture. So go through each and every one of them, find out the one which you want to use, find out, which makes it fills up your criteria. So find out, fiddle through these tools. Then we have a shape outline. We can also apply the same type of effects, same type of customizations and formats on your SmartArt graphics too, individually as a shape. You can see this is how it will look like. There we go. I'm going to do is go off the format, shape outline. Do is, let's say I want a bit of black, and there we go. You can see now it looks like kind of like a doodle. So you can also apply the same thing, or you can apply all of them to be the same. I'm going to do select all of these first. There we go. Let me select all of them, Control G. As they are all. What I'm going to do is just click on this, go off the home, format painter. There we go. Now you can apply the same effects on each and every one, and all of them will look like a doodle. Now you can go off the format. Let's say I'm going to do is change the color. Say I want this. Now you can apply the same thing on each and every one. I'm going to do is click on this one, and then shape outline, put in black if you want to, put in whichever color you want to use. So find out the one which you want to use, and obviously you will get your result. And make sure to, not skip any part, because if you do, you will feel, you might, face a couple of hassle later on. Then we have a shape effect where you'll be able to use different type of effects on each and every one of them individually, starting from all of these, from the shadows to 3D rotation. You can apply all of these and check out which one looks better. So just apply and fiddle through each and every one of those tools. Okay, you can see this is how it will look like. So find out the one which you want to use. Click on this, object again, or click on the SmartArt graphic. Go off the format, and on format you'll be able to see. And now another thing is that sometimes you feel like, where's my tools, and how am I not getting access to it? So sometimes you have to just click on it and turn it on. So if you want to make sure that it's available all the time, click on this option over here and always show ribbon. Okay, make sure to always show ribbon. Now what I'm going to do over here is going to be the text. Whatever text you have inside of the SmartArt graphic, you can change the color whenever you want. And as this is a SmartArt graphic, it already has a couple of text inside of it. You can change all of its colors at the same time when you go off the format. Okay, you can see this is how it changes. Let's say I'm going to do is make sure to change it like this. If I want any word art style, I can also apply them whenever I want, and find out the one which you want to use, which looks good. You can see this is how it looks like. There we go. This looks a lot more better. You can also apply in text outlines too if you want to. Let's say I'm going to go off to my weight. Let's say I'm going to do is apply 2 of. Then I'm going to do is apply in dashes if you want to. I'm going to use dashes to be like this. There we go. We have applied in our text outline. Do is click on this. There we go. You can also click on white, whichever color you want to use basically. So let's say I'm going to do is maybe use a bit of purple or maybe something yellowish. Apply the one which you want, and then we also have the same type of effects which we can apply on our text in our SmartArt graphic. Let's say it could be reflection, glow, bevel, 3D rotation, transform. So in our transform, this is a bit different than the other ones which you've seen on effects on shapes and stuff.
you can see there we go. Over here we will be able to see, you can see that we have a couple of different type of effects which we can apply. This follow path, you can see this is how it would look. There we also have a couple of circular, then we have warp, and all of those. We have like different type of categories where we can select from. So make sure to find out the one which you want to use. This one looks quite good for me. Obviously it's going to be different on the perspective, so find out the one which you want to use. And after you have done finding those, and obviously you'll get a preview, so it's no hassle. So what I'm going to do is click on the one which I said was good for me. So I'm going to do is click on that, and there we go. We have our SmartArt graphic looking quite good. And I'm going to do is just text or click on this over here. I'm going to put in the last text. There we go. I'm going to cut this off. There we go. I'm going to put in, let's say, lime. So there we go. We have our lime text over here. I'm going to cut this off. And the next option which we have over here is alt text. You can also apply an alt text if you want to. Hit on enter, cut this off, and this is going to be an alternate text for it or any of your shape. Okay, you can do that. Then we have is bring forward and backward if you want to. You can use it as, let's say layers, because sometimes when you make up those shapes inside of your SmartArt graphic, what happens is that you sometimes keep one behind, but you want it in front of you, or let's say in front of the other shape. So you can also do that. It's totally fine. You can see like when I click on this, and if I want to move it, you can see this is now underneath. But what if I want it over it? So I'm going to do is just click on formats, go off the selection pane. You have this diagram option. But first off, what you're going to do is turn it into a shape first. So click on all of these, and then you're going to do is just right click on it. And then you're going to do is change it into a shape. Convert to text, or you can also convert to shape. Convert to shape, click on that option, go off the shape formats. Let's say I'm going to do is bring forward. There we go. Now you can see this is how it will look like. So find out which one you want to use and find out how it fills up your criteria. And after you're done, you can also group them up all together. Okay. So now you can see that we have our SmartArt graphic totally fine. Then you can also customize your alignments. You can also group them up where you want to. You can rotate it horizontally and also vertically. You can see it. You can fix the height and also the width. Okay, so just fiddle through these tools and make sure that it fills up your criteria. Now, as we are done with our SmartArt graphics over here, let's go off the chart. So when you click off the chart, you will basically see the same type of things over here. We have like columns, lines, pie chart, bar, area, XY scatter, map, stock, surface, radar. All these are basically categories where you'll be able to use all of them. And charts are basically the simple form of let's say SmartArt graphic, but obviously charts are going to contain data such as numerical values and all of those, which you cannot put in SmartArt graphics, and it will not show or express it in this charts. So what happens is that first off, click on the one which you want to use. I most of the time use columns or maybe pie or line, or sometimes even areas. So find out which one you want to use according to your work. So for here, or for this lesson, I'm going to use is this pie. Now click on any one of them. It will give you a preview of how those actually look like. Press on OK, and it will apply that shape or that chart for you. Now from here, what you're going to do is going to be that when you see this, or when you open up any of these charts, you will see that Excel spreadsheet will open up in a very small form. Now what you're going to do is from here, you have the table. You can see that we have this array. Now if you increase it, you'll be able to put in more data. What I'm going to do is keep it just the way it is. Let's say I'm going to do is put in 10. I'm going to do is put in, let's say, 23. Now I'm going to put in 15. And next one I'm going to do is put in, let's say, 17. After we're done, just hit on enter. There we go. We have the whole thing. Now, whichever data you want to put, let's say I want another array of data. Click on that option, click on this corner, increase it. There we go. Let's say I'm going to do is put in fifth QTR. Okay. And fifth quarter, I'm going to do is put in, let's say, 24. Hit on enter, and there you go. We have our whole data put up in the chart without even showing which data I'm putting over here. Now you can also go through it and apply more data if you want to, but you can see this is how it this off. There we go. I'm going to do is customize it. You can customize it if you want to. I'm going to do is just keep it a bit on the left side. There you go. And you can see which one is which data. Now, if I want to change it, I can also double click on it. Double click, or you can right click on it. You can format data point if you want to. You can also edit the data. If you want to edit more data, click on edit data. The Excel spreadsheet will open up. Let's say this is not going to be first quarter. Let's say I'm going to do is put in RAM. Let's say this is going to be the sales of maybe keyboard. This next one I'm going to do is put in for mouse. The next one is going to be for speakers. And the last one I'm going to do is put in for mic. Hit on enter, and you can see all the data has changed, and these are the sales. Okay, so you can see that it will just represent it in a chart form. Okay, now if you want to customize it, you can do that too. You can like change the shape, where you want to keep it. It's totally up to you how you want to keep it. You can keep it inside if you want to. You can keep it outside if you want to. And you also have these options over here, chart elements. Then we have is chart styles, all of them. Customize them however you want. These are basically the styles which you'll be able to apply, basically quick styles. And then we have is chart elements, which are like chart title if you want. We have data labels if you want. We have legends if you want. It's totally up to you. And from the filter, you'll be able to put in which type of values do you need. Now from here, select on this, click on this filter option, and you'll basically see that we have series. Then we have is category. Let's say I don't want mic. So I'm going to do is remove it, and it will be removed. Click on apply. Mic has been removed. I want it back again. Press on the mic, press on apply. It will return back. So make sure to find out which values you want to use and which values you don't want to use. And you can also go off the names and fix it up where you want it. Column A, column B, row 1, row 2. It's up to you. After you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go. If you want to customize it, just like I said, you can customize any layout or any effect from over here. But if you want different color, go to the color section. You'll be able to use different color palettes. Okay, not just this. This is like there's like a lot of colors which you can select from. So find out what you want to use. There we go. I'm going to use this. This just looks a lot more better. And the next ones which we have over here, I just showed you, which are the chart elements. Now over here, what happens is that when you use the chart, we have two tabs, chart design and chart format. The chart format are quite the same. We're going to skip a couple of things over here, but the rest of them I'm going to do is show to you step by step. The next one, or the first option which we have over here, is add chart element. If you want maybe, let's say, data labels, you can apply that. You can see you will be able to customize whichever one you want. You can see just like this. Apply whichever one you want. You have chart title, center, above, overlay, more options. And if you want more legends, you can also apply that. It's totally up to you how you want to work with it. Then we have is quick layout. You will be able to apply in quick layouts if you want. You can change the colors just like we did over here. There are a couple of chart styles which I've used. Then we have a select data, whichever data you want to select, whichever you want to customize. You can use like data source too if you want to. We have like selection of data, switch rows and columns if you want to, you can do that. We also have edit data option right over here. You can also right click on over here and edit it, but you also have the same options over here. And if you want to change the chart type, click on this option over here. Find out the one which you want to replace it to. Let's say I want to replace it as column. So I'm going to just click on that, press on OK, and you will see that it has turned different. So you will be able to customize it to, again, whichever one you want. So we are basically done with this chart design tab. Let's go off the format. I'm going to do is just show it up to you, or show you up to you till here, or till this insert shape option. First off, we have chart areas. Which one you want? Let's say you want horizontal axis, click on that. If you want maybe changes on your legends, click on this. If you want changes on sales, select this. So what happens is that when you're using a chart, what happens is that you'll be able to customize each and every element inside of it individually. Okay, you'll be able to select it and change it. Let's say I want to select the sales. Now you can also format the selection. You can change it, series overlap. You can fix in the gap width if you want to. After you're done, just press on OK or hit on enter or cut this panel off. It will be applied. Then we have is reset to match styles. Click on that and it will reset it up so that it can match up the styles. Then we have is insert shapes. If you want to insert any shape inside of it, click on any one of these and you'll be able to insert any shape inside of that chart. Okay, so go off the format again, and you can also apply whichever one you want basically. Then we have is change shape. if you apply any shape inside of it, let's say I want a circle and I want to change the shape. So first off, click on this chart again, go off the formats, click on that option, and you will be able to change it just the way you want to. Or you can also click on any of these shapes. Let's say I'm going to click on it, go to formats, you can see this. All right, can like turn it into a shape, convert it into a shape, and you'll be able to customize it just the way you want to. And you have these options over here of customizations, which are shape styles. We have shape fill, shape outline, and all of the things are basically the same. So make sure to, just fiddle through each and every one of those tools and find out the tools where they are and see how it basically helps you in your work. And hope you understood everything about this lesson from the beginning to the end. And if you have any question or any confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So this is going to be the end of this part 2 of illustration for Microsoft PowerPoint. And just like I said, do not skip any part, because if you do, you might, face a couple of hassle later on. So thank you again for watching the video up till the end, and let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about the add-ins and how it works and how it's going to function up on your workspace. So to learn about add-ins, let's just hop onto our lesson and let's open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you can see, we have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. Now, the thing what we're going to do over here is go off to our Home tab. Okay, so when you open up Microsoft PowerPoint, you will already be on the Home tab, so you don't have to worry about it and change your tab. But you can also go off to Insert if you are using an older version of Microsoft PowerPoint or Microsoft Office Suite. You'll basically find out the Insert on, or let's say the add-ins on this Insert section. Okay, so first things first, you have to go off this Home tab if you're using the newer version, let's say 19, 2021, or 2023, or 365 edition. You'll find it on this Home tab. Now, the first thing what you're going to do is click on this add-ins option. But before that, make sure that you are connected to the internet, you are connected with your Microsoft account, and you have a genuine, let's say, Microsoft Office Suite. So first off, click on this add-ins, and then you will see that something like this will appear up. Now, you can see that if you have any add-ins already installed or already downloaded, all of them will appear over here. But if you want any downloaded, or if you want any of them which you want, you can just add it up directly on your workspace. Now, to do that, what you're going to do is click on more add-ins. You can add from here, but let's say I want the whole platform. So click on this more add-ins. And then from here, what you're going to do is you have this search bar over here. You have the sort, you have the category, all of them one by one. Now, from the categories, you can see all if you want all of the tools or all of the add-ins which is available on Microsoft PowerPoint. You will find it over here. You can see best apps of the year. We have document review, editor's pick, education, 365 certified, productivity, reference, search, and also visualization. Okay, so use whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to do is go off to all, and now I want ChatGPT. So I'm going to do is type in ChatGPT, hit on enter. And you can see ChatGPT for PowerPoint is over here. What you're going to do is if you like anything, or if you found out your software or your extension or add-ins, you can do is just click on add. Now click on continue, and then it will be added up directly to your workspace, or let's say directly added up to Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that these extensions or add-ins are basically the extensions of Microsoft PowerPoint or Microsoft Office Suite. So it basically means that it's going to increase up your functionality in Microsoft PowerPoint. Let's say you want to work with, let's say you are working on Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, if you want to use ChatGPT, you have to go off to a web browser, right? When you go off to your web browser, you're going to search for ChatGPT, and then you're going to get the result. You're going to get what you need for your work, and then you're going to do is paste it to Microsoft PowerPoint. But what if I say that you can just open up the same software just like you open up on your browser to be on your PowerPoint or whichever software you're using? So this is basically, the advantage, or this is the purpose of having add-ins or extensions for Microsoft Office Suites or integration. Okay,
So what happens is that it's going to save up a lot of time. So you can get access to this whole software or this whole tool through Microsoft using internet connection and also your Microsoft account. But if you do not have this, what you have to do is open up let's say, another web browser, search up for it, get the results, and then put it up. Now from here, I'm going to just create a topic. Let's say I'm going to add a topic over here. I'm just going to show you how it works. Make sure you're connected to the internet. Now I'm going to do is create a PowerPoint topic. English, slide 7, continue. And I'm going to do is wait for a bit until it is making up that, project for me. Now you can see I'm going to do is add all the slides. You can see add slides. Okay, continue. There we go, continue. Let's say I'm going to do is create from topic. Continue. Let's say I'm going to do is PowerPoint topic. Continue. I'm gonna wait for a bit again, and then I'm gonna do is just keep on continuing. Continue. I'm gonna do is wait for a bit. It's gonna generate all the content for you. Then you're gonna do is insert it up and then insert the images. So what I'm gonna do is just wait for a bit until it has been processed up. And there are obviously more type of add-ins which you can apply. Let's go off to add-ins. So I'm gonna do is just click on more add-ins. I'm gonna do is find out more. Let's say I want maybe something productivity, okay, or visualization. So from here, I'm going to do is maybe use, let's say I want pre-mask, okay. You can use that, and you can also see, the reviews of each and every one of them. So find out which one is actually good for you. Let's say I want info viv. So click on add. I'm going to do is click on continue, and I'm going to do is wait for a while until it has been applied. And you can see that it has info viv right now, info viv basically. But you can also see that with our ChatGPT for PowerPoint, we have made our, slide. Okay, so this is basically it. You can just access to more softwares and increase your functionality of your Microsoft PowerPoint just by using the add-ins. And there are vast amount of add-ins. And if you still cannot find the one which you want, what you're going to do is go off to my add-ins and then click on the store. Click on store, and then it will take you directly to the store. And you can also go off to a web browser and search for Office add-ins. Now what you're going to do is open up any web browser on your device. First off, click on any web browser on your device, and then you're going to do is search for Office add-ins. Okay, you can see Office add-in store. You can just select whichever one you want. You can see it over here, Office add-ins platform overview. Then make sure that you connect your account inside of it. And then what you're going to do is you will find out that there are lots of softwares which you can apply, and you can learn about this too. You can see the overview. You can install more add-ins if you want to, and you can also start using add-ins for your Office and the whole integration program. So find out the one which you want to use. There are a couple of them which are quite important, and a couple of them which are which just saves up a lot of time when you are working with it. So see those tools. And another thing is that when you click on add-ins, the one which you added up or which you have downloaded already or installed will appear on this my add-ins section, and the ones which you have not added them, it will appear over here. Okay, and you might see a couple of the add-ins might appear on this insert section, because when you go off over here, click on emoji keyboard, and you can see when you click on emoji keyboard, this one is over on the insert. So sometimes based on the category, it will appear up on different tabs. But if you want to get access to all of them without even going through or facing any hassle or finding them easily, just click on add-ins and just click on the one which you have downloaded from your my add-ins section. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use add-ins for Microsoft PowerPoint. And if you have any confusion or any question about this lesson, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn about transitions. Now, there are going to be vast amount of transitions which you can use in Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, let's just hit in with our lesson and open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. Now, what we're going to do over here is going to be customizing it just the way I want to. And then I'm going to do is apply a bit of transition.
Now, transitions are going to be the smooth flow and the animation, or let's say the animational smooth flow after or in between each and every slides. Now, when we are talking about transition, another thing comes in mind is about slideshow. So we're going to go through them one by one, step by step. So in our previous lesson, we learned about the design tab and also all about the designs and all about the themes, right? Now let's go after the transitions. Now, how many type of transitions are there? How can you customize, or what can you do with these transitions? First off, let's make a couple of these templates or a couple of these slides. So I'm going to do is make 2-3 slides. Let's say I'm going to do is put in a couple of text inside here. I'm going to do is maybe put in a couple of icons. And on the last one I'm going to do is just apply a couple of, let's say, photos. So we have different photos over here. Let's say I'm going to do is use this. There we go. I'm going to do is use this. I'm going to do is use this one. And the last one is right over here. I'm going to do is just take it at the bottom. There we go. So we have each and every one of these elements over here. And the last one I'm going to do is just take a photo over here. So I'm going to do is just click on this. There we go. And you can also open up one from your device. I'm going to open one from your resource. There we go. We have both of them. I'm going to just click on this. There we go. So we have this photo over here and each and every one of them. Now, the shortcut key for opening up your slideshow is going to be like F5. So F5, there we go. We have the slide over here. Now you can also open up in different ways. Okay, so click on this one, press on F5. There we go. So this one, there we go, slide 2 and slide 3. So you can see this is basically how it will look. Okay, and you can also go off to slideshow, and from beginning you can start it like this. You can make sure that this is on full screen. You can also fix in the display settings. You can also click on the way it looks like. You can see now this is how it will look. Okay, there we go. There we go. So I have like multiple monitors, so this is how it will look like when you have multiple monitors. But if you are not using multiple monitors, you will basically see that all of the thing will appear just on the screen. But one thing which you've seen over here is that when we are moving from one page to another, it is not smooth, right? No, it is not smooth. So what happens when you want it to be smoother, you're going to use this transition. Now I'm going to do is go off the first page, and I'm going to do is apply whichever transition I want. Now there are a couple of transitions which you can fiddle through over here, but you can also increase the whole thing so that you can customize it just the way you want to. Now there are 3 types of categories of transitions which you'll be able to use. Now one is subtle, one is exciting, and the last one is dynamic content. Now from subtle you have morph and all of those, and we have additional lesson about this morph which you'll get in our class project. So when you apply morph, this is how it will look like. And there are basically advanced morph and also basic morph. Now select up whichever let's say transition you want to use. There are a couple of them, and after you see that, you can also preview it how it looks like. So I'm going to do is just apply, let's say, prestige. There we go. Next one I'm going to do is apply a bit of fade, and the last one I'm going to do is apply maybe a wind. Okay, so we have 3 of these. Let's get a preview. First off, let's just open up our transition. Now you can also go off the slideshow and apply it from the beginning. Now what I'm going to do is just use this. Swap. There we go. First page, and this is the third page. Now you can see that we have a bit of smoother transition from one page to another. And this is basically how the transition works and makes your work or presentation look a lot more better. This also helps a person or a maker or whoever the author is to get more attention from its audience. Okay, so this is why transitions are being used. And overall is that whichever transition you apply, you'll get a preview of it. Okay, just click on this preview option and it will give you a preview of how the transition is. You also have like variants, okay? Variants of transition. Now, let's say you selected any one of them. Now, what type of effect do you want it to be applied to? You have this effect option. You can see true black. You can apply true black. You can also apply it true smoothly. Now, it also works the same way on these or different type of ones. You have, effects on each and every one of them. You can see left and right. On the blinds, we have horizontal or maybe vertical. On the glitter, we have different ones. Apply the one which you want to use. On switch, we also have left and right. Okay, so find out the one which you want to use. We have strips out. We have like particles in. We have particles out. So customize it the way you actually want it to look like, okay? So that it meets up your criteria and also makes your work a lot more professional and look a lot more professional. Now, you can see that we can only see those transitions when we are moving from one page to another. Now, there are some like simple trigger stuffs, okay? Let's say when you're moving, it will only appear then. But what if you want it to work a lot more faster? Or let's say you want it to be appearing on, let's say, on its own. Now, how do you do that? So first off, what you have to do is that we have timings over here. Now, if you want to set it up, you can do that. Now, let's say you want the transition after a certain amount of time. Now, there are a couple of methods to do that, but the main one which we have over here is called the after. So on the second one, I want the transition after a certain period of time. So let's say I want it after 15 seconds or 16 seconds. Let's say I'm going to do is apply in 10 seconds. So I want the transition after 10 seconds, and I want it not on mouse click. If you want it on your mouse click, make sure to keep it on. And if you don't want it on mouse click, you want it automatical, just deselect it. There you go. It will already, or it will apply, or it will show you the transition after 10 seconds. Okay. Then we have the sound. There are a couple of like sounds which you'll be able to use from over here. Okay. You'll be able to hear it, how it works, and you'll be able to also open up other sounds from your device too. So you'll be able to upload those files or upload those sounds and use them while they are being transitions. Okay. So let me just show to you how it works. I'm going to do is just, let's say I want to use, let's say, chime over here. Okay, so as we have chime over here, what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to go over here and I want, so let's say chime. Duration 3 seconds. I'm going to do is apply to all. There we go. And then I'm going to do is go over here. I want this after, not on mouse click, 5 seconds. I want this after 5 seconds. And the last one, I also want it after 5 seconds. There we go. Now let's go off to slideshow again. And it will start on its own. I'm not even pressing anything. It will just move on to our next slide right after 5. You don't even have to do anything. It's like you can also hear how the sound is, and it has been applied when it went to our next. And you can see this is actually work, and after it is done, it will just show you the end of the slide. And on the end of the slide, it is not moving away. Okay, so you just have to click on exit or press on escape so that you can see how it works. So make sure to find out the ones or find out the controls which you want to use. You can also apply in sounds. You can also apply in the duration of how long you want the sound to be, and you can also apply the same thing on all of the slides which you have, which will basically save up a lot of time if you want more customizations or if you've already found out how you want it to work. But I do not suggest using sounds which are already over here. Try using more sounds from your device because these are, quite old, and these have been here since a long time, because on the older versions it also has the same type of sound effects. Okay, so try using whichever one you want to go through each and every one of these transitions, see each and every one of these effect options which you see over here, go off the slideshow and play it up just the way you want to. And we also have a whole different lesson about slideshow and its settings, so make sure to stay tuned and make sure to not skip any part about any part of the lesson, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So hope you understood everything about this lesson again, and thank you for watching this video up till the end. If you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime, and I'm always there to help you. And just like I said, I have a whole different class project about this, morph transition, where I'm going to be showing you enhanced morph. So also stay tuned, and let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the slideshow and its settings. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our lesson by opening up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device.
as you can see from my screen that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, what I'm going to do over here is that if you've seen my previous lesson where I've shown you all about transitions and how you'll be able to play it up, now I'm going to be showing you all about Slideshow and all about its settings. So first off, let's go off to home, apply a couple of these slides and add a couple of elements inside of it. What I'm going to do is do the same type of thing. I'm going to do is apply elements inside each and every one. I'm going to do is increase the size so that it just looks a lot better. There we go. I'm going to do is just remove this part. And I'm going to do is just apply another one over here. I'm going to do is just click on icon again. And then I'm going to do is use this. There we go. Delete. So here we go. We have elements on each and every one of these. Okay. So as we are done with applying our elements, now when you want to present it to your audience, so obviously you don't want to show them the workspace. You want it to be visible in a better way so that it just looks a lot more better. So what you can do is first off, you can download it up and present it. But if you want to present it directly from PowerPoint, what you have to do is first off, go off the slideshow. Now, this is the basical tab where you are going to get all of the tools and how you can use all of these options and make your presentation to look a lot more better while you're presenting it. Now, the first option which we see over here is about the starting of the slideshow. Now, obviously, when you think about the starting, it means we have to open up the section or open up the panel where you'll be able to present it just the way you want it to be. Then it could be from which panel where you want it to start from. It could be from a different type of panel. So those things are the stuff. You have to first off customize or make your pages which you want to show. Okay, now the first option which appears up is from the beginning. Now when you click on from the beginning, there are a couple of things. Let's say I'm going to do is swap presentation. There we go. So this is basically how it will look like when you have single, monitor on. Okay, so when you have single monitor on, this is how it will look like. Then you can go off to second pages or the third pages one by one. Okay, then this is the end of the slide, which is black. But what happens is if you want it or want it to start from a specific slide. Now let's say I want it or want the presentation to start from the second slide of this workspace. Okay, so what you're going to do is click on from current slide. Click on that and you will basically see that this is where it will start from. Okay, so make sure to use it or go through these settings. And just like I said, there are a couple of methods of opening up a presentation, okay, or starting a slideshow. Now there are a couple of shortcut keys and couple of different methods. Now, just like I've shown you, this is the first step, or let's say this is the one of the easiest method of opening up the presentation mode. But there are a couple of different ones too. Now you can go off to the top of the toolbar and you can see this option, which is the start from the beginning. Click on that, your presentation will start. Now click on this swap and there we go. Then you can go back again. Now, if you want to do that again from a different section, let's say you are on the home, now you can still access it. But when you go off to slideshow and you have to, apply or click on from beginning. But if you are on home, you'll be able to click on this over here. But even if you don't have this option because it is not available on, previous versions of PowerPoint. So what you can do is go at the bottom on the right side. There you go. We have the slideshow option. Click on that. And the same type of interface opens up for you and you will be able to start working with it just the way you do it. Now, let's go off to the last method or the last alternate method of opening up your presentation mode, which is going to be F5 on your keyboard. Press on F5, being on any of the slides you want, press on F5. There we go. Now it is done. So this is basically how you'll be able to open up presentation mode starting from the beginning, okay, on Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, what you're going to do is follow up these steps so that you can open up presentation mode, see how it works, and also make sure that to save up a bit more of time every time you work, okay? So make sure to do all of these.
And let's go off to the next option, just like I said. Now, if you want to start from any specific, part, what you have to do is click on that, okay? What you have to do is click on that slide. You have to go off the slideshow, but then you have to click on from current slide. But what if I say you want to start from this one, okay? Then what you're going to do is press on Shift and F5, and it will start on from that specific slide. And you can also press on, let's say, Shift 3 and F5, okay? Then what you will see are what number is going to be opened up on your presentation mode. Let's say you press on 3 and then you open it up. You'll basically see that the 3 will open up. If you press on 2 and open it up, 2 will open up. Okay, so this is basically how you'll be able to use from beginning, or you want to use from current slide, or whichever slide you're in. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. We have 2 of these options. Then let's move on to our next one, where we have is our custom slideshow. If you want to make your own custom slideshow, click on this option and then this one, and you'll basically see that this type of pop-up will appear up. Now, first thing you're going to do is click on New, and then what you're going to do is click on any one of these. Let's say I'm going to do is click on that, add, click on this to add, and I also want to add the tree. Okay, now I want tree at the top, up, there we go. Slide 3 is at the top. Now you can see this is the first one is at the second, and slide 2 is at the third. Now you can also remove it if you want to, but let me just show you how it works. You can name your slideshow, and after you're done, just press on OK. And what you're going to do is just show. There we go. Now you can see this is starting from the third slide, then the first slide, and then the second slide. So this is basically how it works. Now you can also customize it in such a way so that you can use specific pages. So what you're going to do is click on custom. You can see custom 1, click on that. You'll be able to open it up. But if you want to make more, click on that. Click on, you can also edit it. Click on edit. Now let's say I don't want this text. So I'm going to do is just remove this part. Press on OK. And you're going to do is press on show. And then we have only 2 of them. Okay, then you can also change the display to see it on full screen. It's totally up to you. So basically, this is how you'll be able to customize your own type of slideshow whenever you want. Okay, so click on that, click on custom show, whichever one you saved up. But if you want to customize it, you're going to click on that, click on new, or edit it up if you want to. You can also remove it. You can make copies, and you can also close it. So if you want to delete it, just click on remove, and that slideshow has been removed. And after that, you can press on close. And if you want to make a new one, just click on new. Let's move on to our next one, where we have all about our setup. Now on the setup, we have set up slideshow. Now, if you want to set up your slideshow according to your customization to your workspace, you can do that. You can see all of the settings are over here. Now we have the show type, how you want it to be available. Do you want it windowed? Do you want it full screen? Or do you want it by a speaker or kiosk? Now, you can do that on different ways. Now, if you want to present it by a speaker, you can open it up on Microsoft PowerPoint. But if you want to browse by individual window or browse at a kiosk full screen, then you have to download it and you have to save it up in a different format. Now we have is the show option. We have loop continuously until escape. If you have a couple of customizations done, such as times and all of those, now you want it to loop again and again, you can also do that. But you can also apply loop continuously until escape. If you don't press on escape, it will keep on looping over and over again. Now, all of the slides, not just one, all of them all together. Then we have a show without narration. If you apply narration, you want to remove the narration, you can also do that. You want to show it without animation, you can do that. You want to remove hardware or disable hardware graphics acceleration. So I prefer using it if you have a lower end or a mid-end device. Let's say but Microsoft PowerPoint doesn't take up a lot of graphic acceleration or hardware graphic parts. So I would suggest you, if you have a really low end device, then I would suggest you disable hardware graphic acceleration. But PowerPoint, it doesn't take up a lot of RAM space, so you can just keep it active. You don't have to worry. Okay. Then we have is the pen color, which color you want to use to highlight parts. You can use laser pointer color, which slides you want to start from or to. You can also apply all. The advanced slides, manual, or use auto timing. It's up to you. Slideshow monitor, you can use which monitor you want. Then we also have resolution. Which resolution do you want to use? And after you're done, just press on OK, and then you're good to go.
So this is what you have on our setup slideshow settings. Okay. Now the next one we have is the hide settings. Now the hide settings helps you to hide out certain slides. Now I'm going to show you a tip and trick. So open up any one of your presentation, display, and then what you can do is if you press on B, you'll basically see that it will turn out black. Now you can also hide up specific slides just the way you want to. If you want to press on white, or if you want to make your screen white, just press on W, it will turn out white. Even it will work on elements, white, and if you want black, press on B. Okay, there are a couple of different ways of how you'll be able to hide up certain elements, and you can also hide it up using these options too from this whole tab. Then we have is rehearse timing, and you can also record it if you want to. If you want to rehearse the timing so that you can see how it is working, or you can custom the way you want to. What I'm going to do is just press on no. If you have like a single monitor, you will basically be able to see the whole thing, how it works, and how you'll be able to save it up. So you can rehearse it up and fix in the timing on your transition so that it moves or transits or the transition is applied or moves on to the second page at that time. Okay, so that is why we have this slideshow or this rehearse timing option, and you can also record your presentation on Microsoft PowerPoint without any other software. You can also apply narration, you can use timing, you can also use media controls if you want to. Then on the monitor, we have automatic over here, but you can also use which monitor you want to use, and you also have use presenter view if you want to. So fiddle through each and every one of these tools, see how it works, and obviously do not skip any part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So I'm going to suggest you not to do that. And thank you for watching this video up till the end. If you have any confusion or if you have any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to our new lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. In this lesson, we're going to learn all about the basic video edit in PowerPoint and how you'll be able to use those videos in PowerPoint and also show it on your presentation. Now, from the beginning, you can see that this is basically not a video editing software, but still you'll be able to make a decent quality video edit just by using PowerPoint. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our lesson by opening up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. Now what I'm going to be doing is going off to Insert. Now on Insert, there are a couple of options on the media where I'll be using the videos. Okay, you can also screen record if you want to, but I'm going to do is just use the videos. Now in our previous lesson or in our lesson of photos, we've already seen where we got our photos from. So for this lesson, we're also going to be downloading the photos from that site, and you will also get those photos or get those videos from our resource panel. So stay connected and also open up our resource folder if you want to. But if you haven't seen those videos yet, what you're going to do is open up your web browser, whichever you have, and then I'm going to do search in for pixels.com, hit on enter, and just hit on this one, hit on enter. And then wait for a bit, open up the video section and use whichever video you want to use. What you're going to do is just click on download and you will basically see that it will be downloaded. Then what you're going to do is open up the folder where you have it downloaded. Now I'm going to do is going to be opening up my resource file where I have my video downloaded. And then I'm going to do is use that video. I'm going to do is just click on this video, click on this device. There we go. This is how it will look like. Go off the resources, and there we go. We have our video right over here. Click on that, click on insert, and there you go. We have our video applied off to our panel in Microsoft PowerPoint. So we can see on our slide that we have this video, and then you'll be able to customize it wherever you want. Okay. I can see that I have filled up the whole page. Now the first thing which we're going to do over here is try. And when you play it, you can see that we have this like video playing on our presentation. And we can also press on F5 to see how it looks like on, let's say, our presentation mode. We can also click on swap presenter. So this is how it will look like on full screen. or even on your projector when it's projecting. Okay, then you can also hit on escape so that you can get out of this projection, or let's say the slideshow panel. So I'm gonna hit on escape, and there we go. This is how it will look like. Now, just like I said, or just like the title, we're going to be making a video or a basic video edit. Now, first off, I'm going to go off the insert again, and you can use whichever audio you want. You can either use audio from your PC, or you can also record your audio if you want to. Now, from here, what I'm going to do is going to be not using any audio, and we're just going to be making a very simple video edit. Now, when you click on any of the video after you have uploaded your video onto Microsoft PowerPoint, what you're going to do is that you will see on this tabs panel, we have 1 and 2. Two of these options are two of these tabs. Now we're going to go through them one by one. First off, on our video format, we have preview, adjust, video styles, accessibility, range, and size. Well, accessibility, range, and size are almost on everything, and the rest of those are also on everything. But what we're going to do is going to be see how these work. First off, you can play it up from if you want to pause it. Now let's go off of the customizations where we actually need to make the video edit. Now, first off, we have our correction. You can fix in your brightness, your contrast, use whichever one you want. You can see this looks a bit darker now, looks like it's going to rain or something. You can also use this. There we go. You can and see how it looks like. You can see the effect has taken place on each and every frame of this video. Then you can also change the color of how it looks. You'll get a preview of how it will look. You can see this how it will look like. You can see black and white, and you can see a couple different other colors which you'll be able to use. So play them whenever you want. Just click on color and apply any of them, and there you go. It has been applied. It will take a bit of time to load all of those effects up or that color on that video. You might basically see a couple of, frame drops and stuff and a bit of stutters. So make sure to apply it and wait a bit if you have a lower end PC or a medium end PC. So it just takes a bit of time to process it up. So keep waiting for a bit and it will be applied. If you want more variation of, colors, click on more variation, use whichever color tint you want to use. From over here, you also have the standard colors which you can apply, and obviously you can go off to more colors and apply whichever color you want, and also change the color mode. You can change the hex code, you can change the color palette from over here, and after you're done, you can fix in the transparency and press on OK, and that color will be applied directly on your video in Microsoft PowerPoint. So this is basically how it works, and you also have video color options. You can click on that. You'll basically see this type of interface opens up where you'll be able to recolor, fix in the preset, fix in the brightness, contrast, and also reset up the photo or the video which you already have. Okay, so now you can see that the whole thing. What I'm going to do is just apply that darkness again so that it looks a lot more better. Then we have is the poster frame. If you want to apply any poster frame, let's say I want to use current frame, you can use that. If you want maybe, let's say, image from frame, you can also apply that. Let's say I'm going to decrease the size. There we go. There we go. We have it in the center. And you can go off, click on that. Image from file, click on file. I'm going to do is go off to resources. And there we go. We have two of it. I'm going to apply that, press on OK. And there you go. We have this frame. And when you apply it, that will be the cover photo. Okay, so you'll be able to use that as a cover photo or a different photo or even a solid image as a cover photo for your videos. Okay, so make sure to find out the one which you want to use. You can also fix in the poster design if you want to. Just it will revert back to how it was. Okay, so make sure to find out the one which you want to use, and obviously you can upload those photos and use them whenever you want. Okay, then the last thing we have is the reset design. You can also reset the whole thing whenever you want. Okay, so I'm going to do is just apply it back again because I kind of like it, and it's kind of, just the contrast is a bit higher, brightness is a bit lower, looks a bit right in my eye. You can use whichever one you want, it's up to you. Then the next thing which you can do is change the video styles. If you want to apply that, you can just go up and down, fiddle through each and every one, but you can also open up the whole thing and see which frame you want to use for that video. Let's say I want to use this maybe, or maybe something like this, which is going to be a bit subtle and moderate. Okay, you can also use subtle over here. These also look quite good.
Okay, I don't want something to, which doesn't look that good. It looks quite good, has a bit on the border, looks quite good. Okay, then you will be able to replace it too if you want to, but there are not like, more options and stuff to these, styles. Then we also have video shapes. You can also shape of the video, how you want to make it look. Let's say I want it to look like this. Maybe I want it to look like the smiley. Maybe I want it to look like an anchor, or this one, arc. It's up to you, whichever one you want to use. Then from here, what you're going to do is use video borders. You can change the color. You can use standard colors. You can use recent colors. You can use no outline, more outline colors, eyedropper, fix in the weights of that, and you can also fix in the dashes if you want to. Okay, click on dashes. There we go. Apply. So this is basically how it will look like. You also have more options over here, but the same thing will appear up. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. It is basically very simple to go through these settings and apply which effect you want to apply. And you can obviously change back to how it was and remove those effects whenever you want. So you don't have to worry about it. You can also align it. Let's say I want it at the center. I want it at the middle. There we go. Center and the middle. Looks quite good. You can also rotate it whichever angle you want. You can flip it horizontally. This is how it will look like. You can also, if you want to, and you can also fix in the height and also the width. So make sure to fix it up to your desire so that it meets up your criteria. Now let's move on to our playback settings of our video edit. Now if you want to edit it up, we already edited up the video over here on video format. But what if to our playbacks? If you want to add in bookmarks, you can do that. Let's say this is where the bookmark will be. Now a bit more, and I'm going to bookmark section. I'm going to use add bookmark. So we have two of these bookmarks where we can just click on it, and we'll start from that, let's say position or that, length. And you can, whenever you want, you can also remove that. Click on that bookmark, remove. Click on the bookmark, and you'll be able to remove. You can also trim the video so that you'll be able to use whichever part you want to use. Let's say I want it from here to here. I'm going to select that, press on OK, and only that will be kept and the rest will be removed. Now you can see this is a shorter video. You'll be able to trim it out once. And you'll be able to also fix in by using this, time from over here. And you can also fix in the end time from over here. And after you play it, on OK after you are done. You can also apply a bit of fade in effect. Let's say I want a bit of fade in effect, and I want a bit of fade out effect. Okay, there you can see we have this fade in effect. This is how it will look like, and when it will also have a bit of fade out effect. Okay, so make sure to apply whichever one you want to use. Okay, then we have the volume. You can fix in the low, medium, high, and also mute up your videos if you want to. Then we can also start in a click sequence, or you can also start it up automatically or when clicked on. So you can also click sequence, but I most of the time prefer it to be automatical or when clicked on, because you don't want it to play whenever it wants to be played. But you can also make your preparations in that way so that even if you want to make it automatical, even if you want it sequential, even if you want it on a click. So select the ones which you want, okay? And then you have full screen video. You can also hide it while not playing. You can also fix the volume, loop until stop, and also rewind after playing. Okay, you can also apply whichever effects you want. And even if you want to apply in captions, you have this option over here called Insert Caption. Click on that option and you'll be able to upload that caption on your video in Microsoft PowerPoint. And you can also save that media as different type of formats. You have media file and all of those. After you're done, just press on save and then you're good to go. And then one thing is that if you want, different type of sequences, you can also apply that just by adding more slides, more video, and more content. So hope you understood everything about this, lesson on how you'll be able to use your video and also make a basic video edit. You can also customize it just the way you want. And if you want more effects, you can also make new slides. Let's just show you an example. Let's say I'm going to just remove this, delete. I'm also going to remove it. And then I'm going to do is use this photo as my, let's say, background. So what I'm going to do is going to be take the screenshot of this, and then I'm going to do is just use it whenever I want.
So I'm going to do is just open up my file where I have my resources. And then I'm going to do is just going to be taking the video part, which so first things first is just take the whole thing. I'm going to do is just click on that. There we go. I'm going to do is just, let's say, I'm going to do is just click on insert, click on screenshot. There we go. We have it. So I'm going to do is just on my background, take a screenshot. There we go. I'm going to do is just take that. There we go. We have our screenshot over here and we've played it up. Now what I'm going to do is going to be crop this part out so that we can use it as my first page. So I'm going to do is just crop this part, also crop this part out. There we go. Done with this, I'm going to do is just take it to our first slide, press on Control X, paste it. There we go. What I'm going to do is just increase the size. And I'm going to do is just crop this part out. I'm going to click on picture formats, crop it out. There we go. Enter. So, okay, here we go. We have it applied. Perfect. Okay. Then I'm going to do is going to be going off to our second page. I'm going to do is increase the size of the whole thing. Make sure that it fits up. There we go. And then I'm going to do is going to be apply a bit of effect on this picture formats. Go off to correction. I'm going to do is apply color to be black and white. And then I want it to transition from this to this. I'm going to go off to transition, apply a bit of morph on it. Got it. And then I'm going to do is just, just keep it over here. I'm going to do is just go off to the settings over here, picture format, rotate, horizontal. There we go. And then I'm going to do is just make sure that it moves on fast. And you can also apply more text options over here. Let's say I'm going to do is just apply a bit of text over here. Apply that. There we go. I'm going to do is just take this text over here. And I also want a bit of animation on it. So I'm going to do is just appear out of nowhere. I'm going to do is just click on animation pane. Right click. Go off the timing. Delay it by 1.5 seconds. There we go. And then I'm going to do is going to be seeing how it looks like. Just preview. Okay, there we go. Looks quite good. Not appear. I'm going to do is just apply in a bit of fade. There we go. And then I want it to also disappear on the next one. There we go. So what I'm going to do is just go off the presentation mode. F5. You can see this is how it looks like. This is how it will look like. It will start playing. And this is how it will look. Okay, you can customize it however you want to and make sure that the transitions are also smooth. And you can also apply a bit of, let's say, fade in. Okay, it's up to you basically. So how you want to use, it's up to you so that it just meets up your criteria. So thank you for watching the video up till the end and hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to use videos and also make a basic video edits on Microsoft PowerPoint. And if you have any question or confusion about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to Class Project 1. The name of our class project is How to Use Enhanced Morph. I have applied in a description and also an outcome. So let's go off to our description. The morph transition allows you to animate smooth movement from one slide to the next. Play. You can apply the morph transition to slide to create appearance of movement in a wide range of things: text, shape, picture, SmartArt graphics, and word art. However, charts do not morph. So let's move on to our steps. The first step of using enhanced morph is make or open up MS PowerPoint. Make 2 slides in the second step. Then what you're going to do is make one shape on your first slide and copy the shape of the next slide or to the next slide in the same position. In step 4, change the position of the shape in the second slide. Use 2 of these marks and name the shape with the same name on both slides on the selection pane. In the step 6, apply morph transition on both slides and preview it. Now, let's move on to the outcome. One particular transition, the morph transition in PowerPoint, will give you a smooth animation for objects on your slide when moving from one slide to the next. In the same way, the enhanced morph will allow you to smoothly transform from one shape to another, which will allow you to make it more interesting and attract a lot more attention from your viewers. So, without any further ado, let's just go off to our steps and open up Microsoft PowerPoint on our device. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device. So first things first, I just opened it up. I'm not going to be needing that. This is just additional. You don't have to worry about it, but you can keep it clean if you want to. So I'm going to do is apply in another blank slide. So as we're done with this, what we're going to do is move on to our second step where I'm going to be applying shapes. So I'm going to go off to insert, click on shapes. What I'm going to do is use the square. I'm going to right click on it, copy. I'm going to do is paste it in the same position, destination. There we go. 2 of them in the same place. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is going to be replace it with another one right over here. And how do I do that? Click on that option. You can go off the shape format. You can also apply another shape if you want to. I'm going to show you both of the methods. So if you want to do that, click on edit shape, change shape. You can click on whichever one you want. There you go. You have it. And then I'm going to do is going to be changing the position to this place. There you go. Now I'm going to do is just go off of the first one. And I'm going to do is open up our selection pane so that we can change the name. So I'm going to do is just double click this, put on double of this quotation mark, and then I'm going to do is type in TGH. Enter. And what you're going to do is just copy it, Control C, select it, paste it, hit on enter, and we have put in the same name on both of them, right? So after we are done with both of these, what we're going to do is going to go off to transition and find out morph, morph. There we go. Now you can see the preview of how it looks like. Open up your presentation mode, F5. I'm going to do is change the display settings, swap. There you go. You can see now it has turned into square into a circle and circle into a square. Okay, so this is basically how it will look like. You can also change it to different shapes. Now, first off, I'm going to do is remove this, delete. I'm going to do is delete the slide. I'm going to just make a duplicate of this so that it is also in the same place. Now, what if you want to use, or what if you want to change it to a different shape, but you don't want to replace the shape, you want to use a different shape over it. So what you can do is you're going to keep it right over here. Insert shapes, and then it's going to be clicking on any one of these shapes over here. Let's say I'm going to do is maybe use, let's say I'm going to use this option over here. Make the shape over here. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is going to be dragging this underneath here. And then I'm going to do is going to be Control X, paste. Hit on enter. And there you go. I don't want to see it. Okay, I'm just going to do is just, there we go. We have done that. And now I'm going to do is going to be pressing on F5. Click on and change the mode. You can see this is how it will look like. And you can also remove the shape if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is remove this. Click on that. Delete. And you're going to do is just preview it again. F5. Display settings. This is how it will look like. And you can also change it to another shape if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is make another blank shape. And then I'm going to do is going to be, okay, first off, I'm going to do is just delete it.
Control D. And I'm going to do is just take it over here again. And then I'm going to do is just go up to shape formats, edit shape. There we go. Change it to this one and the same options. Okay. Open up display settings. There we go. We have it. You can see this is how it will look like. If it's not available, what you're going to do is click on that one, keep the same name, go off the transition, apply morph. You can see this is how it will look like. And you can see it will have the same thing. But, in a couple of shapes, it doesn't look that good. So try to make it, a lot better than how it looks like. I'm going to do is just get a preview. And on this one, I'm going to do is get a preview. You can see TGH. You can apply the morph if you want to. So you will basically see that this will most of the time work on 1 or 2. And you will basically see this is how it is. Okay. So we have the same thing, TGH. And that is how you'll be able to use enhanced morph on Microsoft PowerPoint. And the last step, what you're going to follow, is going to be saving up this whole PPTX and uploading it on our project panel after you are done with using enhanced morph. So thank you for watching this video and hope you understood everything. And if you did not, if you have any confusion or any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always going to be there to help you. So let's move on to our next class project of Microsoft PowerPoint. Welcome to class project 2 of Microsoft PowerPoint. The name of our class project is how to apply bounce animation. I have attached in a description an outcome. Let's move on with our description. The bounce animation, the object will drop on the slide and then bounce several times. Emphasis, this animation occurs while the object is in slide, often triggered by a mouse click. For example, you can set an object to spin when you click on the mouse. So you'll be able to apply it just the way it is. And obviously just by hearing it, you can see or you will know that it will apply a bounce effect on the elements which you're using. So let's move on to our steps. First off, we're going to open up Microsoft PowerPoint. We're going to apply any graphic we want to use. Then we're going to do is select the element which we want to apply the bounce animation on. Then what we're going to do is going to be go into the animation tab and use fly in. Then apply the direction from where you want it to fly in. And in the step 6, we're going to do is change the animation into click and go to the settings and apply bounce ends by using slides or whichever time you want to use. Now, obviously, you're going to do is just follow a couple of steps, which I do. And the last step is going to be saving up that doc, or not even a doc, saving up that PPTX file and uploading on our project panel. So by using or knowing how to apply bounce animation, the outcome is that it is an effect that can be applied at the end of the motion path, meaning that instead of just slowing down and stopping towards the end of the path, the object will fluctuate a little before finishing its path. So obviously, you will basically get more attention and it will make the presentation a lot more interesting if you're using bounce animation. So without any further ado, let's just move on with our class project 2 and open up Microsoft PowerPoint as our first step. As you can see that I have opened up Microsoft PowerPoint on my device, I'm going to do is just remove them up. There we go. I'm going to go off the insert. Let's try using an icon. I'm going to do is use an addition over here. So I'm going to do is just apply this. There we go. Insert. So I'm going to do is just increase the size. And obviously I'm going to do is just change it into a shape. I'm going to do is convert it into shape. There we go. I'm going to do is just ungroup them up. Range, ungroup. There we go. I'm going to do is just take this option over here. Delete. There we go. We have 4 of these over here, right? Now I want the bounce end. So I'm going to do is select all of these parts. And then I'm going to do is going to be going off to animation tab. And then I'm going to apply fly in. And then after fly in, you're going to do select the effect option from where you want it to fly in. So click on effect option and I want it to fly in from the top. There you go. So I want different ones on each and every one. So first thing first, you're going to do is open up the animation pane. Now you can see this is the first one. You're going to do is select all of them first. Right click and you want to apply it on a click, start on click, right? So I have applied in start on click. So first off, this is going to be the first one, or let's say this is going to be the first one. So you can also apply bounce effect, all of them directly, but I'm going to do is show you an advanced one too. So after you select all of them, right click on it, you have this effect option, and then from here you'll be able to fix in that bounce end if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is apply in 4:8, press on OK. You can see there we go, we have our bounce effect. And you can also change it however you want. Go off over here. Let's say I'm going to type in 0.8. Hit to see how it works. There we go. Smooth end. We'll right click on it. Effect option. You can see now we have this bounce effect, and each and every one of them appears one by one. So I'm going to do is just click on preview 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you can see that it just comes down one by one. But sometimes what happens is that all of it comes down. So what are you going to do at that time? What you're going to do, this is just an addition. You don't have to worry about it. If you want to skip it, you can. But this is just for you to know. If you see that all of them are happening all at once, what you're going to do is select them one by one. Let's say this one, right click on it, click on effect option, fix in the bounce ending or go off the timing, fix in the delay one by one. Let's say you're going to keep it, if you want to keep it, so let's say 1.5 over here, press on OK, it will delay. Then what you're going to do is apply 1 over here, then you're going to apply 0.8 and then 0.4 step by step, so that it's going to delay one by one, and one by one is going to drop down. So hope you understood everything about this class project. And just like I said, your last step is going to be saving up this whole PPTX file and uploading it on our project panel so that we can see how you are progressing with work. And just like I said, if you have any confusion, any question about any part of this lesson or any part of the class project, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. And thank you for watching this video again up till the end. So hope to see you guys in my next course, and by then, be healthy.